bounce radio waves, but when I asked them about that, I mean, when I told them the sun is a black body, you can't bounce radio waves off of it. They literally
No,
kind of
I'm right here.
disappeared.
I heard you. No, they get lost in the noise. I would agree with you on that. We definitely can measure it with the Venus, Earth, Sun triangle.
Oh, we can go over to Venus one easy. Let's go. What do? We got Venus, then what?
What do you got Venus and what? You make a right triangle with Venus, the Sun, and the Earth.
And that gives
Because
you the distance
you
to.
can definitely bounce radio waves off Venus. So you got your leg of your triangle.
You can bounce radio, and the bouncing the radio waves off Venus gives you the distance to Venus.
Yeah.
Okay, we can go into that. How's that work?
We know what the speed of light is.
All right, and then you go through a medium, right? You go through space. Maybe you know what it is to a certain extent, but then these radio waves, they go through space, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, so do you know what the medium is from here to Venus?
Yeah, a whole lot of nothing.
Well, that's an assumption. I mean,
No, it isn't.
you don't know that.
Literally what space is a lot of nothing.
Yeah, but you don't know that. That's an assumption.
No, it's literally the definition of space is an area of very low pressure, and very low pressure is defined as a lot of nothing.
I know what the definition of space is, but that it's an assumption that that's what the medium is up there.
It's not an assumption. It's literally what it is. There is no assumption involved.
Okay. Have we ever been to Venus?
Yes, actually, we've sent probes to Venus.
We've sent probes to Venus?
Yeah. I think the Russians did.
And they measured the medium in between here and Venus? The Russians?
The Russians basically measured how fast the sulfuric acid atmosphere could eat away at their spacecraft before it stopped transmitting.
Yeah.
Do they have any measurements of the atmosphere?
It's not hokey. There's no hokey shit about this one. The Russians did it.
I mean, if you can't trust the Russians, who do you trust?
Who could you? Right? Come on.
It's almost like NASA isn't the only space agency around. I know it's a shocker.
So, did they take measurements of the medium from here to Venus?
Yeah, it's space. It's a whole lot of nothing.
All right, let's see the medium measurements.
You can always go to the Chinese if you really want to double check the Russians.
Oh, the Chinese. I love the Chinese footage. That's the worst shit ever. Like, I don't even know why you guys bring up other space agencies. You do not want to go into some of the Chinese footage that they put out.
No, we just today they did the launch of one of the Soyuz rockets up. I don't know if you guys watched.
They're the best in the world.
The Chinese.
Where's it going?
Chinese.
Soyuz is Russian. They sent 3 cosmonauts up to the ISS today.
Ooh, all the way up there, huh? Like here to my next town, 250 miles. Congrats.
Okay, so all right. So let's give them that. Well, one leg to Venus, right? What's the next part?
I wouldn't give them that, but all right.
What? So Jeremy, why?
Go ahead. We're gonna give you this. We're gonna give you the one leg. Go ahead.
What is going on, Jeremy? Why do you do that?
You don't know the medium, but Elbow wants to give it to you. Fine, we'll give you the one leg. Now what?
Why do we not know the medium, Jeremy?
The Russians. You have. Yeah, do you have medium measurements in between here and Venus?
Dude, we know for a fact that outer space in general, is a pressure of 10 to the negative. I think it's like 9 torr or 10 torr. Yes, that's what's there. That's what's up there between us and Venus.
What's the medium?
You can keep saying you know. Where's the medium measurement?
That is what the medium measurement is. That measures the amount of stuff per cubic inch or per square meter between us and Venus.
No, what's it made of?
Fine.
I mean, what's it made of? It's not made of. It's not made of much of anything. In fact, it's made of 10 to the negative. I think 9 or 10 torr of particles of nothing. There's not a lot.
We got a tube of it.
That's
question.
That's
Did you get that? But I mean, I think you have to go in there because that's another.
I'll take 10 to the negative 2, Alex. Thank you.
Listen, Elbow's willing to give it to you. I'll play along for this Right? You got one leg, now what? Even though you don't know the medium, but now what?
We know the medium. Jeremy, what is going on with you, man?
You
He
just keep
really,
saying we
he
know
just
the
keeps
medium.
saying that. Yeah.
All right. So
Keep
what is
saying we
space?
know the
What is
medium, and you don't have any
define
actual
space?
medium measurement.
Define space, Jeremy. Let's hear it.
Now he's reversing
I
it
can.
onto you.
Well,
Yeah, I don't. Dude,
I'm not gonna
Jesus, man.
I define space as an area of low pressure measured as 10 to the negative 9 or 10 torr.
I have
Really?
a
So,
mod. I have
well,
a
let me
mod
ask.
question. Can I get a second, Jeremy? Is laughing
Fine,
out loud
Jeremy,
at
you threw the
someone
ball.
allowed here? Can you
laughing
laugh
out
at
loud.
someone
I
here?
don't.
Yeah, like I don't want to break any rules, but I'm really laughing at this
Yeah,
situation.
that's when being
This,
muted.
You just got to say you're laughing with them, and we'll allow it.
I am laughing
yeah,
with him.
I mean, dude, you just keep saying we know what space is, we know the definition of space, but in the meantime, do you have any medium measurements? Because that's what this whole radar thing is based on, a medium.
There's space between me and my computer. Is that 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Anyway, elbows, this leg. I don't know why you're not just running with it. You should be
Domo
happy.
arigato,
Hey,
Mr.
I'll give it to you too. Elbows willing to give you this leg to you. I don't know why you're not just taking it and running with it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can say a script. This is what he was going to say. I can't believe you're doing it again, Jeremy. I mean, why are you, telling me just to run with it? He wants to talk about you instead of addressing the point for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would just run with it. Elbows giving you the leg. Let's go. Let's move forward. I'm fine with that. Not really, but all right, let's do it.
You want to talk about the stars, Jeremy? I've been reading about it.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of how we get the distance to the sun right now.
The distance to our sun?
Yes, our sun.
Okay.
We're right in the middle of the Venus.
Any other?
How do we get the distance to the sun?
Yo, Hunter,
Apparently, Venus is involved.
hold on, Jeremy. Give me 1 second, because he asked the question, our son, but do you know of any other?
Well,
Good point.
it's not a good point. That's kind of really fucking stupid if you think about it for more than 8 seconds.
You're breaking down, son.
That's
You all right?
necessary.
Our sun is our sun, but there could be other suns for other life.
There could be.
Yeah. But
if you had a son, would you assume that she had another son and you had another son out there somewhere? Or would you just be like, I have one son?
What did you say?
You have one son, right? Like a literal child. You have a son.
Okay.
Would you assume you had another one, or would you tell people you have one?
I don't think that's the same kind of thing.
It's not. We have one son, you have one son, but you're going to say, well, there could be others. Would you say that about children if you had one? Well, there could be other kids, but this is the one I'm here with now.
Guys, we're getting bogged down.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna get bogged down. So I actually don't know how they get the distance of our sun. Jeremy, can you explain how they get the distance?
Nidhug's explaining it to us right now. So hold on, and you'll hear it all. So far we've shot radio waves to Venus, and we know how fast light travels in a vacuum, and they're presupposing that it's a vacuum in between here and Venus. And now we have one distance to Venus. Now what, Nidhug?
Right. That's the first assumption, right? It's assuming
Assumption number one. Medium assumption, yeah. Then what? You there, Nidhug?
Don't they just calculate from the top of Everest up? Like, and just say, oh, well, if this trend continues, we'll have rain on Sunday.
Yeah, but the trends don't continue because they say it gets hotter as you go up. As you go up on Earth, it gets colder, but then they say it switches and gets hotter. And then they say I don't even know. They're all over the place with it.
It's hotter, but if you had a thermometer up there, it would measure that it's cold because, yeah.
Well,
But it's
Nidhogg, you there?
does anyone here actually understand it except for Nidhogg?
We're going
Does
through
anyone
it right
have
now.
any? Huh?
I would venture to bet that Nidhogg doesn't really know what he's talking about. It looks like he took off, Jeremy. He did say particles of nothing. He said particles of nothing. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. No,
All
particles of nothing. That's good.
Let me go ahead and read it, since I know none of you will.
Yeah, there we go. I just started reading again.
See, that little plug right there that Kosho teaches everyone to do should be muted. Like, if he's willing to say that, he's talking down to us. No time for that guy,
Can
right?
you stop being a wet blanket, bro? Like,
at least
not
give us credit
Wet
for being able
blanket,
to
is that
read.
a name call?
no, I'm describing what you are. I'm not calling you a name. I'm saying
Why are
you
you
are being a
describing
wet
me at
blanket.
all? Why are you describing me at all?
Because I
Yeah,
find
let's
it
not
fun.
describe what Rakia is or isn't. Let's describe how we get this distance to the
Right.
sun measurement.
Because if I was describing that guy's voice, it sounds like he's got a voice changer on or something.
Guys,
I have a voice
please, let's
changer?
not.
I wish.
down
I'm a
all
nasally
the
little
time with
Jew.
everything.
How do we find the distance to the sun?
Can we go to what's a wet blanket after this topic is over, please?
We'll see. We'll see if we got time. I don't know.
Is it have anything to do with a wet back? Are they related?
I don't know, but we can't let this one go. I mean, we got time, right? Later on tonight when everybody goes home, you know, wet blanket should be the topic. I want this guy to do a presentation, maybe. This guy.
With pleasure, buddy.
Yeah, I know you like the
What do
attention.
we got? What do we got? We're trying to figure out how far the sun is.
I'm reading it right now.
He's reading it
best
right
one.
now and is going to tell us what he read.
Didn't he say he knew this? I thought he knew it. Why
No, I never
He's
claimed to
reading
know it.
No, he
Wait,
said he
hold
didn't know
on.
it.
Wait,
He said he
Jeremy,
didn't
I
know
need your support on this as a mod, because this is about to stir up some shit. You guys are making fun of me for reading when none of you are reading, and you don't know what you're talking about.
That's
No
only
one's-
after
no
you
one's
said
making
we're probably
fun of
not
you.
going to read it because we're dumbasses.
No one's
or
making
whatever
fun of you for reading, and Smooth did admit that he didn't know this, and he was going to look into it right now. If you ever figure it out, we can go. We'll be glad to go over it with you.
I'm reading about superfluid being in space. You want me to read it out loud? These two
Dude,
guys.
I love the superfluid idea.
Yeah, these two guys at the University of Munich recently explored the idea of effect light traveling through the universe in a fluid, and it would have to be a superfluid. And it basically goes on to say that these particles and blah blah blah, are acting like they're in a fluid anyway. So it would explain a lot of the gravity problems that they have with the mass if it was a fluid. You can read it. I'll post it. You can read it yourself. But it's talking about space being a superfluid. Let's see. The findings do, however, narrow the possibilities for liquid-like spacetime to only liquids with very low viscosities that cause almost no dampening, called superfluids. Even supporters of the fluid spacetime idea say that the concept is not very popular, perhaps unlikely, but might it be true would solve a lot of the gravity problems and visual effects that are observed. I have absolutely no idea. Physicist at the University in Paris said he's not familiar with it, but has no idea how this would affect the overall, but it does seem a possibility. Although there's various possibilities. I mean, I'm just skimming over it, but this is going on, right? Since the 1990s, they've been discussing this as groups and trying to figure out all their issues that they have with figuring out how gravity would work in large spaces out there. And superfluid is what they're coming up with, it seems. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Mic check, mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Mic check. Mic check. Good. We hear you.
Brain turned on.
We hear you, Mike.
Xanac, here we go. Number one, maybe number two or three Glober. What's up?
It's superfluid.
So Xanac doesn't have to read anything to tell us how they measured to the sun.
The distance to the sun.
Zanuck, how do we get the distance to the sun? Yeah, how do we get the distance to the sun?
You do radio waves. You can do triangulation. You can do parallax. All sorts of ways.
Bam.
Let's
Boom.
just do
Slam
one.
dunk.
Let's just do one.
Jeremy,
Give us
just
your best
fucking
one.
read. Stop trying to fight. Just fucking read something. Learn. Use
Pretty
your brain.
simple, guys. It's not that difficult.
Bro, I don't have time to read, and I just started reading again. So, you know, we can go over it in the VC right now. Why not? What else are we going to do?
Yeah,
You
don't
not
pick on
agree?
people that can't read, man.
I can read. I don't have time to be like sitting down reading and shit.
Yeah, it takes him a long time to get through a sentence, bro.
I just go with symbols and basic colors.
Zanuck, I only read those books. You know how they pop up in the middle? There's like pop-up books. Listen,
Yeah, the ones
Zanuck,
that fold out like
just
little houses and people. And you close the
No,
door.
like, sorry.
And you close the book and it all goes away. Those kind of pop-up
Yeah.
books.
yeah,
Like,
Those are the best.
yeah.
pop open the book where the sun comes up and it gives you a distance from the earth. Like the book, the flat horizontal plane of the book is the earth. And when you open it, the sun pops up into the sky. Give us that distance and how you got it.
Yeah, how do we get seriously, Zanuck? Give us your best one. Don't give us the one with the least amount of.
Did you want to do it yourself, you mean?
No. How the professionals, astronomers, astrophysics, whoever it is, the professional well, not professional globers, but the pros. How do they get the distance to the sun?
Well,
NASA,
you can
whoever.
you can ping a radio wave or light wave laser off the moon, retroreflectors, get it back. You can actually do radio waves as well. Either one will give you a distance to the moon at any point in the year and give you a pretty accurate distance to it. And then with that, all you need to do is see the angle at the summer or the fall equinox and get a value of 89.6 degrees between the sun and the moon in the sky and you, and that will give you a 300 times the distance of whatever you figured out was from the radio wave. So that's a two-step program that gives you a pretty accurate way of figuring out how far the sun is.
I'm back. Sorry,
All right,
Jeremy. I
cool.
had to take a call.
So we're gonna.
Okay, you get that all? Now,
No. You said it all
Nidhug,
too fast, man. We're trying to go step by step, man. Step one.
Okay, step by step.
Nidhug had us on Venus, so I mean, you wanna roll it back, or Nidhug? Should we go with Zanuck's way or your way? What do you think? How do the professionals do it?
Literally just joined. I'm sure Zanuck knows what he's talking about. But for Venus, you can either take the 90 degrees from Venus, which is its elongation, and use the cosine of the angle measurements of the Earth of the Sun to Venus to get it, or you can use the transit of Venus. Either way works.
So there was a bunch of assumptions in that. I mean, we could go
Okay,
over that
Jeremy.
if you
So
want.
it's not assumptions. Here's how it works, Jeremy.
The transit
what they do is they get the distance between one object, like the moon, right?
All right, cool. How do we do that?
We use radio waves or radar waves, radio waves, or we can use laser. So
are those affected by them? Hold on.
We can do triangulation with the moon as well.
Well, that has its own inherent. You're going to triangulate the distance to the moon?
Why not?
Yeah, that's how they did it the first time. If you read the most recent article, the first way they found the distance to the moon was with geometry.
Not that hard.
Hurling me with a whole bunch of shit here. Can we just do one thing at a time, please?
Everyone understands about using and understanding trigonometry. I still think it's a little bit of mystery in most people's minds, but it's just ratios. It's just a chart of ratios, sides to sides, and different.
Can we please just do one thing at a time, guys? I beg you. You guys are elephant hurling me with shit right now. Which one do you want to do? You guys pick. You guys play rock, paper, scissors.
To the sun using both that data. What's wrong with that? It's a pretty simple.
Okay, how do we get the distance to the moon?
There's several ways, Jeremy. So you can't just say pick one because.
Yeah, but get easy one. Triangulation. When you go,
it's very accurate.
Let me explain to you something. There are multiple methods to get the measurement to the moon. And all of these methods are giving us approximately the same value. So if you're going to try to make an argument that you can't use geometry, fine, we can use lasers. If you're going to try to make an argument that we don't know what the vacuum is made of, fine, we can use geometry. What I'm saying is that we're using multiple methods to find the same distance, right? And all these methods may use some assumption, but somehow they're all giving back the same data. right? So your idea to just sit here in a room and not trying to learn anything and try to pick arguments apart by just saying pick one
Has to be
and
muted.
trying to find some type of logical fallacy is just, man, just go read.
Yeah, that part should be muted.
Bro, I'm trying to.
Why? He's being very
We're trying to
honest and
figure out
upfront.
how.
Being pretty
We'll
accurate.
use
I think.
radio because
We're
radio
trying
is
to
very
figure out.
complex. We'll use radio. Radio waves to
I
the
need all the Globers to relax. I need all the Globers to relax. Just pick a way that you get the distance to the moon, and we'll go through it.
Okay, fine. Do you want to go through radio waves like NitHug is suggesting? Do you want to use lasers or do you want to use geometry? Which one would you like to use?
Let's do radio waves.
Don't care. With
Radio
whatever you want. Oh, thank God. What's it? Here we go.
Yeah, because I want to know
what's
how.
it?
I
You
want to
got
know
it.
what's up with the radio waves. Like they go through the ionosphere. Yeah, let's hear about it.
Radio waves. You heard them. Let's go.
Step 1, aim at the moon. Step 2, send out a radio wave. Step 3, receive radio wave back at you. Step 4, know that the speed of light and radio waves travel the same speed. Step 6, you take the value, divide it in half. Boom, you got the distance to the moon.
You skipped step 5, but so radio waves are light, so that was kind of redundant to say it travels the speed of light.
Radio waves are not light.
They are. It's actually radio waves aren't light?
No, they're part of the EMF spectrum. They are not light. Light is clearly defined section of the EMF spectrum. Radio waves are not a part of it.
That's incorrect. So it's called visible light. Okay.
Yeah, that's not what a radio wave is. Try again.
Listen carefully, my guy. So what you're calling light is called visible light. Okay, there's an entire spectrum of light, and it's much bigger than the visible spectrum. Radio waves
what I just
are light.
It's called the EMF spectrum.
We didn't hear you, Ned, because what's it?
Yeah, like I don't know why you're interjecting with. Literally what I said. Spectrum is what we're talking about. The radio waves are on the very low end of the EMF spectrum. Visible light is much higher up on the EMF spectrum. We're not talking about light.
Calm down, buddy. It doesn't matter what you say. Objectively, radio waves are light, okay? Right here. Other types of light include radio waves, microwaves, infrared radiation, ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and gamma rays, all of which are imperceptible to the human eye. So it is objectively a type of light. Okay, so we can move on.
Light. We do not call that light. Try again.
We literally do.
We literally don't.
Where did you get this from?
We call them radio waves for a reason.
Why the fuck does Witsit even have an opinion if he can't trust any of the science that we produce? He is right.
This is all this. First of all, when you say we produce, Smooth, you don't produce anything. You don't produce any science at all whatsoever.
I'm a published researcher.
When you say we produce, it's hilarious because you're not doing anything.
I'm a published researcher, and you're not.
No, you're not.
I am.
Where did you publish your research from?
Hold on, guys. We're getting bogged down.
Well, because the Smooth always jumps in and just says bullshit like that. What a little.
Why don't we get back on point and not let Witsit run
him a wet blanket
into arguing about?
Let's get back on point. Are radio waves considered light or not?
Yes, they are.
We're going to what is
they are considered light. He is correct. If you look at this link that I just sent, right? In the purple text, it says the light we can see is made up of individual colors of the rainbow. It represents only a very small portion of the EMF spectrum. Other types of light include radio waves, microwaves, and infrared radiation. So Witsit is correct.
All right, so radio.
Duh. So
radio
the
waves
reason
are light. Okay, let's carry on.
The reason I brought that up was because to say radio waves travel the speed of light is redundant because it is light. So anyway, so which spectrum of radio waves is it that can penetrate the ionosphere?
All of them.
All of them?
No.
Well, why wouldn't they penetrate the ionosphere?
Oh yeah. So
the waves are too long.
Let me tell you a history story, okay? So back in the you're freaking out.
The moon, and we can get a reply back, and you say it's not possible.
Everything you're saying is wrong, though. So, you're interrupting. So everything you're saying is wrong. When you say all radio waves go through the ionosphere, that's incorrect. So it's very relevant to the conversation because you're claiming to shoot them to the moon. So I'm asking specifically what spectrum is it that we can shoot to the moon through the ionosphere, because according to your paradigm, they don't all go through the ionosphere, because Marconi sent radio transmissions 2,200 miles and they were supposed to get blocked by the curvature of the Earth at 200 miles, but they received 2,200 miles away with line of sight, first attempt. So they then came up with the idea of the ionosphere, the idea that the radio waves actually bounced back down off the ionosphere and then ricocheted up and down, reflecting until it was landed onto the receiving location. Therefore, you're objectively wrong. He then sent them 10,000 miles and it was received using a line of sight, which is why we have to have an ionosphere reflecting it down or it debunks the globe, which means there's only a specific spectrum of radio waves that go through the ionosphere according to your own paradigm.
Good shit. So which spectrum are you sending up to hit the moon? Do you know, or
the one he's on?
Xanax probably knows. Xanax, speak up, bro. Which spectrum?
And that's assuming, Jeremy, there's no other medium that's actually blocking any other radio waves from bouncing.
Yeah, of course. It's a medium assumption so that you can integrate the speed of light assumption in a vacuum.
Why are you allowed to use that experiment for anything if you don't believe in science?
Use what experiment?
The ionosphere, like what?
Who said Witsit doesn't believe in science too?
Yeah, Smooth, you're just a sophist.
I said that. I said that. I say he doesn't believe in science.
You're a sophist. See, science doesn't require...
Science of belief.
Yeah,
science of belief.
Exactly. It's antithetical to belief.
He's such a troll.
He's a gamma. So
he's just
anyway,
been Xanax a little bit, to be honest. At least Xanax knows stuff.
Yeah, so this is the difference is we can actually replicate shooting radio transmissions. Right. So like when you can go replicate it yourself and you don't have to believe something, yeah, that's whenever I acknowledge it to be valid. Now, whenever someone comes up with a fairy tale story that only they can know about, that's not science. Science is antithetical to belief.
All right, so we got these radio waves. Is there a spectrum that can penetrate the ionosphere?
See, they don't actually know this stuff, which is why I asked.
It's the length of the wave.
The
What?
fact that we can receive light means that there are waves that can penetrate the ionosphere.
Okay, so which ones are they, instead of just begging the question?
It's just gish gab. Yes.
No, I'm about to destroy your religion. I'm setting you up.
All you're doing is interrupting a conversation.
I'm setting you up.
Actually, Nidhug said, just to catch up with it, Nidhug did say a couple interesting things real quick. He talked about electricity and how everything we were taught about electricity in high school wasn't what we thought, and that electricity doesn't actually travel anywhere. It just what were you saying, Nidhug? It just propagates.
Don't forget the particles of nothing.
Yeah, then he said space is particles of nothing. You're roboting, Jeremy.
Particles of nothing.
Particles of nothing.
And
he did say something about electricity not sounding like not being what they taught us, and that it sounded like the ether type of description. Actually, it was interesting.
So it's amazing. It's amazing how much you guys don't understand what simple concepts I tell you.
He says that right after he didn't know that radio waves were light, and right after he said that all radio waves go to the moon.
Yeah, he's a wet blanket.
Whoa, who didn't know that?
It said go Williams video on electricity and propagation through a circuit. It's really cool because electricity doesn't propagate through a circuit like most people think it does.
It goes around the wires. Wow. Okay. Yeah, you're so profound.
It goes around the wires. Thanks.
It goes around them from the outside. It doesn't go in the wires. That's what I just said.
Number 2, they asked what space was. Space is nothing, and it's measured as nothing. And they said, well, what's the medium? There is no medium there.
How do you measure nothing?
No,
You
I
measure
said, where's the measurement? We said
nothing.
we didn't say all that. We said, where's the measurement?
It's measured as a negative torr value because the pressure is very, very, very low. This is elementary
Where is
shit.
the measurement?
You know, negative
Where is the
isn't below
measurement?
0.
You did say particles of nothing, Nidhug.
There are particles there, but the space is nothing. There aren't very many particles there. And
What are
it
the
being
particles?
nothing there.
What are the particles?
Like a carbon, like one carbon ball.
Typically there's hydrogen out there. Lots of little bits of hydrogen.
Okay, so in between the particles of air, what's there?
In between the particles of air, huh? That's what you gleaned from. There's hydrogen, right?
What's in between the hydrogen?
Listen. Nothing. That's
Okay.
literally what a vacuum is. Not a lot
So
of
just so you know, you're wrong again within your own religion because there's something called vacuum energy. It's amazing how you guys just don't understand simple concepts.
There's something called magic unicorns. That's what you just said.
Wow, so vacuum
What's in
energy
between the
is
hydrogen
magic
molecules?
unicorns and we're the stupid ones.
No, you are actually
What's
in
this?
fact because you don't understand what a vacuum is.
What's vacuum energy, Nidhug?
What's it?
I didn't bring up what
What's in between?
So you asking me what vacuum energy is? It's kind of pointless.
Well, you said that in between the air molecules there's nothing, and that's not even correct. See, you have to interrupt a lot, don't you? Yeah, you have
What's
to
this
interrupt.
vacuum energy thing?
It's hard to strawman things, or does it just come naturally?
I'm not strawmanning anything. I'm talking about
Yeah,
objectively
because
within you. There you go. Interrupt me again. The Earth will become a ball.
You've said hydrogen at least 3 times now, and you've said it's air every time.
Hydrogen is
He
air.
changed it.
Hydrogen is
So-
air.
Nidhug, or Witsit, tell us about this vacuum energy thing.
Yeah, so even within their own paradigm, when you have a vacuum chamber, there's still electromagnetic energy in that vacuum. So it's not nothing.
Can that affect light?
Can it affect light? Well, I don't know what you mean by affect light. If you shoot light through a vacuum chamber, then yeah, it still quote unquote propagates actually more effectively than in the air.
So it stands
Will
for
it change the direction? Will it change the path, direction, or speed, or anything of it?
Well, there's actually no
The vacuum
path,
energy?
direction, or speed, but yeah, even within those conventions, no. All it does is it's like less impedance. The more air you take out, the better the light propagates. So anyway, it's like a background energy that exists in space throughout the entire universe. That's what his belief system says. So he's acting like we're stupid because we don't believe his belief system, but he doesn't know what it is yet.
we can easily separate the electromagnetic background from stuff like matter, which is what we value and measure things like pressure with.
Non sequitur, you said that in between the particles was nothing, and you're wrong.
Yeah, in between the individual hydrogen particles, there's nothing. There's no
You're
other
wrong.
matter, which is
You're
what
wrong.
the value measurement for torr is.
So you don't know what a quantum vacuum is.
Good looking.
You're bringing an electromagnetic background as some kind of gotcha when that's not the discussion at hand. It's just you bringing a non sequitur into the discussion. No
Okay.
one's talking about background radiation. No one's talking about electromagnetism. We're talking about the stuff, the matter that's in space, which there isn't a lot of. Hence a negative torr value, hence low pressure, hence nothing. Thanks.
See, and he thinks he's smart. That's the funniest part. But so we were talking about. Interrupt me again. I'm just gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you, dude. You don't get to interrupt me every time I talk, buddy. That's not how it works. Stop interrupting. So we were talking about radio waves, and that's electromagnetic radiation, and it's part of the spectrum of light. So we had to correct you on all these things. It's electromagnetic radiation. Now, talking about radio waves in space has nothing to do with electromagnetism somehow. And then
You asked about a medium.
You asked about a medium. Nothing about electromagnetic radiation whatsoever.
You guys are gamma males. Stop interrupting me.
No, you asked about a medium.
No, we didn't ask about a medium. We said what was said was that it requires an assumption of what the medium is to be able to dissect a distance with the duration of a signal. Okay, so we didn't ask about a medium because all you guys do is regurgitate your belief. That's word salad.
You've already.
This server's going to shit, dude.
There's nothing to do with anything.
Vacuum light propagates better. So you saying we don't know what it does through the medium is just silly. You've already said that it propagates better than when there's stuff there. So that's just silly. So when we say we can bounce radio waves,
you're a retard.
The moon,
it gets crazy if both of you like overtalk Witsit. You know, people all trying to listen to what he has to say as well.
They just want to like act like they're the smartest people in the world and that we're all dumb. So like the point is that you said there was nothing there. That isn't even true within your own paradigm. Okay, there's a quantum vacuum state. There's 0 point energy, vacuum energy. I was just saying that to correct your claim of nothing, which you can't of course claim that nothing is in existence because that's antithetical to existence. It's the absence of anything. It's a privation. So nevertheless, that was a side note. That was just a side note to correct that misnomer. Okay, and we were talking, someone else jumped in and said you would also need to know the medium. That's what Eli said. You would need to know what the medium is, right? Like that's an accurate point because if you're incorrect about your assumption that there's a vacuum out there, then it would change your interpolation of the data because you have to know that it's a vacuum to dissect the speed of light of the radio waves, which is light. Okay, and you also have to just presuppose a one-way speed of light and that it's constant in both directions. Okay, these are just basic things. But before we even get all the way to that, what's wrong with it is that I'm asking you exactly what spectrum is it? And do we have that spectrum within the radiation that comes from like cosmic radio waves? Or are they different than cosmic radio waves?
All right, thanks for that segue with it. So anyways, Jeremy, do you have issues with being able to bounce radio waves off the moon?
I mean, now that Witsit brought up this spectrum with Marconi and all, like what kind of radio waves are we? Can we get radio waves past the ionosphere?
Yes.
All right, Jeremy.
The reason you can use a cell phone is because we can get radio waves past the ionosphere. Next.
Cell phones come
first of
from
all,
cell
just so
phone
you know, your model claims that you can't shoot radio waves except for a certain spectrum through the ionosphere. Okay, and that would mean that if what you're saying is true, and certain radio waves can go through the ionosphere, then if we shoot these radio waves horizontally across the surface of the Earth, they should only go so far before getting hit by the surface of the Earth. So if we can shoot this spectrum that you say you're shooting a 250,000 miles, if we can shoot it across the surface of the Earth over 2,000-3,000 miles, that debunks the globe because you're claiming that it goes through the ionosphere, which is what saved you in the Marconi transmission demonstration. That's why it was brought
good
up.
Point. Do these radio waves okay. First of all, to respond to you, cell phones come from cell phone towers, not outer space.
Where do the cell phone towers get their information from?
Bro, the transatlantic cables that are running all the cables that are running all over the world.
Why are you answering the interrupted question? Like
I know,
he
I don't
interrupted
even
you
know.
to ask a question and you answered it. Instead of pressing the mute button.
4G and 5G is not radio towers, dude.
Okay,
wow.
listen.
4G uses underground cables.
No, it doesn't.
Do these radio waves travel in straight line?
They propagate out like a wave. What do you mean do they travel in straight lines?
I don't know. You're trying to get the distance of something with the speed of light. You're going to shoot this thing. Like, is it taking a straight path? Hold on, I'm almost done. Is it taking a straight path or is it like wiggling? Is it going side to side? Like, what's going on? Do they go in straight lines?
Jeremy, how about we use no radio waves? How about that?
Bro, we're right in the middle of this radio wave thing. You want to switch it now?
Yeah, they want to run away.
And then I want to take it to the way that we first found distance.
Bro, after all that, you want to slide off this topic?
Yeah, really? Because they're getting destroyed.
The easiest way of describing it. You guys get all nut-hurt about it because Witsit comes in pretending he knows stuff. So sure, we can go back to just using complicated math, which I'm sure you guys will have no problems with.
No, just keep on
Listen,
asking the same question, Jeremy. Say, how do you differentiate this alleged radio transmission from the radio waves that already come from the sky? There are cosmic radio waves, and then you're claiming to distinguish between these. So are you saying that the spectrum that you send to the moon are not coming in the form of cosmic radio waves? Yes or no?
Yes, it's very easy to take a frequency, send that frequency out, and expect a reply back. And we know what frequencies all the electromagnetic spectrum operates at.
You didn't answer.
I did
my God,
answer.
this guy's such a troll.
If you use a ham radio, you're operating at a specific low band frequency. You're not expecting to pick up higher frequencies. You're not expecting to pick up lower frequencies. You're expecting the frequencies that you output.
Okay, so does that frequency come in the form of cosmic radio waves before you send your transmission? Yes or no?
It comes in whatever frequency we send out.
What about before you send it out? Because we receive cosmic radio waves.
Okay, so if we receive cosmic radio waves, what frequency are we receiving them at?
That's what I'm asking you.
Okay. Well, if you don't know, then why are you asking? Obviously, we're not going to use a frequency that is, for intents and purposes, like the cosmic background radiation. We're not going to use those, obviously.
There's a huge spectrum of radio waves we get from the sky. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Spectrum of radio waves. Yes, there is, which is why it's very easy to single out specific frequencies, send them out, and then expect a reply back on that same specific frequency. Thanks, Witsit.
No, is an entire spectrum of frequencies that we get from the sky, Nidhug. In addition, your little religion claims that you get like 1 photon back.
No, you are wrong.
No, I'm right, actually.
No, I'm right. No, I'm right.
Oh, you're gonna make fun of me when his response was nuh-uh.
My answer was, we send out a frequency, we expect a reply back from the frequency we sent it out at. That's not a nuh-uh.
First of all, I just explained we get a huge spectrum of frequencies from the sky.
How do you know that? How do you know we get a huge amount?
Mods are getting interrupted. Is there a mod here?
No,
that's all they can do because they're getting destroyed. Secondly, you claim that you receive 1 photon back. Holy yeah, that's so solid of evidence. You get 1 photon back. And when they tried to send the radio waves to the thing that goes around the moon, it took them 10 years to get a photon back.
So here's the...
How do you know where that photon came from?
It took literally less than a second to see that we send radio waves in the 3 hertz to 1 gigahertz frequency band.
So we don't receive that naturally from the sky, is that your claim?
No, we don't.
So if I cite that we do, you'll admit you're wrong then, and you'll shut up.
Cite what frequencies we receive from the sky.
Okay, and you're going to admit you were wrong.
I'm going to see what you cite.
The
and
one
then
photon.
Say, look, we can send radio waves at not those frequencies, and then you'll look stupid.
The one photon thing. Isn't that when we use like lasers to laser range the moon? You know, when we bounce lasers off of the retro reflectors on the moon? I think you're getting stuff.
Yeah, well, even with the radio waves, you get like just like a very, very, very small amount of quote unquote photons back.
Yeah, but I don't think people really try to bounce radio waves off of the moon. I mean, there is, Earth, Moon, Earth bounce with radio waves, but I mean, those aren't that useful. Normally we just use radio waves to pierce the ionosphere to hit satellites and stuff.
It says right here we get radio waves in the electromagnetic spectrum from below 1 hertz up to 3,000 gigahertz from space.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the sun sends us radio waves, but the point being made here is we can use radio waves emitted from Earth's surface to pierce the ionosphere if they're above a certain frequency. And we can bounce those off of satellites and bounce them around the Earth to communicate with people over the curve,
No, actually, the point that he made was that we shoot radio waves to the moon to know how far away it is. And I said, how do you differentiate between what's already coming from the sky and what you sent out? He said, we send a special frequency, because he just doesn't have any idea what he's talking about. So I just dropped a link that explains that we get radio waves all along the spectrum, including the frequencies that you're sending out.
Here's my question to you, Witsit. When you turn on your radio, why don't you hear every radio station at once?
You tune into a certain frequency.
Oh, hey, look, you're smarter than you come across as. Yes, you tune into a specific frequency.
That was ugly.
You think that was relevant?
When we send out a specific frequency, we expect to hear back on that same frequency. It's
whenever you get to a radio, whenever you turn on your radio, do you ever hear any static?
Guys, we got to do this without all.
Thanks for playing.
We got to do this without all the personal. Guys, we
So-
got to do this without all the person. Stop.
Oh my God,
Everyone,
Jeremy.
stop! I know you guys can hear me. Stop.
I hear you perfect.
We got to do this. Holy shit, man!
Can you mute people or what? Are you at work? I don't get what's going on here.
I'm
You did
trying.
that on purpose,
I'm trying right now. I'm
obviously.
on a cell phone.
Give
Somebody
me
took
my
care of it.
powers
Somebody
right
took
now,
care of
and
it.
I will
Guys,
take
we
it.
got to do this.
Hey, I'm trying to mod here. I'm trying to mod here. Who needs to be muted? I muted a
Anyone
couple
that's
people.
talking,
Zanuck and
everyone
Nidhug
but
and
me
me.
that's talking.
Rakia.
Everyone, Rakia needs to be muted right now. Mute Rakia.
Yeah, that's what I said. Zanuck, Nidhug, and me.
Mute everyone who's talking right now has got to get muted. I'm trying to make a fucking mod announcement, please. Guys, we got to do this without all the name calling and the little personal attacks and shit. All right, it's not cool. We're not supposed to be doing that. You guys know this. Thank you.
And
That's
we also
all.
know who started it.
We're not 5 years old, Witsit. He started it. Come on.
No.
Yeah,
we're adults, and whenever someone's having an intellectual conversation, and then four people think they can just run around and intentionally interrupting the other person every time they talk, so they can insult them, then yeah, that's right. They're the ones responsible for the conversation.
You're insulting us constantly, dude. Get over yourself.
I started insulting you after you literally 3v1
please.
interrupted.
You
Immediately he's interrupting me again.
Stop it.
You seriously
Hey, I'm
sound
trying,
like that
I'm
with
trying to
it.
mod here. I'm trying to mod here, but just just try to let's just continue instead of worrying about like who said what and all that shit right now. It was
so,
obviously
Jeremy,
This is what his room will actually end up just falling, by the way. Because you let the Globers run in here and act like they can just step all over everyone. That's the problem.
You already said that.
All right, so Jeremy,
let's
talk about finding the distance to the moon.
Come on, man.
Let's
all calm down. Yeah, guys. Actually, I just wanted to mention that there's been a quote unquote challenge in the live stream. I don't know if anyone wants to hear a debate between Waterworld and RTER.
Let's do it. I'm down.
Before you guys go, I'm listening at afar. If you don't mind me just making a quick comment.
Zanuck, just let the debate happen. I want to see this flattery get
before
crushed.
you guys start another debate.
If everyone's interested. If they're not interested, then I'll. All I'm saying, I want to see.
Yo, mute Zanuck. Just mute
I just
Zanuck.
wanted to get. Yeah. I just wanted to get a general feeling of the room. If the room wanted that, and if the room wants it, then let's go ahead. If not, we can just carry on with what we were doing.
Well, I would like a topic change. I've been asking for a while now.
Waterworld, can you unmute and tell us what the
let me try to mod a little bit here. What your suggestion is to have two people, actually just only two people talk, and I think we got too many people trying to talk already right now to try to narrow it down to two people in just this room. So maybe they could go down
to Livestream 2, which is designed for debating, and let them debate.
Yeah, there you go. Because it's a little bit too many people talking here right now is all. But also, I do think Zanuck did want to say something real quick. Zanuck, what is it that you wanted to say? And then Rakia, we're going to do a topic change.
He was talking about radio waves, like full spectrum, always being blasted. We can actually send a message, like sing a song to the moon, and the song comes back. We receive that song coming back. So that's what we know it's what we're trying to hit. Because if you miss it, either side of it, you don't get the song back. So it's not a song, but you know what I'm saying? They actually encode that message to be what they want. And when it comes back, they can actually decipher it to know that that's the message they sent. That makes sense, right to you?
Cite it.
You don't think that's how radio waves work?
Cite it.
You can send a word to the moon and have that word come back.
Cite it.
They did that with they actually did that with the laser, with the retro reflectors as well.
Now we're talking about lasers. Cite the radio waves sending specific auditory
radio
messages.
waves, it's all light. It's all electromagnetic radiation. And you want me to send that? I will. You don't have to interrupt me when I say it. You know the point is valid. Why don't you understand it?
Cite people sending.
No, let's have an intellectually honest conversation. Why don't you think that's a thing that we can send certain frequencies of light at a certain?
Just ask for the citation.
Oh my God, you guys are impossible.
You're the one that just immediately started interrupting me again.
I wasn't
So
interrupting you. I was
anyway,
making a very simple point that we can
so
actually
anyway,
send a
Talking. I
song.
can't even talk in this room because
No,
globes are
wait,
allowed to
you
literally just
You
talk all
say
over
my
you.
name and I'll
interrupted
stop.
him.
Remember, I told you this.
You-
Just say my name and I'll stop. What's it?
Okay, Xanax, shut up.
You don't need to say shut up. You just say my name and I'll shut up. So if you
Just
say,
out of
Anyways,
interest, introducing something.
Whitford, what
You're
should
saying because he
Xanax
doesn't
cite?
understand it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What
Sorry.
should Xanax cite exactly?
He said that you can send specific auditory messages to the moon and get it back.
Xanax, can you cite that?
I didn't say auditory. I give it as an analogy. It's like singing a song. It's a radio message, like a radio station has a song being playing on it. You can transmit that radio message, whether it be a song or a word or a voice or anything, and have that message be
You
returned.
mean like Marconi did with the signal when he sent it
That's
across
great.
the
That was your time to jump in, Demont. Good job.
Xanax, cite it.
What you're talking
Danny, you
about?
could
Marconi
over
sending
me.
Morse code. You're talking about Morse code, dude.
I'm not. If I was talking about
Demar,
Morse
come
code, I
on,
would have
man.
said Morse code.
Demar,
Dummy.
please, man. So I mean,
right,
which
so-
Xanax was just using like an analogy. I don't know if you really want him to cite something. If he
Well,
was
he doubled down and said, "Well, not a song, but we can send words." So yeah, I want him to cite it or stop making stupid, fallacious claims.
all right. So Xanax, are you claiming that people have actually sent words to the moon and those words came back?
A specific encoded message. It doesn't have. I'm using the analogy in comparison to words or a song because those are very specific. You can recognize.
I love you, Moon.
They send this encoded message.
I
It
love
could be
you.
Morse code. It could be whatever. It can be to the moon, and it's responded back, and that same message is
Fly
received.
me to the moon.
Hello.
Whoever's singing, can't that person be muted? Like what the
And
fuck?
I'm gonna try to find him. Hold on. Hey, Travis. Hey, Travis. Now you're kind of trolling a little bit. I know, but we're trying to get order in the room, and it's not helping. Please.
Sorry.
Troll service. Jesus.
Oh.
All right. So, okay. Put your citation down. Whatever your analogy actually is, like cited from.
Okay, I will. But I want to have a conversation, and then instead of just having it out saying, "Okay, then decide it. I don't believe you." Say why you don't believe it. Say I don't think they do that. All radio waves are everywhere. They're ubiquitous. They have all messages contained in all frequencies and all. It's like you got a radio station and it has all the radio stations playing at once. That doesn't happen that way. You can receive.
Well, you know nothing. You know it's not about just believing what you say, Xanax. It has to have a citation and it has to have a demonstration of some sort.
We're talking.
Well,
he made
okay,
it
that's
seem
fine.
like that's impossible. How do you know it's not coming from somewhere else, or how do you know it's the same message you sent? That's a kind of a naive and a little ignorant of a question.
Then cite it.
Cite what?
You sending a specific signal,
yes,
and getting it back from the moon.
On the set. I would like to have talked with you about it since you think to be so knowledgeable in this topic with such affirmation and arrogance, but you won't. You just say cite it.
Yeah, because I already read that it's super difficult to do this, and all the Globers come here and say you can do it with yourself in your backyard, and that's all lie.
You know,
So
when I
cite it.
did this thing with QE, and I said that 10 to the minus 17th is not much different than 10 to the minus 10. Here, cite it. Do this. It's not a matter of citation. This is common sense.
It's not common sense that you can send a radio wave through a vacuum 238,000 miles away and get it to bounce off the surface of a rock in a vacuum and come back to you. That's not common sense. Cite it.
Link is on the set.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just post links and tag Witsit if this happened. That's all you guys got to do.
You put Mythbusters of sending lasers to the reflector. Oh yeah, that's what I asked for. See what I'm saying? It's just a bunch of lies. You guys live in a world.
What's a bunch of lies? What's it?
Everything you guys say, you have talking points that you guys just say with tons of conviction. You can go to your backyard and use our ham radio and send a signal to the moon, and that's a lie.
Why do you say?
Here, hey, Witsit, I got a question. When you see the moon, you're seeing of the electromagnetic spectrum in the form of visible light through our atmosphere from the moon. So obviously, you can receive signals from the moon, right?
What's that to do with sending a signal to a rock in a vacuum a quarter million miles away?
It has to come from us rather than the sun.
I'm walking you like a little toddler right now, so you can agree that
projecting your own intellectual ineptitude.
You can.
Yeah, that should be muted right there. You know, how you got that little co-show remark in there? I'm walking you like a little toddler.
From the moon, right?
No, I'm tired of the
First of all, I don't believe that light physically travels.
Yeah, you should be muted.
There's no evidence that light physically travels. There's no evidence to substantiate the one-way speed of light. It's just a presupposition that there is a constant speed there and back. Even Einstein himself told you that it's nothing more than a convention for convenience. We could never prove it. It's never been proven. So I don't believe in your claim of speed of light or that it travels or what you think is going on when we receive anything from anywhere. Yeah, the light, we see the moon have light.
But like, what was the point of asking for a citation if you don't believe any of this, Whitson?
Right.
See, now, this is pure sophistry. You guys know what sophistry is? Where you intentionally use fallacious tactics to try to enter into the debate. Where someone made a claim, they're saying that we're ignorant and stupid because we know the distance to the moon because we can send radio waves there and get them back, and you can do it in your backyard with a ham radio because it's just a Glober talking point. So I said, that's not true. I've looked into it. You guys just say things, and then you hear Xanax say it, so then Kosho says it, and then et cetera. So I said, cite it. Cite where they send a specific signal to the moon.
All right, Whitson, I just tagged you with something that happened in 1946. Project Diana.
Cited it for you.
Yeah.
It's been cited, Whitson. Are you happy?
Can you speak to that now? You asked for a citation.
From the moon, Xanax. That citation is not from the moon.
Well, you know what? If you guys cited, why not let's review it right now? Let's see how.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm asking for. Let's do it. I just gave a citation. Project Diana from 1946. The U.S. Army, they did a Earth-Moon Earthbounds. So let's talk about it. That's what you wanted. A citation. Yeah.
One
so
question.
What's wrong?
1946.
Before we go over the article,
So
can we personally verify the information, or do we have to take something?
Oh my god!
This article literally just says it happened. Can I get the actual documentation with the numbers and exactly what happened, or are we just supposed to believe this mainstream article that says it happened?
Can we just skip the goalpost until Whitson's point of view?
Give me 5 minutes. I'll find it.
Thanks. So 1946, but you guys go do it in your backyard today. Guys just lie. And of course, it gets even worse than this. I'm not even saying that you can't send specific signals to the sky. I'm just pointing out that you guys make stuff up. So even if you do, it obviously doesn't prove anything. In order for you to actually know the distance using radio waves, for one, you have to start off with base assumptions that it's physically traveling from point A to point B. You have to start off with the base assumption of a one-way speed to light being constant there and back. And then you have to start off with the basic medium assumption that it is a vacuum that it traverses through. So it seems like a pretty simple concept.
If you would read the chat, there's multiple links to the thing, but you just don't read, you just speak.
I looked at all your stupid links. They're about lasers, not even about radio waves.
Stop talking. I know you hear me. On 1960, there was a 1,296 megahertz frequency. That was the frequency of choice of a 1 kilowatt klystron on the transmit end and a highly sensitive parametric amplifier on the receiving end with a gain parabolic antenna, both ends on July 9th, 2014. Now, these things are done, and you can find these on every corner of the internet if you'd like to look for it. It's not a big deal. You think that you have to know the speed of light in one way to do this? No, we can do it both ways. We've done the both way tests at Slack all the time. They do this.
On that note, I would like to present proof that Spider-Man is real.
We can also present proof that Spider-Man is real. Ways, and for so many different frequencies, we've done. Why are you talking over me?
Because you never fucking stop talking, Xanax.
I just stopped for you.
Making his point. What is your issue? He's doing the thing that Whitson asked him to do, which was find a citation. Chill out, man. On that note, I could easily prove Spider-Man to be real, the guys from X-Men, because there's a book written down.
Making noise.
All right. So is that helpful to the conversation? Are we talking about Spider-Man and X-Men?
Well, you mean when he tried to make his point and Xanax interrupted him after just bitching about being interrupted, and you backed him up? Weird.
Yeah, you mean that time?
So, anyways, can we get back on track?
Can we change the topic to wet blanket? This is too toxic of a topic.
Every single one of the freaking articles I'm reading are
and then he talks over it and says it doesn't exist.
Every single one of your citations you guys are dropping are terrible.
I know. Listen, hold on. Let me jump in just real quick because this happened the other night too. This happened the other night too with Nate. Right? We're talking about the explanation for eclipses, and he comes up with this crazy thing like all of these cultures in the backwater had all of these crazy explanations. And so we said, okay, can you cite us anything? So he sends this article, and 9 out of 10 are these superstitions about what happens during an eclipse, not what causes. These guys don't even read the articles. They just Google some shit and then send it out.
Fucking lies.
Happens
Travis.
over and
Fucking
over and
lies.
over again.
And it sounds like a fucking story every time.
Lies.
This is why I bring up the Spider-Man thing. Because I could just as easily say, hey man, I want to prove Spider-Man's real. And just go get a whole bunch of Spider-Man comic books and just start reading what Stan Lee wrote. You guys are presenting the same amount of evidence. Just shit that somebody printed out.
They waste our time. They waste our time.
But
No one
that's
presents
not true,
Spider-Man
Travis.
comics
That is not what happened. That's not at all what happened.
Okay, I got another one. I just posted another one. This is another.
Just read this one. This one also is no good. You guys are not doing good. I've read every one that's been dropped in here.
I know it's absolutely stupid. They're here to waste our time.
I provided it for you.
They don't even read it. They
There's
just
50
type like
kilowatt.
moon bounce in Google and then just paste it.
Yeah.
A 50 kilowatt test at 111.
What's amazing is their conviction.
Hey, stop talking, Matrix. I'm giving him what he wanted. Let me just finish and I'll be quiet.
Do you
3
ever?
kilowatts later, upgraded to 50 kilowatts. 115 megahertz in quarter-second pulses applied to the antenna. A bed spring reflective array antenna composed of an 8x8 array of half-wave dipoles and reflectors that provided 24 dB of gain. Return signals were received about 2.5 seconds later. That's the round trip. That's required for the radio trip to make that 768,000 kilometer distance. The receiver had to compensate for the Doppler shift because it depends on where the moon is in your field of view because of the moon signal due to its orbit around the Earth, which was different on every day. So that motion had to be carefully calculated for each trial. Each antenna can be rotated in azimuth only, and it did that, showing that how far the moon was away from you by that frequency of light, of energy, electromagnetic radiation that they sent to the moon.
Drop
Any of this considered proof
actual
for anything?
documentation, please.
Yeah.
Well, now you want
It is proof.
Before you
It
wanted a
is.
citation, which I gave
You guys think
now
this
you
is
want
proof?
oh my God, Matrix, you are so annoying.
Some guy went out there and did this. It is
No,
proof.
not some guy. This is not some guy did
So
it.
you want the actual
Drop the
data.
documentation,
You want-
please.
You're not happy unless we give you the actual data.
That's
of the-
right.
That's right.
Yes. That's
Okay.
right.
You guys aren't happy unless you go out and do it yourself. Let's
No,
be
he
honest.
wants the
Yeah,
data.
that's
We
right.
find the
We
data,
would
raw
love to.
data.
You want to fund that for us, Nidhug?
Yeah, sure. I'll drop a penny for you to go
Because
to go read a book.
the truth of the matter is that if you try to shoot the ham radio at the moon, it's very hard to get any type of success with the methodology at all. That's what actually happens in the real world. That's why you guys are going back and saying, "Oh, look, the military thinks they did it in 46 and 1954."
Rubbish.
What?
You can go
You are
to
speaking
radio
just rubbish.
observatories. You can go to radio observatories and you can requisition time to use one if it's a public observatory. So you saying, "Oh, you want to fund me so I can go learn things that other people learned already?" It's just silly.
Yeah, if you go to your Texas.
Okay, hold on, just real quick. Hold on, please.
Yeah, I got stuff to do.
Xanax.
This is why I can't
reflectors
be-
in Texas.
Xanax.
You can actually do that yourself.
Zanuck. Yeah, Nidhug. We're not going to go and do research for things that have already been proven. We are here to challenge the consensus. So it's not going to be something that we can go look up in a book.
So how are you going to challenge the consensus, Travis?
It would take a research team, $500,000 at least for a full year, to pay for the research and livelihood of the people who are on the team.
Okay.
Over all four. Hold on. Over all 4 seasons, right? Because the conditions aren't always going to be great. So on rainy days and shitty days, we can spend time looking at the data and cross-checking and investigation, all that kind of stuff. This is not just me going out on the beach and shooting my camera. That's part of it. Okay.
Your gish galloping.
That wasn't gish galloping. I answered your question
That was a lot of gish
directly.
galloping.
It was gish
What
galloping.
did you research?
Rainy days, different days of the week, all these different materials we have to get together. $500,000. That's all. That's what defined the
Excuses. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, listen, hold on real quick. Let me ask you what you think. These scientists of the past, Newton, Copernicus, Galileo, do you think they sustained themselves during the day while they spent all night looking at the sky? Or do you think possibly, or do you think possibly that they were commissioned as scientists?
I don't think they needed $500,000 in a research team and funding an entire year to do what they did.
That's not an answer to my question, troll.
Yeah, but that's what you said you needed in order to do something. I don't even know what you're researching.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So when you go, hold on, real quick. Hold on, please. When you read an article on refraction, do they tell you how long it took for them to accumulate all of the data, the equipment that they used, how long it took, and how many people were on the team? Do they tell you all of that detail?
No,
Go to the work, use your spare time and do the test that you need
I don't
to be
understand what
done.
you're saying. I don't understand what you just said.
You can look it up. You can actually send a letter to them and you can get the information.
Yeah,
or
right.
If they're in a
Right.
public, if they used a university funds, then the university typically makes it available.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to
Again,
be the
all you
worst
guys-
voice changer I've ever heard.
Yeah, all you guys are doing are hand-wave dismissing the reality that this kind of research on the field isn't going to be done in a day. You're hand-wave dismissing reality that this is going to take time. It's going to take time for, like, think about this for me, just for a second. I take time out of my own life, 2 weeks, not paid, all right? So I lose money to do this research on my own, which I actually enjoy doing, right? So that costs me money twice. Okay? Now, imagine if I needed a team of 10 to do that. I've got to pay those people a living wage, plus we need the equipment to do the research in all kinds of weather and during each season of the year.
Right. Yeah, we get it, Travis. If only there was some way that you could dedicate your time into a field of research so that you're paid to do these observations. Oh, what is that? Oh, wait.
I don't want to do it to make money. I don't want to do
You're shitty at doing it too.
Yeah, we let you talk.
Wow. Wait, now, okay, wait, Zanuck. Zanuck, now.
Dude, you're the worst researcher of all time.
Zanuck, okay, wait, hold
I don't mean that in a
hold.
bad way. I mean it in a
Yeah,
good way.
Zanuck, you're so fucking tacky. You're
Start
so
using
fucking tacky, man.
reference points so you can figure out what you
We
actually
don't
see.
care how you feel, Travis. People do the thing that you're asking to be done, but they dedicate their lives to it and they get paid to do it versus taking time out of their life to do it. So you're just disparaging all of your work because you said, "Oh, well, I would rather be
Try
construction."
some more, Nidhug. Oh, the poor scientists. Oh, you're
They're not
besmirching their
poor.
name.
What are you
Boo
talking
hoo.
about? Travis is saying,
Get
"Poor me, I
over
didn't
it.
have money to do it. I can't do this without $500,000 in a team of 5." Well, you should have been a researcher then, dummy, and you would have gotten paid to do it.
Okay, hold on
Really?
now,
You
real
can prove
quick,
that they
wait,
would have paid him
please.
to research
Everyone,
this
please
particular
wait.
subject in
Stop
this
talking,
particular way?
stop talking, Bob. So twice now, I have been name called. I've been name called twice now in the past couple of minutes. Okay, by two globes. Okay, that's unnecessary, and the reactions that are happening right now are not even keeled. All right, they're not realistic. I'm not asking for money to make money so that I can win the lottery. It's a realistic situation where I went into one field that I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life doing, right? I got a master's degree in a field that I studied myself out of. Okay, I lost my job because I began to question my authorities. So I've been there, I've done that.
Attempted master degree in?
I'm sorry, did you say attempted master's degree?
You said you bailed out because or did you finish it?
No, I got my degree.
In what?
Okay, listen.
Hey, props to you if you got a master's degree.
I don't give a shit what
master's
you
degree in?
respect, Zanuck. I don't give a shit what you respect.
I'm not doing it to give it to you to make you feel better. I'm just curious what it is.
Fucking getting trolled by trolls and I'm falling for it.
What is the master's degree in?
Have fun.
Does anyone know? He told me this before. I probably forgot. What was his master's degree in? Anyone know? Psychology?
Why does it matter?
Psychological warfare?
Why does it matter?
Well, I don't know. Part of what the point I think he was saying, and the funding that is given to quote unquote scientists, because there's usually large corporations that want them to do something for them, is immense. So I think maybe that was partly his point, is that when there's so much funding given from corporations for scientists, quote unquote, to carry out certain actions, and then there's virtually no funding for anything that they don't deem as something that they want to fund or that they think is worth debunking or looking further into. So there's a massive.
One of the people he brought up.
Your mic is crap, Kosho.
Yeah, you're roboting, Kojo.
Yeah, once you bring in funding, it brings in the other thing that, you know, they can control you a little bit on what they want your outcome to be, or, you know, not, you know, when you come up with a different outcome than they were looking for, they might pull your funding and not get you published and all that. Hurt that chance anyway.
Guys, I'm glad it's calmed down now. Holy Jesus.
Yeah, you got rid of Travis, man. Jesus, he's a problem. Y'all got to start muting him more.
Oh,
Hey.
I'm still here.
Hell yeah.
Gio, do you know what a wet blanket is?
Travis, he reminds me of Damoc. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, just keep in mind, the thing about muting people is that then they're out of the conversation. So if two people are talking and then, but I mean, I guess you're right. Yeah, if somebody does something, throws an insult, then I guess they're losing their chance to be in it. But I'm just saying, if we do that, it shuts off that person's ability to keep staying in the combo.
Do you know what a wet blanket is, Gio?
I guess that's what he called you earlier.
Yeah, I never even knew what it was. I had to look it up. I was asking if you actually knew what it was.
I want everyone
fire.
I think that's just like somebody being a bummer, a downer kind of thing.
Yeah.
Someone who's fun as a wet blanket.
This is a great topic right here.
Most science historically has been under commission or under patronage.
Right. So if the wealthy organizations are the one funding the science, is it really independent science, quote unquote? I mean, how many people are they?
No.
You want to get in? So go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Just cut the owner of the server off and you'll get in.
Okay, go on. Sorry, my apologies.
No, I just want to finish my 10 seconds, but it's all good. I guess go ahead.
No, so I was going to say that at various times, when you say organization, at some points it was post-Renaissance, it was the church, most of it, or royal patronage. Post-Industrial Revolution, it was corporation, or it was universities competing for contracts from larger organizations, usually for strategic or geopolitical advantage. You're right, there's been some organization of some sort.
Money and advantage, right, is what they're looking for. They're not going to throw funding at it. I'd like to make a further point about this. When an individual, like a scientist in the past, has done individual work and like has come up with all these theories and, you know, blah, 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 they were usually deemed as a quack, right, until corporations and people who wanted to fund him figured out that what he was saying could be used to make profit. And that's where usually the funding came from.
I don't know about all that.
Depends really which science. In astronomy, that's definitely not the case. Astronomy's always been out there and on its own anyway, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Rocky. I would say that more applies to like engineers and inventors, people that invent things.
Yeah,
you know,
the material.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's what I was thinking about mostly. But going with your point with the astronomers, usually when you get a bunch of people together doing one thing like that, you're going to have an individual in the group that can fund the experiments, right? So then it takes off. But it's still biased by that, right?
Astronomy in the modern context has never had any problem with funding. There's always been a royal observatory. There's always in every royal household in Europe, and
that's my point.
And the church initially embraced, post-Renaissance embraced astronomy because they wanted the astronomers to explore the majesty of the universe under what they thought was God's decree.
Yeah, so huge bias and huge funding. Yeah, that's my whole point.
Sure.
Yeah, with the
But
cat,
if you go back
with the Pope's biggest telescope in the world called Lucifer.
Sure, but
Rocky,
that's
do you think it shouldn't be getting this funding?
No, that I'm just saying it kind of it comes together. So once you get a church or a royal family funding the telescopes and whatever you need to do your research, then of course you're going to want to get, there's going to be some bias created by that. Of course there is. There's no way to deny that.
if you look at the two main ages of astronomy bound by the vernacular which we modern taught, you've got the Ptolemaic age, which obviously is under patronage, of Greek society. So it was more from the philosophical treatise. Then you got Galileo and Copernicus, and that age coming through to the Renaissance. They were under both royal and papal patronage, most of them. But there was an immense dissatisfaction amongst the patrons and what was actually being presented to them. The Roman Catholic Church was not remotely happy with what Copernicus was spending his money on, or what he was asserting, or what he was postulating with them. So it hasn't always worked such that what comes out of evaluation is necessarily purposeful. There is a difference between that and like what you were talking about a minute ago. The material sciences and engineering clearly have a very, very strong research bias. The industrial military complex clearly takes those things in a direction which is strategic. But that's not to say it's not purposeful. It just means that other things potentially, which may be useful to society in a larger framework, are to some extent ignored or retarded in the development.
Well,
yeah, just put aside, like brush aside, and go with the main, like the mainstream. Go with my mainstream narrative as your funder, right? Like that's what we see today too. Yeah, of course.
We do.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm glad you agree. I'm gonna chalk this up as a win, actually.
But be clear. Even if you think that things like that are sidelined, there's very little evidence that they have no inertia, they have no momentum, because someone will fill in the gap and someone will find financial or scientific purpose to take it forward. Marine biology trickles along quite nicely. Evaluation of what animals are on in the rainforest and what chemicals they may yield from the pharmaceutical industry on fringe stuff that's not about making loads of money for the big pharma, they will trickle along. Most things will people will have, with a passion, will fill the gaps in, and they will take things along, but it may not necessarily move the speed it should do. I agree with that much.
Hey, just real quick, we had a huge debacle earlier today about the whole funny thing happened on the
wet blanket.
Funny thing happened on the way to the moon. So I went back, I got on and looked at the footage, and everything that we remember in terms of the concept is still there. Okay, so I clipped out the timestamp from the show, and then I did a 7-minute little breakdown if you're interested in looking at my synopsis. But
is it 39 minutes?
Had Smooth taken the time, it would not have been difficult to understand everything that was happening. It's absolutely insane.
He did take his time. He took our time that we'll never get back.
That was insane.
We'll never get that back.
I watched it. I didn't see it. I didn't see what I saw before. I didn't see what Jin saw before.
No.
You don't count, Jeremy. You're on drugs. No. You got to start drug testing this
place. You saw what you saw before. We just said what we saw incorrectly.
Did you see a guy with an acetate or translucent kind of earth film with the earth on it or something? Put it in front of the window?
Okay, I never saw that. What I watched today when I got home, was what I have seen before. the narrator gives the breakdown. You know, you can't see anything because it's pitch black dark except for the appearance of the Earth. So her narration tells us what's happening. But when she gets to the point of where he removes the filter, I think she calls it that, because they create their own Terminator line. So the Terminator line creates an imperfect circle. And you can see that when it gets to the point to where she says, now they're taking the filter off, that it's then a more full circle. You can clearly see that the shape is not the same as it was before. So they clearly removed something from the image. But it's all right there. It's absolutely insane that he wasted our time like that. Somebody who's been published, I suppose.
Well, I mean, bro, me and Jen remembers seeing this translucent film too that they put in front of the window. Where I didn't make that up out of nowhere.
Well, what I watched today, I felt like I had seen that before. I hadn't seen anything different. I didn't feel like I was missing something. It was all.
That's what we were talking about. What if there's two separate videos somehow? Like, you know, because I don't remember the translucent thing, but I remember what I watched today. And it's funny because I actually started watching it last night and fell asleep, and then the topic today was this. So that's weird too. Logos or ether or whatever you want to call it. Like, I haven't watched that in years. I put it on last night and fell asleep, and then today that was the topic, which was kind of stupid and scary.
Well,
But I saw it as I saw it today at 49 minutes.
Hey, get a soda.
I timestamped this video here, and it does a really good in-depth description on what exactly was happening at the time that footage is trying to cover, as well as to have real pictures from that event and what the Earth looked like from there. And it's got full entire context of that event.
Can you give us your synopsis, Kosha, of that video that you posted?
I mean, I did earlier this morning, and
okay.
Everybody everybody claimed there was something they put in front of the screen, but from what I remember, it was completely taken out of context. And what actually was happening was they were about to do the turnaround, where they start turning the what do they call it, the command capsule. It starts to 360s to cool it down or to control the heat that's hitting it. Anyways, and while they were doing this, they got a good opportunity to see the Earth, and so they were going to start a stream directly to the people of Earth, and so they were setting that whole thing up, and that's what you're seeing is them kind of fumbling on setting that up with and then it wasn't supposed to be live either. It was supposed to be recorded and then shown later. But there's nothing that they put in front of the screen or anything.
Then it looked like they like either when the Terminator line came from the right towards the left, that was a strange point. I don't know if that's the same, like if that's edited, if that's a different part of the video and they just put it there in this narration, but you know, they were showing how they did the Terminator line.
That was actually one of the main reasons they were thinking it was because they were talking about turning the rocket around and stuff, and then they're like, hey, well, we have a really cool shot of the 2/3 or 3/4 moon, or 2/3 3/4 Earth. So basically, like, you know, like a Earth with like a phase, basically. I guess they thought that would be cool to show to people. So the Terminator line thing, and it probably looks eerie, but it was kind of the point of what they were showing.
But it wasn't a phase in the beginning. It was as full as you see it, like around. It was kind of oblong, like the top of it was distorted, but it wasn't Terminator line. And then later on in the video, it has a Terminator line.
Yeah, but like I said, the way that they put it in that video was kind of jumbled and dishonest, to be honest with you.
Okay,
That wasn't
spliced, like edited or whatever. Yeah, I don't trust the video. I mean, you know, the video seems weird. When you start telling me we were making this documentary and oops, NASA mistakenly sent this that the public wasn't supposed to see, and we were able to barely get it into the, you know, that starts telling me a story that doesn't add up to me. I call, right, turn your cards over. So I don't really trust this video, but it is debatable on certain people saw certain things. I mean, you know, a couple people today thought they, you know, they showed a plate with the Earth on it, you know, whatever they called it. I never saw that.
All right. Well, the guy who made this video did a great job at really going in depth on, and he's got the recorded recordings of them talking back and forth and the transcript of it and everything. And yeah, so I would check this out. I timestamped it, but shout out to Jim Panda.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch it. Oh, I'd say if Jim Banda put it together, he did a lot of research on that. I've probably seen it, but I'm gonna go watch it again.
Yeah.
So, do you know what a wet blanket is?
Say that once more.
Do you know what a wet blanket is?
Yeah.
Nice. What about a pig in a blanket? You know what a pig in a blanket is?
Yeah, I usually eat kosher, but they're tasty.
Nice.
Kosher.
Interesting question.
I like kosher water.
Denmark, you don't eat meat, right?
Did you say Democ?
Yeah, because I mentioned. I've heard you say before that we're meant to eat.
I eat
You're a
that. I mean, I
vegan?
just got done eating a steak the other day.
Really? I thought you were a
Yeah,
vegetarian.
my point is to vegetarians and people that think they're a vegetarian or think meat and something else like meat's not a vegetable, that's retarded, because everything on the planet that eats something that's made of meat, that thing either eats a plant, right, or the thing they eat eats a plant. So like everything is a plant, even the meat, like a seed is a meat. So when they say, hey man, meat eater, this and that, like if you call the seed that makes every fucking plant, every plant comes from a seed, and if that's a meat, then nobody can be a vegetarian, or everybody is a vegetarian. I mean, you know what I mean? Everyone is a vegetarian. Everything's vegetables. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Not really you have to pick or choose any. I'm just saying the people that think they're only eating that, like when you eat meat, you're a vegetarian too. That's my point.
No, I understand what
So
you
because
meant.
a cow eats grass, you're not eating meat?
Yes,
Because,
sir.
well, actually, the cow doesn't even get its muscle mass from the grass. It actually ferments the grass and creates it into this meaty bacteria sludge, and that's what it actually eats. So a cow actually is consuming meaty bacteria sludge. It's not, or that's what it's getting its actual build from, its muscles and all that.
But it's still eating grass.
It's getting it from the grass itself. It ferments the grass to create the bacteria sludge, which that's what it actually eats.
So without the grass, what's it gonna do? What's it gonna ferment?
Yeah, but botanically, a cow isn't a vegetable.
Yes, it is.
Right, exactly.
That's exactly what it is.
Not in the same.
It
Just
is
because
a
it eats
vegetable.
that doesn't mean it's a.
No. In biology,
that's where
we
the
have
grain comes from.
in biology we differentiate plants from animals. If you eat plants, you're a vegetarian. If
Who
you eat a
does?
mixture, you're an omnivore. And if you eat animals, you're a meat eater. That's what the terms mean. You can redefine them if you want to, but the common vernacular is falls on those botanical boundaries.
What about meat eating plants? And what about when you die next to the plant eats you, and then you're in the fruit, and then the animal that eats the fruit ate you through the grass, and then turned into the meat? And just because you turn the grass that's always grass into meat forever for the last trillion years doesn't mean that's not what the cow's been doing. So I mean, to say it's any other thing than the cow's made of grass would be crazy. It'd be asinine.
Yo,
I get what you're saying.
Jill, wasn't it you that showed us that cows eat birds or some shit?
Cows will eat little rodents and birds and stuff. Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
I remember seeing a video like that, like a
Seeds,
cow eating a bird.
plants.
I forgot where I saw that. I was like, what
Yeah,
the
but Demok,
fuck?
just because a cow eats grass, if you eat that meat, it doesn't mean you're a vegetarian. You're definitely not a vegetarian if you're eating meat. That's how we use the words.
Yeah, you sure are. There's no such thing
Well,
as non-vegetarian.
I kind of get what you're
vegetarian
saying.
in my book.
We're all life eaters. We're all organism eaters. That much is
Right.
true.
And that
can't detach.
organism is from moss to plants to us. Yep.
We can't detach ourselves from eating living things because, by and large, that's what most organisms do, and we're an organism.
Grass is alive. I'm with you.
Sure, I get that much. That's why when it comes to sort of like the boundary between vegetarianism and meat eating, some religions they'll strain their tea to make sure there's no dead insects in it because they're that obsessive about not eating animals. But vegetarianism is a more stricter definition, definitely. You're right. You can't get away with not eating living things or things that have been living, as a general rule. You couldn't. You could potentially live an entirely chemically manufactured diet of minerals and nutrients you created in a lab. But you know, who wants to live like that?
You still have to get that stuff from the grass outside, or from the thing that ate from the grass outside, or the thing that ate the insect that ate the grass, or the thing that ate the mouse that ate the seeds that ate the grass, or the whatever you're talking, the fish. They're all eating algae and everything else. So whether you call it fish meat, that might as well be algae meat.
You're right. If you eat something that's naturally propagated in the life cycle, that's true. But there's nothing to say in the future you couldn't actually from the recipe of DNA replicate things artificially that aren't necessarily in the what we call the natural life cycle.
Oh, right. Yeah. I was just speaking, in general, without us messing with it.
But that's how we're designed to eat. We're designed to eat things that live, that are alive or have been alive recently. It's a food chain, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just get it to where, like, if I eat, like, if every day of my life I woke up and ate Twizzlers, you know what I mean? I could say Twizzlers then, made up a little bit of what I am. And to say if somebody ate me 3 days from then they would be eating Twizzlers a little bit too. I couldn't say they're not.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
If you took two identical twin children and you made one a vegetarian and you made one an omnivore, and you came back in 10 years' time to evaluate them, arguably, but there'd be very little difference between them, because ultimately your system breaks down food in a way that's not that none of the constituent parts that are then utilized in your own biological framework represent anything that was went in the first place. So you need proteins, and you need the various components like carbs that make the energy. But those two twins with different diets wouldn't necessarily be radically different from each other.
Now, can you get your proteins if I gave you mushrooms? If I gave one kid mushrooms and peanuts, would that be the protein enough that he needed? And then the other kid just plant-based fruits, fruits?
Yeah. There are plenty of vegetarians and vegans who get all the nutrients they need by looking for alternatives to the compound proteins in meat. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we're going into this whole discussion, but I mean, that's a big claim right there that vegans get all the nutrition they need. I don't know if we're going to get into that whole discussion, but
that's kind of
a true statement, though.
That's kind of a different thing.
Real vegetarians and vegans actually.
Allow me to make the distinction between vegetarians who still eat things that are alive. Like you said, there's no way to get around it. But the difference between chopping down plants that dance when you play music and eating what the tree or the plant bears, like nuts or like certain fruits like raspberries and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, like that would be different than a vegetarian as well. I think because when Denmark said fruits and nuts, these are things that we don't have to necessarily kill anything to get. Like, because this is what they produce.
Sure.
Right, the cycle, like it falls, we eat it, and then like whatever we put out, hopefully is the seeds, because we don't usually digest, like the animals usually don't digest the seed itself, right?
That's true, shit, right? Well, is it true? I don't know. Never mind.
That's what I'm asking. I've always thought most of the little animals don't digest it. They're made to replant the seeds with fertilizer intact. Their poop is the fertilizer that puts it back in the dirt.
That's absolutely true.
Thinking about it, there's certain fruits that like the most of the content is seeds, and then when you use the bathroom, like all of those seeds come out.
Like corn. That's why corn won't break down, because corn is its seed.
Yep.
I love cone.
It's interesting how that happens because our bodies seem to be able to break down, things like incredibly, to where we break it down and then obviously it doesn't come out anything close to what it went in, but then seeds just make their way through. It's like there's
which are peanuts. Remember, hold on one second. I always go back to the Joe Dirt movie. He says them are space peanuts and corn, right? Now, to me, if you want to make a material on Earth, you got cement and you got these other materials that don't break down that well, right? Or they do, just depending on what they are. I'm not going to say either way. I'm not the master of saying, but I will say that if you want to make some material, I would use corn and peanuts. They don't break down.
Yeah, well, I was commenting on the thing that they don't break down through the digestive tract, because like you said, when an animal poops and then the seed goes out with it, it's like packed in its own little fertilizer pod. The seed is, so then it helps repopulate the plant. So it's just interesting that our bodies can break down a lot of things, but for some reason there might be something built into seeds or some way our digestive systems work, or they particularly won't break that down and keep it intact.
Yeah.
Gotta give it up to the creator once again. Isn't that awesome?
Give it up to evolution. Give it up.
It's only got ultimately something's got to get through your gastric barrier. Once it's in your intestines, it's fine.
Well, what about the plants that have like a certain like leaf or some kind of thing they'll put on themselves, or they'll emit some kind of wax or coating or something, like when the mosquitoes, they hear a frequency or they'll talk to each other, or the seed will be poisonous, not the seed itself, but the leaf right on the outside of it. Once you discard that, you're good to go.
Different plants have got a different way of trying to. It's like the coconut, for example. Okay, right? The coconut is designed to have absolutely zero interaction with any other organism. Coconut isn't designed to interact with any animal or any other plant. The coconut falls, and its job is to protect the seed, which is effectively inside the coconut for a whole year, and break down naturally.
Right, and then like a predominant thing, like you plant strawberries somewhere, they'll like take over the area if they can. What I think is funny is the weeds. Weeds and vines, like oak, ivy, sumac, all those things are badass, and I don't think those things are studied enough. Because like when you're talking something that protects itself, you're talking immunity. You're talking immune system. So if this plant can kill off everything around it and live no matter what forever, then wouldn't that plant have like an immune property you would want to take on?
Yep. That's why a lot of scientists lose their shit completely about the deforestations going on in the world. They're not because they're rampant climatologists, but because they understand that there's massive amounts of stuff in the biological spectrum we don't understand, which could point us in pharmaceutical research we just can't even imagine right now.
Where's the
Funguses
walking
and
plant? How do we know there's not a walking plant? We got meat-eating plants. We got we got all kinds of weird plants in the jungle, like we're talking about right now. One of a kind we'll never seen yet. They're tearing stuff down, burning it down, caves. Like if a little bit of light gets in a cave, there's going to be different plants down in there, from the island a mile out, to right outside the cave. Just because of the differential, like whatever's going on with the light, how it has to go, the temperatures, everything, the medium, the soil. So like there could be a plant that literally walks around and thinks.
There's definitely plants and particularly animals which which biologically defy the aging process better than humans do, and that's an enterprise in research and evaluation.
Turtles. They say turtles can live for a long time too. Just like the idea of creosote can live in like space or vacuums and radiation and all this other stuff. This plant called creosote, it like lives forever, right? Turtles, if you don't kill them yourself or like they don't get sick somehow, they can supposedly their insides are good for a long 400 years.
Yeah,
I mean, correct
they
me
don't.
if I'm wrong, but
No, they don't fall foul to cancer. Cancer is at the same frequency as primates do. That's definitely the case. Same as fish. Fish rarely get cancers.
frequency, you said it, because they're like copper. It's like they're copper or the water's copper and the fish is a magnet. You understand what I'm saying? Like one thing exerts the energy from the other. Like when people keep saying, "Oh, these fish are breathing air out of water, they're separating air." No, they're not. They're getting electrical continuity. They're getting a currency from the water itself, and through their biology, they're turning it into electrical currency, which gets their flow. Just like when we pump air, it's the same thing when we pump in air. They're pumping water, we're pumping air. It's no different. The fish is like a little heart going. But the frequency thing.
I don't know about that.
Frequency
But
kills the
Well,
shit.
hold on, Demok. The frequency thing he was talking about, that they get less cancer at a less rate. It wasn't frequency as in electricity, so that had nothing to do with anything.
Yes, it is. Because if you focus an electrical frequency, like an AM radio antenna frequency,
It
like
had
if
to
you
do
have
with
a
the
tower.
rate of getting cancer, not electricity.
Yeah, listen, I wasn't done yet.
I was
So the
talking about
frequency is
statistics.
what causes the cancer or can kill the cancer. Because if I dry cancer out on a toilet seat, if I put cancer outside of your body, it's no longer in the frequency of liquid and wetness. Now it's dry as hell. So frequency or dryness or depriving that of that will kill it. So if you aim or focus a frequency in on something that needs your body to live, and you can focus it through that little area, and you can focus the frequency there, it'll dry it out and kill it. It won't be in the medium of your body per se. It'll be in the frequency right now, and the frequency will make it react to a design pattern that will dry it the fuck out.
Okay, thank you.
The same frequency that you think is turning ozone layer into what it is, because sunlight hits the air. Okay, that sunlight is electromagnetic frequency. So if electromagnetic frequency or electricity is what's converting air to O3, then we should all be using that in our car. We should all be using that for fuel, right? And if we have a frequency and you block our life cycle rhythm frequency, whatever that is, like if you stop it, won't that kill us or hurt us? So if you stop the frequency of something that's growing in you, it's going to kill it.
You talk about what we call metabolism normally.
Well, we have a degree that we can get hot. We can get, just a second. We can get hot like 100 and whatever degrees, right? Once we go beyond that degree or frequency of temperature, that'll kill us too. So like if you focused a beam at us, you focus that little beam at us, it would kill us.
We've got a ridiculously narrow temperature band that we can live in, definitely.
It's the same for other living organisms, like a flea to a bed bug to a roach to an ant to a cockroach to a fly. They all have their different spectrums of what they can handle.
Yep, definitely.
Same with another living thing. So if you have a living thing in your body that hurts you, it is a living thing that you can deprive it of life. So.
Yeah.
It was a little off
Well,
topic.
I'm not a doctor, and I don't know shit. Disclaimer.
That is the truth. Hey, does anyone know what Travis has a master's in? I got to take a phone call before he answered.
What, you don't?
I think it's a master's in divinity, I think.
Ah, it's a good one. That's a good one to have a master's in. I could see why he pursued other areas.
I have a master's degree in everything you don't understand.
You have a master's degree in buckets.
Buckets of reality.
Show me the bucket.
I know, buckets are real. Show me a curved
Yo,
cliff. Show me the cliff of the globe.
Yo, Damak. If everything is electricity, like how do nuclear reactions happen?
Well, it depends on what you're calling a nuclear reaction, sir.
Bucket of heat.
What do you
Are you talking
think
about a
nuclear
hot rock
reaction?
boiling water? I mean,
What?
That's clearly what a nuclear reaction is. The Tsar bomb was a big pot of water with a big hot rock in it.
well, I mean, how do you split the atom? Let's just start there. How did Oppenheimer or Heimer, whoever, Cartoonheimer, Walt Disneyheimer,
But
how
Damak,
did he
I
split
asked
the
you
atom?
a question. I'm hoping you could provide us with an answer.
You're asking
You
me
believe
about
that
your
we can
belief of nuclear energy. I
Elijah,
don't know
hot
about
mic.
your belief. My belief
No,
is
but
it's done with electricity, so you can take a spark or an arc and shock whatever you want and boil it or get the energy out of the rock or whatever you want. Now, if you can detest that, then I'm fine.
so there's no such thing as nuclear reactions then? Or I'm confused.
You're confusing me. You're telling me nuclear reaction. You keep saying a word, but what is that? You're confusing me.
That stuff
Nuclear
that
reaction
powers.
is just when a nucleus interacts with another nucleus or some other particle, right?
So another word for another word. So nucleus and you know what lightning is, right? Electricity when you rub across the carpet and you can shock the door. You can demonstrate that to yourself, even your kids, your friends, your neighbors. Now hold on. Can you demonstrate your nucleus of whatever you're talking about?
It's not lightning. It's static electricity.
Yeah, that's what the clouds do to make lightning. Thank you.
No, they don't.
So like nuclear power
Yeah, they do.
plants, what are they doing, Damak?
They don't.
Nuclear power plants, they're boiling water.
Using what?
Rubbing their carpets.
Fire or electricity.
Rubbing
Either
their
hot
hair.
rods of electricity that they heat up through electrical current, or they heat it up through fire, which is voltage of electricity. Which one do you
Then
prefer?
why don't they call them like electrical fire power plants? Like why do they call them nuclear?
Because they're stupid and they want to sell you some fucking stories, man. They want to sell you a big 20-page book instead of giving you one word. This is electricity.
Uh-huh.
So I got a question for you, Demick. Why do nuclear power plants exist to supply electricity and not the other way around?
Hold on, say, why did what?
So cities' power grids use electricity. The electricity is generated from power plants and distributed across the power grid. Why do they have to do that if nuclear energy is just electricity? Why can't they just have the power grids?
Well, they're getting their power grid from the water that they heat up. You keep saying the word nuclear, but all you mean is hot rocks or hot water. From hot water, you get electrical steam, current, right, flow, torque, and that's sent to your house. What are you talking about? What are you asking?
You're just saying
Why would
disjointed
they need to do
words.
that? Because that's the process in which they do it.
No, you're just saying disjointed words. Hot rock, and then you said you said static electricity, and
Hold
then
on,
you said
which part
torque.
about hot don't you comprehend? We'll go word by word. Which
It's,
part
it's
about
all of
hot
it. It's
loses
all
you?
of it together. How about that? All
So
of
you
it
don't know
together.
what hot is. Hold on, that
It's
means
just
not cold.
a big word
Opposite.
salad is what
Whoa,
you said.
hold on a minute, bro. You told me I'm gonna go. Hot means not cold. Rock is a
No,
thing, any material you
wrong.
find outside, like
Immediately
sand,
wrong.
dirt,
Hot does
rock,
not mean not cold.
metal.
Demick, you can't say hot means not cold. That's just stupid.
That's exactly what it is. It's not
No,
No,
cold.
wait a second. Rock means not nut rock.
No, rock means any material
it
outside in
means
your backyard,
Any
ground.
material.
Our definitions
Huh?
are just whatever the
Are you
opposite is.
okay?
Right? So
So
hot is
sand
not
isn't a
cold.
rock and dirt's not made
Rock,
from rocks. Rocks
rock
are
is
dirt and
not
sand.
rock. What
What
else?
kind of
Electricity
material?
and
What kind of nuclear
electricity.
material we need? What's this? What's the magic nuclear material we need?
Show me helium
Why are you
rocks,
using
please.
water if you're using nuclear material, nuclear energy? What's water got to do with it then?
What's the
Why
opposite
are
of
you
water?
using electricity at
The
all? Why are
mod.
you heating anything up?
The mods.
What's the opposite of
How
water?
does hydrogen become helium?
With electricity.
How?
Well, you
Everything's
ask the guys who
electricity.
give it to you, and the guys who
According
give
to
it to
them.
you in the bucket will tell you. They shut
Well,
you.
No, but you have
well,
degrees
You
in
go
things
to the
we don't
store. You
understand.
go to the store.
No.
You don't have any helium. You got a story. Now shut up. I'll fill in the
So
blanks.
helium and
You got a
hydrogen are
story
not
of what you
real?
think because you got to go buy it in a bucket. You can't go get any natural helium. Go show me some real helium somewhere in
There we
nature.
go
So
with the
helium
buckets.
and hydrogen are not real.
They're in mines
Go
in the
get me
ground.
99% of whatever you claim.
Yeah, sure. What's
Out
your
of
mailing
nature
address?
with your camera.
What's
Take your
what's
camera
your
with you. Say,
mailing
look,
address,
Democ, this
Demick?
gas
I'll
is
send it to
real.
you.
I'm going to put it in this
What's your
jar.
mailing
I'm going to
address,
contain
Demick?
it for you. This is
What's your
100% of
mailing address,
nitrogen.
Demick? I'll
This
send
is
it to you.
100% of oxygen. Why do you guys keep talking over me after you
What?
asked me to tell you something?
Because I'm giving you your
There's
answer.
4 of you,
What's
not
your
1.
mailing address, and I'll send you some helium.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
you're going to
helium
send me some
test that we
helium, but you're going to get it
yeah.
from the man. You're not going
Yeah,
to go get it from
I'm gonna
outside your
send you some
backyard.
helium. What's your mailing address?
You're going to go live and get it in the jungle?
No, I'm gonna
Well, wait.
send it to you. I'm
No,
gonna
I want to
send it
see
to you.
you
What's
grab
your
it.
mailing
No,
address?
no, 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 no.
You
I
asked
can
me
go
to
get my
send it
own.
to you.
No,
Then.
thanks.
So,
I just want to see you contain your own fart.
He doesn't want your
okay,
fart.
it's not helium.
Yeah,
So
if you can't
what's
contain
the
your own fart, then
confusion?
you're not going to get me no gas from anywhere. Shut
You
up.
must be
Quit telling
confused,
stories.
then, because that's
Show
not
me how you
helium.
would go contain gas, Pokemon.
Yeah,
Show me
I'll
how you
mail it
catch
to
the
you.
Poke gas.
I'll mail the video
Huh?
to you.
You're
What's
going to
your
mail the
mailing
video
address?
to me. You're not going to show
Yeah.
everybody else.
No,
No, I
I'm
don't
just
do
gonna send
secret
it to you.
science. No, I don't want no secret buddies. You
Well,
send
that's
it to
cool.
everyone.
You asked for it. Why don't you want it now?
Because everybody's going to go over it live. Why don't you want to do that, science boy?
I'm
You
gonna
hiding your
I'm gonna
science?
send it to you personally.
Now
What's
we
the
got
mailing?
secret magic science, you guys. This is where we're going to.
Yeah, it's what you asked for, Demick. So I'm giving you what you asked for.
No, I asked for the video that shows everybody what you're talking about and making up,
Yeah,
which you can't
I'm gonna
produce.
One
You
send
keep
front view,
telling me
one
you're going to
side
send
view.
me
little box.
private videos and
Yeah, I'm gonna
private
send you a little
messages.
box.
I never asked for any of that.
And
I
have
said, don't
helium in
send
it
me that
too.
stuff, to
It's
be
gonna be in a
exact,
bucket. It's gonna be
because
in a
you don't
bucket.
understand what electricity is and
It's
how to
gonna be
heat
a
up
bucket of
rocks.
helium and a little videotape. So what's your mailing address?
Hey, can
Is
I
that
jump
how
in
you
just
make
real quick?
helium?
Hey,
It's
can I?
it's a bucket with helium and a little tape in it.
Well, how
What's
do
your
you make
mailing address?
hydrogen? Where did you get that from?
Is
How
your
about
mailing address in
nitrogen
a
or
lab by
argon?
chance?
You got them from
Is
a
your
lab?
mailing address in the lab? Is that where you live? I'll send it to you. I just need your
All
mailing
right,
address.
I
all
live
right.
in the lab, in the science lab.
All
Since
right.
this isn't a serious conversation, hey, just real quick, Brian Leakey said something to me the other day. Did George Netchuk die?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
wow,
man. I heard he died on September 12th, man.
wow, that's too bad. Honestly,
Yeah,
that's
I told Howard. I told Howard, man, so you could spread the word in here, man. But
yeah. I hadn't heard
I
anybody bring it up, and I had forgotten to follow up and ask, but that's too bad.
dude, that said that Khan died too. Like I don't know how they died. I haven't found out yet, man. I haven't reached out, but I seen the gravesite or the just like a page that said R.I.P. But I thought it said R.I.P. and Khan, like they both died or something. So that makes me curious. Like I know that his house caught on fire, but his dog didn't die, and neither did he. And I'm thinking, man, because I think it said he was born in like 55 or something, or 52. That made him pretty old.
You guys talking about George Ned?
Yeah,
yeah.
I was thinking, man, he might have died from a stress-related illness due to the fact that he was, getting kind of old and his house burnt down. It might have kind of stressed him or something. Maybe made him sick. I don't know. Does anybody know how he died?
Well, rest in
Nobody did
peace.
sound stressed.
Rest in peace to him. Even though I didn't agree with his viewpoints, I still
Same here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rest in peace, man.
Yeah, something
Same
about that
here.
aggravating fucker was very likable.
Hey, sometimes it's the ones you don't like that you do like in a weird way, right?
He's smart, dude. He was smart. I feel like he was, I feel like he was hypnotized, for a fair way to put it, but he was definitely a smart man, very smart.
Is it fair to say that whatever the truth is, he might or might not know what that is at this point?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, he most certainly knows. He definitely knows at this point.
Yeah, he knows something. He knows a little more than we do right now. I bet she's looking down like you motherfuckers. Some of you are right, some of you are wrong.
He's like standing right next to us. He's standing right next to us, yelling at us.
Would he come here? Would he come here and debate with you guys?
And more so in Brandon and Jose JG.
Dude, we all had a fit, dude. When you never heard a room explode than when George Numchuck said, when he said that water, and he had a point, but the way it came out it was so funny. He said water freezes from the bottom up.
Yeah.
And everybody just exploded, and you hear me yelling over everybody. So every year, every winter, you got a bunch of fish flopping on top of ice, huh, George? And but everybody, the room exploded when he said that. Like the dumbest shit he ever said.
I find it hilarious that nobody can quite get his name right. To me, he will always be
Not yet.
George Netanyahu. He will always be George Netanyahu. I don't give a fuck what his real name is. That's his name. Rest in
It's
peace,
not
man.
yet. It's George Nunchuck. But I call him. Everybody knows what I'm talking about when I say George Nunchucks.
He was right about the ice, but it depends on whether it's in your freezer. In your freezer, the open portion, right, in the like it's this closed situation. So in that situation, he might have noticed the bottom get a little colder or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? So to him, he might be like, you motherfuckers, this is what I noticed.
Well, what he meant was not what he said. He meant that it freezes from the bottom down. In other words, when the ice, once it freezes, it starts collecting from the bottom, but it still doesn't go from the bottom up. It goes from the bottom down. It goes from the top down, and then the bottom of the ice
From the
down.
surface of the water. From the surface of the water down.
Right.
But anyway, I had meant to ask the group, and I kept forgetting till just now. So, yeah.
Man, you got the most interesting topic going at the moment, dude, with the lensing thing, man.
That's man, today's discussion was really good. I finally got insight into what Beerman brought up, and it was a good penny drop. It was really good.
It sure does open up the mind, dude. I'm like, man, this is a possibly really good explanation to describe some shit, man. Man, that was awesome, dude. It got anything like that piques the interest and rearranges your brain like a Jeopardy board, like scrambles. Like you got to think.
You guys talking about lenses and stuff? You guys talking about lenses and the way the eye works and all that shit?
But more so projecting that out into the aether band, into the air.
Okay, so you know that's a good idea, but I can find the flaw in that ideology, right? And whatever you come up with, if you don't know the external walls, because the way the eye works, right? I think that the space of where you're in has also a lot to do with the rendering part, right? So if we don't know the parameters, right, where the sky stops, where the sides stop, we can't really make a proper assessment on how perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't calculate it to perfection because there's so many variables that we're missing.
Are you talking about both the way our eye works and the way the air works together?
Dude, 100%. It's just like the long hallway situation, right? If you eliminate the walls, you still get the same effect. The problem is everything is blended in together, right? You won't see the walls; you will just see the rest of the world, and everything concentrated on the focal point. But that's the way you see how you see it in the long hallway. It's because of the wall, right? We have those parameters there. But I'm saying on the Earth, doing measurements to take account how if we don't really know the parameters.
Yeah. I mean, I could jump on real quick and show you guys in 5 minutes what it took us 2 hours to talk through. But
Yeah,
yeah,
go
I
ahead.
mean, if you want to go to my channel, you can see the full discussion because we kind of like, Beer Man is looking at something. This is the way I finally kind of like described it is as if you're trying to teach someone how to look at a 3D poster. You look at a 3D poster, it just looks like blah. And then you say to the person, well, you kind of like got to let your eyes relax and just kind of get out of focus. And you can either get it or don't get it, or you finally get it, and then you can now do it all the time. So it was just a matter of like trying to take in what he was saying. But yeah, I mean, give me a second. I'll pull up the video that was, I think, probably the best.
Shit, if you can, and if it doesn't bother anyone, give me the highlights.
Yeah, it'll just be a quick one. But give me a minute or two. You guys can talk. I'll come back in a couple minutes.
I think not knowing whether hypothetical ceiling of the so-called flat Earth might be, it really affects us on working out perspective exactly. Because the ground we could somewhat fudge it because we have access to the ground. We don't have access to the limit of the sky.
Why can't it just be a flat Earth flying through space and like stars and everything still exist?
What?
Like why can't?
What?
Why can't? Why?
No, that was rhetorical, bro. It was rhetorical. I heard your question.
Why is it going to be stationary? Why can't it be moving?
Listen.
Why do you decide my flat Earth model?
It's the same issue both ways, okay? No. If you want to argue for a globe, or if you want to argue for a flat Earth projecting through space, you still have to have empirical evidence for that, not just observational interpretation, which is what the globe Earth and pizza flying through space Earth is.
What?
You see things.
Pizza flying through space Earth would explain a lot of the stars and constellations. It would explain a lot of things like orbits. It wouldn't have to be a projection on like a ceiling.
Is it me or does he sound very low?
Yeah, very low.
Sorry.
Well,
it's me.
I can hear him still, but I can hear him
just
still.
very low.
My bad.
Good thing is the room's quiet right now, so
you're way better there, bro.
Like if it's stationary, then we have to we flat earthers have to explain a lot of things about the sky and the orbits of the sun and moon.
Yeah, I think it's part of nature, and I think they're close. And if Earth
hold on,
let's
address what he asked. Why do you think we have to do that?
Why does it have to be stationary?
No. Why do you think that we have to provide, like, maybe to ourselves? Yeah, but why do you think that we have to provide answers to anyone else?
Well, hang on. If it's flat and we observe it as flat from ground level, and like it's really really hard to discern the curvature as opposed to optical effects. So why is it that when we look up, do we have to say that it's stationary? Like, why can't we flat earthers say it's moving? It's moving and the stars are moving, or do we have to say that the sky is moving?
It seems more practical to say that the sky is the thing that's moving.
We see it moving.
Yeah, it's like it's not necessarily the truth. It just seems to be logical deductions, right?
You
can't prove that it is or isn't, but it doesn't seem to be moving. The things that seem to change is whatever's in the sky. So that seems logical, at least, to be able to progress to another step, right?
What was funny? Go ahead.
I can't think of a way to have two rotations, man. I can't think of a way to have two separate rotations if it's us moving.
Yeah, first of all, that's not include. That's not. Here's my point: is that what you just said about your assumption, what your assumption would be. I think if you really thought about it, it's the exact opposite. if you found yourself to be in some sort of frame in which everything else outside of that frame was moving nearly uniformly, there's different movements, but they all have a the rotating around thing. If every object was doing that, as an adult, being having the experiences you've had on Earth, you would think that it was actually you that was moving. Like you would realize, oh, I'm on a bus, or I'm on a train, or I'm on a ship, because everything else around me is moving together. It's actually it would be bizarre if it were the case that we were stationary.
Yeah, but everything's not
everything
moving
around us
together,
was
Coach. And you're my.
Hold on, Brian. Hold on. Are you done, Kosho? See, I find it weird, right? What you just said sounded good, right? To the sophisticated ear, it sounds good, right? But we've only conceptualized a sphere model for what, hundreds of years, right? All throughout the eons, people had depicted some sort of stationary Earth, right? That seems to be logic to everyone at every time. It isn't but this past years, right, that we have thought of that idea. And so what you're saying is,
right,
a relatively new idea is more logical than the original idea, which is that we are stationary and everything else moves. That everybody else seems to intuitively vibe with. Is that what you're?
Also, everything isn't moving the same. You have the
Right.
sidereal cycle, which is different than the solar cycle, which is different than the lunar cycle.
Address that,
So
though.
they're not all the same, and you don't know that each one of each star is a different thing. It could be
Yes.
all one big tapestry or something. You have no
Because
idea.
we're
They're
assuming
separate.
uniformity.
I addressed that. I literally
There's
addressed
an
that.
assumption of
That-
uniformity.
No, there was
That-
not.
that-
First of all, I was trying to be quick with it, so I didn't take up too much time. But if I have to be explicit, I did address that, because it is true that there's regular motion of the moon. It's different than the sun, different than individual stars, different from different objects. This is, of course, apparent. Okay, I'm talking about the uniform motion in which everything, even with those differences, everything is still going around at that same rate, minus those differences. So even though the moon is a little bit slower than the sun, it still goes around the Earth in about a day. A little bit less, a little bit slower than the sun, but around the same time frame, because it's moving differently. But
Real quick, I have a question.
This is what I mean, though. If this were the case, like if you found yourself on a craft on Earth and things around you were moving uniformly, give or take the bird that is moving along the side of whatever you are, but also traveling, so it's going to be slightly different. You are going to have the impression that it's you that's moving, though, because you're familiar with that. With that.
Did you say a bird?
Wait, real quick.
Everything he said is just wrong.
Hold on. Wait a minute, Matrix. Who was the guy that asked, how do we know that our flat Earth isn't moving? Who was that? Pazizzle? Okay, Pazizzle. Well, I just put a meme in there. You've probably seen it before, but like the whole idea that, with the concentric circles, Kosho and I were having this talk the other day. They seem to present it as if it's an even trade, like either we're moving or the sky's moving. So if it's the sky moving, then the only way to get that is if we're not moving, because you'd have to have a stationary camera to get those perfect concentric circles. Now the globe claims that you would get the same thing, even though we're doing all these different motions, and Kosho and I were talking about that. But my logic in that is that if it's just the Earth moving that's making those perfect concentric circles, and you're not taking into account the orbit around the sun, then that doesn't make any sense, because why would you get any kind of star trails at all from the Earth moving, which is a lot less compared to what the orbit would be, or even the sun pulling us, even if that goes with the rest of the universe or whatever. You would get motion. So you have to have one perfectly stationary camera or one perfectly turning camera. You can't have it with multiple directions, in my opinion.
And to
we also discounted the possibility of some sort of hologram, right? That there's a possibility that nothing is moving. It just appears. Their lights appear to be moving.
It's possible, yes. So, to New Perspective's point about the stars, Kosho, you said when you were talking about how the motions were different between the sun and the moon, you said and individual stars. How are the motions different between stars?
There's relative movements. What are you talking about? There's even though they move around the Earth once a day, if you study them for a long period of time, you see that they're moving away from each other. You get aberration.
I'm gonna need your evidence for that.
Okay, well, we'll do that offline, okay? But I don't know if you know what stellar aberration is, but if you know anything about the Ares failure, Ares himself had measured stellar aberration. So the things you guys use as evidence is apparent.
That's not the star moving individual from another star.
Yeah, it is.
That like somehow they have different rotations or something. That's not what it is.
Yeah, well, it's their movement. It's their positions reference to us, though. They do change. They don't move together. And, you know, if you
they do
them
move
for a long
together.
period of time, well, then you wouldn't get stellar aberration. Then stellar aberration is noticing the difference when at a different point in the year.
No, man.
Yes, but we're on the other side of believing that we're orbiting the sun. If we're on one side of the sun and then the opposite side of the sun, noticing the positional difference between them gives you an idea of the angle. So you can determine the distance basically by the angular distance that it has moved.
The stellar aberration is like because the path of the light from the star it seems to be displaced as it's coming down to Earth, right? That's because the star is because it's not a straight line. It's not parallel like you guys claim it is. Ares' failure showed that when he put it in a more dense medium, it wasn't going straight into the thing because it doesn't come down straight.
Yeah, what he was trying to show was he was measuring the aberration, but that's not what aberration is. The aberration just happens on Earth. It's just like if you're looking at street lights along the highway lights or whatever. You look at the angular position compared to where you are from whatever distance you are, and then you get closer to them, they're going to appear to be further apart or whatever. The relationship's going to change, and you use that to determine your distance, their distance from you.
I don't know what to tell you, Kosho. This effect doesn't make or break either model. Okay,
no,
you would have.
I'm not saying that it does.
I know, but you're trying to point to it as evidence that the stars are different to each other, but all the stars have the same aberration. They're all going to have this diagonal type of thing because they're all moving in conjunction. So you're trying to argue that they have different aberrations even though they have the same cycle and same movement. It doesn't make sense. Okay. You know, it's like saying that all these raindrops are falling in the same direction, and yet some of them are falling more diagonal than others.
Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say to you is that if what you're claiming is the case, stellar aberration would not be a thing, and Ares wouldn't have anything to.
It would if the lights are moving, if the stars are moving.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to be changing your position in reference to them.
No, you don't.
Exactly.
If the star itself is moving and it's falling diagonally because it's moving, then you would see that exact thing. Just if the Earth was moving and the stars were coming straight down, it would still have this apparent diagonal motion.
Right, but what I'm saying is, it's not like a proof that the Earth is moving, and not in reference to the stars or something.
If you look at a moving light,
stars change position.
If you look at a moving light,
it's not proof for either model. So I don't know why you're citing.
It's not meant to be
for individual
for a model.
I know, but you're saying because of stellar aberration, Ares failure, you're saying that the stars relative to each other have different motions.
Yeah, the star. I mean, you can tell that there's either there's a case that one is much further than the other, and maybe they're rotating the Earth, because that's not my point. Is whether we're rotating or they're rotating. The point is that, I mean, the only point I was making was that there's a consistent motion around the Earth like each day, given that there's also slight changes for longer periods of times, because there are the positions don't move uniformly, because like I said, there's aberration, there's parallax, there's all sorts of other phenomena.
No, man.
There's the regular motion.
If your point was just that they're different between the solar cycle, the lunar cycle, the sun's timing, the moon's timing, the star's timing, that's fine. But to say between the stars themselves, that's you're going too far.
There's plenty of. I mean, like I said, I have a litany of evidences to show you for that, but that's just not even a point, though. But yeah, I mean, if the aberration wouldn't even be a measurement to be made if that weren't the case. If they didn't change, if they stayed consistent, so they clearly don't.
Of course, you could still measure the aberration.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That they change. I'm saying that so the movement across the sky is going to be different. Otherwise, you wouldn't measure anything.
No, because the aberration will change depending on how long it takes for the thing, whatever it is, whether it's light from a star or a raindrop from a cloud, to fall down to Earth and in the medium that it's going through. That would change the amount of degrees of arc.
Okay, so the point is that, if any given day, the things aren't moving uniformly. That's all I'm saying. But everything's not moving uniformly. If you were to check them 6 months from now, stars that were this distance apart are going to be at a slightly different relationship apart, and that's for whatever reason it is. But this was my point: is that the fact is that on a given day, everything seems to be moving at a basically regular rate.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you can, if you have a source that does measurements, or if you can measure it yourself.
Like I said, I mean, if you agree with Aries' failure being a thing, he measured stellar aberration. Like he actually made a measurement of that. So
that they're different at the same medium.
Yeah, the star. Well, yeah, in both cases, he in both cases with the water in the telescope and the regular observation, he observed aberration in both cases. He was expecting to see.
Yeah, so he observed aberration from one star. Then 5 seconds later, he did it to another star, and he noticed that the aberration was different. No. Same setup.
No, aberration.
If you got an interferometer in motion, would you agree you're going to get a bigger interference pattern if you're in motion?
No.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
No, I mean, do you have any evidence of that?
Say that,
do you have any evidence that the interferometers in motion are going to...
How do you think it detects shit in the first place?
Well, first of all, a rotating interferometer, right? It can measure its
dude, they map...
Yeah.
Dude, that's not all an interferometer does, bro.
Yeah, I know. One that is moving...
I'm going to post real quick. I'm going to post how they measure distance.
Fine, dude.
And how the diodes they use to measure distance.
Yeah.
More accurately to the fucking nanometer than anything, and you just say no. I'm trying to.
They don't do that.
That you can't disagree with, and you still disagree. Okay, I'll post it right now. All right.
Yeah, if you have one that's moving in a linear velocity, at an unchanging velocity.
Yeah, and it tells you how and why and everything. I'll post it. It's a real quick read. You just say no.
Yeah, because I understand how they work. I mean, if you think that they don't work that way, then you're probably thinking about a rotating one, like one that's used for gyroscopes. And the one like LIGO, for instance, is an interferometer. It's not used to pick up the movement of the Earth. It's used to pick up gravitational waves, because an interferometer that's stationary or moving in a linear velocity is not going to pick up movement unless it's rotating. That's another subject. You really like to see evidence of aberration or anything like that, I'll post that too. The whole point is...
Yeah, the aberration being different between stars. That's what I would like to see.
Well, aberration is the difference, but yeah.
No, aberration is the basically this apparent diagonal effect, which you can attribute either to a moving Earth and stationary, more or less stationary stars, or a moving star and stationary Earth. It's just like if I had a hose of water, and like in front of my face, I just dip from right to left, and the water's let's say it's pouring downwards. The water will seem diagonal, even though it's pouring out of the hose straight down. But because I'm moving it, it'll be a diagonal motion. It's the same exact idea. If I have just a fountain and I'm driving past it, even though the water's coming down straight and it's stationary, it's going to seem diagonal to me because I'm moving.
Yeah, if you want to look in Livestream text 1, it shows you how an interferometer measures absolute distance and absolute motion.
But basically what you're saying is that these individual drops of water from this fountain are moving, they have aberrations, they have differences from each other. Because the star trails, we know that they're the same. They have the same motion.
Give me a second. I'll post a list.
Look, unless you're saying the sidereal cycle for different stars is different, that there's multiple sidereal cycles, it really doesn't, you know, substantiate what you were saying about that it applies to individual stars.
You don't think interferometers can measure the motion of fucking stars, bro?
What? What are you talking about, dude? How is it? What are you talking about? Interferometer measuring the motion of stars? What are you talking about?
Did you see what I posted? How interferometer measures distance and absolute motion? I didn't even post the article.
Okay, this interferometer that you posted, can you post the link for it?
No, dude, I can, but I just posted.
Yeah. Because I just told you, if it's rotating, right? If it's accelerating, you can do that. It's not going to do.
They're not rotating. Interferometers don't rotate, bro. Bro, you're thinking of something else. Interferometers don't have any moving parts, bro.
Maybe, I mean, there's truth on both sides. Like, both conceptions of the Earth have their own kind of things where they seem stronger than the other side. So maybe in the end it'll be that it's a mixture of both. That's the truth. Like, instead of it being a heliocentric with a spinning ball and or just like a flat Earth where everything's motionless, maybe it's just going to be like, you know, a motionless ball. Who knows?
Middle of the road fallacy.
I'm just surprised, like, I got friction from that, because that's what they use to determine, like, the exact specific amount of rotation. You know, that's.
Yes, I said that, dude. I specifically said that. I said measuring rotation.
Yeah, stars moving, right?
I'm not, not moving in a linear path.
Yeah, but they do move. I mean, interferometry does detect that motion too. I just posted it. But like I said, I thought maybe he was mistaken it with something else. But that's what they use to measure star motion.
For that, man.
So if you slowed the light down, I'd get a bigger interference pattern, right?
No.
No. So if the light slowed down for whatever reason, I wouldn't get a more interference pattern.
But that's the whole point. The Michelson-Morley, like the Michelson-Morley, the first one they did with the stationary, basically the stationary interferometer.
Bro, you're thinking of something else.
That's an interesting concept, actually. If you slow the light down, you're decreasing the frequency, right? So you would be increasing the wavelength, and the interference pattern would be different, right?
Yeah, but
that's how the interferometer works, literally, and it doesn't have any moving parts. It's not the same as a gyroscope. You know, it's in the same category, but that's what it's used for. It's for nano fucking meters and then out on the fucking star scale. But then it also measures motion. You know, they put a certain diode in there, and they can measure absolute motion and distance too.
By that logic, though, if you're increasing the wavelength as you're slowing it down, does that mean that it becomes more red if it's visible light?
Yeah, but
if it's in motion, yes. If the light is in motion, then you'll get a different wavelength. You'll get an interference.
Light doesn't have a different speed just because you're. I mean, this is the whole thing of special relativity. Light is going to travel.
Bro, you're
at the
arguing just
speed
to
of
argue,
the
bro.
frame.
By the medium.
Yeah, it's going to be different for an observer with the frame or not with the frame. But the thing that it's reading is with the frame. It'll pick up things like
How do
rotation.
you think it measures the rotation?
Because that's an accelerated frame.
Pattern? So
that's what I'm saying to you.
How does it know? How does it know that? How does it know how does it detect rotation then?
I just said that clearly in 3 or 4 words.
Say it again.
It's an accelerating frame. It can pick that
No,
up.
I didn't ask you what it is. I'm saying how. How do we?
It can
how
pick
does it?
up accelerated frames.
But how does it pick it up? What does it show us different?
Jesus Christ! Because the light is not moving in a linear velocity. The accelerated frame is going to cause the whatever's holding the interferometer. The light is going to it is not going to meet up at the same rate as it would if it were
Right. It doesn't have a speedometer
velocity.
on it though, right? It doesn't have a speedometer. How does it detect it? What's it show up as interference, right?
It's not going to work as a speedometer.
For fuck's sake, bro! You're arguing just to argue, Coach. I'm gonna back off.
No, dude.
So I had a random
interferometers
thought.
do not pick up linear velocity.
I had a random thought. If you have if a more dense medium is slowing down the light and that changes the wavelength, then if we shined light through a density tower, would you expect, and changing the wavelength changes the color, if you shined light through a density tower, would you expect the light to have different colors? Like say we could somehow get a density tower that was transparent and, colorless with the through these different mediums.
Say that one more time.
I said,
What was the question?
If we have a more dense medium slows down the light, and slowing down the light increases the wavelength, and increasing the wavelength changes the color, then if we shine a light through a density tower that is colorless, will the light that's going through that density tower through these different mediums change color according to the medium?
That's a weird question. I don't think that slowing down the light is not going to intrinsically change the color, right? Like, depending on where, if it's moving in reference to, like, if you have like a Doppler shift or something like that, that's one thing. But yeah, I think it's just going to be refracted, just like any other time it goes through a medium. I don't think it's going to intrinsically change its color because it's.
No, I'm not concerned about refraction. Like if the path of the light changes a bit, that's not my query. It's whether or not slowing down light increases wavelength if it's visible light, and if that increase in wavelength, then I would think it translates to a different color because each color has its own wavelength, right?
Yeah, but
Can I read something real quick, man? Like a one sentence. A simple interferometer for measuring both relative displacement and absolute distance is fabricated that uses a laser diode.
Okay, do you have the link for that thing you posted?
It's should be. It's down at the bottom, right underneath the paragraph.
It's not.
They all say the same thing. Because I was trying to find out how they measured the fucking absolute distance, and they all say with the laser diode. So you can probably look multiple places, but I think the link is at the bottom. I think he's thinking of like a ring laser gyro or something with moving parts, or maybe he's not. But I think maybe he might have, possibly. I mean, interferometers are basically accelerometers. That's really all they are.
If they're the same thing, why do they have different names?
I think accelerometer sounds fancy.
Accelerometers? That's something
I
totally
mean, they ain't
different.
the exact same. They ain't the exact same thing, but it's the same principle, right?
No.
All
Accelerometers
right.
usually use piezo sensors, right? Like this, you know.
That's a gravimeter, right? You're talking about a gravimeter?
No, accelerometers usually have like the switches, like
Okay.
the micro switches, sensors that like they just basically work based off of electrical conductivity.
Yeah.
I guess you could say like electricity is light, so but as far as I know, they're different.
These interferometers now can draw a line for whichever way it moves. It can lay out a line. You could map the ocean floor, dude. If you drove across it in a fucking submarine, just up and down, up and down, up and down. You could. I mean, they're crazy badass, from my understanding.
Oh, you're right. A gravimeter is a type of accelerometer.
Well, I mean, by extension, but the accelerometers that you're using most devices are just, like you said, they measure the conductivity, and they're usually made with piezo,
Yeah, the
electric.
micro, whatever they call them.
Anyway, whatever the case, if you slowed the light down, if it's a star moving, then you're gonna have to change angles, or you'll get an interference pattern, whichever way he was trying to do it simple way. Like, if it's the star moving, naturally you'd have to change angles. But if the light's already left the star, it's you moving, then it's going to be hitting everywhere, pretty much. I mean, wherever you're at in the pathway, so you won't have to change the angle of the telescope. So I think that's why they call it Airy's failure, because he failed to detect the rotation. Because he predicted. His hypothesis was that he had to tilt the telescope.
Let me tell you, as I said before, Airy's failure did not fail to make measurements. He made measurements of aberration. He measured stellar aberration in both cases. He was expecting to measure a difference in how it was going to show up based on the assumption that it would slow down in the medium and that kind of stuff. But regardless of what his failure was, he measured stellar aberration in both cases.
It was a null hypothesis, bro.
It doesn't matter. That's not my point. My point is not about his conclusion. My point is just about his actual measurements were measuring stellar aberration, which he did achieve to do.
No, they weren't. No,
he
they were
hypothesized
measuring stuff on a table.
In Airy's failure, he hypothesized that he would have to tilt the telescope if he puts water in there and slows the light down, and it was a null hypothesis. It was a failure.
Yes, I know that. His results for his hypothesis were failure. However, to measure that, he was using stellar aberration.
No, he wasn't. He was using liquid. Just making shit up and saying this is stellar aberration is not what you're doing. That's not.
He's literally
He's
making
on
shit up,
Earth.
dude.
I know he's on Earth, and he's using water to try to recreate what he assumes is happening in the first place. So he didn't do any stellar anything. Sitting at a table or sitting somewhere or standing outside is not doing stellar anything. I don't know how that would even make sense.
First, he said an interferometer measures rotation by spinning. I was thinking like maybe he's thinking of a
No,
different
I
tool.
didn't say
or
by
something, man.
spinning.
You did say that.
No, it can measure if it's rotating because of
No,
the fact that it
you
would be
literally
spinning.
said. Are
No.
you denying the fact that you didn't say that it measures rotation by
I'm saying
spinning?
it's not going to measure it unless it's spinning, unless it's accelerating. Not saying you have to spin it for it to work, but you would have to be
Oh
rotating
God!
for it to measure that.
You gonna make me go back?
So hold on. So you got a laser that we can stare at right now, right? In a lab. That when we stare at it in front of us, right? And then we take a telescope out and look at it, it runs from us. You can, I mean, what do we, you can't, nothing, you guys are not reproducing anything that happens in like stars or astronomy, as you say it, just by doing stuff. Or you're not failing to do anything or actually doing anything that you really understand that you're doing in the first place because it's all assumed crap. All these dudes are trying to do is back their assumption, which never works out. And in some cases, trial and error stuff, we have tangible stuff like our phone and stuff like that. That stuff works. Gotcha. Ching. But it has nothing to do with the other stuff they keep claiming that they can't demonstrate or like we can't do anything with it. There's no way you can prove or disprove a man's idea of what he thinks he's trying to disprove or prove to himself from an idea that he got from another guy that we don't, that's dead or passed away. Supposedly he got this idea. Like, how do you know the people we're talking about when you keep making these assumptions and you're like, oh, Einstein and Newton and this and his paper? The paper's words are different than Einstein sitting here talking to me. I'll guarantee you that. Same with Mickelson, Morley, or any of them. So if any of them are still alive right now and doing the test, we can talk to them. But the ones that have passed away, we don't know what they thought or what they were really actually trying to achieve. I mean, why would you think light bouncing around would make you know that the planet is spinning?
It
The
has
planet
been
was spinning.
observed.
No, the planet spinning before you start bouncing the light around means everything you just did was null and void. You have to do it from a position of a non-spinning planet and then compare it to a spinning planet. Nothing's been observed.
That's what they say.
I mean, it's like shining my flashlight on the wall, bro, and betting you $1 million that now we're on a globe. So what, you automatically lose your money because I shined a flashlight on the wall and I said some timing, some ratios, and some other dumb shit that nobody can disprove or prove? I mean, who cares? At the end of the day, it's what you can prove or demonstrate. And these guys aren't demonstrating anything. They're not demonstrating movement of the earth. I know they think that they're detecting certain stuff, but you certainly don't call something a failure when it, like, failure means null hypothesis, not right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mic check, mic check.
Hey man, what up, Hammer?
What up, Fred?
It's looking pretty good.
Sick.
It's the hammer.
Better watch out.
Yo, you still killing it on Call of Duty?
Call of Duty?
Didn't you used to play Call of Duty?
No.
Nah, I'm confused.
Isn't there a new one coming out? Modern Warfare 2?
What? Everybody eating dinner or something? Everybody taking a break?
I don't know,
Five or something?
I can barely hear you. I'll try to turn you up.
Am I real low? I'm real low.
You are quite low, yeah. If you can move closer to your mic.
No, I was just wondering if you had your headphones on, whether I'd be able to hear their noise through your microphone, coming through.
Can you hear
But that'd
Paul
probably
coming through?
audio issues, wouldn't it?
Mike.
You're good.
That's better? Is that better?
Barely. Marginally better.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Is that better? Is that any better?
That's better, yeah.
That's better?
That's way
Yeah,
better.
I just can't hear anything from them if they
Keep
were
it there.
to on.
And you can hear Paul coming through?
I can, yeah. He was clear.
Yeah,
he was like louder than you before. Now he's a little bit fainter than you.
He's lower. All right, I'm messing with the gain levels right now to get all that corrected. And I'm trying to figure out how to feed back the audio to him.
Did you say you're messing with the gain level between you and Paul?
Yeah. Yep. I'm really raising the levels.
The gain.
What up, D-Mock?
Hey, what up?
I seen you over there hanging out with that one guy. How's that going?
I don't know who that is. What are you talking about?
I'm just messing with you.
Oh, okay. I was like, you know something I don't?
Oh, shit.
You almost got me. You almost got me.
Yeah, I noticed you got a little nervous there. What you doing over there, buddy?
Yeah, I was like, who the hell is that guy by me?
Who is that? Weren't you? You was on that one guy's show though. Fight to something. Oh,
yeah.
Mick Tunes, that's his name. Mick Tunes. I can't ever. I get him confused.
No, Fight the Tight Shirt, someone else.
I was on Fight the Education's channel, Fight the Education, and Mick Cartoon. Yeah.
I was on Fight once too. Made a mockery of him.
That motherfucker mutes me more than. And then he keeps asking me to come on his show, but he basically has me playing low volume or something, and that's why I'm not, because he's stupid as hell, and the shit he says makes no sense. Every time I'll talk to them before we ever start the show, right? And I'll make a stipulation. I'll be like, okay, all I want from you, and I'll come on your show, is so that you bring a ball and start demonstrating your claims, even with an actual just ball in your hand. I'll take that, just to show what you're talking about. And not once, and I've been on the show 2 or 3 times, not once has this motherfucker ever done it. And every time I put that in the thing, weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks in advance, this is the stipulation that I want. And when I come on the show, he's just sitting there and he's like, all right, give me your evidence. I'm like, of a spinning ball? I don't have any. I thought we were here for your evidence and we were going to go through it. The stupid flat earther was going to get shown how dumb he is, and how he doesn't make any sense, and you're going to show me how all the things that you're saying, your evidence points to it making sense when it doesn't. So an actual demonstration.
If you want an actual demonstration,
yeah,
you're not gonna get one. And even if you were gonna get one by someone, you're asking the wrong person.
Well, they have physics, right, that they go by, they believe in, like a Bible, or you have a schematics book or a legend. So their claim is that their universe and their to-scale model, their planets and their solar system, that's their legend. You have sizes, you have distances, you have ratios, you have all the math, you have tangential velocity, speeds, Lagrange points, you have all this stuff, right? But then to physically be able to sit here and try to like demonstrate that or do anything with that, you can't any way, shape, or form with none of it. Not one point, any of it. To me, that's weird.
You're not going to get a practical demonstration for anything, Democ. All you're going to get is a GIF or a computer simulation. That's all you're ever going to get.
That's the truth.
Right.
And that
No, it
is
is
the truth. And that is the truth.
Yeah.
That's a
Listen,
hard reality of it all.
I literally went in my backyard myself. I listen to what I did. I went in my backyard. I look at the Carl Sagan video, right? Carl Sagan, it's good enough for him, good enough for me. He gets a cardboard and he bends it like a U. And he says, this is this, 800 miles, Eratosthenes, whatever. I'm like, okay, cool. Big old tower on one end. You just watch the video. I'll put it in there for you. So anyway, I'm like, okay, that works for him. I got a big plastic thing out. It's a square. Bends to a U, just the same as what he's got. I set it down there, and I put my objects. I got one sitting straight, like supposedly a perfect vertical object out in my view, being hid by a portion of the object itself, right? No refraction needed. And then I got one actually on the object, base to base, to where it's actually what it would be if it was on a ball. It would be pointing away from you at an angle. It would be tilting away. Like I actually show this, and I demonstrate a side view and everything. I have yet to see one baller match what I'm doing with a real ball, a 3-foot one, 10-foot one, whatever scale, little scale one they want to pick. Every time they tell me, nuh-uh, too bad, no way, do it yourself. So I did, and they still haven't got a model for me.
No, Democ, the only way you'll be taken seriously is if you're wearing a suit jacket with a turtleneck jumper underneath. So next time, that's what you've got to do, mate. Wear a suit jacket and a turtleneck jumper underneath.
Oh, the brown bell bottoms.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
And I'll go to speak today. We're going to look at Eratosthenes. We're going to see what he did over an 800-mile region. I'm going to hold my
What's
nose.
the
What's Eratosthenes?
Bantor, what's the speed that they say we're flying around the sun?
I don't know. Is it 66,000? Oh, it's 400. It's gone up. Has it gone up? Has it? Probably.
Well, hold on. Sorry. 1,000 miles an hour, 66.6.
Yeah.
And then 400,000 with, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so forget about the spin of the Earth, and they've already explained why we can't feel that, right? They sort of got that locked down, but even though it's not true, but like, what's their explanation? What do you reckon their explanation is for why we don't have any effect on Earth for that ginormous swing around the sun constantly in an elliptical orbit?
Well, look,
it's always gravity.
Yeah, you don't feel the spin of the Earth, Carlos, because it's only one rotation every day, and you don't feel the orbit of the sun because there's only one orbit every year. Like, this is why we don't feel any of these things, because there's only one. There's only one.
That's the loneliest number.
It's the loneliest number.
Well, see, in a lab or in school, when they showed me the little model and I got to play with the little toy model, it was all the planets lined up, and they were all on a little metal thing, and they were all lined up perfectly in line, right? And you could swing them around in circles, and they were like all on a perfect line. And to me, and where do you see? I mean, none of that. None of this shit's in a perfect line anywhere.
It's funny how they describe the universe as flat and on a plane. That's interesting. Like, it's not everywhere.
Well, where's the speeds? So, but what I'm pointing out, that if they have the little model, they have that little thing that I can play with. So today we have little motors, and we can put each little planet on its own little motor and have it doing what it's supposedly supposed to be doing. So put the Earth at a tilt, right? And show its little lines, its little shit. Put the Earth for what it's supposed to be, the little land masses on there and everything. We got badass little model makers for all the little planets, and have them doing what they're supposed to be doing. The one going back, or whatever. and just and show us the one spin and all this shit. I mean, they can literally demonstrate these speeds and these calculated motions because they're so fucking irrelevant. They're like nothing, right? One a day, real slow and all this. So they can actually put down a little model source and they can sit it in a classroom and they can show us these speeds happening clearly, right?
You'd think that the lock that the sun has with gravity on the Earth, that it would automatically grab hold of the moon and just lock that together with the Earth as well, wouldn't it?
I think a lot of things would happen that don't happen. I don't think anything would get where it's at if there was a such thing as gravity attracting all mass to mass. If everything went to a focal point in that aspect, it would never be able to leave that focal point. So, I mean, think about it. You got a hand that squeezes on everything, no matter what it is, and it squeezes it from its own center to its center, and it never lets go. And it just keeps
It's
squeezing.
like at the beach and you grab a handful of sand. Some of that hand's going to slip through your fingers. That's kind of what they say gravity is in relation to the moon, the sun, and the Earth. That the sun is
Yeah,
the
but
hand grabbing the Earth, but it's letting that grain of sand, that moon, slip through.
it can't do that because there's no resistance. Nothing can slip through it. There's nothing to, like, whatever supposedly is holding it and squeezing it can't really let it go. It's not possible to let it go. It's like the word grab, you know what I mean? You just say that word, it's like, yeah.
And
It can't
gravity's
let
got this
anything go.
like a 10-way motion, on the far side of the Earth from the sun.
Automatic.
It's working in the opposite direction of what gravity's supposed to be working.
Automatic from the center of everything, doing something mysterious to everything else. It's weird.
And it's equal, but yet not equal all at the same time.
Yeah, it's centered out. Like when you center out a scale and you center something out, you have nothing. It's zero. It's
Zero. It's no.
force.
It's not. You're
Hold on. You're claiming zero to be a force? Tell us how.
what? No, you're saying that you have nothing if you have a balanced scale, right? But you have the
You have
counterweight and you have the material there. Like there is shit there. Like just because it's balanced on both sides doesn't negate its existence.
We're asking for the differential of it. We don't care about it. We see it exists. Whether it exists isn't the contention. We're talking about the idea of gravity existing. So now if you zero something out in real life, what are you doing to it? What does that thing become when you zero it out? Weightless. That's called levitation in my book.
What?
Zero.
What?
What else is zero to you? If I put you on a string, are you not weightless?
No, I'm not weightless.
How much are you weighing on the scale below you?
I'm not weighing on a scale, but I still weigh something. If you put me on wait, hold on, let me show. Yes, Archimedes principle, the bathtub. Yes.
No, I'm going to put you in water now. Weigh yourself with the water around you.
Yes, I can find my density.
In a lake?
Archimedes, baby.
No.
Why do I have
that's
to do it in a lake?
We're
Why
talking
can't
about
I
a
do it
lake.
in a bathtub? Why does it have to be a lake?
A bathtub what? A bathtub of what?
Water.
Okay, do it in a lake of water.
Why?
Why? Do it in a bathtub?
Because it's not a fucking lake. That's why. Because it's easy to measure shit. Because it's a fucking bathtub. It's not a goddamn lake.
What are you measuring?
The amount of displaced water when I enter it.
No, you're measuring the amount of potential you put into it.
No, I'm not. What the fuck?
Yeah, you are.
It's different if I punch the water. If I punch the water, I'm putting potential into it.
What'd you do when you entered the tub?
I stepped in and laid down.
It equilibrated itself to zero now.
It didn't equilibrate itself to zero. See, that's where you're wrong.
You in the tub still weigh zero.
One at a
If
time.
the tub of water is
We
zero,
don't weigh
hold on
zero.
a
One at a
minute.
time, boys.
Hold on, dude.
One. Hey, guys, one at a time,
Yeah, that
guys.
monkey gotta slow down, man.
If
Me too.
If you jump in the tub of water, the water is displaced the same amount you jumped in for. The same amount to do work, the force, the potential is displaced as was put in, called U. Therefore, if that tub that started out was your zero marker, it's still back at zero when you jumped in. So what did we find out?
That's not how it works, bud. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You're
How
not
what
zeroing
Explain it to
anything.
him.
Sure, I'll explain it to you. Okay, so
You're at zero.
what we're doing, like let's say we have 75 milliliters of water, right? And we were to take an object, we put that object in the water, right? And we increase that level to 85, right? So we displaced 10 milliliters of water. No water spilled out the top. We just the level of the water got higher. How is that zero? Can someone tell me?
What was your question?
I was asking how that was zero.
I wasn't listening.
Am I still in here?
Yeah, you're still here, Dan.
Okay, what were you asking me about? What we're saying is if gravity is the center of something, that's centered out means zero. And you're trying to show us what about water?
I'm
We're talking
showing
about
that
gravity.
if
You're comparing gravity to water now? Okay, tell me more.
what? I'm saying that your idea of zeroing out does not work.
Because you're talking about water. We're talking about gravity, dude.
What?
Are you
Okay,
with
in
me here?
gravity. Yeah, sure. In gravity,
Okay,
I'm
if
still
gravity
accelerating.
finds your center, what does that mean?
Can you explain what you mean by find your center?
Well, if gravity is in the center of something, that means, and it's no force. What does that mean to you? How can you weigh something with no force? What does
It
it
is
take
a
to weigh
force.
something? What does it take to weigh something?
You have to. That something has to
Resistance,
have mass.
a force, resistance.
Yeah,
The weight of something is really what? The
it's
kinetic
mass.
energy put upon the actual object that you're moving around, like the string,
No, it's not
or
kinetic
the
energy.
needle, or the piece of metal, or somebody's
It's not
arm.
kinetic
The
energy.
potential. Yes,
Why do
it
you?
is. It's the
Why do you
potential
think
you
that?
just placed. Why is
Why
it
do?
not? You're not showing me anything else. What do you mean? I don't have to think.
Okay, well, I guess there's no way to talk to you if you don't have to think.
What I'm saying is you're like asking me my belief, and that's not where we're going here. We're going with gravity, finding the center, and how you demonstrate that means anything other than zero.
Yeah, I don't think we're even in the same schoolyard right now. Like, I don't even think that you know how to ask a
Well,
relevant
come
question
over to the
about
8th grade
gravity.
side, 5th grader. Come
No,
on,
like I
5th
don't.
grader, you can come over
I
here.
don't think
It's
you
okay.
know how to ask a question regarding gravity because we're not
We'll
equaling
come to the 8th
anything
grade
out.
side and we'll ask it different. We'll ask it the way it matters. We won't ask your technical made up way that you got on Google that tells us how to ask. Come to the 8th grade side and you can think for yourself, buddy. The 5th grade side is like parrot, Google, whatever you thought, right? This is a new science. It's a new way to think, new ideas. So when you say
Okay.
Einstein and Newton, just think Demach and you, right? You too, you're a part of it. New science. Let's go.
Oh, okay. So let me ask you, my teacher, how is it zeroing out? You're making this claim that it's zero. Can you explain to me how it's zero?
No. Gravity, your model of gravity makes the claim that it's in the center of everything always, right?
Right, but where are you getting the zero?
And your model, because your model claims zero in the center of something is no force. Correct.
Can you show me where you learned that?
Am I wrong? That gravity is no force?
Yeah.
Where I learned every book I've ever read, gravity is not a force. It's a pseudo force. It's not a force. You can think about a lot of things like a leprechaun fart as a force, but it's not a force. You can think of a rainbow as a force, but it's not a force. You see, a rainbow is a pseudo force. So what I'm trying to tell you is gravity. There's no force. So without a force, you can't react to scale.
Why is a rainbow not a force?
I don't know. I didn't make gravity up, buddy. Your guys did. I'm trying to figure it out myself with you. So you're teaching me and I'm teaching you. See?
I don't want to be taught by you. You can't answer anything.
Well,
What do
if
you
you're
mean?
if you're at the center of something, if you're the singular point, right?
Yeah.
Can you be attracted? Are you attracted to yourself?
Yeah. I mean, well, I guess that's a hard question to ask, but like if you're saying there's nothing else to be attracted to, are you attracted to yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess your North Pole is attracted to your South Pole by gravity. Yeah, I guess that's a fair claim.
But on the single point. There is no other point. Like where is my north and where is my south? Like I'm just a single point.
I don't know.
That's a little bit of an impossibility because, of course, like a point has no like spatial properties, right?
No.
But as soon as there's something that's actually like 3-dimensional or whatever, then it will have a top, bottom, left, and right, front and back, which are separate things, even if the body is one whole, like consistent, material or whatever. Like the thing on the top will be different than the thing on the bottom component or whatever.
Well, how do you work a scale without a force? Really, that's the main thing. But go ahead, though.
Yeah. So okay. So you have this. Let's just say instead of a point like this gentleman said, we have a small 3-dimensional object. So just that one object, I would say, yeah, you could be attracted to yourself. So what's the next challenge after that?
It's sort of an illusion of unity, though. I mean, it's fair enough to say, it's right, but it's also wrong. This one object, is it one thing or is it many things? Well, the answer is kind of both. You can talk like hot. Go ahead.
Can you be attracted to the center of yourself? That means gravity doesn't do anything. It nullifies itself, is what I'm trying to explain. I've been trying to explain this whole time. Gravity is zero.
What? No.
Yo, I'm not attracted to the center of myself, but your girl sure is.
Oh.
That's what he just said. Bandsaw asked, can it be attracted to itself? His answer was yes. Therefore, just his own opinion is it can pull its own self into itself. Therefore, never leaving that point.
Democ, I really don't think you even know what you're saying, bud.
I'm asking you about your gravity. What do you mean what I'm saying? I just repeated what you said. Gravity pulls itself to the center and pulls its own center to the center of itself while pulling itself to the center of itself. We get you. Now, how do you weigh that with no force?
What do you mean you have to weigh it? That's not even part of I don't know why you're so obsessed with balances.
Well, things have to balance.
That's how you figure it out.
Why do things have to balance? If you're weighing something, right? I mean,
you're trying
equations.
to prove mass attracting mass, not mass just sitting there in the center of itself, pulling to the center of itself, to the center of itself, in the center of itself, to the center of itself. You're trying to imply different amounts of inertial amounts of potential and different amounts of force from different amounts of objects reacting in a differential with, in accordance or without accordance to each other. Action or reaction, in the medium, out of the medium, space, mass attracting mass, whatever you want to call it.
Dude, I'm so sorry, but I literally have no idea what you're saying.
Okay. All right, take a break. Take a break and think about it. It'll be right.
I don't even know what to think about. I literally don't know what that sentence. I could not read that sentence back to you. I have no idea what you just said.
Because you never heard the question before. I'm a free thinker, man. Don't get mad. So if gravity, you ask your buddy, go ask your teacher, go Google it. If gravity finds its center, what is it doing?
Yo, Democ's just running circles around this guy.
Isn't he?
Yeah, he doesn't even know what to think.
I truly,
Next level.
I just like that's like.
This is
You just said if a monkey farts, then that's it. Like that's literally what you just told me. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Hey, Smooth, are you fond of the whole like warping of space-time idea?
Yeah, dude, I think that's a
Yeah,
really
he's
cool
always
idea.
liked fiction growing up.
We got a hot mic.
It might
I
be
really
me.
like
I have
that.
someone in the background. My apologies if it's me.
It is you.
Okay, I'll be more careful.
Smooth was a huge fan of fiction and like, young adult fantasy and stuff like that. So he has a
Why do
special
you
spot
sound
for
like a
Lord of
guy
the
named
Rings,
General Heed?
Lord of the
Dude,
Rings and space time, all that bullshit.
Is your name General Heed on Xbox?
General what?
Heed. Heed.
Nah.
Oh, you sound just like this guy, this Asian little fellow in Pennsylvania.
I've heard that before, but not General Heat, but a different, like, League of Legends YouTuber.
Alright, what
Can I
was your
ask you?
question?
Are you talking?
I was talking to Percent. Percent, you're asking me about space time?
No, I actually do think that was me.
Oh, okay, you go. I guess. I'm sorry.
It was
Well,
funny
my
to
question.
ask if you were a fan.
Yeah, I was just asking if you're fond of the idea of a mass warping space-time.
Dude, I
Yeah,
think that
right.
it's fucking wild. I love that idea.
you love it. You're all over it. Cool.
Yeah, I love it.
So,
You're asking like
I got-
what I think about it. I think it's fucking awesome.
Okay, I got some follow-up question.
Okay.
It doesn't really get anywhere as far as I'm trying to say something. There's some questions to bring up for anyone who wants to think about this a few layers deeper. So, you imagine this mass going through space-time, and it's traveling, right? And it creates that pocket, that gravity well as it goes, right? Like a bowling ball rolling across a fabric.
Mm-hmm.
And so, one thing you got to ask yourself is there any better word than elastic to describe space-time to not be warped as the thing that was once occupying one sector of space, but then leaves it behind, and now what was left behind is no longer warped, like a memory foam mattress, right? It'll snap back to how it once was, equilibrate.
Snap
Right,
back to
so
reality. Oop, there goes gravity.
Again, I'm very sorry, but I'm not sure what you said with the last part.
yeah, I was saying, is there any better word than to just say elastic? That space-time warped around something traveling through it will bend it, around the traveling object. But as the object occupies one space, warps it, and so on, the space it leaves behind that was once warped back to now being even and unwarped, back to equilibrium. Right? It's an elastic space.
How about contemporaneous?
Contemporaneous.
By a stretch of the imagination, you might have a point there, but
I'm so sorry, man. I have no idea what the fuck you just said again.
Because it's happening only when the mass is there, right?
Right,
Once it's
right.
gone, it's gone. So it's contemporaneous.
That's pretty funny, dude. That's pretty clever, actually. I see your point. But Smooth, you don't see what I'm saying about space-time being elastic, being bent, returning to its original form or orientation?
Yeah, no, now I get it. I didn't get it the way you said it, though. Yeah, like it snaps back after the mass moves. Yeah, that makes sense. That's fine.
Got next when you guys are done.
So, don't you think? If something is elastic, right?
Yeah.
And it's being bent, then as far as any comparison to make, we would always say that if something is trying to be even and something is making it uneven, then it's putting in some sort of work to disequilibrate, to stretch this thing, right? Like, for instance, a rubber band, right? It has a sort of resting place. It has a sort of resting state, right, of being stretched.
Oh,
Now,
I don't think just because I said that it's elastic in theory that you can compare it to an elastic band. Like I don't think
I'm
that we
not
can.
forcing you to. I'm not forcing you to. I'm just bringing up a concept for you to think about. Maybe you haven't thought about before. But when you got something that's elastic and it's stretched and it can stay in a stretched state, or if whatever is putting work in to stretch it out then runs out of fuel, whatever. Like, there's got to be some sort of cost in order to do work, right? So,
Dude, I can't stick with you on this one. Like,
Man, Demok broke his brain.
No,
I didn't.
but like,
I don't
get-
know if you can handle anyone. I guess you're broken. You got blue screens, I guess.
You made an interesting comment. Like you said, they aren't asking you to think of it that way. Okay, then. So you think of it that way, and now you kind of have to understand it and accept it because that's the way they've asked you to think about it. Well, what's wrong with trying to actually think outside the box? Like, what advancements do you make at all smooth? If you think about something the way someone actually tells you, you have to think about it.
no, you're 100% right. You're right.
You're not going to find any flaws in the ideas or the proposals put towards you if you are told that this is the way that you have to think about it. So because we've told you how you have to think about it, it is right. It is so.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with that statement. I should have been a little more open to it. It was just very difficult for me to. I mean, I can't really refute your point. I should have tried harder on the idea.
Yeah, I am pretty hard to refute. You'll find that. But anyway, go on.
Okay. Well, so here's the thing, right? If you got this elastic substance that is constantly trying to return back to its original state, then it's going to take effort to keep it, to resist it returning to its original state because it's elastic. So you got the mass, but what's being spent for it to be able to keep up its efforts of stretching to snap back? Like, what sort of?
Yeah. I think I see what you're saying.
What's the, where does the metabolism occur? Where does the digestion occur? Where somehow something like work is being done to bend this thing at no cost, at no cost, or is there a cost?
So give me like 2 minutes to respond. I'm going to use a lot of assumptions, but this is just my belief system. So with the Big Bang, when it launched everything, right, it pushed all matter in all directions. As this matter clumped together via gravity, you've made, little rocks and whatever, and these start to grow. And then, I know I'm losing guys, but then eventually these things grow so large they create black holes. So I think what's happening is all this is a conservation of energy from the initial Big Bang. So like, Big Bang pushed it all out, and there was enough energy in there for a black hole to eventually form because enough mass came together. And those black holes which suck in the planets, like in the center of our Milky Way, we have a black hole. And I think that's what's pulling us through space-time. So, I think your answer is that the original energy from the Big Bang, but currently I think the most accurate answer would be the massive black hole in the center of our Milky Way is pulling our planet through the space-time.
That segues into where I was going to go. Sir, do you mind if I take over?
Sure. I just want to say something, one sentence. I didn't see how that related to my question. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So you mentioned the Big Bang, and I'm surprised you did because that's where I was going to go with it. So I have but one question, and it's a really simple question, but you have to think. I'm going to be going on and on for a second, kind of like the first book of the New Testament. So if you had in one spot everything we see in the universe, which consists of 5% of the universe. Now this includes like all the elements on the periodic table, virtual particles, all these quarks and rare particles, bosons, Higgs boson, all these particles, are all of it's in one spot, everything on the periodic table, plus the 95% of dark matter and dark energy, right? But not only that, before the energy expelled everything away, there was matter and antimatter, and all that exploded and annihilated each other. And it just so happens, according to the findings at CERN, that the matter actually takes a little bit longer to destroy than the antimatter, and that's why they think that there's still matter around left over after the Big Bang, and that the unannihilated matter that's still stuck around, right? So all that too, right? So that's plus the 5%, plus the 95%, right? So we're, over 100% of the universe, right? Everything that's in it right now was in this one spot, right? So, so I apologize for the long buildup, but how would it be possible that one helium atom could escape that gravitational pull? That would be a massive gravitational well, would it not?
No, you're 100% right, man. So like, I've never expressed my beliefs, but I believe in God. I wouldn't say I'm religious, but in my views, that's where God takes over. Like, I have no idea how the Big Bang started. I have no idea why it works. I can't answer a single question of how did every single material exist in a single point and then express itself, so much force that it could push things not just a few million miles away, but 130 billion light years away. Like, I have no fucking idea how any of this shit happened. I just attribute it to God.
Well, I think you're being honest. I'll say that much. Do you mind if I touch back when I was?
I'm done.
Smooth, you with me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. So what I'm saying is that, you can think of your body as from a certain perspective, and you can think of those exercise bands that people work out with, right? And so they're elastic. But if you want to put your foot on one end and do like a sort of curl with your body, like an imitation of lifting weights, right?
Yeah.
If you want to stretch that out and then bring it to a stretched position and hold it there, even though the band is at rest, you're still having to metabolize calories, consume some sort of fuel source and metabolize it, right? There's a cost for the of the band to be stretched to that in that state, right? It takes work.
Yeah.
So Earth is constantly keeping something stretched that wants to be.
Can I ask you a quick question, real quick? Just because I want to respect what you're saying.
It's not welcome, but I'll allow it. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just really trying to follow you. So what if, instead of your example, I take that stretchy band, I nail it to the wall, and I hang a dumbbell, right? The dumbbell is not really doing any work or consuming any calories.
Okay, so this is this is getting a little closer. You brought up as a sort of middleman. What I'm saying, what you're saying, the Earth is doing. Of course, we're replacing space with the band. Did sort of explain a sort of like a middle position between the two. Now the thing is that it gets really tough to. I mean, it does distract from my point a little bit. I don't blame you for bringing this up. It does distract a little bit from what I'm saying. My overall point, but here's, I mean, you know where this gets tricky, right? Like I can tell you where what you just said gets really tricky. Do you want to say it instead, though?
I mean, sure, man. Like, what I asked was really genuine. Like, I saw where your point was going.
I
was
agree.
just curious. Like, what if it's just a weight? Like,
right.
does your point still stand?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. So keep going with the original point then.
Okay. Do you want me to address your point and tell you why it's tricky? That up? Or
No, that it's okay. Just go with you go back to your original point.
Okay.
As long as it still works.
So
yeah.
You're good, and then we'll touch on what you said afterwards if there's time, or the willingness. So the thing is that if you got this media that stretch and it wants to return to a state of not being, and it's elastic, and we would always say it's elastic because as soon as the weight moves on, it has enough will and strength and power or whatever, desire, whatever you want to call it, to not be something that's been given a permanent impression on, right? Like there's certain things like, say, I mean, what's a good example? Like, I don't know, styrofoam, right? If you got styrofoam and or wood or whatever, you know, and you punch a hole through it, right, and then you pull your fist out of it, the styrofoam doesn't snap back into place. It just has a permanent crater placed in it, right? Because it's not elastic, right? So what we're saying is that we're not dealing with some sort of styrofoam or wood where you can punch a hole through it and then it'll self-heal. Oh, well, I misspoke. That is what we're talking about. We're talking about will self-heal, which means which means that there has to be some sort of effort that at a cost of something. Like everything has a cost, you know, for work to be done. So the thing is, how is space-time being bent and then snapping back to its originally relaxed state without there being some sort of cost for the effort of bending? It doesn't. The mainstream thinks that there's any sort of like cost of any sort. It's just magic at this. Like, what is the cost? How can you bend it's resisting? Because if it's resisting you, that means you have to resist it. And if you're resisting, then you're going to have to put in some work to do that. You're going to have to fight against it. And that fight's going to have costs. So it's like, what's the metabolic process of bending space? Because if it can snap back into place, then there has to be something with a cost to resist it trying to snap back into place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, let me just ask a qualifier so I can answer your question the best way possible.
Sure.
What do you think happens to the past? So like as we bend space time, right? Like we're moving from one position to the second. What do you think happens to the past? Like, because we can't go back there, right? Like now I'm just being theoretical. Like I'm just telling you my true beliefs. Like because we can't go back into the past, right? Like
one second. TH or SS? Path or past?
Past. PAST.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. I'm sorry. PAST, past, like future and past, or path like a route?
No, like the past. like
Okay,
yesteryear.
what do I? Okay, you're asking what do I think happens to the past? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, because we can't go back there, right? So like, who's to say that it ever really came back? So like in your example, right? Like, who's to say it's not the styrofoam instead of the rubber band? Like, I'm just talking with you, man. Like, because we can't go back there, because we can never experience yesterday ever again. How do we know that the space time actually ever returned to normal?
That's a really great question, and I don't know if I don't. I mean, I guess you got me. It's a bit of an assumption that I imagine that's how he feels, on this model. I don't know. Like, where do we go from here? I think that's what that like, it sort of snaps back after being warped. It's only warped around the mass. The mass leaves a location. That space is no longer warped. But I don't know. Does it make a permanent scar? I can't tell you why that. I can't tell you why they think that or why I think they think that. It's just I don't know. I guess it is an assumption. Do you? I mean, no. I guess it's just because no one's ever brought this up before. I mean, I'm pretty sure you or I or anyone has never heard of like a gravity trail, that mass permanent scar as it digs space through reality. Because I don't think anyone's ready to address that concept, even if they believe in it. It's like, well, why would you think that? But it is an option. I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I mean, I totally vibe with what you're saying. I just have no idea, like, because I can never go to the past. It's hard to say if I can't go to the past, does that mean it did come back? Like it returned to neutral as if I was never there? Or because I can't go to the past, is it crushed? Like, I don't know. I don't know which one it would be.
Well, think about water, right? Think about water, or a lake, still like a jet ski or a pontoon boat, right? Sails through it. It creates that wake that people can like water ski. There's even some talented motherfuckers who can surf on the wake, with like not even a rope, but then the boat goes far enough down the lake, of course, it isn't like a permanent scar that's left behind. There isn't some sort of divot in the surface of the water. It kind of mellows out and equilibrizes again, right? So
no, that's a really good point, man. That's a really, really good point. Does that mean that, like, is space-time like a lake then, where there's ripples?
Well, that's the way they explain it, with like the rudimentary bowling ball in the center of golf balls and baseballs or whatever rolling around it, right? They explain it as an elastic fabric. And I know that's a complete comparison because it's like, we all know the flaws of that demonstration. It's really obvious, right? But still, I mean, to what I'm just pointing out right here, that like in every example that anyone's ever taught about gravity, it's always treated as an elastic substance. But you're right. I can't say anyone has good reason to believe it's elastic or non-elastic. Does it snap back into place, or is there a scar carved through the surface? But we agree, right? I mean, we agree that because of the example I brought up, like most people imagine it being elastic space-time. It's probably us right now in this very moment, even like talking about the concept of space-time not being elastic for like the first time ever. I'm not even sure anyone's ever talked about this before.
I mean, it's when you bring in time, it's just so hard to conceptualize, like, how is time being formatted? Like, because I know in our heliocentric model, time and the the size of the well affects the way time is perceived in the well, right?
Let me ask you a question. Do you think time dilation occurs on Earth relatively close to the surface?
I think time dilation can happen on the Earth.
Yeah.
No, no,
like a mile tops, right? Like a mile altitude tops, right? Within like a mile, or even underground, whole other area to be explored. Like,
I don't think so, because like time, like the center of the star is where there's the highest amount of gravity experience. So like it would
what?
Yeah, the center is where the core of the Earth is where the most amount of gravity is experienced, right? So like
I can't readily agree with that.
Well, like if we think about it, right? So like
the heliocentric model and the gravity formulas would say that something is heaviest at the surface of a spheroid. That's where you're experiencing most gravitation.
Oh shit! I guess I'm wrong. For me, it would make sense to say that the highest gravity experience would be in the center. So I guess maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, on the heliocentric sort of gravity
Let me look
model.
it up real quick. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read something.
You'll weigh less top of a mountain, and you'll weigh less, a mile underground than you would on the surface. The surface is where you'll weigh the heaviest.
I think that's incorrect. It's the center, but we can't go to the center of the Earth. That's why we always use the surface, because that's where we're actually at.
Well, there's two different things about weight. It's like there's the stuff being weighed on top of you, like when you swim down to the bottom of a pool and your ears start hurting, right, under the pressure. That isn't necessarily having to do with weight. That's more of like surrounding environmental pressure that you can't adapt to, because there are plenty of free divers who know that you can take it slow for your body to like adjust to the pressure. That doesn't mean they weigh more, though they're under greater pressure. It's more of an omnidirectional densing rather than a downward gravitational vector to make you weigh more on a scale. But as far as like stepping on a scale that's calibrated for each level, you're going to weigh the most on the surface, less on top of a mountain. You're going to weigh nothing at the center of the Earth. You're going to be equally pulled in every direction around you. You're going to be pulled equally in every direction surrounding you. And I don't even know what to call it. It's not 360 degrees, because it's like 360 times 360. Like the all spherical, big whatever, right? So, yeah.
It's pi, bro.
It's what?
Pi.
No, dude, you're 100% right. Gravity is strongest on the surface.
Pi, 314, whatever the fuck, repeating 3.
Oh, sure.
How come you
go
in a plane? Hey, how come when you go in a plane, you go up and that's only due to pressure, right?
No.
Your ears pop and all kinds of crazy things start happening.
But it's not only because of pressure.
Aren't you getting 5 miles away from the stronger gravity?
It's due to the amount of resistance you're on. That's why they got to pressurize the thing, because they got to put an amount of resistance on you. Once they release all that resistance, like a well. For wells in the ocean, to a certain level, it's good to go. Swim around, it holds everything's good to go. It's equilibrated. If that's what you want to call it, right? Then when it comes up and blows out a little bit of shit because it has to decompress itself or whatever you want to say. But it's the resistance amount that it has to hold it in. Same with us. Right here, we're good to go. Up there, not good to go. You have to pressurize.
Yeah, but they're not electrifying nothing. They're just putting more air in a plane. and that's all they're doing.
Well, that pressurizing something does electrify it. There's more kinetic. It's like there's a change. It's a differential added, so that's potential. I mean, whether you want to call it not putting electricity in there, okay.
Well, I don't know. It's just more air.
Right, which causes more of a force or more of a potential or more current.
Oh yeah, and it's not like those fucking windows are airtight, because I remember
Listen,
hey, hold on, hey, real quick. I remember flying in a plane and I heard like I seen the window. It wasn't even like on like right, and it was like you can hear wind coming from it, and I'm like, the window's gonna fly off and we're all gonna die. But it had like double windows, so like. And there was like air leaks all over that dumb plane, you know. And I even asked somebody, and they're like, "Well, yeah, this plane's not airtight."
You know what an insulator is trying to do? Like if they like close something off.
What kind of insulator?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. It all just depends, right? But once you like close something off and you seal it from everything else, there now you created a differential with that. So like whether it's a fucking soda bottle container, a metal steel container, there's different amounts. You're right, Funding, exactly right. But yeah, you're creating a differential with that container, just like a vacuum or containment or whatever. So you create the differential right there, like the airplane itself. And then when you go up, the medium is a differential right now from down to low, and you got to keep that differential equilibrated. If you don't, fuck your body up.
Hey, real quick. Hey, hold on, Fundy, real quick, real fast. I'm not trying to hijack nothing. I just wanted to
I'm just saying you're good. No harm, no foul.
Oh, thanks, Fundy, because I know you have something very important to say, but just real quick, I'll even direct this to you. Like, there's obviously a lot of space inside a plane, and you know, obviously somehow they pressurize it. But that seems like a lot of space to make some sort of to pressurize it, right? Don't you think that's a big space? Like, do they have this giant machine that's doing that?
Nah. It doesn't. It isn't like it takes a lot of effort, like some sort of hydraulic pump or any sort of motor, because it's really just similar to like how much effort does your soup thermos, need to keep your soup hot for an entire day. It's more about the design, like the not the dynamic design of it, like moving parts, but more just like the what's the opposite of dynamic? Static, right? It's more about the static design of it rather than the dynamic design, because like an airplane already pressurized how humans want it to be while it's at the surface. So they open up the windows, they got the air pressurized, that they're ready to go, and then when they go up, all they need to do is keep that pressure, like the thermos keeps the soup hot for an entire day, right? All they gotta do is worry. Like they just gotta maintain it rather than they don't gotta create it from scratch. They don't gotta create it from scratch. They just gotta adjust for any sort of loss that occurs, which isn't a lot if it's designed well.
And I always thought, okay, well, if the pilots or if the cockpit is separate from the the rest of the plane, do they have some sort of special pressurization in the cockpit too? Yeah, because you know how it's sealed off. Remember in 9/11 they kind of closed it off, so they have their own pressure in there too.
Well, being closed off from you is different than being closed off from the air.
Right. They still got the same central heating and cooling air ducts and whatever. Like Deepak just said, it's very easy to keep you out of the cockpit. That still gives them room to they'll let the air in and out. They'll share the air with you,
but the air can move through this tiny tube, keep the airflow going, but all it takes is a door shut to keep you out. But of course, like a door that keeps you shut, like my back door, I'm looking at my back door right now. If like someone took the knob off, I wouldn't be able to walk through it. But there's a little crack underneath my back door that I'm actually kind of pissed about, because when it's like cold and like I want to keep my house hot, it's like the hot air is escaping out of the crack underneath my door. I can't go underneath the crack of my door, but the fucking heat in my house sure can. Piss me off.
You gotta go to Lowe's. You gotta go to Lowe's or Home Depot. They make little things you can slide under the door. It's got like a little rubber piece on it. It'll stop that.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. It's about time. I usually just take like a bath towel or a shower towel, like whenever I'm ready to turn the heat on for the day, whatever. I get the house nice and
That's
hot.
hood shit. That's hood shit right there.
Yeah, well, I know there's a simple answer, but I'm a functional lazy person, and that is hood. I get it. You're right. I'll check it out though. I mean, I know it's cheap. I just have to go there and ask someone to tell me, hey, where are the door weather strips?
Yeah, they're like $10. It's not.
Yeah, like nobody. That's
I'm a
one
lazy
item
guy.
that's not high on somebody's list, though, right? That's like an.
Well, it kind of
impulse
is. No, I mean it kind of is, because it's like a nightly ritual throughout the winter. It's like, okay, time to go to bed and set the thermostat to fucking 70. Right, time to throw the towel up against the crack underneath the back door where the fucking heat's escaping. But yeah, I mean, it is a simple fix. I could take care of it. Like, that's just how lazy I am. Which it's kind of counterproductive, though. It's like I could put in one day's work, like 1 hour to take a trip to fucking Lowe's or deal with it, but instead I decide to sign myself up for a daily routine. Which is almost as much
putting it on
work.
takes like 5
Buy
minutes.
it online, dude. Fuck going to brick and mortar.
Get it delivered, yeah.
Anyways, enough of
So
that.
what's the bright planet we can see in the sky right now? If you're on the East Coast and you're looking, what direction?
If it's bright, it's probably Jupiter. Saturn's always pretty dim. You got a small chance of seeing Mercury or Venus right now.
All right,
maybe
I'm
at this
looking
time of night.
150 degrees. I'm looking 150 degrees. Which planet can I see right now? Does anyone know?
Geez, I don't know. If it's big and bright, it's either Venus or Jupiter.
What
It's
about
not Mars?
Mars?
'Cause
Mars
it's not
is
red.
always big and bright.
It's
Well,
not
is
red.
it
though.
red?
It's white. No, it's white.
Is it near the horizon, or is it sort of high up in the
No,
sky?
it's up.
You're looking at Jupiter. According to them, this is
Yeah.
the largest planet
you're
combined all the other planets.
If it's not right next to the horizon, then that disqualifies it from Jupiter. I'm sorry, that disqualifies it from being Venus or Mercury. Venus and Mercury are always only going to be right next to the horizon. So if it's a really bright planet up in the sky, it's always going to be Jupiter. If it's not red.
Yeah,
that
there's
is.
no way you should be able to
Mars? Hey,
There's no.
go ahead, Jeremy.
There's no way you should.
There's no way what?
There's no way you should be able to see Venus or Mercury anywhere high in the sky. Fundy was right, because the sun would be if it's between us and the sun, then I don't know. On the globe, between us and the
Hey,
sun.
hold on. Let me piggyback on that, because I made an observation not too long ago. Kind of made sense. It's like, okay, when the sun's not in the sky, I see white stars. But when it's like one half of the sky, I'll see like red stars, and then the other's like white. And I'm like, okay, well maybe this is just because of the sun, and then the moon's out, so the moon's gonna kind of give some of these stars its light. But then so my question is Mars always red, or have we ever seen Mars look white? And maybe the reason why we haven't seen it white is because, like you guys said, it's close. Well, I know it's further in the heliocentric model. It's further than Earth, but maybe somehow the
always red.
sun's always shining on it.
Yeah,
It's always red.
From my experience, I agree with Jeremy. Just from my experience, I haven't checked every night my entire life, but every time I've looked at Mars, it's always red.
Yo, we were talking about this neat thing earlier about how they said they never saw stars from the surface of the moon because they were in the daylight. You know what I mean? But if you think about it a little deeper, just because it's daytime doesn't mean you wouldn't be able to see the stars, right? Because you got a bright light in the sky, the sun, and then if you put your back to the sun, it's not whitewashing the atmosphere out or anything, right? There's no atmosphere on the moon. So it'd be like, all right, there's a bright light there, but now if I turn around, I should be able to see the stars because I'm not looking at that bright light anymore. People were trying to say this. Go ahead.
Dude, I've seen stars in the sky, even not close to dawn. I mean, with the sun literally still in the fucking sky, and you'll see, you know, the like 1 or 2 stars. It's usually on the opposite side, you know, and then, you know, maybe even if the moon is coming up as well. But yeah, you can still see stars with the sun in the sky. That's ridiculous.
These
heard
guys
that
were
whole
trying to say
argument
it was.
today.
Go ahead.
No, I'm finished, bro.
These guys were trying to say, oh, well, you wouldn't be able to see it because the sun would wash it out, and then we knocked that down, and they were saying, well, oh, it's because the light reflecting off the moon's surface, and then we knocked that out. Even Bacon was agreeing with us, like, that's not going to work because there's nothing for it to
run away.
And then they were saying, Bacon was saying, well, it could be because your night vision, you know, you stare at a bright light and then you look at the dark, you can't see as good. You got to let your eyes acclimate or your pupils get bigger, whatever. I don't know what happens, but you could test that. You could test. Like I could go out right now. I can see stars. I should be able to shine a bright light in my face for 10, 20 minutes and then try to look at the stars and see if I could see them. But then he said,
no, that's just globe defending, dude.
Hold on. But then he said, well, there could be something. Because I was like, oh, cool, we could test that. You know what I'm saying? I could test that tonight if there's stars in the sky. But then he said, unless there's something in the visors that the astronauts had on. And I'm like, dude, that's unfalsifiable. I can't even check that.
That's just every excuse in the book. Notice how they reached for everything. And nobody, he tried to address my claim about the blue marble. Didn't even know what the blue marble is. And then I asked him, you know, and then he said, yeah, he did. So it's like they try it. Man, these guys are just agent provocateurs, man. Just trying to slow our roll.
Well, I don't know. They're just defending their model, but some of the shit they come up with, it's like, and they use that. Remember, they used that flashlight on a mountain thing. Like, all right, we'll go out at nighttime. You can be on one mountain, shine a bright ass flashlight, and then if I turn my back to you, and somebody's on another mountain that was behind me now, but now I'm facing them, you'd be able to see that light, a star. You know what I'm saying?
Remember how they did in Lord of the Rings? They'd light those fires. Just kidding. Just kidding.
It's a bit different. I love Lord of the Rings, but
well, you know, and then you know, I brought up the blue marble. It's like, okay, if what about all the other pictures from space? Not that they don't have the excuse to where it was the moon that was not allowing them to see the stars. No, they didn't want to even accept that either. And then they had to say, well, maybe it's the camera that can't see them. So, but yeah, they're finished, man. Hey, so what you guys were talking about the what was that? God, I don't know what that scientific term is. But like your equilibrium. If you go into space, you're not going to have that. We only have that here on Earth. Something in the inner ear. Asthma-distant fucking equilibrium. What is it? You guys know. You guys are saying it, Jeremy. Come on. Help me out, man.
You talking about the inner ear apparatus that helps you find your balance?
Yeah, but it's something else. It's called a asthma-distic something.
As a muffle equidistance?
No, it's not that. It's not even close. It's some fucking...
Oh, there comes Krista. Vestibular apparatus?
Yeah, maybe it's the vestibular thing. Yeah, that's it. So they're saying even in the ISS, you wouldn't have that. And when you disrupt that, you vomit because you don't have balance, right? So people in the ISS would be constantly throwing up. Same thing for the moon. You wouldn't be able to play golf. So how did they do that? And
Equilibrium.
what did they chalk it up to? DMOC, they chalked it up to zippers, right? That could hold in the pressure.
I mean, it does good for Ziploc baggies. I mean, for the freezer and shit here. But I mean, even that stuff gets freezer burnt and everything else, right? I mean, I don't know.
Hey, but
Jeremy was telling me they got some cool baggies that you boil stuff in, and I didn't know. I mean, I don't think can baggies contain like the steam or the heat, like the gas itself from rising out of there, like airtight. Like
I don't know. I got a cooler, one of those little mini coolers, that you could just throw ice in and some sandwiches and drinks. I got one of those, and it's got a zipper on it, but it's a waterproof zipper.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so that's what they'd have to use. That's exactly what they would have to use, something like that.
Could they use one of those to deep dive?
no, they're the zippers that they had on the astronaut suits that can supposedly hold in this pressure that's necessary for that vestibular system, right? That they're saying that answered or that accounted for that, right? The zippers, the pressurized suits. Oh, come on, guys. Don't go quiet on me. Let's riff. I only got a few minutes.
Yeah, no, it's just those kind
Bro,
of things.
all I was
Can't verify
Go
them.
ahead,
Can't
Nathan.
check the suits. We only got a few images. Like, can't really check any of that.
Well, I'd like to know how they're standing on the surface of the moon with these boots, and the surface of the moon is supposed to be like 200 degrees. You're touching that. Like, that heat's got to transfer into your suit.
Hey, what about the zippers
Right?
getting hot too, right?
Yeah, but they have
Sunshine's on
equipment,
zippers.
no, that insulates them.
Yeah, they got insulation, they got boots on top of boots, but still, like, that's 200 degrees. If you put aluminum foil or some kind of good insulating shit in the oven or on top of your stove, it's still going to get hot.
How about the suits
Hey,
they
how
use to
about the
get close
ladder
to
that they climb
volcanoes
down?
when they go sample like lava? I mean, those can resist heat too.
That's a good point. I wonder how hot those boots could get.
Jeremy,
Hey, how about the
they
ladder
claim
that they
that
climb
supposedly
down? Shouldn't that have got hot?
it heats up and cools down so fast. It happens so fast that supposedly the materials don't it doesn't affect it, which is absolute nonsense. Because if you heat up and cool down and heat up any material rapidly, you deteriorate it, right? So it doesn't make sense.
Oh yeah, the ISS The ISS should be trashed by now, dude. It's been getting so hot and so cold constantly every
Right?
90 minutes. Every
Hey,
what? Every
don't things
45
expand
minutes.
and contract, right? Or is that only due to air pressure and difference in
No, it's
air
heat and
pressure?
cold. It's heat and cold.
Yeah, but
You
if
get
it
a
can't
material
transfer,
hot. What's up?
yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, you get something hot and cold, it's gonna expand or contract. That's why sidewalks crack.
Yeah, but it's
That's why
only due to
blacktop.
the third component, which is pressure. So you got difference in heat, obviously, but you also got the Earth's pressure as well.
I don't think pressure plays in it. I could be wrong.
DMOC, what do you have to say about that? DMOC would know.
Why would you? All right, what do you think, DMOC?
Yeah. Hey, who is this? Yeah, Awaken. What do you think about that? Hot, cold, expand and contract, with or without pressure.
I think that happens regardless of the pressure. Personally, that's just my opinion. I don't know 100%.
Yeah, but pressure is a factor in everything. Though.
Well, maybe yeah, maybe it expands more or less. I don't know. That's something we could look into. But I guess if there's no pressure and things didn't expand and contract that much, because I don't know, man.
The pressure is definitely
Can we
a
get something
variable.
hot?
Jeremy, with everything. You just want to talk about
Yeah.
boiling. Depending whether you're at sea level or on top of a mountain. Yes, it can be 100 degrees Celsius of heat
It'll
at
never
sea.
boil though.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So you change the pressure of anything, you change the effect.
Yeah, maybe.
No,
I'd like to see the
definitely.
numbers on that though. I don't. Yeah, I'd like to see the numbers on it though for the expansion contraction thing.
I can give you an example that you can do yourself though.
Mm-hmm.
So there's of this. Do it yourself. You can get some sort of beverage that's in a well pressurized bottle that doesn't allow any expansion of the liquid, right? And you can take it far below 30 degrees Fahrenheit, and then if you you might have seen this before. Someone they do cheers, right? They tap bottles together, and they have this liquid inside the bottles low 30 degrees Fahrenheit. But as soon as they clank bottles together, give a little bit of disruption, it almost instantly freezes from the point of contact outward, the whole thing. Sometimes even the glass bottles explode, you know?
I ain't never seen that. I have seen if you have like a fresh beer and somebody taps the top of it with the bottom of another beer, it'll start like foaming up quick.
Yeah, it's not so much about two beers touching. Right? It isn't magic. Two beers touching does that. If that same person, either of the two, took their bottle and they hit it on the ground, all it needs is a little bit of a perturbation to set off the chain reaction. But that's just an example of how something under like a pressurized state, but then as soon as it's given a little bit of wiggle room to release that pressure and expand a little bit, all it needs is just one little expansion from the confined like volume it was in. If you give it even a little bit to work with, then it'll expand and freeze. Well, as far as water goes, it's mostly water. So 8% alcohol should be the other liquid involved. I mean, you can get water well below freezing temperature as long as you have it in a pressurized chamber. And then if you release that pressure from the water and allow it to expand, it'll freeze almost instantly. You know, pressure and temperature, they work together. It takes two to tango, always.
Hand in glove. Yep.
Yeah. It's also maybe the same. You could have a gas and then squeeze it hard enough, cool it enough that it'll turn into a liquid. This would be like the liquid nitrogen they make. Although I won't say I actually understand I've never really looked into the process of creating liquid nitrogen, but I think that they would put it under pressure and cool it down to a low temperature. That'd be my guess. I don't know. Any of you guys know how liquid nitrogen is produced?
Not off the top of my head.
I know some guy came, Asian kid, he hammered in a nail with a frozen banana. That was pretty cool. Took a tennis ball, dipped it in, threw it up, and shattered like glass. That was pretty cool too.
So yeah, liquid nitrogen is cooling nitrogen to a point.
Yep, just what I thought.
Yep.
Yeah, just kind of what DMOC always talks about, right? Is you can't get 100% of anything, so you just change its pressure.
I'd imagine the same could be accomplished though through magnetism, if the right strength was put behind it, because things, matter fits into. I mean, correct me if anyone knows better, but doesn't all matter fall into three categories of like diamagnetic, and ferromagnetic? And all of those interact with the field. So if you had a strong enough, you could pressurize something that's diamagnetic by introducing big enough magnet surrounding it.
Yeah, but you still need that variable of pressure though, that the magnetic field.
But it wouldn't have to make physical contact with the different.
No, well, it depends what you mean by physical contact. The field itself is making physical contact. It's containing something.
I don't think fields are physical.
Well, you can't move anything without the application of pressure. It's impossible. You cannot move anything. There has to be some sort of pressure involved that moves anything.
I agree with you there, but to just to readdress the last idea is that matter interacts with matter, but energy can also interact with matter. So, it's funny that way.
And it depends how you define physical too. Like, because you cannot see the field, we deem it as something non-physical, don't we? Right, but that's just a perception. That's just a perception.
Well, you can't see wind.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic one, and I assume everyone here is graduated from that level of like, well, I can't see it, so we can probably take it a little further than that, right? Yeah, there's translucent matter like air or gas or whatever, or glass or water, whatever. And what color is it? Oh, it doesn't color. It's translucent. It's invisible, kind of. We only recognize how it affects the path of light rather than how it reflects. Or the old fish goes up to the young fish and says, how's the water treating you today? And the fish say, what's water? So yeah, we're all smarter than fish. What's water? but about those fields, right? Obviously, a magnet doesn't have to make, and like you said, we should get into the whole physical, because it is fun and useful to go over. But the way I normally would use the word physical would be like a magnet doesn't make physical contact with another magnet in order to push it. That's sort of what I was saying.
Same as the copper when you try to push it through the air to the magnet, or the magnet when you push it to the copper.
Yeah, copper doesn't need to make physical contact with a magnet for the copper to slow the magnet down. As if you've ever seen those videos of a copper pipe with a magnet being dropped through the center of the copper pipe, it falls at like a seventh of the speed.
You're gonna like this one. It's called a copper because it cops from the air the kinetic energy to create a field. I'm serious.
No, I mean that's clever, man. That's really clever. That works out pretty well as wordplay.
Do you guys
Well,
remember?
what about Copernicus? Cop air victorious.
I love it, bro. Keep
What is
coming.
a motor but compression or decompression? The differential, like I was trying to tell you, right? And if gravity is everywhere, but nowhere, but everywhere, but the center of everything, so it's pushing from, to, back, like it's everywhere, but going to the center of everything. If you could draw that out, that means nothing. It means everything is doing nothing. I mean, think about that. Just literally. Even with the equation, F, M, A, whatever, I don't give a fuck. It all equals nothing, zero. That's why they keep saying it's not a force. Why would you say something is not a force? Because the not word is zero.
Well, it's the nature of equation to say, you got this of equal value on the other side of this other thing equal value, and overall it's a net zero, because they kind of, well, see, here's the thing, there's something extremely common between the two words equal and, well, I guess it's not one word, and cancel each other out, right? There's canceling each other out, and then there's equaling. And there's something very similar between those two things. Like two waves of equal amplitude or whatever, right? That, and going towards each other will equilibrate, cancel each other out. It's your choosing word you want to use. So yeah, there's something there to the whole zero concept. But the thing is, zero has a lot of infinity, don't you? Like there's zero, and then there's infinity, and then there's all the numbers in between them. But I like to philosophically approach it from the concept of holding the number one on a little bit of a pedestal, and then I say you can double one, and then double that, and double that, double that, double that, and you'll never reach infinity. In the same way, you can again start with one and have it, and have it, and have it, and have it, and you'll never reach zero. Those are sort of the two things to do with an actual thing. Like if right in front of you you have a thing, right, in real life, someone gives you an object, you can cut that object in half, and you can cut it into smaller and smaller pieces, but through the process of cutting it and dividing it into smaller pieces, you'll never end up with the result of having nothing. You'll just have that one thing broken into some amount of parts. You'll never actually equal zero, no matter how far you're these things, size or volume. And in the same way, you can have something, double it in size, but no matter how many times you double it, it'll never be infinitely big, because there's always double whatever is at whenever you stop. There's double that, double that. So that's the way, you know, there's 0, there's 1, and there's infinity. Those are sort of my anchors of like the way I sort of philosophize about these.
But it's just philosophy too, this whole cutting stuff in half and half and half and half, and you never get to absolute zero, like the smallest possible thing out there. You know, to the atom. To
It
the
works well for. You're right. It is it absolutely is philosophy, because I've never cut any in half as many times as I could, and then I'd be like, oh man, I'm gonna need a thinner knife, and I don't have it, so I'm stuck. I'm stuck at a pretty basic level. Like, I mean, my knife is only so thin. I'm working with stainless steel here. That's all I got. So it is philosophy. It is speculation. It is what I expect. But you know, that's just me. But you're right. It's philosophy. That's the funny thing about humanization, the state of ignorance that we all find ourselves in. You know, it's like once we've done everything we can with the tools at our disposal, well, there's only two things that are worthwhile after that point. There's working on figuring out how to push the envelope even further and see if we can figure out how to do something we've never done before, or you know, just use our words and have fun and speculate, you know, express our thoughts to each other. It is a little bit of a circle jerk, but I think that also can be productive as well. You know, I think a lot of the greatest ideas are made by just some people saying, what are the mysteries that we are baffled by at this point? And what thought, you know, everyone go around the circle. What are your thoughts about the mystery that we're currently facing? I think that's what we do here.
Definitely, Fundy. Like, you know, the way any advancement is made is by thinking outside the box. You know, you've got that crazy person in his garage thinking, damn, okay then, I want to try and do this. And some of the wackiest ideas, some of the craziest inventions, you know, come
It's the
from,
only way.
Yeah, coming from breaking the boundaries that they've been taught to think about things.
Yeah, and it's sort of like making impossible possible. You know, because but there is a better word to use than impossible, because I mean, it does have a denotative meaning, but we all know that whenever someone says something's impossible, that there's sort of like, it's sort of based, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, that's impossible. Well, you might want to say that, but that's just your opinion. You know, that's just your opinion that this whatever is impossible, because a lot of people thought flying was impossible, and then boom, airplanes, right? So we can't get carried away. Even though I won't hold it against anyone for using language as it's taught to them to use. Like, I get it. I mean, I totally get it, but we got to understand traps that are involved in the language you've been given to use. And there are lots of limiting traps, but it's a double-edged blade where this English language that we all speak, it is a limiting factor, and it is also your greatest tool to venture forward into the unknown. So it's positive and negative, and you gotta be realistic, but you also gotta, you know, try to maybe figure out ways to be creative with it, and that might involve breaking the rules. Like,
well, you can break the
go ahead.
rules, Fundy, but you know, when you're talking about language, you know, whatever language that may be, the two parties have to understand that language, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah, that's key.
otherwise, you're not going to be able to communicate that message at all. Like the message will
so
get
right.
lost. It'll get lost in translation. So unless you have some fundamental
Shout out.
understandings of those definitions and how you are going to use those definitions and the meanings of those words between those two parties or two groups or whatever, everything is just going to get jumbled up and confused.
So right.
Lost in translation.
You're so
Oh,
you're
yeah.
so right, man. And that's why it's a a common expression from where I come from, that people say communication is key, right? Well, like one of the popular ways brought up is that there's some sort of marital relationship, right? Husband and wife, they've been married for a while, it's past the phase, they're sort of getting to know each other better and recognizing the difference between them, right? And things are getting a little bit difficult to resolve. And it's probably not going as well as it could potentially because they're not communicating as well as they could. And so then the therapist says, well, communication is key to resolving your differences. And I mean, it's just, I mean, it comes in them with another expression where the same there's one other expression is key. So communication is key. The other popular expression is balance. But I feel like, I mean, there's a deep relation between balance and communication. I feel like communication is like the route, the pathway towards balance.
Well, you got to have honesty with that communication.
Oh,
right?
Hell yeah.
Unless you have honest communication that is defined and understood, once again, that is going to be a hurdle, and it doesn't matter.
I think that's all. I think that's all it takes. What you just said there is such an important word, honest. Like, man, I'm not sure that I know one other word that's important to fully understand more than honesty. Like if I had a child, if and I hope to soon, but if there's one definition of a word that is more important for my child to understand, or myself or you, I hope, or what my friends, peers, whatever, right? It's like, I wish for everyone to have a tight grip and understanding of what the word honest, because if you understand what honesty means and you can reflect your behavior off of that word, be like, how honest am I being? I mean, I think that is the guiding light. If you think you're being honest, then go for it. If I disagree with you, it doesn't matter. As long as you're being honest, then praise be to you. That's the most I could ask of anyone, because they can do it. That's the cool thing about honesty. You can be honest, and I want you to be, and I think you can be. Go for it, and I encourage you to be as honest as possible. And if we're all as honest as possible, I mean, I really think that's almost all it takes to make heaven on earth. Everyone just being honest with each other.
Well, being honest also too makes you vulnerable, doesn't it?
And there's a risk there. Yeah. In this real reality, yeah, doing the right thing comes with a risk, because not everyone is on the same page of being honest. Deception exists, lies exist. These things truly happen. And so you know what? I'll actually refute what I just said. It's an important skill to be a talentfully liar, a talentful liar. I wish for everyone to be an expert liar. Just use it the right way, because I understand this is the real world. It isn't all sunshine and rainbows, and I expect all of you to lie in order to be the best person. As weird as that sounds, weird as that sounds, I hope you all lie when you need to.
Yeah.
Gee, I hope for the world in the future where people have to lie as seldom as possible, but that's not happening right now. That's not the situation and circumstance and setting we find ourselves. So we gotta fake it till we make it.
Yeah, almost definitely. It was so funny one day, like when you go to the shop, the supermarket or the store or whatever, and you get whatever you want to get, and you go up to the cash register, and the lass or the fellow will serve you, and generally the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, "Hello, sir. How are you?" Right? And your natural response every single time is like, "Oh, I'm good. I'm fine. How are you?"
I'm good.
Right? Exactly. Exactly right. Well, one day, I don't know, I was in a bit of a mischievous frame of mind, and the young lad said, "Oh, sir, how are you?" And I just looked at her and I said, "Do you really want to know? Do you really, really want to know? Like, do you really have the time to know how I am?" And she just had this look of concern on her face all of a sudden. And then I just smiled at her, and she smiled back. But there was that moment there that I actually made her think about what she had said, and she thought, "Oh my God, he's actually going to tell me how he really feels."
Oh boy. And I do the same thing. I do the exact same she did, right? I'm a part of it.
Yep.
And it's actually really funny that we're talking about this because this YouTube video got recommended to me of comedian George Carlin, and he had about a 10-minute long skit on this specific interaction where he said he's sick of what is sort of the social norm of this interaction, and how he decided to do something about it. And he's like, at one certain day in my life, I decided to respond to that question that we're all asked by saying, "I'm adequate. I'm and he's the type of guy who likes to list off all sorts of synonyms and options. So he's like, I'm decent, I'm adequate, I'm relatively well, I'm not unwell, and he listed off like, I only gave you 4 there, but it's a really great comedy skit you should look up sometime, because he goes on this rant of giving you like 20 different options of saying like, I'm okay.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Because in most situations where someone says like, how you do, you say good, realistically, it's like, well, things are going functionally to some extent. But then there's all those other other aspects of your life, like the background of your mind, that are weighing on your conscience, that you're thinking about, like, okay, the kids need braces, I'm behind on the bills, I need to get this done. If I don't do this in the next 2 hours, the fucking roof is gonna cave in the house or whatever, right? But it's about being like socially proper or whatever. But it's
exactly.
My generic response that I give is, I would say, it's going.
It's going.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah.
It's going.
It sure is. It absolutely
going, bro. It's going.
How's it going? Well, it's going. It sure is going.
It sure is going.
Yeah, and I respect that answer. I get that every once in a while from the people around me. I get their response, and I take no offense. I say, good answer. But then, if I ever have the chance to my coworkers, they're always so busy around me. Like there really isn't a half an hour during work time where I can discuss anything, personal with the people around me. We all have something to, right? I mean, I have my girlfriend at home.
I have you guys where we can all take a breath, discuss things on a deeper level. But the workplace is such a funny environment, you know? And it really is. Funny enough, it's the people I spend the most time around, right? The people I work with are the people I spend the most time around. But for some reason, the people I'm around the most are the people I know the least about. You know?
Yeah.
The,
Yeah,
the, I have.
you put up this facade, don't you? Oh, just this.
Well, I try not to, but I do, like, sort of like subconsciously or whatever.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
it's an
Everyone does. It's just natural human behavior at the end of the day, isn't it? Really?
I guess I'm lucky because my job I like, and the people, the guys that I work with are like kind of like my friends, because it's like just a small group of guys, and so we actually have the time to get into personal things, and we're actually probably share way more. We actually probably get too personal and share too much or whatever. But so I have a really cool job, and so my job,
You
like,
do.
but it's the first time that it's been like that. Like normally, it's like what Fundy's saying and what you guys are saying. But the job I have now, I really like, and the people that I work with are like, you know, friends, and we talk about personal issues and stuff all the time, and we actually can talk about our personal lives. And I don't work in retail, so it's not like that cashier transaction like fake thing going on is when
Tall
I
talk.
What do you
right.
do?
Don't worry
I
about
work.
it, Matt. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah.
Don't worry about what.
I install office furniture.
Nice.
We deliver, build, sell office furniture. So like we're just like building tables and chairs and cubicles and stuff like that. So it's like a very small group of guys, and we just clown and have fun all day and talk shit and normal guy stuff or whatever. So it's like fun. So we do talk about our personal lives and talk about relationship stuff and stuff that's going on. So and I really like my job, and I've worked retail like most of my life, so I totally relate to what you guys are saying, and that's why I like the job that I have now so much. Is it's the perfect type of job for me that I can
Legal.
personally.
I got a question.
Yeah,
This is not the kind of job that a lot of females apply for, right?
correct.
Okay, so you're working with a bunch of men, like you're doing heavy lifting, manual labor, assembling things. Not a whole lot of females would actually want that kind of equality, so to speak, to go Jordan Peterson on you. And as you're working with these group of men, you say that you've actually obtained something a little special in your workplace. I think you kind of described it as brotherhood, contentment, friendship, and
Yeah,
even the ability to kind of go beyond certain limits rather than just coworker establishment type 101 stuff that you
yeah,
normally have in a normal job. But because you're working with a bunch of people that you can all relate to, right? Whether it be gender or ideology, right? Everything just seems to go smooth like butter, and there's not a whole lot of drama or what you would call like hiccups in the relationships. Everything is just in flow state, right?
you nailed it.
All right, moving on. I'll be quiet. Continue.
Yep, you nailed it. It's like we're all friends, and like literally, it's like 8 of us, and we all have like similar backgrounds, and it's like going to work with 8 of your friends, and yeah, there's none of that like drama, retail, like gossiping, or I mean, there's a little bit of that, but generally, it's just like going to work with like it's 8 guys, and we just clown all day and do it, just be guys and have fun, and that's why I enjoy my job. That's why I like my job so much. Is we're just building shit, putting it together, and having fun, joking around, and this is the first job that I've had in a long, long time where not only do I not dread going to work, because I always said I don't want to love my job, I just don't want to hate my job. But not only do I not hate my job, I look forward to going to work. And so this is the first time in a long time where I look forward to going to work because it's just like going to work with a bunch of friends and we have fun and it's great.
Just
So
to
you got a new, so you
expand
got
on
a,
what
it's a new job, right? Sounds like a new job.
Relatively new. I got in through a temp agency and I'm about to get hired in. I started in March.
Oh,
Hey, report back in 6
do you-
months and see if you're still singing, man. I hope you are, bro. But you know, maybe it's because you're new, but it sounds like a good job, man. But I still would love to hear back from you in a few months.
just to expand on, a little bit on what Larry said. I think it was Larry you piped in just before and said what you said. But basically, you know, men and women are wired differently too, and I think that should be celebrated and embraced and actually encouraged. Quite personally, you know, those relationships instead of trying to be blended together.
I mean, because the thing is we spend a lot of our time, our life at work, and so it's like it's like you know, in the past of other like retail jobs, and that I've worked, and you spend so much of your time in your life with these other people that you don't like. You're forced into situations with people you might not get along with, or that are different, or whatever that you don't really like, and or that don't whatever. And but in this situation, in my situation I got going now, it's like
I'm sorry, that wasn't about you guys.
yeah, it's not about like I don't know how to explain it. Like it's just that you spend so much of your time of your life, like I said, it was the whole thing is I enjoy it. I look forward to going to work, and I've never, that's rare that you have a job where you not only don't hate it, not only are you indifferent, but I look forward to going to work because it's like fun. It's like going to work with your friends. It's not like you have to, uh, like you have to force anything. We're just like naturally become friends of spending time together. And when you spend so much of your life with people, because you got to go to work, you got to earn money, you got to pay your bills. But it's like I also enjoy spending time with these people. There's like nothing forced. And the fact that, I spend like, half my life or whatever waking life with these other people, and that it's enjoyable and not, you don't have to deal with a bunch of drama and
That's
bullshit.
awesome,
Manager is really cool, Like I'm actually older than my manager. My manager is 1 year younger than me. And we're all like the same age. We're all in our like, mid 30s or 40s. So we're all like,
Hey, illegal, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
Can I just ask a quick question, real quick?
Go for it, man.
Do you think that all this horsing around, in your honest opinion, takes away from the quality of your work?
No, it actually makes it better because I'm in a good mood.
Fucking awesome.
I'm in a good spirit. I like what I do. It's basically, how to use a drill. I'm just putting tables together. We're delivering chairs or whatever. So no, it doesn't diminish it at all. It actually makes it, and you have and see, the thing with my job is like every day is different. Like I don't like doing the same thing day after day, or like a warehouse or what do they call it? What am I thinking of a factory or anything? Like every day is different, and I have a sense of accomplishment because we go to these jobs or these offices, or like a hospital will like renovate or add on, and we install all the tables and off, and you get this sense of accomplishment because you're like, you go in, you build up the tables and everything set up, and you get it all done, and then you go to the next job or you go home or whatever the case may be, and you have a sense of accomplishment, and every day is different. So it actually adds actually do better quality work because I actually kind of care about what I do, and I'm having fun while I do it. So I think if you enjoy what you do, you're gonna just naturally do it better than a job that you don't give a fuck about, right? Just naturally.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I don't think anyone disagree with you at all. I think you're just like spitting the truth out, man.
I just like to say I worked 14 and a half hours today. We were
Really?
installing.
Oh, it's quite a
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, we were installing new chairs, and building these chairs for the airport in the city that I live in. They like expanded and added like 3 or 4 new gates to the airport in the city that I live in, and so we're building all the chairs and furniture in the airport. And yeah, so I work from 7 a.m. Until 9:30 p.m. So I'm exhausted, but like I said, it was
Well, thanks for coming out and talking to us after such a long day of work.
oh man.
Hopefully, this can be a relaxing way to end the night for you after such a fucking long, laborious period. You know,
No, it
I'm sure
is.
the last thing you want is some sort of fucking bitter debate.
Well, most of my day today was physically and financially fulfilling, and then I jump on here and get mentally fulfilled, and then I go to sleep.
Hell yeah.
And have a good night's sleep, and then I wake up and I do it all over again.
Isn't that
Like,
how it goes? Yeah.
This is my intellectual nightcap.
Hey, I like that a lot, man. I like that a lot. I feel the same way though, you know? Sometimes I listen to this throughout the workday. Often I try to, kind of learn something. And Discord's a source for that sometimes, sometimes it's a complete waste of time. But either way, if I got my headphones in during work, I'll try to, fill my ears with something that's going to help me out in life. But then, I get home after work and is quality time to be spent with loved ones or whatever. But part of that night, chilling, relaxing. I hope to come on here and have a good time hanging with the homies. Debate is welcome as long as it's handled properly. Right? Often it gets out of hand, and you got the moderators trying to keep it, flowing well and enjoyable to all people, whether it's there's friction or not. Resistance isn't a bad thing necessarily. You know what I mean? I mean, like like people say on here, like steel sharpens steel, or whatever. And there's a really deep concept to this. Maybe you guys can take this away on, where it's like appreciation for thy enemy or the opponent. Like
I always say I don't like arguing, but I like intellectual jousting. Like the swords, like steel sharpens steel. Like I like intellectual jousting. I don't like to argue. I don't like to get heated and emotional or like ad hominems and negativity or whatever. But I like intellectual jousting and not arguing. And just to add on to what you said is that's another reason why I like my job is because it's the kind of job that I can put in my Bluetooth headphones and listen to a podcast or jump on Discord or whatever and listen to, and learn things and educate myself while I'm making money to pay the bills. I can also, jump on Discord or a podcast or learn something or listen to an audiobook. I just have the type of job where you can do that. And that's another reason why I love my job.
Hey, so I don't mean to stop you guys from riffing, and it's cool you guys enjoy coming here and stuff. But as far as like, I wanted to see what you guys thought. I don't know if you've heard Dr. Tom Cowan talk about DNA, but I've been learning a lot of stuff from him.
which then made me dig even deeper into DNA and more precisely water. But as I dug into DNA, I found out the actual things that they're telling us, like the ATGC, like there's not little A's, T's, G's, and C's floating around. They haven't found them. They haven't separated them. They're basically too small. But what they just do is attribute certain like properties to these, and they just made their own little code. But really, it's not even A, T's, G's, and C's. But what it uh, most likely is, because we don't have proof of it, it's still speculation, just like everything else. That it's
I got 4 questions.
yeah, it's basically water, man. And it's kind of funny because you never hear scientists go on about the properties of water, its function. It's just it's one of those things that gets
Wait,
kind of like,
you just talking about that
oh yeah,
stuff
it's
in
water,
the toilet?
yeah,
That
it's
stuff in
toilet water, right? Water's
that stuff in the toilet. Who gives a shit about that stuff in the toilet? It's just water, you know. Give me some Mountain Dew and some Gatorade and some Monster. That's all I care about. What the fuck is water? Who gives a fuck about water? I just like shit in water.
You know what you guys can do? I did this today. I should have recorded it, but I called up an optometrist, an eye doctor, and I asked him about the apparent vanishing point. And he agreed everything that I said to him, and I asked him about it. He concluded, and I asked him, does he have a formula for the apparent junction of the sky and ground? And he said, no, that's Earth curvature. And I said, well, if it's Earth curvature, it's only 16,000 feet. And you know, and he said, because that's what the math says, right? It's around 16,000 feet for a 6-foot observer. And when I told him that math, he goes, no, that's not right. That doesn't sound right. He goes, yeah. So I think today, just by asking an optometrist the Rayleigh criterion and the apparent vanishing point, I got him to associate the vanishing point to the horizon and then question the math and the distance to it. And the response was the response was really good, because I've done it before with optometrists before, right? I just started doing it again, but it's quite interesting how they do agree that there isn't a junction. It's an optical illusion. It's just what happened was. What's that?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, it's just really interesting how he responded, because when I gave him the concept to think about, he agreed on every point except for what the horizon was the cause. It was really cool, right?
Well,
this
what we need here.
this subject with the horizon, right? This optic thing. It's basic. It's never ending. You're not going to get around it. The globers themselves, like the mainstream globers, they don't even study this at all. It's just what they're told in the books, and it is what it is. But actually, I just wanted to finish my thought. What I was telling Fundy about the water and about the DNA. Fundy, are you still there, or did you take off?
Yeah, I'm here and I'm listening.
Hey, did you want to talk about the optics, or did you want to talk about DNA? Because if you don't want to hear it, man,
I wanted to ask you some questions about DNA, but I'll wait if you have more to finish with.
Well, go ahead. Because what question do you have to ask? Because maybe it's with me saying it, or maybe it's something else I could say about it. But
so one of these repeating questions that comes up on almost every topic is
is the expression "show me what you got." But sometimes, sometimes it's appropriate to for someone to respond to the question "show me what you got" by talking, because that's fair. But in this sense, I kind of want to say like literally show, like visual, right? When it comes to the study of DNA, I do want to say show me what you got, which means, tell me what you think. What have you heard? What are the details of any sort of study, whether it be optically or logically or whatever? But I am super interested in, okay, the visualization of DNA,
I
the
can tell you
image.
about that. Yeah, I
And
can
I,
tell you
I
about
want to
that.
say I want to say one thing real quick, that
Go ahead.
I haven't listened to it deeply, but I just remember one time in my life when I was listening to someone just lecture and show visuals about DNA, that for some reason it was always a top down, like no one has ever shown DNA visualized through like photography or anything sort of similar to it from like a side view. It was always like looking down a spiral as far as I've ever seen.
Yeah, bro. Okay, so for instance, so it starts in 1953, right? There's this guy, or these two guys, Watson and Crick. These are the guys who were working on DNA. There's this actual there was this lady that their student. Her name was Rosalind Franklin. She's the one that actually Watson and Crick stole the photo from her and presented it. It's called Photo 51. If you Google that, you'll see the first image they ever have of DNA. So what they did was they took a calf thymus cell and they exposed it to a chemical bath, an enzyme bath. Then they introduced heavy metals so they could see it. And then they exposed it to 62 hours of X-ray exposure till it finally revealed itself. Now,
What the fuck?
yeah, dude, just on that process alone, if you looked at yourself introspectively and said, okay, if I cut off my hand, I expect and I want to see what's on the inside of it. Now, is it still going to look like a hand if I expose it to a chemical bath? If I expose it to, heavy metals, and then if I X-ray it for 3 days, is my hand still going to look like a hand? And the answer is probably no. And I get what they're doing. They're trying to remove the cell membrane and the cell nucleus and get to the heart of the matter. But I mean, I'm almost thinking whatever's inside the nucleus, right? That's supposedly where the DNA and information is held. What if whatever's inside there, when they expose all these things to it, that it doesn't just crinkle up like when you burn a aluminum can in the fire, it'll like
Sure.
it'll change shape, it'll shrink, it'll do all kinds of shit. Or like even say when a leaf dies, it doesn't still have its form anymore, and it shrinks up, crinkles up, gets dry, and this is exactly what they're doing to this. There's two different pictures. There's one of a dehydrated DNA, and then there's one where they rehydrate it.
Can I add in real quick?
Yeah, go for it, man.
So I'm really interested in ontological charts, which is just like listing words and then connecting them in sort of like a family tree layout. It's like, this is made out of that, this is the parent of that, child of that, or this is the cousin or whatever. And when we're talking about biology, mammals, whatever, we say there's the organism itself in total, like you or me, right? And then the organism is made out of organs, and then the organs are made out of tissue, and then the tissues are made out of cells, and the cells are made out of organelles, and the organelles are made out of cells. I actually messed up there. The organelle, the tissues are made out of cells, and the cells are made out of organelles, and the organelles. The only words I even know how to address that is like proteins and DNA or something like that. And it's like, what are these proteins? What is the DNA? Because it all sounds kind of logical from the position of like, okay, there's body, then there's an organism, then organs, then tissues, then cells, then organelles within the cells. But then I get really confused.
What is it?
After the point where it's like, okay, cells are made out of organelles, like little components of cells, and that's where my education stopped. It's like, what are organelles made out of, and how many steps between organelles and DNA are there, and what even is this thing? Because I've heard some crazy ass shit about it being like some sort of crystalline substance of information and like light, and like, I don't even know what to think at this point, about what it even is.
Let me tell you about organelles. Most of the images that we have of cells, you're not going to see organelles. You're not going to see Golgi apparatus. You're not going to see endoplasmic reticulum. You're not going to see.
How about some ribosome?
You're not going to see a ribosome either. And here's the strange thing, right? So, listen to this. This is what they say happens with the production of protein or another cell. Is there's an endoplasmic reticulum, right? And the nucleus is connected to a ribosome, right? And the DNA is let's see. Okay, so the RNA passes through the endoplasmic reticulum to the ribosome to actually get translated into whatever protein. But here's this. Just let me continue on. In the Human Genome Project, they found 80,000 different proteins, but then they only found 20,000 genes, supposedly. So where's the code for those other 80,000 proteins? Has anybody ever thought of that? Everybody's saying that, okay, every cell. Here's another thing. Now they're even starting to say that there's different types of cells. Well, everybody knows there's different types of cells, but you got a heart cell, you got thymus cells. But let me pull up this what they were talking about this.
Yeah, here let me just ask, like I always want to ask, like, what is a cell? Like, what is it? What is it made of? Like, and what's a cell made of? Or you could say a protein. Okay, what's a protein? And then what's that protein made of? Like, I was looking deeper and deeper. What is a cell and what is it made of? What is a protein and what is it made of? Like, are you just making shit up, or like, what is it?
They are, dude. They're you're exactly right. They're making it up as they go. They concoct these stories to make, logic out of them, to make sense, because if they just tell you, they can't just tell you that a cell is an antenna with a protective membrane around it that's always sensing its environment, and all it has is a dome inside with water. They're not going to tell you that. They want to amuse you and baffle you with their science, because
if they give you these complicated reasons why all these things are happening,
Yeah, they want to make a cool story, bro.
that's it, man. That's
I
all that's
mean,
going on.
there's this image I have in my head, right? So I took 7th grade biology class, and they hammered in this like my mind, right? Where you got this like sort of, whether it's a plant or a mammal or an animal, right? We have these cells, and they say, oh, plants have these very rigid cell membranes, like, and they always diagrammed it out as if it's like a square, right? Mammals have circular cells. Plants have these rigid square, rectangular cell walls, right? Which I never, I mean, it's this weird sort of red versus blue, circular versus rectangular, sort of just weird thing that they told me. And then there's this image I have in my mind of like 12 different parts inside of the cell. It's like this oval shaped thing is the ribosome, and then here's some sort of twist spiral thing that's called like messenger proteins, and the cell membrane has like gates with doors that it opens up. It lets some things exit and some things enter, but it's very careful about what it is. Security guard staff on the job at all times, making conscious decisions about what's let in, what isn't let in. Then there's these other things. I mean, I'm kind of lost for words at what the other parts are, but they all have their different functions, and they're all laid out like a city plan, right? It's like, I'm not sure I buy that every cell has these like districts. Like there's like a downtown and an uptown and the suburb and the surrounding country fields. It's just this weird sort of like city layout of a cell I was taught to believe in. It's like, oh, they're all set up in this exact way, where this part is in the upper left corner, and this other part, it's just really weird stuff. But
What? Yeah. What about
what am
nerve
I?
cells, right?
What the hell am I?
Hey, have you seen brain cells or nerve cells? They look nothing like these cells.
That's a good
Like
point.
regular. Well, my point is, what if nerve cells aren't even cells to begin with?
What am I, dude? What the hell am I? Is there some sort of ontology of like the different parts of me? How far can we take this with like evidence based reasoning? Like
Well,
what
if you
what
start
are my parts?
searching and like you said, one of my you went on about when what they've told you, but when you go actually look, even in your books, like in school, you're not going to actually see microscopic images of these things. You're going to see photos depicting what the idea they're trying to convey. And then there's going to be those ones that argue, like the globe defenders. They're going to say, no, but we do have these images. Okay, yeah, you do have some of these images after you just altered the cell and made it. It's not even what it was before. It's half dead. Well, no, it's actually dead. So
I want to post a picture if I can, quick. You comment on it. You feel up to that?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, here it is. DNA, not the same in every cell of body. Major genetic differences between blood and tissue cells revealed. This is from McGill University, July 16, 2009. New research calls into question one of the most basic assumptions of human genetics, that when it comes to DNA, every cell in the body is essentially identical to every other cell. This discovery may undercut the rationale behind numerous large-scale genetic studies conducted over the last 15 years.
So I just posted pretty much what I was taught in how to view things. And it's all these different parts in their own locations within inside of the cell membrane, right? You got some lysosomes and some ribosomes and the nucleus and the mitochondria, and they're all so neatly packaged, like the design of a smartphone. You got the battery and the RAM and the whatever. All these different components lay out so separately, and I find it just a little bit funny for them to give me this like very like I don't know, I don't even know what word to use. Like it's very sterile
They just
like
they just
layout where it's like,
they just
yeah, this is what a cell is. It looks just like this, even though I don't think like why give me a cartoon depiction when shouldn't if we have photographs of Adam, do we not have some sort of what do they call it, the sonar for like seeing babies what do they call that? What do they call that sort of sonar technology for imaging the baby in the womb while it's still like developing? Someone knows.
Three D sonograph. I don't know.
Sonic, yeah, we'll just call it a sonograph, right? Like,
Three
why
D.
give me a cartoon, when I could be shown a sonograph? Well, what do they call that though? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But I get these cartoons, but does a cell really look anything like this? Is this really
No,
what a cell looks like if you cut it
no,
in half and
it doesn't,
photograph?
Wendy. No, it doesn't. And here's the thing: the reason why they insert all these organelles is to validate their story, because without these in there, they have no story.
Hey,
So they can draw
this
little pictures and say, okay, so okay, what they're trying to tell you. Look at this. So as we're looking at the cell, right? See the nucleus. Inside is DNA. Now, after that, this DNA has to get coded into RNA, which passes through the Golgi apparatus, and and then it gets sent through the endoplasmic reticulum to the ribosome to get actually translated into protein. Now, that's the process they want you to believe, but I don't see any of anything, any of the I don't see the nucleus tethered to anything ever in that picture that I showed you. I don't see any endoplasmic reticulum for the RNA to travel to the ribosome to get processed. So, and it's also been said that living cells, they could see the nucleus turn. So if something's tethered, and it's just not one, there's like 20, and they fold them up nice and pretty, but that's not really actually how it happens. There's actually like multiple tethers, like 20. So are they turning with the cell that's connected to the ribosome? It's ridiculous. I mean,
That doesn't sound physically possible for something to be tethered to something but then rotate without the tethers ripping apart. How does something be tethered to something else but also spin or rotate at the same time?
Unless they got like nano-sized bearings, that's that's allowed to swivel, which I wouldn't put it past nature, but I mean, again, cool story, bro.
Yo, I just wanted to just get this in here real quick. It's the same thing. You're talking about the micro right now, and it's the same thing with the macro. How they make up these stories to, I don't know why, to feel smart or whatever. They make up shit to fill in all the blanks and answer all the questions. And everything you're talking about within a microscope and DNA and all that is the same thing they do with space. So space is the macro, and under the microscope is the macro or the micro. Wait, yeah, and so yeah, they do it on both levels, the micro and the macro, with space, and then being able to like see these proteins and cells and DNAs and or whatever else, or the story or the names that they give them, or what they are, or what they're doing, or how they work. They fill in all the blanks and just make shit up. Same thing with space. That's all I wanted to
Well,
say.
this is what I call the answer providing. We're surrounded by it, like in all the parts of culture where people should be honest and recognize like the human condition of like, man, do we wish we knew what's up? And everyone at a certain age feels this way, where they're curious, they're like, oh wow, here I am, right? That's where you start. You say, here I am, and you look around. You look around, you look inside yourself, and you say, boy, oh boy, what a mystery. Does anyone know, what's going on? Can anyone explain this? And then here I introduce the answer providing, where every human is just baked into them. We're so curious about so many fundamental questions, and there's people so willing and ready to pretend they have the answers to those questions, and of course make a profit out out of it, right? To put your mind at ease, to say, don't worry, I got you. Oh, you got some questions, I got the answers, and isn't it a sort of stressful state to be in? To be in a state of wonder,
Well,
like
yeah, it's the unknown.
humans are always looking for peace and rest and ways to conserve energy. And if you got these questions that you're looking for the answer to, well, that's burning calories, in your pursuit of finding those answers. And so we are very willing to go ahead.
Yeah, Fundy. You can put it simply by just saying this: there's a basic intrinsic fear of the unknown, that you fear what you don't know, and you only fear it because you don't know what's over there. So that's what it is. It's the fear of the.
That's one side of it, and I don't think you're wrong. I think you're correct. But what I was going for is sort of the opposite side, where you say, what's worth my time? You have this body. I think a person is more than their body, but no one that I know has ever escaped the sort of conditions of being flesh. So you got to deal with it. You got to sleep. You got to have a shelter. You got to have food and water. This is something all of us have to deal with on a daily basis.
Well,
and there's this whole sort of process going along with it, where we say, if I put effort towards anything, right? This is the key part. If I put effort towards anything, I am dehydrating myself because I sweat. When I do anything, I sweat. I expel water, and I'm also consuming calories from food. I mean, if I do anything, I'm using up, my fuel, and I'll have to replace that fuel, and that's not the easiest thing to do. I have to work to earn that. So whenever someone, we have all these curiosities that we want to put our efforts towards, we know that comes at a cost of fueling those efforts. So there's a very easy sort of comfort blanket that we can accept, right or wrong, where it's like, well, I have all these things that I wish to figure out and work towards understanding, and we will take just a lie of a shortcut to satisfy ourselves, so often where it's like, oh man, that's one checkup. That's one less thing weighing on my shoulders. Even if the answer is a lie, it'll satisfy a lot of people just to have the sensation of being able to just, like, ignorance is bliss, just to be convinced that you don't need to concern yourself with these things because it's resolved. I found the answer. I don't need to worry about this anymore. Someone knows it all. But it's sad because all the deepest questions no one actually has the answer to. I mean, that's my opinion. The top 100 deepest questions humans have ever asked themselves as a collective, none of them have been answered. And I don't think they ever will be answered to anyone like in the flesh. Hopefully, we get some answers given to us to the questions we have when we die. But I wouldn't recommend like jump the gun and kill themselves to find those answers because I think that's a big mistake to do that. But I do think some sort of deeper understanding will occur after the event of death. I don't know. You kind of gotta earn your keep, though. Like, I don't know. I sort of have a capitalistic view on spirituality, where you kind of gotta earn your place through your work, and get paid what you earn through your labor. Maybe that's a mistake. I don't know. But if you quit your job, you don't get paid. That's all I'm saying. If you quit your job, you don't get paid.
You're talking about electricity, like you get back what you put in.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's just pretty simple because you're exerting energy and then receiving a current. See?
Yeah, very funny. I got you. Yeah, I got you.
You put energy out. You put electricity out. You get electricity or a current or a currency back in. It's a flow state, and it works on many levels.
I'm not a sort of like heaven hell sort of minded person. Like, oh, you did bad things, you didn't do this one most important thing, and so now you're gonna burn. I'm not that sort of guy who's gonna say anyone committed to eternal damnation for not living life correct, right? I at the same time, there's the expression, "What you do echoes in eternity," which that's one that I can stand fully behind. Every action you take shapes the future of reality. You control the fate of reality. Like, we all do have this ability, within ourselves. We all share it, like that, like it's such a paradox because I'm in control of myself, but if you choose, so you are also like, I can choose to live, but if you choose for me to die, that'll come to some sort of when worlds collide. And if your will for me to die is stronger than my will to live, then it will work out that way that I just die. As weird as that sounds, I'm in control of my life, but I'm also in control of your life. At the same time, you're in control of my life, and you're in control of your life. It's a weird paradox that we all have control over ourselves.
I got a paradox for you. So I always talk about this. This is like my jam or whatever. So they often talk about the future can affect the present or change the now, but then also the now can affect the future, and it's kind of like, again, this loop or this torus field.
How do you think the future affects the now?
Like I said, you're gonna ask me to explain something that's a paradox of something that hasn't happened. Because from a logical standpoint, you're going to say, well, how has something that hasn't happened
Right.
yet possibly affect what's
Yeah.
happening right now in my life? But then also you can say, well, I mean, it's a little easier to swallow if you say what's happening right now is affecting something in the future. That's kind of reasonable. That follows logic. But here's where the circle connects, or the infinity, or the thing is. But then what happens in the future can also affect the present. And but you're like, what? But it's like this. It's a time loop, because again, like our concept of linear time, and we're thinking in a linear time concept. But the whole like I said, a lot of things that I've been sharing in our chat about the power of the mind and imagination, and affecting the future with the mental, like all that stuff, that's what I've been talking a lot about recently. And yeah,
You're
so
totally right, man. I mean, you're totally right. It's sort of like how the actual process, just, trying to, I don't need to tell you this, but for everyone else who might, benefit from hearing this, you obviously understand already. But it's like there is one single process, and from one person's perspective, it's giving, and from the other person's perspective, it's receiving. But there's only one actual process that happened, and it's only which side of it you're on is whether you're going to, describe it as a giving or receiving process. But what
where you
happened
it's
is,
one
but
it's one
what truly happened was a
one
combination of the both in some way that we just don't have a word.
no, we would call
because we always go ahead.
We would call it an you could say transfer, but that means a giver and a receiver. So you could say an exchange, because that doesn't
That's pretty good. That's
hate
pretty
a
good,
giver.
right?
An exchange. It's an energy or exchange, I guess you could call it, right?
You're right. Yeah. That's a powerful word right there, man. I mean, when that's powerful. Yeah.
Exchange.
The idea of an exchange. I mean, this is a very hermaphroditic sort of word. It's like it contains both quality of headphone, headphone jack and headphone jack receiver. It's sort of like the word marriage, sex, right? Marriage, sex, exchange. All of these are like very hermaphroditic terms where it implies, two different genders coming together to complete each other and fulfill each other's, to complete each other. And
Yeah.
that is the sort of higher truth that sometimes people need to be reminded of, that you can't do it alone. As powerful as anyone might think they may be, well, whatever you're doing, whatever you think you can do, whatever you think your capabilities are, you can't do it alone. You're always going to need your opponent, your counterpart, or your enemy to fulfill that equal and opposite role. Because and that's why it takes two to tango.
Hey, you just have to keep in mind that you're never alone, because you're all one. You just have
So,
to,
so
you just
good.
have you just have to put an extra L in the center.
I mean, how is that not on purpose? God damn, dude. Is that just a serendipitous wordplay, or is that some sort of message sent from God? Just to point out something so amazing, alone and all one. How do we? How do I even handle that?
Magic synchronistic words, magic synchronicity, or that's just how it works out. It's all
just how it
perfect.
works out, isn't it?
It's all perfect. It's just how you look at things and how you dissect it. Like, everything is perfect. It all depends on how you look at it. And we're looking at this one particular thing, like phonetically and with words, and be like, "Oh my God, that's perfect." But all things are perfect if you're looking at it the right way, I guess I should say. So we fuck with words and etymology and phonetics. That's like our jam. So when we look at alone and all one, that's very profound to us. But you could probably find that in the majority of everything.
Hey,
If you
real quick, guys, I heard you jamming, and you guys already know my jam of how pretty much history is made up. Nobody knows the truth, and they just made it up along as they go. Now, is there any way, because with stories, or I'm sorry, with words, you can concoct stories. I mean, look, they concocted the DNA story, so I wouldn't put it past them to, create a story about, God or whatever. So, with words, they need to connect them and make stories. They could be fiction or nonfiction. So basically, when we say, okay, well, the etymology of this word is, and it comes from whatever, it's Greek, but it doesn't mean that the Greeks knew the truth either, right? Because it's
Yeah.
it's the way I understand it is the only way to know the truth is unless, and the truth is, like who made us? Why are we here? We all know that. Who made us? Why are we here?
Sure.
And what are we doing here? So the only way
Yeah.
to get that information is directly from the source or somebody that came in contact with the source of whatever made this. Now, if you don't have that and all you have is words, then these words were created on a false assumption as well. Just because they link them and put rearrange the letters, and then you notice a pattern, that doesn't mean that that word is actually um, you know I
You're
guess
right.
valid in a sense.
Yeah. No,
you don't
you're
you
you're
don't know
absolutely right, man.
you don't know, but my
You're right. You
intuition will
Yeah,
say
it
tell
really, yeah, it does come down to intuition
you
and
or
deep
logically
reflection and contemplation to the best of your ability. You just got to try your best, and that's obviously your opinions, right? We're just trying to do our best to work this all out, see how far we can get on this.
No, that's true. I get it. I mean, it is riffing. It is cool, because gosh, you can come up with some amazing no, I wouldn't even say coincidences because they happen a lot. They're patterns, and they're you can actually see them and identify them and say, holy fuck, that word coincides with this word. And when you flip it upside down or add a certain letter, boom, then you got anagrams, and then you got homophones, and you got all these uh
Yeah.
synchronicities with these words. But
Uh-huh.
at the very beginning, the origins of these words, they're valid, but they're not truth.
Yeah,
To be honest, man, because
you're
unless,
right.
man, unless I haven't seen God, and the other guy that's telling me, hey, I seen God, I wrote a story about it, I'm gonna connect all these words, they're I'm gonna make a language, and it's gonna be of angel language. um Yeah, I mean, there's a way to rearrange words to where it seems like that, but to be honest, man, they're just telling us another story.
Well, I think the overall message is that you got to be really careful, especially after hearing
great ass advice like you just gave us. And then what are we going to do from now on? We're going to always keep in mind not to get too carried away with this type of research. Now, the thing is, though, the more I look into words, I do see trickery, but then I feel like I can, do my best to separate the trickery from the truth that's contained in words. Because I do think there is something very honest about etymology. I think the reason why, certain words are, spelled similarly or have certain roots that relate them, I do think that comes from, deep understandings of related concepts. And, why we spell things similarly is because there is something people have recognized as these two different things. They have some sort of commonality between them. Like, it's one of the most shallow examples, but you take blood, right? You take blood and you replace the two O's with two E's, and we say bleed. And I don't feel I'm being there. I feel like this is just something I can recognize in etymology. It's like, okay, blood and bleed. I don't need a dictionary or a thesaurus or anything to tell me they're related. I can work that out for myself. That there's blood, and then when you lose blood, we call it bleed. And the reason these words are spelled similarly is because there's something truly in common that they share. And I don't see any sort of deception going on there. It's like, yeah, there's blood, you lose blood, you call it bleed. They're spelled similar, you take the O's, turn them into E's. But then I see what you're saying about when you don't want to get carried away or stretch the etymology too far, because one of these viruses that has affected the truth community is something called folk etymology. And folk etymology is where someone can convince you that these two words are related because they have a vague similarity, and they take that and go on a rift about some sort of deep insight that they're inferring, where they may just be taking advantage of the fact that there's only 26 letters of the English alphabet, and there's bound to be some sort of coincidences that do exist. But then I do have an overall arching sort of worldview, a work in progress that I'm working with. And words are one of the most potent tools at my disposal to use, because language is a very special thing. And language, because of its nature of being a tool that, inherently contains deep lessons within it, and has a very organized system that it operates by. I mean, it's obvious in the fact that I can just say all these words randomly, and you pretty much know exactly what I mean. That means that there is some sort of honest integrity about these words. Like, if you know what I mean, then language can't be a complete lie. That's my final point. Language can't.
Wait, no, don't go away, because you said something profound, and before you shotgun me and give me another awesome tidbit. Let me just focus on what you said about language is awesome, and I agree, language is awesome, but isn't everything awesome? And what I mean by that is, wood is awesome. Whatever, everything. Water is awesome. Air is awesome. So just because it's words and information is awesome too, because without it, we'd be lost in the dark. But there's what I wanted to say was there's different types of languages too. So even without words, we would still be able to communicate with, let's say, sign language. But see, these signals and stuff mean something to us, right? They have an idea behind them. But with language, it is subject to manipulation. we
Oh
obviously
yeah.
see how
Oh
far they
yeah.
manipulated the words in the Bible, just to tell their own story and deceive many. So just because there is language doesn't mean it's not being misused.
You're right.
I'd say like the purest language, man, really would be from the source, so say from God, information to you, and then from you transfer that to other people, telekinetically. So just by thought, just by
But check it out.
thinking.
Every
Because there
good
wouldn't be a
lie.
middleman to say,
Oh,
"Hey,
hold
you know
on.
what? Hold on, let me finish, man," because I let you riff for a while. So I'd
All
say
right.
without the middleman being like the word would be the middleman, the go between to convey an idea. If it came from the source, got to me, and then I was able to transfer that, or we were able to bounce it back and forth to each other. It'd be between that space to get jammed or to get uh, uh, hijacked and recoded, and there's always possibilities. But if there was some sort of streamlined way, like some sort of like impenetrable um, uh, thing that wouldn't allow it to be manipulated, that would be the best sort of information. But as we have it now, words could be jumbled around and changed and manipulated, and then they lose their meaning. They can I hear people all the time talking about the Bible, and they say, well, it means this to me. So then it's left up to interpretation.
Check it out. Check it out, bro. Every good lie, right? Every good lie is gonna be mostly true.
It's gonna be most
When
what?
every good so a good lie is a lie that's going to convince an honest person to believe in it, right? A bad lie, well, an honest person is going to hear it, reflect on it, and just be honest enough to realize, like, no, I can't go along with this. I'm honest. You try to present me with some reasoning, and I'm honest enough to not just go along with things that don't make any sense at all. So every good lie is going to be mostly true. If you want someone who's very honest with themselves to believe something that's not true, you're going to have to. It's. Let me put it this way. You're going to have to give someone direction towards where they're heading, and all
Well,
that matters is that if there's 99 if there's 100 turns on a drive from where point A to point where someone's trying to go, a good lie is gonna tell you 99 correct turns, and then it's gonna say go left at the very last turn off the cliff instead of turn right into the driveway of the house you're trying to go at, right? Because if they say, if you say, hey, I'm trying to go to California, that's west, and they say, okay, so what you're gonna want to do is head east and
Fundy.
keep going that way. It's like, well, that's not a good lie. I'm not gonna fall for that. But if someone wants to give me a real good lie, they're gonna tell me mostly true things and then mislead me whenever they can camouflage and disguise,
Fundy.
that lie within the truth. So
Fundy. Fundy.
go ahead.
The best way to lie is to hide it in between two truths.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And so we're always being lied to, but the liars tell us the truth for the most part, which means your only responsibility is to find the needle of the lie within the haystack. And
Hey, you
it's
know what? Real
difficult,
quick though,
sure.
I don't believe even the liars know the truth. They're just able
They
to
have
manipulate
they
it,
have
just like
to. The good
no.
ones.
The good the good liars have to know the truth. There's the
there is no
expression.
truth, Bundy. Bundy, serious
Ah,
man.
man,
They
really?
don't have the truth either. They don't know, man. Nobody knows for absolute certainty.
Yeah, we won't
Uh,
say absolute, but they know more. They might know more than we do. We're not saying the absolute truth or the answer to everything, and they're the all
I
knowing
don't think that either. I don't think the Illuminati knows,
that
and they
either.
made us. You know, we're actually talking about this
But
today. Pete brought it up. You know, Pete Shea. He brought up the G in the Illuminati symbol, and I said, you're basically giving them power by associating things and creating stories, and you're actually making it real for them. But if they didn't outright, because he was saying, oh, you flip a G around and you look at it and you invert it and you mirror it, and then it gives you the true meaning. And it's like, well, why didn't they come out and say this is what it actually meant? Because what if it just means goat? You know, because they like, you know, goats, and they're just seems to be
That's a
their
different
spirit
story,
animal.
man.
It,
Yeah,
it could
that's a
be.
different story.
No, it's not a different story, because unless they didn't actually come out and say, "Hey, this is what it means. This is its significance. This is my proof of why it's real," they've never done any of that. We we concoct these stories. We manipulate and make up fictitious stories about what the G is in the Illuminati symbol,
You know
when
what though?
the Illuminati probably doesn't even know either, because whether it's gravity or whether it's God, that actually can't be authenticated either. So, like I
Yeah, but
said,
they
that
surround the
nobody
G
knows
with
the truth, Bundy.
they surround the G in the middle, whatever the G might be. It's clear who, but they surround the G with the compass and the square, and the compass and the square do elucidate the person ready to understand a lot of truth. Whether they're going to
You're
lie to you,
doing it
whether they,
again, though. You're
oh
saying
come on,
you're
you
doing
don't
the
think that
same
there's
thing
deep,
that
profound
Pete
lessons
Shea is
about the
doing.
compass and square? You don't
Okay,
think the
so
compass square describes a profound relationship between straight and curved, male and female, union of opposites, the hermaphroditic nature of the dualistic
well,
world we live
tell
in,
me something I don't know
the black
then.
and the white. Yeah,
Tell me something I don't know.
that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to tell you. I'm literally what I'm trying to do right now is tell you something you do know, but I'm just trying to tell you it in a different way that maybe you haven't heard it before. That all good lies are mostly true and only a little bit false.
Okay, but
If it was completely false,
that's still not
then
going to answer my three
it'd be
fundamental
obvious.
unanswered questions. Who made me? Why am I here? And who's God? Those things that you're telling me about, how profound the compass and square, circle and line, um, linear and curved, all that stuff. It's only going to tell me these made up terms, or not made up, but these terms we use to describe the nature of this earth. It's still only describing things here on earth that we can that can possibly be tangible or
Yeah,
not, but
that's all
that can
that can be
apply to our
described.
experience. But
That's all
there's
that
three
can be
unanswered
described.
questions, dude, that you're never gonna get. And if anybody told you this, they're lying to you. That why
I
you're
already
here,
said that, man.
who made
I
you.
already said that. I already said that. So it's not, you're not telling me anything new, because I said that there's the human condition and a real living being in this real life experience is always going to be curious to the answers of a lot of questions that'll, even if you lived isolated on an island all by yourself with no influence of culture, just raised by coconuts and palm trees and beaches and oceans, just an orphan, born, raised by wolves, whatever, right? On a deserted island.
you're still, even without language, any legitimate soulful being is gonna have, yes, those three curiosities on their
Yeah,
mind.
dude. Hey,
You're
while
right.
he's on that, while he's on that uh island, what do they call that when you're gosh, not abandoned island, but isolated island, whatever. You're given an imagination, so I mean, he could imagine all kinds of things. Like he could imagine the internet, and what people do on the internet is share stories and take pictures of their food and girls twerking, and he could imagine all these great things. But it's still not going to get to the fundamental question, the unanswered questions of who is
And
God.
no, I don't think anyone can.
All right, man. I think we agree on
I think
something.
all we can do, I think all we can do is walk towards the horizon, knowing that the horizon will always, it's a mountain that grows taller the higher you climb. The horizon will always run away from you at the exact same pace that you approach it. Okay? We have physical limitations in this incarnation. We can't do all things. We can only do what we can do, which isn't everything as an individual or even as a collective humanity. But the thing is, it's a game that can't be won. It's a game that can only be played. And so, do you want to be nihilistic and say, oh, it's a game that I can't win, so I'm not going to play? Oh, time to off myself. No. You got to recognize that good is still good. So, understanding that it's a game that can only be played, never won. You'll never win the game. You'll only ever play the game. Then you have to ask yourself, how am I going to play the game? Am I going to play the game poorly or am I going to play the game well? And that is your choice. I don't know if there's consequences, after death for playing it poorly or well. That's the sort of punishment or reward of heaven, Christmas presents or coal in your stockings brainwashing that everyone wants to teach you. Now, it's an individual decision you have to make for yourself, that when you realize that there's no winning or losing, there's only playing. Do you want to play it well or do you want to play it poorly? And if that's all I got to choose from, I do think that, for some reason, in my heart of hearts, I say, even though I'll never win, I'm going to play it the best I can. It's sort of like the concept of the game Temple Run, right? Temple Run is a game that gets harder the longer you play it. The turns get sharper, the speed gets more intense, the actions are more demanding the further you get. But it isn't about ever reaching the end of the Temple Run maze. There is no ending to that game. It will keep on extending in front of you the longer you go on. I don't know if you've ever played the game Temple Run, but it's called an endless runner game, right? So why everyone loves playing that game? It's a fun game. Everyone plays that game knowing that they'll never reach the end. Why do you play the game?
Yeah, but here's the thing about that game.
One last sentence.
Yeah, I know. What?
We play the game Temple Run to figure out how far we can get. That's it. We play the game to figure out how far we can get.
But check this out. Somebody made that game just like somebody made this place. And that's the whole conundrum is we don't know who made us, why they made us,
We don't know.
and why
We
we're
don't know
here.
it was made. It might have been a game that's been played since always has been played and always will be played. Like I'm not a big fan of the whole creator concept. I'm more of a sort of eternalist. I think that what we're a part of always has been and always will be.
Yep.
Like, I don't believe in a beginning of existence, and I also don't think the world is going to end. I think that's some doomer sort of brainwashing thing people have told you that, oh, someday in the future, existence stops existing. Okay, yeah, sure. And once upon a time, 6 billion, 8 billion years ago, existence began existing. Screw that. No, this is a thing that always has been and always will be. And, you're a part of it. And you are not only your body, you are something more everlasting. You have a connection just by the nature of being here and feeling the connection to the overall scheme of things. You understand that, sure, there's an individuality, which is an illusion of separateness in the overall unity, that when you really get over that sort of egotistical mindset, realize, yeah, what might be lost is my individuality, but there's a part of myself that always has been and always will be, and I'm grateful and happy to have this conscious experience, which, is limited but also infinite. The highest can only be understood from a paradoxical standpoint or perspective, and it's not something that ever resolves. It's very difficult, especially for like our condition that we find ourselves in. But the cool thing is that you're not just your body, you're also your mind. And your mind is way more capable of understanding lessons that you'll never learn directly. It's sort of like the concept of, you've only been given examples of things. And one of these ancient definitions of learning is first you're stimulated by some sort of signal. Then you interpret the signal, then you analyze the signal, then you understand the signal, and then you retain the signal. And that's the process of understanding. But the thing is, I know about things that I've never experienced. I've never experienced infinity, but I know what it is. So how that breaks the entire definition of learning from that philosophical point. It was like, how do I know about something that I've never seen? Oh, well, it seems that I am able to tap into two different areas of sources of wisdom. I'm able to tap into the ability to look outward and learn lessons from the outside world. But then there's this other option where I can learn lessons of looking inward. It isn't always about learning through experience. There's also learning, I don't know what you want to call it, intuition, I guess. Do you believe in intuition? That's something very hard for people to reconcile within themselves. Is intuition a real thing? Is there wisdom contained within you that all you have to do is look deep within yourself for certain answers that you'll never find looking outward? Travel across the face of the earth looking for the purpose of life, for what you're meant to do. You think you're ever going to find it out there?
As far as intuition, I like another word for intuition is a gut feeling. And then if you go down the etymology rabbit hole, like, gut or goth and God or God. So like a gut feeling is a God feeling. So your intuition or your gut feeling or your God feeling is probably something that you should follow the majority of the time, if not all the time.
It's one of the tools at your disposal.
Hold on, Fundy, real quick. Pete was doing the same thing with words, changing the. I forgot what word he actually did.
Well, I was talking about gut and God.
Wait,
so
I'm not too concerned
No, I
about
know he
Pete,
did something
but go
similar.
ahead.
Hold on, real quick. He did something similar, and then he went on a whole story trying to validate it. And then I did the same thing with the word truth, and I said, when you take away the T, and then you're left with Ruth, and Ruth is found in the Bible, and then Ruth did this, and and
I didn't do that.
I kept validating it, but
I didn't do
it's
that.
just I never said you did that. I'm just saying
No, you said
illegal.
you said hey Fundy. Pete did the same thing.
Huh?
You said Pete.
Pete.
You just said Pete did the same thing as you, Fundy, but I never did what you're bringing up.
I don't think I said that. I said illegal.
Okay. Oh, I think you said me, but it's no hard feelings. It's whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I mean, give it 10 minutes, and I'll definitely do some wordplay myself because I love that stuff. So might as well call it me. But I mean, what's the point? I mean,
No,
Pete
he
has
was.
his wordplay. He may take it too far. He may be correct sometimes. Who knows? I mean, everyone's got their own flavor and style. But if you're gonna judge me, do it on an individual basis instead of associating with someone else.
I just said Pete did the same thing just by taking away letters, adding them, and creating some story for yourself.
As illegal
And
did?
then
That's not
yeah,
random though. There's a reason. There's like a structure thing to it. Like vowels are interchangeable, or there's some letters that have a relationship that are also interchangeable, like T's and D's. Like how I went from gut to God. Well,
I agree.
okay, so that's all. There's a relationship, and so comparing that to
There's official etymology, and then there's esoteric etymology, and then there's folk etymology, and it's always proper to and
I'll tell you what.
it's always
I'll tell you
proper
what,
to
real quick, Wendy, and
announce
then because
which
I
one you're coming from.
about 5 minutes. I was trying to be really patient, but
And go
I
for
kind
it.
of just
I'm
wanted
done.
to say one more thing. I probably already said it, but it's
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, like I said, it's easy to get carried away. It's fun. I'm not gonna say it's not fun. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna. I think I've done this before where I try to tell you, hey, words, however you put it or however I put it, you made it seem fun. Uh, whatever. Who am I to say what you can do with your time? I'm just saying there's been billions of people deceived in the name of switching letters and changing. Well, not actually switching letters, not what you guys do, but it's something similar as illegal and Pete Shea did today. Is they took a regular word, changed it up, and totally made a whole different story about. And it's like you're pawning it off as truth. And if you
No,
had
I
some
haven't
sort of
done that.
I didn't say you. Did I say you? Did I say
Yeah.
Fundy? I
Yeah.
never said you, bro.
You said you
Did I say
guys.
you?
You said you guys.
Did I name you? You don't have to get defensive, dude, because
I'm
like
not
I said,
defensive. I'm just saying I didn't do it, and I'm
man,
well
if
aware of
I
the
let you finish.
manipulation
I
technique.
let you rip. But I think it'd be fair if you let me finish instead of cutting
Sure.
me off mid-sentence.
Just try to be impeccable with your words.
Okay, I could do my best. I didn't know, I was
Please.
being graded here. I had to speak in a certain way. I'm not trying to deceive you.
Just be more clear whether you're referring to me or not me or someone else. Because the way you've been speaking so
Well,
far is
don't take it as if
you're
I was
saying you
implying it to
guys.
you.
If you're talking about me, it's fine, but just be clear about it.
Well, you do the same thing too. And what I'm talking here's the thing that I'm talking about is you can say a word, change its meaning, and then tell a story about it. It could be coincidence or not. It could be innocent as as a coincidence, innocent as a pattern. It could be whatever. But then you can say, well, it's a angelic language because you get English from English, and the Ankh is a Egyptian symbol, and you can go down a deep dark rabbit hole. And if somebody's listening, and if somebody was so inclined to deceive somebody and act like
Happens all
they
the
have,
time.
can I finish, dude? I don't think I interrupted you once. Stayed on mute till you were finished. This was the third time you interrupted me. I don't know why you keep
Happens.
trying to defend or stop me from
No,
saying what I'm about to be
telling you,
saying.
just telling you that you're right. It happens all the time.
So are you going to let me finish my thought and so I can tell you about it? Or
Yeah, I get you though. What's the next point?
so for example, there's people who manipulate and change the Bible all the time. The Mormons have done it. I'll call out all the different sects and denominations. There's thousands of them because this is the possibility of this. There's even people that do numerology with the Bible. Any way you can manipulate the Bible, change it, interpret it, make up a story, make money off of it, deceive people. It's possible. I never said you guys are deceiving anybody because you guys are good hearted. You guys are enamored by these words. They are magic. I get it. It is pretty cool. But there are those that do the same thing. You're on the good side because I know you guys are both good at heart, you and Illegal, even Pete Shea. But there are those that have manipulated words and that have capitalized off of it. They deceive people. They take their money.
Can you give an example of words
Christian,
you? Uh huh.
Mormon.
Yeah, but give an
I can give an
example of the words they use.
I can give an example. One of the most popular videos by a channel called Chiron Last wanted to associate.
Fundy.
Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay, what did you say?
An example of these words that are used to deceive people.
Okay, what were the examples?
Oh, I'm asking you for an example. You haven't given one.
Oh, okay. Well, when you combo words, you can make sentences. You can make claims with those sentences. You can say that you know the truth. You know that God is such and such. There you have it. And then from that, you can even take it even further and concoct more stories like the Mormons did. Did they, in fact, do this or not? Create, another character named Joseph Smith. He did all these great things. And now you got millions of people following that religion. So there's a prime example. What do you say about that? I guess. Well, it's my contention that nobody knows the truth. Nobody knows who made this world. Nothing. All the word combos you can come up.
Are you more speaking for yourself?
Man, I'm not finished.
Bro, you've been talking.
Bro,
like you should let other people get involved in the conversation.
I know
man.
you just came in the combo,
Otherwise,
but
you're
I
really
was mid-sentence. And
so
next
I just
time
want to
you're
ask
talking,
you another
I'm
question.
not gonna interrupt you.
I'm not even
It-
trying to
you guys
interrupt. I'm
tomorrow.
trying to ask you another question so you can carry on
Nice talking
talking.
to you guys. Good night.
No, because then I wasn't finished with my primary question or my primary statement. I don't think
I
that's
asked you a
fair,
question
man.
and you answered it, so I want to ask you another question so that you can carry
No,
on talking.
I didn't tell you exactly what I was going to say. I already forgot what I was
Yes, you
saying.
did. You gave us
So
an
thank
example.
you very
The
much.
Mormons. Are you high?
No, you're rude. I was talking, dude.
Yeah, you answered the question. I just want to ask you
Go ahead,
another
man.
question.
Go for
So
it,
my
bro.
next question, when you made the
You
claim
got
that
the floor, bro.
no
You
one
have a
knows the
filter.
truth,
Nobody interrupts
were
you.
you speaking
Nobody
for
can hear you.
yourself, or
I'm
how
talking
do you
over
feel
you.
no one knows the truth?
You don't like it. Now you're gonna have to reiterate what you just said.
I was asking you a
You
question.
see how that feels? No, you don't like it, right?
I was asking you a question. Did you hear the question?
Golden rule. Do unto others as you'd like done unto you.
So you didn't hear the question.
I did. I was talking over you. Same thing you did to me.
All right, so I'll ask you the question again. When you say no one has the truth, are you speaking for yourself, or how do you
He
know?
left, bro. He left.
Ugh. I think he's on something. Yeah. That wasn't normal. I just find it very weird when people make claims about other people's, knowledge and wisdom.
In a world. One man in this common sense detector of logic and truth.
Here we go with this nonsense.
What is it? Tell us about nonsense. Tell us how our spherical gas gradients are so awesome. Are down and around the cliff sea level. Where's sea level right now? Well, it's above and below me, Captain.
Show me a bucket of sea level in a lab. One side view, one front view. HD video. No CGI, no cartoons, no drawing, but video. Can you do that, Tide Boy?
If I lived on a ball, hell yeah.
On a what?
If we were on a ball, yeah.
Alright, well then do it.
We're not on a ball.
Yeah, we are.
Well, then where's the elevation horizontally? When do we stick our hand past the dirt water ball? Where's that stop at? How many miles?
At the bucket.
At a bucket. That's a weird answer. So scientific.
Well, it's in a lab, so yeah.
Do you have a PVC pipe that we can stick past the curb and see the moon and the sun go down around with our? We can like follow it. We can look at it through there or something, like a little tube, or I mean, with our eyeballs. I mean, we can't even see past the dirt horizontally. We can't even, as a human, we can't go anywhere on the edge of this planet and see past it down and forward. We'll never be able to see anywhere on this planet that doesn't have dirt down or forward in front of us. In any spaceship, rocket, no matter what airplane, crop duster you get in and orbit this Earth in your crop duster, you're never gonna, you'll never see anything below a horizon. The horizon is supposed to stop and then get low and then like not be there for like more and more and more and more and more of a degree, like a bigger amount, just like the way your vision, the square law, like the same way, like it's supposed to be more and more and more of space is supposed to open up to you. So where's the edge? The ISS can't even fly past the edge of the dirt. Isn't that weird? Like in the ISS, all you see is dirt and everything is vertical and awesome. Isn't that weird? You're just right in the center frame of everything. Can't never see past the edge of the Earth. It's weird. Not even 250 miles up, you can't even look past the Earth and see any stars down there or anything. Nothing going on. Just weird, right?
Right.
Well, you got any footage of where you raise up off the ground and look forward or down at like 33 degrees or so and like see anything other than dirt and water? You got that spot? You got that observation location for the stars? Because the astronomers would love it.
It's nothing to do with the stars. I can see the sun setting beneath eye level.
33 degrees? Show me this video.
No, I
No, we
don't
live on
care
a
about
ball that
33
has to drop
degrees.
all the way around to the other side, buddy. So you're telling me that the sun drops where? Show me the video where it drops down past the horizon 8 degrees. We'll wait.
What? No, what?
8
8
degrees.
degrees what?
8. I
Okay,
don't know.
why?
How much is your 8 degrees in
Why does it
imaginary
need to be 8?
non-existent distance?
It can just go setting beneath eye level. It doesn't need to be 8 degrees. It needs to
So
be
you
any
don't need to
degrees
go
beneath
around the
eye
ball to
level.
see a ball. You need to stop on a flat plane to see a ball. Is that what you're telling me?
Where are you getting this 8
Why would you
degrees
stop
from?
at 0? 0 is a flat plane. Why are we
Yeah,
not
so
looking 8 degrees below the
we
earth?
don't always see it at
Then you don't
0.
live
It
on a
depends
ball.
on your location.
If you cannot look down past 0, 8 to 33 degrees, you're not on a ball. If all you're looking at is vertical everything, and everything is 0, leave vertical, and 0 awesome and no differential, then you're not on a ball. You have to have a differential to be on a ball.
Yeah, at what elevation though?
33 degrees down past the horizon. You tell me what elevation we can see that on your imaginary ball that doesn't exist. Go get your little ball and we'll do the math together.
Why do I need the horizon at 33 degrees?
I don't know. Go get a ball and we'll look and see. Go get a ball. We'll put a little toy
Why are
helicopter
you
on it.
asking for this
Why are
specifically?
you afraid of a demonstration of a little ball and what the pilot would see looking forward past the
What
smoke
does
curtain?
33 degrees have
You
to
don't
do with
want it?
anything? You're not explaining it.
Get your ball out and we'll explain it.
Get your ball
So
out,
you want
no
me to
thanks.
explain it in imagination? I want to get your ball out with your little fucking helicopter on there, your little
Stop
airplane.
saying you want to get my ball out. It's disturbing.
Yeah, your globe. Yeah, I want your little globe out in your hand, and you show me how the airplane works on there and can't see past it. Show me how that doesn't work. Show me how my claim is bunk. You can't do that, right? You can't show me how you're not supposed to see 33
Well,
degrees
you're not
below the
explaining
horizon.
why it's necessary to begin with. You're just ranting.
It's necessary to be on a ball.
Why? Why
Are
do you
you
need
okay?
33
Are you
degrees?
all
It doesn't
right?
make any
Flat
sense.
plane, no down, below the horizon, none. Ball, everywhere past the horizon, millions of degrees, down, back around to the other side.
Alright, well, we can see the sun setting beneath eye level, as I said.
33 degrees? Let's do it.
Well, why do you need 33 degrees?
Why do you think there's a ball?
No. Where does this number 33 come from?
That a ball, a sphere, is 33 degrees down below your eyesight, and you keep
Why?
looking on it.
How
You don't
did
know
you
how a
get this
sphere works?
number?
If I put a line on the sphere atop of it, if I put a meter stick on the top of a ball, that's 0. You cannot see down past that. Show me you can. Show me you can see any stars past 0. Where you are as a
No, we're
human,
not
you
talking
put the
about
stick,
stars, though. It's
you put
about
the
the sun
horizontal
setting.
stick on the ball. Show me where you see stars past that
Yeah,
line.
nobody's talking about stars.
So
It's
you
a
can't.
sunset.
So you can't see stars looking down.
No, we're talking
On a
about the
globe, you would have
sunset.
to.
Well, of course you're not gonna see stars looking down, dumbass, because that's where the
On a
ground is
globe,
at.
you have to. On a globe, that's all you have. Everywhere is going down. You're on the top of a ball looking forward down. So everything is down from your
Okay, well,
point on
that's
a
very
ball.
interesting, but can we
Everything is
get back to
down
the
from where you
sun
are
setting
standing on the
beneath
top
eye
of a
level,
ball.
please?
Do you not understand this? Put something on a
No,
ball
it's
right now and see if
absolutely
it's at the top.
irrelevant.
You're not got the ball, do you? We can't see what's relevant to you, imaginator boy.
No, I
You gotta
actually
imaginate
explained
what
it.
you can't
It's
produce, a
sun
ball.
setting beneath
So
eye
where is
level.
your ball? Stop talking and go
The
get a ball,
sun
dude.
setting beneath eye
On
level
what? Where? What are you talking
in
about?
reality.
Yeah, flat Earth, I know. So go get a ball and I'll show you what that
No,
looks like.
no. In reality, we can see the sun
Yeah, in
setting
reality,
beneath
it's
eye
flat.
level. That's not possible on the flat Earth.
In reality, it's flat, right? On your ball, we need to look below.
Well, it
There is
can't
no
be
eye
flat
level.
because we can see
There
the
is no
sun
eye
setting
level on
beneath
a
eye
ball.
level. Sorry.
Listen, stop being stupid. There's no eye level on a ball,
No,
dude. Get fucking
it
real.
has nothing to do with
How is there an
intelligence.
eye
It has to
level on
do
a
with
curve that
seeing the
continues down
sun
and around?
setting
How do
beneath
you have
eye
an eye
level.
level on a ball? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
An ant can't have an eye level on a spherical curved
Well, you
surface.
can, because it
What the
means
fuck
you're
are you
looking
show me
straight
how. Show
ahead.
me.
Eye level
Show
means
us.
looking exactly straight
Show
ahead.
us.
It's
Stop making shit up.
nothing to do with a ball. Stop
Stop making
talking
stuff
about
up, man.
balls.
Can you stop dreaming? Quit daydreaming and show us what you're making up. Show us your imagination for once, please. Because I need to see what you're talking about. You lost me, dude.
Well, just
You
look at
lost
any
me and can't
sunset.
see
That's
below
what
the
I'm talking
horizon.
about. I'm
Your eye
talking
level
about
has to drop
sunsets.
below the
Demok, are you
horizon on a
listening? I'm
ball.
talking about sunsets.
You don't have a ball. Show me the ball. Show me a ball how that
Well,
works.
I have
Show
several,
me
but
two
that's
balls, one
irrelevant.
being your earth, one being down. Then show me the side view. Let's all look at what you're talking about, liar.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's easy to sit there and
again,
lie to everybody through your damn teeth on how
there's nothing
perspective
to do with
a ball
lies. We can all see a sunset.
Yo, whose kids are those? G.
anything of what you're talking about. We have to imagine it, Scooby Doo. Imagine a clue.
We don't have to imagine sunsets.
Yeah, we gotta imagine what a ball looks like in your court, buddy. Your
This has
lab
nothing to
doesn't
do with
believe in balls,
balls.
do they?
Stop talking about
Yeah, you don't know
balls.
what one looks like, do you? You don't know what a sphere is. That's what scares me.
It scares you?
Saying, how do you know what a ball looks like if you've never had one in your hands? And you always turn it into a sloppy Joe show because you don't want to demonstrate anything. You just want everybody to imagine.
Why you
Hey,
kids
D-Mark,
man?
why don't you show me how a lunar eclipse works? Why don't you express that to me?
On a ball?
No, not on a ball. Just express to me how it works. Not on a ball.
Two light sources hitting each other. One's the sun, one's the reflected moon, the light of itself from the sun, and one outshines itself. It's a light outshining itself. Next.
You haven't made this much sense in a long time, huh?
Yeah, you know how they got the little black thing that you hold in your hand, Coach Show, with the little lenses?
I hear you.
Yeah, well, those lenses are clear, and every time you put one in close, it can become black. And those are clear lenses, right? So the
Polarized, though,
amount
right?
of sunlight that outshines itself can become a black or a shadow or anything else. The more lights you have, the more shadows you're going to have. The predominant, most darkest shadow is going to be from the brightest source, and every other shadow is going to appear to be like rainbows in shades from that.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. The more light you have, the more shadow. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right, and if you got like a paper plate with a bright light shining on it, or like a white metallic, like not a flat mat, or maybe even a mat, so you shine something on it, right, and it's a reflectant color of itself, and then the light gets so close that the reflectant source of the light shooting to it and shooting from the medium of the water and all the shit that lights up, right, hitting off the moon, so the sun gets close enough, and now that the moon's brightness goes in front of the sun, the moon's not so bright anymore. Now it looks like percentages. Name is icon. So now the moon
becomes dark as fuck because it can't compete with the outshining brightness of the sun like the yellow in the Batman guys thing.
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, you can literally, I mean, this can be demonstrated, and you don't need like this is the solar eclipse, so this doesn't really have to do with anybody in between. So that just has to do with two lights. But the same thing that does the solar eclipse does the lunar eclipse, just not as intense. It's just not as intense at all.
You just gave me an idea, man. You know what somebody should test out? They should see if the sun gets less bright when the moon is also in the sky, man. Because what if
or when there's a focus? Yeah, I see where you're going.
Yeah, like what if there's only a certain amount of light that is allowed? It's like there's like a power source that's giving one of these things the light, and when the sun's in the sky, it's using all that energy. So you're gonna get like a half moon or quarter moon or something. But on the full moon, when the full moon rises, when the sun sets, the moon gets all that energy because it's gonna be out all night.
Well, it's the medium of the air too that it's shining through. There's a line of the air too, like in a way. You see what I'm saying? There's that line of the medium that they're in that's divided. Like an angle comes from the sun, and like the light comes from the source and widens and widens and widens. And as it widens to the bat, one certain portion of that widened amount hits it. And as it hits it, that's how it reacts. It also reacts off the reflectant coloration of the earth. So if the sunlight hits the earth and the earth was a red apple, it would shine red upon the moon. If the earth's part of that was green or it would do that. It would shine that through. And also the rainbow effect, like the light gets spread from clear air into a rainbow. That might just be the angle of the color. Like the rainbow might be shining outward for that way into space. Yeah.
Actually, makes more sense. Actually, yeah, like the rainbow, like it's like the refracted light. The refracted light is getting spread out, and because that's true. There's a sunset and sunrise.
So
those
you'll see
are red.
the red, the yellow, the purple, the orange,
It makes more sense. Yeah.
And the ultraviolet might be a little bit different, but it's a color you can't really notice, but it's there, like the black light.
Right. Yeah. Like if you could see that, you'd probably see that shit on the moon.
But that's why the shadow is inverted, because of the atmosphere, the air. I don't like saying atmosphere, but just because the air.
Let's call it something else then. Like I don't know, what kind of come up with something? I don't like atmos plane either, so. That's a good point. We should come up with a better name for the atmosphere. Because you hear people saying atmos plane. That sounds stupid. Sounds really stupid. But atmosphere is not right, so. Man, I saw this one video once. It was like supposed to be this joke. I think Jim had it on his show. But it was like showing like the flat earth, the future. And it was like, people find out about the flat earth and more people find out about the flat earth. And then flat earthers basically become the new scientists. They were successful and everyone's learning about the flat earth. And so 30 years down the line, they start to make these discoveries. And about like 100 years down the line, they end up back right where we are because they just end up learning all the shit that we already know. It's possible.
But in this hypothetical, is the Earth actually flat or what?
Well, unless, I guess they didn't really specify, but I would assume in that case, either flat earthers found out the truth or they ended up being wrong after they discovered it was a globe.
Okay.
It wasn't specific. It was like a spoof video.
Gotcha. Yeah, nobody's ever really made a flat Earth movie. Have they? If they have, I don't know about it. That's all I mean.
You said a flat earth movie?
Yeah, a movie where like the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'll show you this video. It's a 10-minute short movie, but it's actually pretty interesting. I'll post it.
We need to have a movie night here.
Yeah, but what will we watch?
I don't know, whatever everybody wants to watch. Something cool.
Yeah, I like movies. I like good movies. So, and there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of movie buffs in here. Didn't you say you worked in Hollywood?
Mm-hmm. I did work in Hollywood.
The hell? This is called The Flat Earth, and it's a skateboard movie. Hold on.
Dope. Sounds
What is
cool.
the movie? I'm trying to find this actual movie though. It's so stupid how when you search for this kind of stuff, you see the same shit. It's like nobody's looking for fucking Simon Dan, dude.
Trying to wrangle together some dinner tonight, but I'm so damn lazy.
Yeah, that's what I just had to do. Like my girlfriend fucking she ruined my dinner plan, so I fucking just went in the cabinet and got chips, refried beans, bacon, and eggs. Just made like a fucking nacho casserole.
Nice. Yeah, I got some raw milk a few days ago, so I've been making all these like super rich French dishes. I did like a bechamel sauce last night. I just want something a little more light, but legit I was thinking about just making a bunch of popcorn. I have this really dank organic popcorn, but I need to eat something substantial because I also want to drink later tonight.
Yeah, how long does that last?
Does what last? The bechamel? Oh, the raw milk? Not fast enough. It doesn't matter. I just drink it so quick. I've gone through almost a gallon in 3 days now. And yeah, Riggs, I see you in the chat, dude. I was literally gonna say Newsbenders. I was with like 4 of my friends earlier. I was trying to get them to watch Newsbenders, but they weren't interested.
What's Newsbenders?
It's a 28-minute short. Or go ahead.
Is it what it sounds like? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a short little film about how news is fake, but it's from 1968.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's good.
Where that dude's trying to like he's trying to employ that dude, and he just tells him how they construct all the news and everything.
Yep, that's it. That's the one.
It's crazy they put that on TV because there's, even though I don't think that's absolutely true, there's a lot of truth in that.
Oh hell yeah! Like there's a lot of examples of the news just downright lying. Like remember with Jesse Smollett? That was super funny.
Oh yeah, but things like that. I mean, that's him lying though in that case. But like whenever it's like orchestrated, or when they're like even when 2020 when the whole thing was happening, and then that brother died, and there was all the riots and stuff. Like even on CNN, like they were, and like you almost think it would be weird for them to talk like this, but they were talking about like how they were like egging on the riots, basically, like talking about how like this was how 1776 happened and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. I mean, but you know what? So many Americans saw that. They were like, oh, look, the mainstream media is calling a burning building a mostly peaceful riot. And they don't easily forget those things. Like, I've known, I don't know what they were, okay, if that was an orchestrated event with the whole George Floyd thing, like, because there's just some people out there who are like, oh yeah, he was an actor, and him and the fucking guy that knelt on his neck, they were like friends or something. It's like, okay, well, you just radicalized a lot of people in America to see that the media is, race baiting. Like, I don't know. I think it was backfire.
Yeah, well, whatever they were attempting, but yeah, it's just weird when you see, because whenever the like CNN allows for their newscasters to, like, I don't know, it's like they say it's unbiased, but it seems so biased on CNN because it's like I don't know how they could, because Don Lemon would seem like he was drunk, like he seemed like he was actually drunk and emotional, and basically like I said, like in favor of the rioters, and describing their sentiments as the true American nature and all this kind of stuff, and like they're destroying shit, and I don't know. It seems like it's obviously biased, and it serves to promote the riots.
Yeah, but I think they accomplished what they wanted, and what they wanted to accomplish was to see how much of the American public would push back if they just enabled one group to attack another group. And there was a lot of pushback. I mean, you had fucking Kyle Rittenhouse come out,
There
and
wasn't that much pushback. Come on.
yeah, there absolutely was. Who said that?
If there was pushback, they would have like regained the house, dude.
Oh, it's red tape. You're that commie guy. That's so funny. Yeah, dude. There was pushback. Kyle Rittenhouse pulled up and shot a pedo and a guy that beat
Yeah,
his
but what
wife
does that
in
have to
the
do with like the majority of the American
because the people who are in power, who are trying to bait us against each other, they do not want 100 Kyle Rittenhouses in every state. They don't even want one Kyle Rittenhouse in one state, and that was
Kyle
about to happen.
Rittenhouse literally changed nothing, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, I disagree. I think, I definitely disagree. I think there's a lot of people out there who are the kind of people who would want to go and scream about Black Lives Matter and this and that. They're probably going to think twice before burning down a store if there's some upstanding citizens who are armed present.
Who the fuck cares if some private property gets burned?
I think you would care if your private property was getting.
I don't care if some corporate mega company, filthy rich bastard, loses like one little store.
That was a really quick jump. You went from private property to corporation.
That is,
but
that's the same thing, Boomer.
Not really. I mean,
it is.
We're talking. No.
Literally private property. Corporations are private property.
Yeah, but that's not what was being attacked. It wasn't a Walmart that was being set on fire.
Target, dude.
There was other buildings. There were other businesses there that he was there to protect. He wasn't there on the behalf of Target.
But yeah, he's like some fucking little freak, and he's already got his life ruined.
Okay, so you went from
yeah.
He was
I wish he dies.
protecting a mega
He should die.
Yeah, that's fine. You can wish death upon other people. I think it's really cringe.
Yeah, but you're a racist, and I don't care.
Dude, is Gems that boring that you're gonna come in here and just try to start stuff? Because I'll just, I'll let a mod handle you. I won't even handle you myself.
Well, you have to be honest though. Like, I'm definitely not for racism, but when you compare racism to, openly expressing people to die, I mean, it's not really much better, right?
I know. He fails to see that, which is kind of funny.
However, and I think some of the I don't remember the guy, because there was a guy who died, unfortunately, and he was protecting his pawn shop or something like that. So there's a lot of private property that was not owned by big corporations that were also sort of ransacked and looted.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Really despicable behavior.
Having said that, though, I'm not a fan of that kid. But I'm also like Chris Kyle. I'm not a big Chris Kyle guy. He had all those fucking crazy claims, like punching Jesse Ventura in the face. But he did also brag about going to Katrina and New Orleans, and he said he was on roofs like killing looters.
I don't know who Chris Kyle is, but
Chris Kyle, yeah, they made that movie about him, American Sniper.
Oh, really? Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Violence is pretty crazy. Like, if you're gonna get initiated in violence, I don't know. Good luck, I guess. Because what is it? What is the old saying? Live by the sword, die by the sword. I wonder if people like the guy that was just talking are gonna remember that they wished death upon other people when they end up with some weird violent situation. Is he even still here? Oh no, he just dipped. That's funny. Yeah, dude, it's weird. I've noticed a lot of people from Gem's server have been coming in and trying to like start shit, and then they just like it doesn't work out, so they leave.
Well, he's in Gem server, but I wouldn't really classify him as being from Gem server. I think I saw him in politics a long time ago. He does hang out at Gems though.
Yeah, I've seen that. I noticed that like Queen was like coming in here trying to warn people that I'm a racist, and then Angelo left the server because I was a mod. It's just those are definitely Gems people, 100%.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Psychos. You think a Republican's going to win the next election? Are you into politics? Okay.
I mean, I used to be. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. It depends. It probably depends on how the midterms go. You know, I had this very ambitious thing. I had this ambitious idea regarding like making like an internet forum that would ultimately serve as like a pool to openly select, you know, so it's like if there was something like, I don't know, Facebook or something that has a lot of people on it, and there was like an open forum, and like there's no messages deleted, so there's nothing that was deleted by anybody who answered a question or said something. But anyways, there was a proper way to promote kind of like the most the most well respected you know representative from all of us, and basically use that platform as a way of like a political party. Of course, you'd have to make sure that the process that you pick this person is is as accurate as possible to represent everyone's legitimate values. And that's the whole point of like transparency, so that they can't like double speak and say one thing to one person and something else to somebody else. It's like always transparent. But anyways, the point is, you use that as a political party and then promote a candidate through those sort of means, because it seems like this is like the only time in history where that will be possible, because in the near future that will not be possible, and it was never possible before. Instead, we have like the mainstream media, select these two parties that we forced to choose from, and then those two parties, select whoever the hell they want to promote. So it's kind of like, just pointless. But I think there's an avenue to actually put somebody in office, or people in office, that people actually will stand behind. Something
I like the idea. As far as it being useful towards having a real democracy, but dude, do you really want all these fucking stupid people voting? I mean, like voting how your life's going to be? Because there's a saying, democracy is just two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're outnumbered by idiots, which that's kind of how I feel. I'm not like a genius or anything, but I feel like there's a lot of stupid people out there. I don't necessarily want them voting for like how my lifestyle should be, or like how much I should pay for taxes and stuff. It doesn't sound good.
Well, I didn't mean to make it sound like a democracy, because I know it came across that way, but it's basically an avenue to circumvent the current politics that we have. So we have a current way of doing politics and selecting a president, and so it would just be a way to get somebody into that system. If I was going to recreate a system, yeah, it wouldn't be a democracy. It would be, representative structure, and it wouldn't be selecting politicians or electing politicians. It would be, randomly selecting qualified people, like as a duty to represent, some group of their community. Because I think random selection, it makes it so that it's not you don't have the same people who are just career politicians, and they have no stake in the game other than to represent their. And you're gonna get asshats, sometimes. But
you know what I want? Like, everybody's all concerned about fucking automation and like robots stealing their job or whatever. We should have robots run the government. Just fucking fair, completely unbiased robots with like a fucking basic logic algorithm. Just vote for a fucking robot to run it. I feel like that'd be way more fair.
Yeah, in a big picture sort of thing. Yeah, and from an outside perspective, it'd be more effective and more fair, but not from a personal perspective.
Well, I think if we program the robot to where it's like, okay, this robot is going to prioritize the health and the happiness of its citizens over the health and the happiness of other citizens in the world, which is, like, I think everybody would agree with that. They're like, oh, do I want the resources of my country to benefit me before they benefit another country or another person from another country, right? And if the robot just stuck to the rules, and it's like, I think a lot of funding would get cut to a lot of countries, right? I think we probably wouldn't be funding Ukraine. We probably wouldn't be giving. And I'll just stop there. There's a lot of money that wouldn't be going to places.
Yeah, I don't know. I because I work with AI a lot, and I just know that they're not like it's useful. They're like useful slaves, but
hell, that's what politicians should be.
Yeah, no, but they're not very smart though. It's not. So if you made an AI that was giving you direction, it just would. I don't think it would. It would be. I don't think it would turn out the way.
Well, that's my whole point. Is that we're free. We're Americans. We don't need to be led. We don't need to be told what to do. We do need a checks and balances system that is going to secure our rights and our freedoms and our resources and keep them here in America. And I mean, it's pretty clear we can't trust politicians to do that. They're selling us, selling all of our resources off, putting us in debt. We don't need that shit. We don't need politicians. We just need like a scoreboard, really, like a fucking glorified calculator.
Well, that's what I mean about a selected, like a random selection duty, because if you had it like that, and then there's like, let's say every 18 months or 6 months, somebody from, whatever community they have to go represent. Well, they don't have the kind of stake that would, allow them to even, amass any sort of funds or misuse funds or anything like that. And they're going to be directly, it's going to directly affect them because they're not going to be in office pretty soon. And it's also, they're going to be directly responsible and to the people that they're representing. So I think I think that's what you end up with is people who are basically, like you said, like keeping score and making sure that shit is just being processed correctly and that kind of stuff. Because I think that is the problem. You have people who are incentivized to go into government and then basically do, personal favors for them and other powerful people.
Yeah, we just can't trust politicians, like no matter who they are. Unfortunate, but I'm going to try something I've never tried before right now. I'm going to try to deglaze these potatoes with whiskey. Has anyone ever done that?
No. Never have.
Oh boy.
What is Branch talking about sucking dick? Branch is always talking about sucking dick.
Yeah, Branch, keep it chill, dude. Come on. We don't need any of that.
Yeah, we don't. That ain't the time, but.
Well, he's talking about somebody sucking my dick.
Oh, dude, aren't you a mod?
I didn't see that.
Give him a little timeout or something. That shit don't fly, dude. I don't like that.
Did you say you're going to deglaze potatoes with whiskey? Just drink the whiskey. I wouldn't be bothered deglazing them.
I know. Well, you know what? The pan is getting really sticky, and I wanted to make fried eggs on the pan afterwards. It's one of those cast iron pans. So deglazing it is, I mean, it's worth it. It was just like maybe half a shot, and I am going to drink the whiskey. That's why I'm making the potatoes. You can't just drink on an empty stomach. Are you crazy?
Not yet.
Not yet. That's a good answer. One time I was hiking in the woods, and I had my rifle with me, and this guy, he started a conversation with me. I think just to kind of make it less weird that he just ran into somebody with a gun in the woods because I'm in California, right? He's like, "So what are you doing out here? Are you hunting?" And I just gave him this super serious look, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm hunting for the truth."
Okay.
It was funny. I like to make things awkward in real life. It's fun.
Well, I hope he brought enough ammo with him.
Oh, I don't ever hike with anything less than 30 rounds. You know, if you get hurt or injured while you're out hiking, you can use those as a signal beacon to let rescuers know where you are. And I sometimes do dumb stuff on hikes, so good. It's good to have that extra ammo. You never know. You might run into a Bigfoot. Who knows? Bandsaw, what do you? Have I asked you this? If you're into Bigfoot, I think you said no.
Bandsaw. That's Terry.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. They all sound alike.
Oh, yeah, well, so do yous.
That's. I know. I agree. We do. So
Yeah,
are
but
you into Big?
I know who Kosho is, though.
Are you into Bigfoot, or I think you guys out there you call it the Yowie?
Yowie, or I think there's another word.
Yeti? But you guys weird. You guys got your own Bigfoot?
No, it's not a Bigfoot. It's like an animal of some sort, like a Don't ask me those sort of things. I don't know.
It's all good.
Just because I live in Australia doesn't mean I know everything about it.
Well, didn't you guys used to have like a giant hippo-like monster, like a real life animal? But it was like a huge, giant fucking hippo that lived in swamps and stuff like that.
You're talking about prehistoric animal?
It must have been, yeah, it must have been prehistoric. I know there's legends of it though. Like the Aborigines people have like stories about it.
Okay.
See, I don't do. This is your country, man.
Yeah, I know. I know we've got emus and koalas and spiders and snakes and
cassowaries are
crocodiles. Cassowaries, yeah.
Emus are, even though you guys lost the war against the emus.
We should stop people and stop saying that.
Yeah, I know you would. Of course, I would. Bet you the Germans probably want people to stop saying that. You know, about World War II and stuff, but it's history. And
yeah, I know.
and the cassowaries.
I'm not denying that we had to shoot a few emus.
Yeah, well, and then lost also.
Well, yeah, the army blokes that had the machine gun gave up because they couldn't shoot enough, so they put a bounty on them.
Well, you win some, you lose some against birds. But you know, the cassowary though, I think they're much more interesting animal than the emu because I didn't know this, but the females actually, so the males are actually the ones who raise the young. Like the females, they have like a whole territory that they basically, it's their territory. To make sure that, you know, they're the only cassowary on that territory. And if they ever have kids, like I said, the dad is supposed to take the kids and then he just leaves and raises the kid. But the mom is just like the lone cassowary of like that territory. They never ever live with other cassowary.
Hmm.
I didn't know that. But they really do seem like dinosaurs, you know. The closest thing we have to things that are still dinosaurs.
Yeah.
For those who believe in that.
Well, I 100% believe that there are species of critters, monsters, whatever you want to call them, all over the world that I don't know if they're being hidden from us by our governments, but I don't think our government's doing us any favors to like let us know that they're there and
Like
why
what?
they're being. What's that?
So like what? Like give me an example. Like you just mean like stuff that we don't know about, or stuff that we think is like old and dead but actually is alive still. Or like just give me an example. Like what do you mean?
Okay, so when people hear Bigfoot in America, most people think one big, tall, hairy thing that's been running around since the 60s. They don't think about the fact that it could be a whole species that's
Yeah.
subterranean or subterranean, and they don't think that it's possible that it has any technology, because a lot of these Bigfoot stories, they're joined together with, part of the event is like people are seeing UFOs, people are seeing, a glowing orb. I've heard ones where people have claimed that they saw Bigfoot getting into a glowing orb, and we've been pre-programmed to think that aliens are fucking little green men with big black eyes. What if they're not? What if they're fucking 8 foot tall and super hairy and they've got technology that's way, way better than ours?
Right. Well,
And who knows? Well, I was going to say, like, you have these encounters in the woods where they're getting scared or frightened by them, but it's like, who knows why they're interacting with us in the way that they're interacting with us? Who knows why they're territorial the way that they are?
Yeah.
I don't know. I could go on about this for a while.
Who knows why they like beef jerky, you know? But
Right.
no, but I mean, I had that same idea about like if Sasquatches were real, if Bigfoot was real, then it'd probably be because there was a undiscovered or undisclosed, species. Because actually, that wouldn't be that far fetched, because like pygmies and more classically, obviously Neanderthal and those kind of things. Those are all supposedly like subspecies of the human species, but pygmies were another sort of subspecies that were closely related to human. They're basically like a subspecies, and so I mean it wouldn't be that far fetched to think that there was a subspecies that was larger or whatever it is. And then there's also the other theory about what do they call that? Panspermia, or like the theory that like there was animals here on Earth, but then there was like some sort of alien creature that came to Earth and like took one of the animals and like mated with it or whatever, or made a hybrid of it, of whatever they were, and the animals here, and then they became humans.
All right, here's my crazy fucking theory. So why are Bigfoots attacking people, not being friendly? Why does it seem like they have fucking technology? Well, what if a long time ago Bigfoots left what we call Earth? I don't know where they went, but they left.
Sorry, quick
They
interruption. They're called big feet, plural. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to continue to call them Bigfoots because that's how I do it. So these Bigfoots, they left. All right. These big feet, they left. All right, we don't know where they went. Okay, but they came back, and they were like, "Where the hell did all our brothers and sisters go? Who the hell are all these hairless little freaks running around, killing the woods, killing the trees, killing the water?" That's kind of the vibe that I get from it.
Oh man, well that's crazy.
It doesn't make sense.
I mean, that would mean it's not probably there's no evidence of it, but it's not impossible. Like if we evolved, to what we are, let's say like evolution is true, and all the apes were apes, and we kind of elevated above the apes. If there was a time where, before we were completely separated from the other apes, part of our species were also these Sasquatch creatures, that were also just as smart, maybe even smarter. And they pieced out before we had the chance to know them, and then they come back, and here we are, not really caught up to where they were, but they're took over the world, fucked it up.
Well, yeah, and then we pushed their ancestors into the woods, and they forgot their technology, so they come back, and they're like, "Whoa! Like our ancestors are pushed into caves underground." Well, here's another thing. There's just a weird aspect to it. It's like somehow connected into this UFO, glowing orbs, Bigfoot mystery. You've got cattle mutilations, which are real as fuck, completely documented. We're not told nearly as much about how many cattle mutilations are occurring as there actually are, and it's like whatever's doing this is I think is doing two things. They're looking for some information, and they're sending a message, because the way that these mutilations are being done is super bizarre.
I like to do investigations. I like to be a detective. That I have that private detective thing as part of my company, but I don't really like. I don't like to see that kind of stuff. I don't like to see bodies torn apart and stuff like that. But if I could stomach it, I would like to investigate those cow mutilations, because just based on assumptions and no information, no other information other than what you just said, and me hearing it before, it would seem the case that the obvious thing would be those cow mutilations are probably some sort of predator, right? Some sort of
not even close. These are happening in areas where the animal is surgically cut and had parts of its body removed, i.e. the udders, the anus, the lips, the eyes. These cuts, the carcasses are being brought to veterinarians and doctors and surgeons, and the questions are being asked: what instrument makes this cut? And they don't have an answer. These cuts are so precise. Also, there's no blood anywhere whatsoever.
Where are these cows found?
All over the world, dude.
Brooklyn.
What the fuck? I know at Chupacabra in Mexico and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's obviously that is even to me again, it seems just like a predator, like a some sort of night predator. Because if what he's saying is true, if what Flatflap was saying is true, then that is bizarre. That there's specific organs carefully taken, no blood, this kind of thing. That would seem that would definitely set off red flags. But if there was just weird cuts and there wasn't these weird body parts taken, just weird cuts, that could be explained by some sort of random event or something like that. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's weird to me
because it's not just cows.
If they need cows or whatever other creature, you think they just have their own farm. If they have the access to do this all over the world and not get caught, which is probably easier if they just had their own farm and just did it.
Why? That we have farms though. It's like if somebody else is gathering all the supplies, and all they have to do is just go to that place and do what they're going to do anyways. It's like they don't have to.
Because if it's their own kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Their own setup, then it's easier to hide, right? There's no one asking questions. It's much more easier to hide.
Yeah, but how are aliens going to set up some business? They're going to set up a company?
I'm not saying it's aliens. It could be weird, humans that are using it somehow to stay young or some.
Oh yeah, right, yeah.
Dude, but that's the thing. If it is humans, I tell you, man, I've slaughtered a lot of animals. I've slaughtered sheep, pigs, cows, and then gone right to butchering them. And what I've heard described in some of these reports, I can't even fathom how it could be done by human hands. In a lot of these places, just here, the animal's body is found in an area where there are no tracks leading in or out, as if it was just levitated and placed there and left. The animal did not get there on its own, and it's being placed. And a lot of times, these animals are missing. The rancher is aware that they're missing an animal. They're keeping an eye out for it. They're counting their herd over and over again. That they're like, okay, yeah, we're missing.
How solid is your evidence?
Very solid.
Is this actually happening?
How frequent is it?
Look into David Paulides, dude. He is he's doing some really crazy research right now, and it's combining the UFO phenomenon, the missing persons phenomenon, and Bigfoot and animal mutilations. Like they're all like something is going on, and there's a thread that's running through all of these categories. And this guy's putting it together. It's pretty intense.
It's kind of, it sounds scary, like this animal mutilation thing. Like it sounds
well,
like
dude,
satanic.
Because it's not just cows.
It's scary, man.
Dude, there's animal mutilations that happen on a mass scale in cities. Where this guy's gotten like letters where he's like, talking about cats and dogs being mutilated in really crazy ways right in the city, like in somebody's backyard, and people have no idea how it's happening. Like there's one I heard, this person came out in their backyard and their dog was almost cut in half. Like completely perfectly, and there was no blood, no anything, and the animal was like 100% tranquil.
Okay, so
that's weird, man. It sounds like almost. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask how frequent. Do you know about how frequent his those findings are? Because that would also be a because if it were less frequent, then I could write it off as I would write it off. I would look for evidence that it was sick people, the kind of sick people taking advantage and doing whatever the hell for whatever reason, But if there's something that's like really frequent, then that is kind of a
Here's another wrench in the gears for you. The frequency doesn't seem to matter because whatever is responsible for some of this stuff, it's been happening for well over 100 years. Wow. And some of these things, like with some of the missing person stuff that he looks into, he's got what he calls hotspots or cluster zones where people have gone missing from that area in mysterious ways over the course of the last 100 years. But then you start looking at each person that's gone missing in a mysterious way, and he starts finding these profile points like, they were all really smart. Like one was a doctor, one was a chemist. Oh, whoa, they all actually had the same ancestry. It's like, oh, wait, their names are even similar. And then hold on, hey man, dude, I'm in the middle of talking. 1 sec. Fuck, what was it?
You're talking about even their names being similar.
Ancestry.
Yeah. Their names are similar. And then he'll even put it together where these people are actually going missing on the same dates, but years apart. So
what the fuck?
So it's either like time travel assassination or like, I don't know, man. And that's another really cool thing, just to finish off everything I've been saying. He doesn't speculate. He will only present you with the facts. He will present you with the facts from the police reports, the coroner's reports, the newspapers, and he won't say what he thinks it is. So, yeah.
That does sound crazy. I will say you lost me at the time travel assassination part, though. I mean,
Yeah, that's my own speculation, just trying to make sense of something that is very hard to make
sense of. It does sound
of.
satanic. I think percentage knocked it out of the park. It sounds like satanic. And maybe, I don't know. If it spans over a long enough time period, then, it'd be either like some cult that passes down the idea or like something metaphysical, maybe. But
well, if you guys are interested, look up Missing 411 on YouTube. He's got 2 videos on Amazon too that he made. They're documentaries.
That's what I was looking at just now, because I was looking for a mutilation thing, but that thing just seems to talk about like hunters. Oh, here we go. It says kind of animal mutilation. Okay. Damn, it talks about shit from back in the 1600s. Damn, it's been going on for a while.
Yeah, man. And when they all fit the same profile, it's like, who in the 1600s has the technology to do that?
Ugh.
In the Caribbean, chupacabras, people used to depict it with wings because they will find the animals. There was no like trails or any like footsteps of anybody approaching the animals or anything. They would just be dead randomly, and like you said, no blood, and people will say they will hear things in the air or on the top of the buildings or houses,
Like the
and they will
helicopter
depict
sound.
it with they will depict it with wings or something,
Yeah,
because
dude. A
they
lot of
like you're saying, no trails of whatever did it.
Yeah, man, that shit is fucking crazy. I really believe that the reality of our world is much stranger than any fiction that we could come up with. Um, and it all links back to flat Earth too. You know, like they need to control the narrative because the reality is so much like scarier to them. It means they have to stop treating us like fucking cattle. It means that we might actually be sharing this world, this realm, with other beings. You know, and that we do need to have a good rapport with them. We do need to have good relations. So, I don't know. Something's going on.
Have you ever considered that the reason they tell us like this heliocentric lie is because they're trying to protect us?
Absolutely not. They're trying to protect themselves and their own
Pump
interests.
the brakes over there, buddy.
No, like think about it. Like maybe they don't want us to go past Antarctica because there's absolute fucking mayhem there. Like
How dare
there's
you?
this other
Yeah,
species or something like that.
Wow.
And so that like for our own
Yeah,
protection,
the
people
controllers
that
the
control us are trying to
controllers
keep it
need
like that.
the
Is that why they
controllers
rape babies
they
too?
need slaves. They need slaves, so they don't want you to go away. Who's gonna clean their toilets if you go away, bro?
I
Is that
like.
why
I
they
like.
drink baby blood?
Yeah. Did you say is that why they rape babies? Jesus,
Yeah.
that's rough.
Is that why they go to Epstein Island to protect us?
I shouldn't be laughing.
I
but-
tried.
Yeah,
man,
bro,
no,
he's coming. What's that Matrix be saying that? I'm like, I always hit him with that curveball. I'm like,
No,
oh,
but to be fair, they could do that weird shit and still be trying to like the human race.
Nah, dude. I don't think that the government has our best interests in mind. I think there's people who work for the government who probably like think that they're doing something good. I don't know how deluded they are, but that's like the most credit I'll give them. Like I got one buddy who actually works for the government. He's like the one guy out of my group of friends from high school who would fucking go work for the government. And he's like, what does he do? He changes light bulbs for the city or something. He's like in charge of like deciding when the light bulbs get changed. And he like saved the city money or something. That's the only good person that works in the government that I could say. And that dude's making a killing, dude. He's getting paid so much to do that. Good
Crazy.
God. He just bought a house in California. If that puts anything in perspective.
Straight cash.
I mean, I think he saved his county or his fucking state or no, sorry, his city like $1.6 million or something. He saved a bunch of money for him, so he's got to see a little bit of that. But yeah, I've always kind of like poo-pooed UFOs and Bigfoot, but in the last 2 years, I've really been, okay, what do you have to say about this? What's your story? And it's like there are so many eyewitness accounts of just fucking strange shit happening. And so this guy David Paulides, check this out. He tried to FOIA the National Park Service here in the United States. What did he want? He just wanted a list of missing people. That's all he wanted. I want a list of all the people that are missing in national parks. You know what the fucking U.S. Park Service said? They said you got to pay us $1.4 million for us to hire the personnel and to create that list for you. Like, what the fuck?
Is there a chance that that could be a fair? Because that does sound like a big task. Like if he's requesting all the missing persons, because it's not like they don't have that list collected. You know what I mean?
Why not just ask each park separately?
Right.
Yeah. Well,
the federal government should have a database, dude. That's
exactly.
the federal government, national park.
Yeah, but
they sent men to the moon, but they can't fucking keep a list of
They didn't
who
send it,
is
dude. Come on,
missing.
man. It's not fairy tale hour,
No,
man.
but
You know what I'm saying?
The problem is the federal government, though. Like even if it's a national park, generally people go missing. The city police and the county police are gonna have jurisdiction. And that's the problem is
dude.
that
No, that's the Park
there's
Service,
not a
dude. That's the National Park Service.
yeah, no, there's probably a National Park Service like their jurisdiction on the national park, but the person missing was probably missing in the county or the state or whatever. And if you try to look for any kind of like deaths or charges against people or whatever like that, you'll realize that you have to look into all these different jurisdictions because there's not like a national database, all that stuff.
Yeah, like the National Park Service, they probably don't. If there's a crime that happens in there, they call the police, right? They're not police
No, it's the
themselves.
federal government.
I know, but it exists within a state. So
No, it doesn't matter. Any crime that happens on national parks are federal jurisdiction. Like, trust me, I know firsthand.
So instantly, the FBI comes.
Yeah, no, like depending on the crime, but either way, it's like handled in federal officers, and then handled within federal court.
No, you're 100% correct on that. It's a total.
I loved it, bro.
Well, other than FBI, what other
Because
federal
petty
officers are
is
there?
what I did was still only federal officers and federal courts.
Okay, but other than FBI, what federal officers are there?
Well, like just the NPS are federal officers themselves.
Yeah, but I think though if there was a missing person, it would be reported obviously in national park or whatever, and it'd be federal police or federal people dealing with it. But I think also because a person was missing generally in their city or county or whatever like that, ultimately there's not going to be a giant database just for they'll have all those missing people that were never found.
Well, like national parks is where a bunch of people visit, right? So like the FBI would look into it. You would think, at least.
I agree that they should have the sort of collection like that, but maybe it's good that they don't.
I think they'll call the state trooper.
Yeah, like I said, when you look into, if you try to find like a sort of statistic based on like I wonder how many people have been charged with this crime or how many people have died because of this or this or this. There's not really national records of any of that stuff. But also, he could go to all those national parks though and ask them individually and see if. Well,
that's some of the stuff that he's done. Like his research is pretty thorough. He finds these cases of missing people where somebody goes missing, right? They're gone for like a week or something. There's hundreds of searchers that are brought in, and then a week later, the person's found in a place that was searched over 100 times. And this profile of this type of case is repeated over and over again throughout the decades, and there are these weird commonalities, like their ancestry, their occupation, whether or not they had a disability. It's bizarre. And you start
interview them?
Yes, he does. And dude, go watch his movies first. If the movies get you, then you might be able to withstand his YouTube videos because they are fucking boring. Like, I'll admit it, they're super boring. But the case is, he's a total boomer. He's like holding up like printed out maps in front of his camera and stuff. It's very boomer. But the information's good.
He was a legit SWAT team. I don't know if he was a detective, but he was a part of the police force. It said that he got fired because he was soliciting for a charity or something like that. Doesn't seem like a real.
He's been slandered.
Crime.
Yeah, he's been slandered a bunch. Wikipedia has changed his thing to like put him in a bad light. I mean, all the red flags are there of like information that's being suppressed. So take it with a grain of salt.
I definitely think there's something to the people who claim to be like abducted by aliens because they don't seem to be like lying or anything. But I also, a lot of those places like in New Mexico and stuff like that, it is right next to a like military testing facility, and so it wouldn't be that far fetched to just put two and two together in those cases.
Well, there's a map online, and it's the cluster zones that he's mapped out with all these cases. And if you look at that map side by side to where all the cave systems are in the United States, it's like almost a exact replica. It's pretty crazy.
Hmm. The other thing is Les Stroud, the guy from Survivor Man. I used to love that show, but he turned into a Bigfoot dude, didn't he?
Well, yeah, because he had his own encounter, and Les Stroud is in one of David Paulides' movies where they try to reenact the route that I think a 2-year-old would have had to take in the middle of the night, and it's something like a 12-mile hike, and Les Stroud had to stop in the middle of it. He was like, "It's too dark. I can't see. Like, there's no way a 2-year-old would have made this journey." And another thing is, if you're asking yourself, well, what's the condition of the body when it's found, or of the person they're found? Like, are they wearing shoes? Are their feet all screwed up because they've gone all over? Their shoes are missing. A lot of times the people are found and they're missing clothing, but their feet are fine, and it's just bizarre. Some of the people are found that they've got like weird injuries that are consistent with a really high fall, and they're like in the middle of a field with there's nothing to fall off of.
I like Les Stroud. I do, but really anybody on TV, I question. I have to take it with a grain of salt because I question what maybe he just was falling off a little bit. Maybe he had to like pump up his ratings and get people become like relative again, or you know what I mean. But that's just an assumption because I always thought he was honest. He's an honest dude. He's a cool dude.
Or he finally had enough of an experience of his own to say, yeah, there's something weird going on, and I don't care if it's going to make me look like a crazy person.
Yeah. Well, he definitely, if those things were happening, he definitely would be somebody who would have come across it because he's always out in the woods and shit.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in the woods, and I've seen my fair share of weird stuff that I just don't know how to explain. So I think there's something going on. It sucks that that's all I can say. There's something going on. But
Well, tomorrow's the solstice, about 24 hours from now. But it's a good day to do a measurement of the sun. I just realized I'm exactly 7.5 degrees west of Lake Pontchartrain at the same latitude. I was trying to see if Rakia was going to be over there because it'd be a perfect opportunity to get a measurement of how the sky moves in reference to both our positions and see if it correlates with our longitude. That aside, I did.
It's not a solstice, bro. It's an equinox.
Did I say solstice? Yeah, I meant equinox. Yeah, the vernal equinox. Anyway, I was right. Yeah, I was looking at that Jesse Klausowski's data from
483 miles.
Say what? 18 miles?
No, 483.
Oh, what is that? Is that 7.5 degrees?
Yeah. Oh well, 7.5 was 7.
Okay. Well, also don't forget that we live at 30 degrees north, and so instead of 69 miles per degree, it's about 59 miles per degree. But I'm sure it's somewhere close to there. But yeah, that would be also something that you would try and test and see if that 7.5 degrees matches the sun, and then also if that distance matches the with the model, whichever model it does.
I'm going to put this to rest. If you all please turn your attention to my live stream.
It's pi.
Can you see it?
Looks like the World Trade Center.
As you can see.
You got a plane? Oh my lord!
It would not work.
It would not work.
That is
Verifiable
exactly what
proof.
would have happened. It would
see
have
this?
partially penetrated the rest of it.
Look how many planes it takes. Now just watch.
This is tragic.
Yeah, I'll say this starting out just so we're clear where everybody stands.
And look,
Where do
look
you
at
get
this.
that gun? Hold on a minute.
Man, that many planes hit it, and there it is. The top chunks down. Oh, dude.
This is how you know that that's not accurate because
It's a settled sign.
So accurate.
This reminds me of that tragedy that happened. You guys know the one I'm talking about?
This is
Trust the science,
fantastic, dude.
Trust the
It shows
science.
exactly what would have happened.
No, even though I know that the mainstream story was not correct and the people involved that they blamed it on weren't the people who orchestrated an inside job and the whole sort of thing. Even though I agree with that, I know for certain that the physics behind the buildings falling because of the planes and what you saw with the planes doing what they did is exactly what you would expect. And what Bob is showing right now is not at all what you would expect. I can tell you why.
Hold on. No.
For sure. Yeah,
Easy
the
check
nose of
it.
the
So
plane
boring,
went through
it's
the
not
building.
even worth listening to.
Legit.
Yeah, this $49 game is going to be.
Kosha, what about
Well,
the video where the plane goes
$6
through the building?
Consider this for a second. Consider how much half of the building weighs. But just now, Bob shot half of the building, and finally, the top half of the building fell apart and fell onto the bottom part of the building. Don't you think that if half of the building fell 10 feet, could you imagine the force that would cause? That's such an enormous force that you can't even comprehend it, and it would certainly smash the building below it, and there'd be nothing left there.
So little kids and how Legos would actually kind of.
Dude, there's a video of the nose of the plane going through
Minecraft.
the building.
This is
Bro. I don't know if you
Minecraft
guys
type
have not seen that in 20 years or not, but
you know that
Don't be-
plane going through the
don't be Bob.
building.
Everyone just acting so stupid.
Dude, Bob had to shoot like 400 planes into the building, and even at that, only half of it was chunked off at the top.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how you can tell that this is not correct because a plane going into the building, even if the plane was going 200 miles per hour,
Is that thermite?
even if the plane was going
these are
200
thermite
miles,
charges that I'm placed in here.
even if it was going 200 miles per hour, hitting the building, it still has more force in that than three times a Saturn V.
I mean, Coach, I get in one way you defending the globe, but you're also defending this criminal activity.
These aren't. Listen, hold on.
Coach
I'm
Joe.
defending myself right now.
No, you don't have to defend
Hold on,
it. Use the
Zanik.
numbers. Just start playing. I get.
1 second, Zanik. Just because I have to defend my. I just stated clearly that where I stand on 9/11. So there should be no accusation of defending anybody or anything. I'm just telling you the
Kosha's Jewish. Kosha's Jewish.
Not defending any criminals or anything like that.
Well, here's the thing. I just gotta say this. Bob Dole, you're gonna need to cut the steel beams as well. Like you can't just place the thermite if you're trying to replicate what's gonna happen. So don't forget to cut the steel beams.
And place thermite at every level as well.
Let's see
Place
here.
it at every floor. And add a directed energy device.
45-degree angle, dude. 40. Okay, well you're doing your best. All right. I've seen better
I'm
work.
doing what I can, okay? Here, actually, the laser gun might work better for this. Let's see here.
So for real, when you first had the airplane that you shot into it, that is precisely what would have happened. It would have penetrated a little bit.
Come on, Gio.
The rest
Don't
of it would have.
like that.
I can't even speak. All right, Zanik is muted forever now. Okay, 'cause I can't even speak without that idiot talking. And yes, I insulted, so I'll mute myself too.
All right, I'll take over from where he left off and really just repeat what Whitsitt said is that there's no way that the plane is going to go all the way through the building and have the nose sticking out on the other side. And then where did that nose go? That would have gone. I mean, it just disappears. It's like a bunch of pixels that disappears. This is totally bizarre.
Right, let's see here.
Based on what Gio said, what are you basing that off of, though, Gio? I'm saying that that's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, just the physics of an airplane like that hitting a building.
Just accurately, I mean, I just gave you the numbers. I know Zanik's muted, but I think he was going to say the same thing, that the numbers involved are the plane was going 200 miles per hour, which that was a bare minimum. It's probably going much faster than that. But even if it was going at 200 miles per hour and it hit the building, that's enough force. It's 3 times the force of a Saturn V at the maximum thrust. So this is an enormous amount of energy that, with a second it hits a building, anything that hits a building with that much force is going to do exactly what that plane did.
And the nose will
You said a
pass the
plane?
building through the other side, from one side to the other. The nose of the airplane will just pass through concrete and steel.
Yep.
I'm not saying anything about the nose, but the entire impact alone is going to disintegrate the plane and disintegrate anything that.
We have a video of the nose going through the plane, though.
I'm not
Through
speaking on
the
nose
building.
specifically.
Yeah, post.
Broadcast
Who's
on the
got the
news.
video of that? Who's got the video of that? Because that needs. I mean, I
I have it somewhere.
want. Yeah, somebody who says that didn't happen. You need to see that, man. Kosher, you got
I
to check
played it
that
on
out.
my freaking live stream like 27 times. I like on 9/11 anniversary this year.
The videos everywhere.
See, that's what I'm talking about. The top of that building crashing into the rest of the building like that. That's an enormous amount of force right there. More than
Isn't it weird that you're
enough to
breezing past
take down
that,
the rest
though?
of the building.
Everything that Bob is doing in this game, because these games are related to physics, like they have a lot of the physics engine that they use. Pretty much everything Bob has done is what would have happened in real life.
Okay, but you're saying that based on your intuition. I understand that.
I never.
I'm telling you,
I'm using intuition.
calculate the
I never
weight
said
of the
I'm using
building.
intuition. I didn't say that.
You can calculate the weight of the building. Like you can calculate hard numbers, what the weight of the building is, and what force that would impact on something if it fell 10 feet.
This is science, Kosher. This is
Hold on,
science.
you know what else you can do? You can get a real little a building at like 10 to 20 foot tall, a little steel building, and get a little steel airplane and really do it in real life in somebody's backyard or in the desert or by a river or something, and like see what the impact is. Shoot the little steel building at the thing. Put a little tanker on it with the amount of jet. Like you got the calculations, you got the numbers. Scale it down, Kosho.
Dude,
Do a real
you're
one.
making this really weird because you're just ignoring what we're saying
Why don't
about
you
the
do it?
video of the
At
plane's
no point
nose
does the
going
plane
through the
disappear
building.
into the building and then not come out the other side. That's not a thing that happens.
Like, why can't someone just acknowledge that the plane's nose goes through the building, right? Like, if you're
Yo,
just
this
sitting here
is
wanting
cool,
to
man.
tell us about
You
how
guys
the
have
physics work.
you guys have said that again and
Because you
again and
can
again.
punch a nose in on a plane, and he knows that's absurd.
So he just wants to breeze past it.
Plane.
You do it, D-Mod.
This is hilarious. What
You
he's
want
doing.
everybody
So
else to you do it.
You want
which
me to
physics
cave in
do
an
you
airplane nose?
which physics do you make an airplane pass through a concrete steel building? Aluminum airplane can just the nose can just pass through the concrete
You're
and
asking
steel.
me to pass one through steel?
But they also show in
Who said
September Clues that the nose of the plane it's a mask. It's not even it's CGI. It's not even a real it's not even a real part of like layer of the film. But that nose part is the exact same when it goes in and comes out. So not only did the nose come out, but it came out completely unaffected. Is what
Exactly, bro. And then they cut that video. They were filming that live. They were showing that live and then cut the video from the helicopter. Like, how does no one think that's weird? Like, how can some human being 20 years later be sitting here ignoring that?
Why don't you post the video instead of making these claims? Because so far you guys have made one claim. None of you guys have addressed my claim except for with intuition. I'm telling you, the hard numbers that these forces. These are the hard numbers that these forces.
The only person who
These
said the word
numbers I'm describing
intuition
are
is
not
you.
imaginary
Hold
numbers.
on. All right, the only person who said the word intuition was you.
Yeah, because you guys haven't expressed anything other than that. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm telling you, these numbers that I'm telling you aren't numbers that are coming from my imagination. These are the weight of the building and the amount of force that would have when it impacts something falling 10 feet.
Do you work from a
So
side?
or the plane, the weight of a plane and the force that it has when it hits something going 200 miles per hour. These are real
When have
numbers.
you seen a plane hit a building in front of yourself to record that? What are you talking about?
I just want to know if you work from a side.
You know what's crazy is that if anyone like was
No,
an
it's not
agent in here that did work for someone like that, like they'd probably be like they have to defend it to even stay alive. You know, like these people would kill them if they didn't do it.
You guys work for Al Qaeda.
I think it's
You guys work
funny
for Al
that-
Qaeda, okay?
There's the
I'm an
video.
asshole, and I don't have a better argument than that.
There's a video.
Pronounced Al
Yeah,
Qaeda.
you guys are saying I work for Mossad because I'm telling
Coach,
you how
just
physics work.
acknowledge the video.
And acknowledge that it's stupid that nobody did any
Oh,
forensics.
fuck you guys, dude. I'm done
actually
with
have
it.
a little 10-foot
Coach, don't
building.
freak out now, man. I joined, got the video for you. I just went through and looked through all my downloads and got the video for you.
That is insane, dude.
So New York Trade Centers, billions of dollars worth of stuff, all kinds of terror, whatever, but they don't have a couple dollars to drop on a little building to do some forensics in a little toy airplane. That'd be kind of fucking odd, if you ask me. That forensics would not have been done.
This was filmed on the news. This was broadcasted to the news from a helicopter, and then it cut right after this.
It doesn't even show the plume when the plane goes in.
No, it's completely nothing. It's almost like the plane's flying behind the building.
Yep.
Yo, is this legit?
Yeah. This was broadcasted live from a helicopter, and then the feed got cut.
Corkscrew train.
Yeah, it faded to black. It did like a bunch of frames of black right after that.
Like, I don't know how a human being can watch this and ever even utter a word about the official story.
Yeah, I think my
This
mic
is
cut
Rubber
out. But
Ducky
are you sure it's
requesting for a flyby? Rubber Ducky requesting for a flyby of the towers.
Yeah, are you sure it's not
BS
from
and then dropped a
before?
mainstream video about what happened with 36 million views about the mainstream story.
What I was saying originally when Zanuck just totally talked over me, what I was trying to say is that if an airplane had hit the building like that, it would have partly penetrated. Like, I do think it would have broken in partly, but most of it would have fallen on the ground. Like the wings and like the whole back of the fuselage would have fallen literally on the ground, and the building would have been minimally affected. That's what the actual physics would have been.
One thing's for sure, right? Like, this video could not happen, like, in any way. Like, that nose comes out the same condition, it enters. They don't even claim it did this. I mean, like, my
Yo,
goodness.
Witsit, for this video, I don't know if my mic's coming through, but
Yeah,
are you
you're good.
sure it's not from before it did the corkscrew turn? Like, maybe this is a flyby and then did the corkscrew turn and then came around and hit the tower.
Is that the story, that the plane flew that low and then flew back around?
No, I don't know. I'm speculating.
No. This was broadcast live, and they were trying to use the edit to show the second plane hitting, and they messed up live trying to do the overlay, and so they cut it. And I mean, there's a video that goes in depth explaining it, showing the original footage and everything. And then you have people like this in the chat talking about, I'm watching an altered video. Yeah, you're right. We are watching an altered video.
You know, for them to do a corkscrew turn at that altitude percent, there would have been far more footage of that plane that people would have taken and would have seen at that
Okay,
altitude.
so this one's
Wait,
supposed to
this
be Boeing,
C4
so
saying
this
it's
one
an
might be
altered
even
video?
better science.
Yeah, that's not an altered video, C4, at all.
There's actually only one plane. It's magic plane theory.
Well, I'll take it back. It's altered by the people who put on the hoax, but it's not altered by anyone else. That's what they put on the news that day. That's what I'm saying.
One like 30-minute video that breaks it down like really well too. The guy like shows how you can do this. You could mess up and this happen if you're trying to overlay it.
Yeah, I just want to
manufactured, definitely.
really quickly just want to direct your attention to the Livestream 1 chat. I posted a little screenshot in there. The number of days between Wednesday, March 11th, 2020 and Thursday, September 8th, 2022 is 911 days. And March 11th, 2020 was the date that the World Health Organization declared redacted a pandemic. And September 8th was when the Queen died. Just throwing that out there.
There's so many weird things about 9/11. Like I covered a lot of it in that show right there. But yeah, for 9/11 this year, it's pretty long though. It's like 3 hours long, I think.
Maybe not.
You have to remember that you're also talking to people that will somehow believe only because the news told them that there were passports that were found. Apparently, a whole plane could just disintegrate, but a passport that was being carried inside the plane somehow made it on the ground, and that's how they knew. And if you could believe that, then they got you. They could tell you whatever the fuck they want to tell you. And if you're so stupid to believe it, you're going to believe it. So this whole 9/11, people that don't believe it was an inside job or there are some, some weird things going on that don't make sense. Like those are along the same lines of people that believe in space and the ball and all that other stuff. Whatever else you want to be convinced
I
of.
believe in space and the ball, and I know that the 9/11 wasn't done the way the mainstream media told it. But I also know that there's people in here who are too simple to realize that I'm showing you. This says 50 views of the second impact, okay? Right? So before you call me a Mossad agent, right? Why don't you make this about the argument? Because this is not a GIF showing you what happens in the second plane. This is 50 different shots of it showing you what's happening. There's none of those shots show the nose of the plane coming out the other side. They show what looks like an impact, an explosion that's happening, because that's what's happening.
The other side.
These are clear shots of what's happening, and there's no nose of the plane coming out the other side.
No, the other side of the building. Do we have that?
Yes,
How come we
there's 50 shots from 50 different vantage points, different
So
points of
there's a
view.
vantage point of the plane.
Mark,
passing
you've
the
got to
building.
stop interrupting, dude. Go ahead, Coach. I'll try to finish what you were saying.
That's it. 50 different points of view, 50 different shots from the left side, the right side, straight on from the on the other side when the nose comes out, or where you guys are claiming the nose comes out. There's no nose that comes out.
Well, the nose that came out was only on. That's the whole thing. Yeah, it wasn't on every footage, but it was on that one. They did CGI airplane masking. These are mask layers. In that documentary September Clues, he shows it in great detail. So in that particular one, that was from a helicopter shot, and that airplane, that CGI airplane, is the one that had the nose coming out the other end. So yeah, that's why it's even more weird, because on that one it shows the nose because they didn't cut the CGI correctly.
So what you guys are claiming is the nose is simply, it's an effect of the actual impact. Like it's mass from the explosion in the building and the airplane, but it's not the nose of the plane.
There's no
explosion. It's in the shape of the impact.
Wow.
What? Yeah, that's
See
kind
it,
of a
though.
stretch, man.
You can clearly see, like I said, these are 50 different shots clearly showing it, including the one that you guys are claiming they cut and don't show anymore or whatever.
Or I don't know, man. It comes like straight out. That looks weird for a plume of smoke or whatever else you're trying to say it is.
But the guy in September Clues also shows how it's literally the exact same CGI nose, like pixel for pixel. It's the same thing that comes out the other end. Also, he shows the masking and how they masked it. Like they did like on the fly editing, and they cut to black on basically like multiple of the news streams. They cut to black. I forget how many frames, like 14 frames or whatever it is that they cut to black. So that was right. And he even shows the nose thing when it comes out. Like when they do the masking, they cut the film halfway down the middle, like vertically. And he actually shows where the mask is, because that little nose, when it comes out, it runs into the mask. Even after the nose has come out the other building, it cuts off the mask part, or the masking of the vertical line cuts off part of that nose thing.
At the video that Kosho posted at 56/57 seconds is the impact that you guys are talking about. From the opposite view, if you want to see that, I'm just looking at his video.
It's the same impact 50 times, so they're just the same impact, just from different points.
Yeah, no, but
the one
I'm
I
saying
see
like
the helicopter is
specifically
100% not the same video. I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, it's in here. Hold on, I'll post it. Timestamp.
North, south, east, west views would be cool.
I'm at 712, and that helicopter is definitely different.
It looks exactly like a missile hit. The way the explosive hit when it hits the building.
Like, I have no interest. Like, I don't
But it
care
was
if they were
a plane,
planes or
wasn't it?
not, right? I just know they lied like about all of it. So, I don't see how we're gonna breeze past the fact that this plane's nose goes through the building. Just like I'm not gonna breeze past the fact that they announced the World Trade Center 7 fell before it did.
Okay, can I ask you a quick question? I don't
No.
information.
Oh, I see. It's at 11:58.
Yeah.
Okay, so could that just be the material being ejected out of the building? How do you really discern that
doesn't
being
look
nose
like
or
it.
material when it comes out of the building like that? Number two, we have all these other views, these 50 other views, and you understand the amount of energy that's stored in that much mass as it hits at that velocity. We're talking about thousands of pounds of TNT going off instantly through that building. And how do they?
And yet you don't see a single thing from like any other part of the building. It's just that little area looks exactly like the head of the plane.
Yeah, this is what's pissing me off, dude. Is this video right here? This is posted in 2022. It's like this video right here. That's the same angle as this one. It's completely different. It's completely different though, right? And when this guy covered this, he showed the whole thing that they showed live, and they cut it. So now we have the full thing not cut, and it's completely different than this GIF. And it's completely different than the original video.
Literally
one shot that looks like
the
a penis
airplane
coming
is
out of the
cut
building.
through the middle. It's flying through the middle
Came
of
on.
those, and they stopped it. Yeah, what's up?
So you have one shot where it looks like there's a round penis coming out of the whatever cylindrical thing coming out the side of
No,
the building. It looks like it could be the plane. I mean, I can
it's
say it
not
definitely
coming out
looks
of the
like it.
side.
But what if it's just ejection of material
Someone
that's
please tell me
taken
that.
that shape from so far away? We're talking about miles away. That's it.
But why would you think that it would only explode straight ahead?
Because all
Like
the
explosions
velocity.
happen in every direction. Why would it only
Why
come
would
out
it be
straight
all
ahead? You think the
direction?
plane cleared all of that, the entire tower, and came out the other end?
That was the
Almost.
direction of the impact.
Yeah,
It's like a bullet, dude. I mean,
yeah, exactly how a bullet would work. And
Yeah,
it's not,
but so you
it's
guys
not
think that
in
the
the
plane
material.
went through the almost the entirety of the building, and then when it exploded, that was the nearest area, and that's why it only came out from that wall?
Well, it
not
was a
the
very
plane, though.
focused compared to the building. It's a very focused impact and a mass that has a density that is the airplane, and it's traveling at 500 miles an hour and slowing down through the building. Why would it spread out like a hollow point? You're talking about like a hollow
Yeah, so you
shell?
think it went through, it basically traversed the majority of the building, the huge majority of it, to be at the other end.
No,
And then-
not it. I'm sure that the nose was disintegrated on impact, but all the mass behind it and everything that pulled through
Made it to the other
ejected
side.
out that side in a very just a narrow shot of material. It made it look like it was the nose, and it wasn't.
Yeah, so the like fuselage and wherever the fuel tank and everything, it made it to the other side basically.
No, it all went through the building like you saw, but as it went through the building, it's disintegrating as it went through, and all you have is a bunch of destroyed materials, distorted materials that are in that narrow band of the airplane's height and width going through the building, taking everything with it. It's not a hollow point. You know how a hollow point
All the
works,
way
right?
to the other side of the building, though. That's
Yes,
what you
my God,
believe.
it's we have thousands of pounds of TNT going off at that amount of energy. It's going off simultaneously.
Isn't it supposed to have like steel beams through at the center?
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
not
but
gonna hold up.
do you understand what a joule is? We have 25 billion joules of energy.
That's a lot of vape.
It's like taking something that's 5 times stronger than a Saturn V and pointing it directly at the building,
Yeah,
and then fucking firing it off.
I screen recorded it and slowed it down.
One of the physics laws that I clearly remember from high school, that with a collision of two objects, it doesn't matter which object has which speed. The damage will be the same.
So if you look
That's-
at the
That's the physics law I clearly remember having learned.
Yeah, if the building was going 500 miles an hour, it'd be the exact same impact.
So if you look in the voice text, I took the video out of Kosho's
So then-
video and
so
slowed
then
it
it
down.
would-
Hold
So
up,
the-
Lightwater. Someone was talking.
So you can look at it. If you slow it down, it looks like the nose of the plane to me. So, and I'm confused as to how all of a sudden there's explosions right early on with this one. This is probably just slowed down, and they cut it. So anyway, like look, you can see it's clearly the nose, at least as far as I can tell.
I think Zanuck was pretty accurate. That was the way that I would intuitively understand it to have happened, because I know that there would have been it would have disintegrated as soon as it impacted. But that's true. It does have enough energy to continue to travel, and so all that disintegrated part.
Bullshit.
That's exactly what happens, man.
No, man. They have multiple steel.
This isn't debatable. This isn't debatable.
Bro, they have multiple steel
Calculate the
structural beams going through the center of it, and you guys think that the plane just magically made it through that?
It
Dude,
cuts through
you
them,
can calculate the force, man. You can
Dude,
calculate
hold
the force.
up. No, that's total fucking bullshit.
24 billion joules.
I don't fucking care what stupid ass math you want to fucking bring into this
This is what I'm saying.
situation. Here's the truth, bro. You have no. I swear to God, when people say shit like this, dude, you as much fucking steel and rebar and fucking just material in general. It was built to fucking take a plane, and you're saying that this plane flying at its speed and slowing down cut through all that fucking
like butter.
Iron.
Yeah.
You're
That's what they do.
dude. Oh my God.
Well, how about
dude.
this? How about this? Instead of getting upset that we don't understand what's going on, let's realize that we're not cavemen, and we don't have to depend on our ideas of how this would happen.
No.
You're
You're gonna say
lies.
lies.
Calculate what that force would be.
Have you ever?
Well, I would like to throw this word.
how fast it was going, and determine
Have you-
how.
Dude, it doesn't matter, bro.
Pull up Apocryphon. You can get
Everybody
him.
talk
You
over
can
each other.
respond. Just
Sounds
let him
pretty good.
finish. Then you can respond.
Gonna just throw this word of advice out there for the truthers. Like, we don't know for sure if there were or were not planes. Right. There's a lot of sketchiness about the planes and stuff like that. That's for sure. But
What? That's for sure.
I'm pretty sure I was talking.
No, but it's a common objection, right? You're saying for sure that these
There
weren't even
definitely is
planes?
sketchiness with the planes.
I think
Absolutely.
it's being fair. I just was continue.
Okay.
You're losing
but, like,
credibility with it.
Zanuck, why don't you just go play tag with traffic or something, bro? Stop interrupting every human that talks. It's just disrespectful and lame. Okay, so all I'm trying to say is I don't encourage truthers like dying on the hill that they know there were no planes, because I do not think that anyone knows that. And potentially it's just undermining like the million other things you can talk about that day that shows that they orchestrated all this, lied to us about it, and then lied to go start a war and then like pass the Patriot Act. So in my opinion, it's better to say some say that there maybe wasn't a plane. I've seen some evidence that maybe they faked some of this footage about there being one, and then focus on like the other 1,000 things from. That's just my opinion though. So.
No, but that's exactly where I've ended up at, because I used to be, I guess, where some of you guys are, but I dropped all that because it really is just opinion, no evidential. But there is stuff that is evidential that you can point out.
I got a question for you.
And like what
go ahead, Bandy.
what Zanuck is saying is technically true, and I agree with the premise of what he is saying. But that little clip that Whitset cut out there, that 11-second clip, like if you pause it at the 7 and 8 second mark, and you notice what is coming through the building, it is in the exact same shape as the cockpit of the airplane. Now, even if what Zanuck says is true, and it's not the plane, it's just debris, for that then to form exactly the same shape as the cockpit of the plane is impossible.
Wow.
Really.
Well,
Yeah.
Bandsaw, you're looking at something from many miles away, and you're trying to discern whether that material ejected, being the same shape of the airplane, is the airplane or not. And so you can't say, I know for sure what that is, because I wouldn't say I know for sure what it is. But you're saying you do. And I think that's a real...
No, Zanuck, I'm just trying to look at it with a critical eye.
It is a critical eye.
Yeah, and taking what you said on board, which I agree with what you say, like that can be possible, right?
It's going 500 miles an hour.
But then if you weigh up that debris is going to form exactly in the same shape as the cockpit and come out the other side, like the odds of that, Zanuck.
I guess you can probably solve this by looking at different views and saying if that ejection resemble what we're seeing in proportion to the building, and then take it back 5-6 miles or however far that video is taken from, and see if that ejection is the shape of a plane.
I have a question for Zanuck and for Kosho. So are you telling me that this plane cut through, I don't know how many steel structural beams, but didn't make it through the glass at the end?
No, the building disintegrated on impact. The building, I'm sorry, the plane disintegrated. The plane was a goner the second it touched the building, and it's not that it's coming through the other side of the building. I think a better way to explain it is it's just like a bullet or whatever. A bullet, if it passes through your body, it's going to pass through your body, like the bullet intact. But regardless, the impact, the direction of the impact is at the point of the bullet and in the direction the bullet was traveling. So that's exactly what the impact is.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is you're not seeing the plane come out the other side. Yeah.
No, you're right. Okay, let's say you're right. I'm not seeing the plane come out through the other side, but you're telling that means you want me to believe that the plane, when it hit the building, it was able to sever all of those steel beams and all that material in between, but it didn't go through the other side. It stopped when it got to the end. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. This is my question to Kosho.
I'm gonna want Zanuck to correct whatever I say, because I'm not gonna say it as clear as he is. But I'm just saying that it's the same as with meteors when they hit at the impact they hit at, they disintegrate on impact, but there still is an explosion that is it's got still the momentum and direction that it's traveling, which is why it creates a big crater and everything. So
there's an easier answer, Coach. It's pretty obvious. I'm sure you think of it too.
Just bow down and praise the government.
Well, let me just say real quick, and I'm not going to be frantic about it. Just think about it. When it hits the building, everything it hits at that amazing amount of force, as Coach alluded to, there's 27 billion joules, thousands of pounds of TNT going off as far as energy potential. But what's happening is the wing, everything that is starting to disintegrate as it hits, is and it still has that force, is taking the building with it. And every piece of furniture and every piece of wall, every piece of steel girder that it makes impact with will continue to be in front of it, and that becomes the new mass. And pretty soon, coming out the back is a accumulation, a layered approach of all the material that is all being forced out based on the energy given to it by this plane, which we all agree will have over 200,000 pounds of weight.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh
but
my
Does that
God.
make sense?
hold on,
So,
Yeah,
hold
it's
on,
perfect sense.
Zanik,
as it goes through,
Zanik,
it's not this
Yeah,
plane that's
Zanik.
on its own. It's
perfect
taking
sense.
everything.
Okay, but
Zanik,
Hollow
Zanik,
point.
back into talking some more.
okay,
It's
but Zanik,
hold on.
check
It's
it
like a
out.
hollow point going through your body.
But Zanik, but you want us to believe that this plane, which is made out of its contents, disintegrated and also pulverized these steel beams
Yes.
to where it sliced them, but they found a passport. You really want us to fucking believe that?
Oh my God! Anytime you have an
You're bringing up
explosion,
something separate.
anytime you have,
And the disintegration
remember, just
is
say my name
not
before me to stop.
Yeah, please stop.
disintegration.
Because
And
I
the
got something more interesting to talk about if you guys don't mind. I also dropped a video. I want to know if you guys have ever seen this video, supposedly from the Pentagon getting hit. That was like hidden. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it or heard some story about how it's not real or anything. It's like shows a missile hitting the Pentagon.
Yeah. This is the only footage they had. Yeah.
Pretty crazy looking, bro.
It looks like it'd be an airplane to me. It looks like the right length. That's not doesn't look like the right
It looks
length
like
for a
an
missile.
airplane to me.
Missile,
This
I
is
know
what's
that.
wrong with Zanuck, dude.
There's no missiles that are that long. I know. I've seen the survey of that particular piece of property. I know how big the Pentagon
I
is.
showed the Falcon 9 rocket on Livestream to everybody. We knew the missiles aren't that long. What the hell are you on about, dude?
This dude thinks that a
Falcon
plane. Like, have
9?
you ever been to the
This is the
Pentagon?
Falcon 9
Zanuck?
missile.
Have you ever been to the Pentagon?
Yeah, I've driven by it.
You can't fly a plane this low all the way up to the Pentagon, bro. So I don't know what you think this is.
How do you
Like,
fly a missile that low?
you just shoot. It just swoops in low. It's a guided missile. Completely different than the freaking physics of a plane. Of course, you can just look at the. I didn't know you were this brainwashed, bro. Right? Like at least Kosho acknowledges that they lied to us. Like if you look at Pentagon and you see the hole, there's a 0% chance a commercial plane went through the hole of the Pentagon.
Yet there's telephone poles and things that are hit by the wings by eyewitnesses. How did it knock
Like,
over,
what can you
how
do?
did it knock over telephone
Lance.
poles on either side of the path?
How did it fit in a hole that it literally couldn't fit in?
Well, it's how it disintegrated when it made a
How were there
contact.
84 cameras and none of them caught it? How come the government never released any of the footage from the Pentagon? How come they went across the street and took the gas station's cameras and the
I don't know.
hotel's cameras?
Don't know. This one slipped.
Yeah,
through the
yeah,
cracks,
but
so-
we should. But eyewitness says they saw something to
Well,
do
if
with
you think
telephone
you
poles.
can see hold on, here, let's just look at a reality check here. Let's play devil's advocate. This thing you're seeing that's moving across, you know the size of the Pentagon. It's a pretty large building. If that was what missile do you think it was? What kind of armament do you think it could have been? Because that would be the size. That would have to be a size of a jet or any jet. Are there any rockets that are that size that we have in our arsenal?
Dude, there's a 0% chance that a commercial plane could have fit in the hole that was in the Pentagon. See, the point
Well,
is, it
it
doesn't
made a
actually
hole.
matter if it was a
It hit
plane
the
or
hole.
not, right? Because the government set it up and lied about it regardless. But the point is that we're just trying to critically assess the information. Like, I'm interested in this 50. I've never seen this 50 angles of the other plane. So, like, I'm just like an honest person. So if I
Watch it,
find
yeah,
these
it's
to be
interesting.
valid, then I'll be like, dude, you guys need to pump the brakes on the no plane thing. It
part of
might
the
be a
physics-
truth or trap.
Okay. The part of the physics of it is that think about this airplane with all this kinetic energy hitting making the first contact of the building, and everything it's touching is now hold on. Has a force. Everyone agrees it's a force, and everything it touched will have a force associated on it, applied to it, and it will be accelerated. And everything it hits will be applying a force and accelerating. And all this force, all these
What does that
combined
do with the
forces.
Pentagon?
Well, no, because I want to go back because you cut me off when I was explaining to Krypton, whoever was.
What you're
asking about
arguing
it.
right now is going against what you're arguing for the Pentagon, though, because if you're saying that it would carry right through all of it,
Well, that's a whole
and
different structure.
The whole so it's
That
stronger
one was reinforced. No, that is Pentagon is a completely different construction. You wouldn't agree, wouldn't you?
Hey, hold on though, Zanuck.
I don't even like. For me,
Whole
dude,
different
I
structure.
can't
Let me
handle.
just finish. Let me just please come on. Just finish the one statement. Just be bros and let me finish, because I don't think people understand what happens when a plane.
Yeah, you
hits.
understand all things.
Yeah, hey Zanuck,
No,
hold on
let
though.
me
You
just-
kind of went a
I
long
would-
time.
as
you
I
kinda went
said
a long
before-
time talking about it already, and you raised it 3 times.
Okay,
We
what,
ready
what,
to
what
move
is
Before
my
we
on?
listen to you further, Zanuck, can I ask you one
what I
question?
said? Why don't you
Can I
tell
ask
me
you
what I
one
said?
question
If you
before
think
we
you
listen to you
understand,
further, please, Zanuck, trust me. Were we lied to about 9/11? Yes or no?
I'd say it's percentage. I think 20% of it's lies.
20% of what the government said?
Mm-hmm.
The answer is yes, then.
Yeah, so we were lied to about 9/11. Okay.
Yeah, I think the government lies about everything.
So what parts, I mean, like, if they lied about some, we can't trust anything that they said, right? I mean, like, they obviously have foreknowledge of it at the least. And then the actual, like, the sketchy part is how could someone pull off these flying feats? You say you fly. I mean, like, the idea that someone can pull it, certainly the Pentagon one, is insane, bro. And then they said that they were practicing, like, the planes being hijacked on the same day. So they didn't think that they were not part of the drill. So what a coincidence. Same day, same time of the day that they thought it was part of the drill. And then 2 weeks before that, they changed the command to shoot something out of the air up to like the highest person so that he didn't give the order when normally there was like many other people that could give the order. All these crazy things, $2.1 trillion missing announced the day before. And then the counting area of the Pentagon was hit, right? I mean, it's like, it was obviously orchestrated to an egregious level. And it was obviously used to go over into the Middle East and like, oh, brown skin guy bad, and try to justify a war where they went and occupy where 90% of the opium supply is. Like the meta, like the big overarching parts of this, like should never ever be debated. It's like borderline like appalling.
Well,
Now,
those
like
are better discussions. Those are better discussions than physics, which remember I told you before. I'll never bring anything higher than a high school level physics analysis of things that we see
Okay,
and talk about.
okay, Zanuck.
Can I
It
finish?
doesn't.
Can I just finish the sentence?
Yeah, you did.
No,
Zanuck.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
It doesn't take a high school
I didn't.
physics.
Yeah, yes. Let me just finish.
Hold on.
Just give
It
me.
doesn't take
I
a
was in the
high
middle of a
school.
sentence.
It
Come on.
doesn't.
Let him finish Apocryphon. Let him finish his sentence.
But he was finished with that. That was
I
the end of his
wasn't finished
sentence.
at all.
No, he
But we
wasn't.
can't ask him not to interrupt if we're going to interrupt him.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to explain in light detail of how these sequential events happen with, and something I studied a little bit. And what happens is, like I said, everything it hits becomes part of that structure, and it continues to stack until it blew out the other end. Now, the fact that Witsit put that picture of the nose coming out, if it wasn't so far away, I'd be like, yeah, that's weird. But because it's so far away, you could actually argue that that material that finally made it all the way through, not just the airplane, everything the airplane hit and brought along with it was ejected out, and it took the shape of what looked like the nose of, or first part of the fuselage of an airplane. So
Are you done?
I'm just letting you know that it's not the airplane now. It's everything it took with all that energy that was given to it from the impact. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So look at. So it doesn't take high school physics to understand that if I take a plane with its, its cockpit and then the wings attached to it, that are it could make a pretty good size footprint on the side of a building. It doesn't take high school physics to know that if you flew that plane into that building, the windows and everything else, the wall even might have a little scratch or something. If the plane flew into it, there would have been left an imprint of the center where the plane's cockpit was, as well as the rest of the belly and the end. But also the wings would have also hit the fucking hit the wall at the side of the Pentagon. So the fact that the earlier fucking shots before the roof caved in, the only thing that was on there was a hole. And that was it. Just a fucking round hole. And there was no windows that were all knocked out that's in the elevation that it would have hit, that it did hit. No imprints, no markings whatsoever of wings that were hitting it. Now, if the only thing that could explain it was that the wings could have fell off before it hit the building, only problem is they didn't find big, massive wings just laying across the grounds on Pentagon. So your high school physics bullshit fucking retarded saying, this is common sense at this point. Matter of fact, a K through sixth grader would probably understand that a plane didn't hit it. But you're over here chanting that it did,
Well,
and
you're
that's pretty
missing
retarded.
the key point, and I don't want to belabor and argue with you. But if the plane was perfectly straight in like a 45-degree angle when it made impact, bottom wing could fold under the fuselage, the top wing would the structure, and that's kind of what I saw as far as damage. Plus, you got to realize this is all reinforced concrete. This is not a high-rise structure. And so a lot of that would just bury. It's like you've seen the
So
run into that cement wall. Hold on, in the Mojave Desert, the impact structures. See how something going almost supersonic will impact a certain type of concrete. That's what's going to happen here. This Pentagon is very strong. So a
so
whole
you're
different set of impacts. I know you want to jump in real quick. It's a whole
go
different
ahead,
set
go
of
ahead.
whole different set of strength of material, whole set of conditions that are applying to this projectile, whether it be a rocket or an airplane. And by looking at this picture, how big the plane is, whatever this object is, and how big the explosion is when it hits, shows me that it's a lot bigger than any missile I've ever seen in military that was been used. I mean, it was a rocket. Looks like it's like some type of orbiting.
They're saying it was a
Space
Scud missile, which is a pretty large missile, but whatever. Look, the thing is that it doesn't matter if the whole side of the Pentagon was made out of steel or titanium. If you slap a plane against it, it's going to leave a scratch, an outline, a footprint, if you will, of the thing that hit it. I could put my hand and wet it and smack that building, and you're going to see my fingers outlaid because it's marking it.
You missed the part about 45-degree angle, and it would be
It's
kind of
on.
tumbling into the hole.
So now you want to talk angles because it had an angle. Now it doesn't leave a fucking plane mark on a wing mark on the
Well,
building.
yeah, the bottom wing
you,
would
you realize
be
how stupid that is.
ripped off before
on.
it all would go into that hole. Yes, all to the. It wouldn't be this cartoon-looking airplane
Oh
that
my
goes through the wall
God,
and
dude.
shows the tail, shows the engine, shows the wing. That's not how things happen in real life.
No.
Hold
Listen.
on.
Go ahead.
You guys can go right back to this. It was something I wanted to say before when Austin asked Zanuck about does the government lie and all that. If you guys want to go back to this, but I just wanted to, because Zanuck, he did say the word. Zanuck said the government lies about everything. Now, I assume he doesn't mean everything, because he believes NASA and that the Earth's a globe and all the stuff that the government tells him. So, Zanuck, if you're saying the government lies about everything and or you agree that the government lies, what level of discernment are you figuring out which ones are true and which are lies? Because that would sort of be like if someone had a girlfriend that was absolutely proven to be cheating on them and a complete liar, and then the friend's like, yeah, but I still trust her on some things. So, I mean, if you're trusting someone that's been caught absolutely lying repeatedly and chronically, how are you then trusting these same people, and what discernment are you using to decipher between the two?
Yeah, you're a good question. I only look at the obvious, like these airplanes, obvious. The one on the Pentagon, a little suspect, but most of the other crashes all follow all the known laws of physics that we've ever studied.
Oh, the one that has no plane debris in the middle of the nowhere.
What was that? Where's that? Show me that.
The one
picture.
that landed in Pennsylvania.
Well, yeah, that's expected when it goes straight down at 500 miles an hour and into a field.
Oh, really? That's expected. Have you ever seen a plane, a 747 or 757 or whatever fucking plane it was, that
No.
size, a commercial flight? Have you ever seen how much debris it leaves and how much should be there? Dude, the fact that you're either so brainwashed
Have
or
you?
you're getting paid for this at this
We
point.
don't gotta
You
get
know-
personal.
It has to be the one or the other.
Have you seen? We haven't seen too many 747s.
Well, we've seen tons of bro. We've seen ton of crash sites, bro. There's like tons of debris and tons of dead bodies.
The most common one is the 747 they rolled into.
Let me find it.
Mojave Desert as well. Now this is straight in. This is corkscrewing into the friggin' ground. What happens? Just everything gets disintegrated.
Oh my God.
Everything's going 500 miles an hour and just stop instantly because the ground doesn't give much. Because you have a 20-foot hole.
You're
What
either.
do you think the government lied about on 9/11? I'm confused.
All the reports of everything that happened, the deaths, what was going to happen, who was planes. I think they had a lot of intelligence that this was going to happen, and they didn't know about it. A lot of shit that they're covering their asses. But I do know the planes hit it, and I do know the planes took it down like it would. Based on
You think it fell? You think the way it fell was legit?
Oh, that is absolutely yes.
See, bro, I don't even get it.
If any thermite or any kind of explosions, you would have. There was no explosions before building fell.
You can
Every time
slow it down. You
saw
can see smoke coming out of the windows on both. So you're
yeah, 'cause there
clipping,
was-
by the way. I'm not trying
there
to.
was 30,000 gallons of fuel that was burning in there too.
Yeah, but I'm saying like as it falls, the smoke plumes pop out parallel to one another
Well, yeah,
at the
you have
same
a
time,
massive
all the way
compression
down.
of air of this thing's moving downward. That's None of that is not expected. All of it is.
Dude,
Okay.
are you kidding me, dude?
Wait, why
They
did
were
why did
pumping
Building
out.
7 fall, Zanuck?
They were pumping out 10 to 15
Because it
stories
burned for 7
below its
hours and the
main
firing
kickoff
system
vent.
didn't work.
You're so full of it, dude.
Did you know the Building 7 had tons of NSA, FBI, and CIA information in it?
Hmm?
Probably just a coincidence.
I always
What
thought
about
that
the
was a little
news? What
suspect.
about the news
Here-
reporting it before it fell?
What's that?
What about the news
that-
reporting that it
that's-
collapsed before it did?
I had an answer for that back when that was a thing. It's not a thing anymore.
Wow. I just watched the video the other day.
How is it not a thing anymore?
Either misreporting or is mistimed or whatever. I forget what the answer was. It was something that made a lot.
You forgot what the
You forgot what the answer was. How about you think for
After I
yourself?
get that, okay, that was like a non-issue. When I looked at that carefully, that was like many years ago. That was not a.
And then they cut the feed right after she said it.
That one was big. That one was big for me too. Like I would use that. I mean, I use like Building 7 stuff. I dropped all the stuff because just like Zanuck, I remember I did see something that was convincing. That was you're able to write it off as it could have happened that way. Basically, anything that you can answer as it could have happened that way. It's best I don't use it as an argument because those sort of things are opinionated. They could be debated for the end until the end of time. You just use the stuff that is actually demonstrable.
Right. I mean, we saw Building 7 sitting there, look like prim and proper, right there, prone, right there. The other buildings are on fire. Why would this building even be on fire? I didn't see any smoke on it. All of a sudden, boom! It comes down like it was demolition time, right? But then you start looking at what really was happening in there. I didn't realize that it had free, and then the fire system because the water was cut off, and then it was burning for 7 hours, and then this rise and fell.
Dude,
I mean, it's still I wouldn't bet my life on it because that particular Building 7 is probably the only thing I really feel that's a little bit bizarre. You know what? Since they're all falling down, let's get rid of all of them.
Here you go. Hey, Zanuck, why didn't this building fall? Why didn't this building fall that I just posted 47 minutes after the hour? What happened to that boat? Why did that collapse? That's pretty on fire.
You have more information about it. Why don't you tell us why it didn't collapse?
Why didn't it?
I mean, you probably have to give some more context and describe it. Because, like, for instance, for Building 7, like I said, that was convincing for me for a very long time.
China or whatever. Yeah, I thought the same thing. But again, completely different construction.
So you're saying China builds better buildings than us? So you're saying, dude, the World Trade 7 didn't have any plane fuel on it. It just had fires. A few fires, by the way. A few fires.
Right.
Yeah, there's no point, man. There's no point making a conclusion based on watching a video for a second.
That could be a solid. It could be a steel structure or a concrete structure.
Oh, could it be like the World Trade's
no, the trade
towers?
The towers had the structures, the main structural structures taken out along with the elevator shafts. 3 out of the right.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right. There was reports that there was bombs going off downstairs. You're right. They were taken out. You're right.
It was an exoskeleton. It had more of an exoskeleton in this building, I would imagine.
Yeah.
My God, crypto. They talk about me over talking. My God, you can't stop.
What?
Stop. Hang on a second. First thing I thought when I saw this is like, why isn't it falling? I want to see this fall because no one's ever seen a high-rise fall before, right? Except for the Twin Towers and then Building 7. We have 3 of them, and then this building's on fire like we've never seen before.
Boring.
It doesn't fall. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But
So let me ask something. Let me ask something, okay? In your physics world that you think you know, if you have a steel building, okay, and all this steel is in the center of it, and you're saying that the planes chopped that steel some fucking how, some way in your world, but then why didn't when it fell in your physics world, why didn't it topple over and at least like 40 to 50 stories still be standing? Because the steel at the bottom should have been okay, but there's an explanation for that too. And there's plenty of firemen there. I'm not done yet. There's plenty of firemen. There's plenty of firemen and witnesses that were there in the building that worked there and they were saying, and there's people that were like literally on fire because there was explosions going on in the basement and in other multiple floors. So that's the reason why it collapsed the way it did, because there were reported explosions. Matter of fact, there's a famous recording over the air and from the firefighters themselves talking live on camera, and they're saying there's explosions going on. We have to get everybody out of here. There's bombs
Yeah.
in the building.
It's
So
all in my description of my YouTube, but my opinion is like going back and forth with people that have already made up their mind about it. I mean, like I'm trying to find where it is that we meet them. So like you guys realize that Israel obviously had foreknowledge of the event, and that there were reports of allegedly people say they saw a missile shot from a building, and it was the same building that the art students that were actually Mossad agents were at. And then there's pictures of them with all kinds of like explosives, which I don't know why art students would need explosives. So I'm about to drop a link to a video.
Why don't we see
And
any videos of the missiles?
good question. I mean,
Airplanes crashing, and we don't see any missiles crashing.
well, we didn't see these for years, though. We didn't see that footage that Coach footage dropped for years, which is very sketchy to me.
We saw it right after.
No, we didn't. But anyway, I'm gonna drop the link.
I was
I'm gonna
watching
drop the
Fox
link where it shows that all Fox News actually covered this, and then it was now it's like censored on YouTube. It's been like taken down many times. But anyway, which is weird how far we've lost our way. But it talks about how every single phone call made in the United States was routed to Israel at the time. Every single phone call. And after the Patriot Act, and then America had passed the law, and now they were able to tap our phones. So it's like 19 minutes. It's a 4-part series. It's all in this 19-minute video, and it just breaks down like everything to do with Israel regarding 9/11, or at least it starts to. And it's really crazy stuff, bro. Like Israel has been spying on America for a long time, and they had foreknowledge of all this stuff. And then they admit it. When they got sent back, the dude was interviewed, and he said, our job was just to document the event. Like, what? You just told on yourself. How do you know there was going to be an event, right? So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So I'll just drop the video for anyone that wants to see it.
Yeah, that I forget what it was called. I think Project Echelon or something like that. It was a precursor to the one that Edward Snowden was a part of. The whole tapping into the phones thing.
there's just too much evidence that even back then things weren't adding up, and then as more and more things started coming out, it just started adding up, and there's even ironworkers that that they called ironworkers in to help them because they couldn't and didn't have the equipment or the know-how to lift up the steel from the buildings. So they called a lot of ironworkers, and matter of fact, a lot of ironworkers from around the country went out there. And one of the great stories that came out from that is that when they would see that you're an ironworker at the bar, they would buy you a beer for free and say thank you, just the same way they would buy the police and the fire department, because they knew that the ironworkers were out there helping rigging all this demolished building that was down there. But there's reports from ironworkers saying that they would be clearing out an area, and then all of a sudden the FBI and CIA and Homeland Security, they would come in, and even some black suits would come in and tell them, all you guys get out of this area. And they'll be like, dude, we're trying to fucking save people. And they're like, get the fuck out of here. And they were zoning off certain areas. And then that's when they were saying that they were seeing how the steel was fucking cut and sliced. And there's no fucking way that should be happening other than a legit, a demolition where they're using these.
How does demolition cut? Let me tell you something about the airplane going 500 miles an hour and hearing.
No. I'm not talking about the top. I'm talking about down at the bottom of the building, where your columns are that are going to be your foundation. That those were fucking cut and sliced at diagonally, so which would allow it to fall off of its.
Show me the picture. Show me the report of that. I haven't heard.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Hold on.
There's a lot of hearsay, a lot of anecdotal evidence, but
yeah. Again.
I want to go back with you. Look,
go ahead.
You scattergun. right? You started scatterground. You start talking about something.
Just say what you're gonna say. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me. Just say what you're gonna say.
I'm going to say what I'm going to say. So the airplane going that fast will take material along with it at that velocity, at that force, and everything will be a carrier. This transference of energy from the moment that plane hits as it travels through the building. And yes, it'll take out beams, structural beams of the building with it at that kind of velocity. It's just way too fast, too much mass, and too much mass that it gathered as it travels through the building to be stopped by a steel beam right through like a hot knife through
Yannick,
butter.
is there any like other topic or maybe some kind of truth, like something that like a nugget of something that you could share that would maybe be new to us, to someone? Repeating the mainstream stuff is really boring. Do you have anything interesting?
I think I thought I did by the accumulation of material as it moves through it. People think it's the airplane made out of aluminum is just going to the building and just knocking things out and taking down girder. But no, it's the material it's taking along its path, packs in front of it. That wall is kind of like breaking the sound barrier. Now compressed all this material in that. So I thought that was a nugget that would be a little unique that I've not heard anyone talk about, which is what actually happened. You think it'd be common sense, but most don't have common.
I was talking about how Israel's been subverting our country for years, and they get a free pass from both sides of the aisle. And
What
we
are
have
they trying to do to us?
Well,
What's their end game?
it's pretty obvious what they do with us. They use us as their like frontline soldier, so they don't have to get their hands dirty. What do you mean? What do they do with us?
So every war and things that they've been fighting,
They've been fighting. What do you, dude? We've been protecting Israel for years, dude. We gave them their freaking defense system.
The last democracy we have.
Called the Iron Dome, I think it's called. We gave them that. We give them more money than like any other country.
The Iron Dome.
Yeah, like their missile defense system. It's called.
And who
Dome.
designed the missile defense system?
We gave it to them.
They didn't design any of that themselves.
No, we did it.
Okay.
And every major tech company's headquarters, like most of the major tech companies' headquarters are in Israel. They've been literally like spying on American phone calls with every major service provider since before 9/11. Again, of course, dancing Israelis were there.
You know, Checkpoint is an Israeli company.
They actually attacked.
Do you know that?
They attacked American soldiers back in the day, and they got away with it. What?
I'm answering your question. You know that Checkpoint is an Israeli company.
I don't know what that is.
Checkpoint is one of the top firewall for security, network security, and Checkpoint and Cisco are the top two. All the security technology comes out of Israel. These guys are brainiacs when it comes to this. And those people come over here and work for our companies like Palo Alto Networks.
Are you defending
and Fortinet and all these companies? Dude, there's a lot of technology that they have given us in our military. Very grateful for their technology and the transfer of knowledge to us. And yes, we've given them things too. We've given them jets. We've given them some technology. We've given them money. We want to keep them
boring.
In that region.
So
trying to destroy them.
Okay, so the actual point though is that we give them like more money than any other country per capita. It's not even close, and we have like over 70 dual citizens or something like that. So I mean, just one is enough. So I don't remember the exact number, and it doesn't matter.
70 dual citizenship. What do you say?
It doesn't matter what the number is. If there's one single person in our government that is also a citizen of Israel, that is not in any way acceptable. You can't have dual interests. You can't be a citizen of another country and work for this government. That makes no sense on its face. And Israel's the one country that gets this passed. What do you mean, why not? You have to make geopolitical decisions.
So you're saying people that have dual citizenship can't be in the government?
We went over this before. I think there was like 27 or 28 Jewish people total in Congress, and none. I don't think that. Maybe if any of them are dual citizen, it's not more than one or two of them. But
there's only a couple of them.
There's not even 80.
First of all, they don't even have to be Jewish. Like, let me think of some of the Republicans. Like, maybe it's Ted Cruz. No, maybe not Ted Cruz.
He's a dual citizen, but yeah, Canada.
So anyway, Israel clearly has like this stronghold right on us, and like they gave us the intel of weapons of mass destruction, and that intel was provably false. And then we went and fought a war that benefited Israel directly, and the intel was fake.
If I remember correctly, most of that came from the CIA.
It came from Israel, dude.
Most of it came from the CIA, but Israel was definitely helping.
Israel gave us
Israel had an incentive to and motivation to go there. But I think because even what's his name, Colin Powell had said that that was actually one of the worst moments of his life when he kind of lied about where the information came from. But I think they say most of it came from like NASA and intelligence agencies.
That's right. NSA.
Okay, so
it wasn't right. It wasn't correct though. Yeah.
So you're taking the narrative, the conspiratorial. That's fine. I mean, it's always good to challenge.
No, it's objective.
Hey, look, I think we made the bad decision. I think we had bad intel. I don't think it's anyone nefarious. Let's set up the fucking big fire. Let them blow these guys up so we can be protected. But this endangered their life. This made their lives worse.
Dude, Israel openly states that they're better than us and that we're goyim and that lying to us is okay and usury is okay. So I don't know what you're talking about. I just dropped a 19-minute video exposing Israel with documentation. So how about you watch the video?
So yeah, all the Israelis think we're all goyim.
No, not all of them. No, and like I don't have a problem with any group. I don't have a problem with any group of people. I have really good friends that are Jewish. My flat earth attorney. You're constantly interrupting, dude. You're like a 5-year-old, Zenik. So my good friend, who is my attorney and a flat earther, is Jewish, and I've gone and eaten at his house and eaten on Shabbat, and like I think he has like one of the nicest, cutest families ever. That's like my homie. Like I don't like dislike any. I don't like lots of white people. My point is that like there's one protected class and everyone can deny it. But if I call out the ethnic supremacy, like the ideology of ethnic supremacy of many people in Israel, right? They call it racist. If I say I don't like how a lot of them have an ethnic supremacist worldview, that makes me racist. Okay, there's only one group of people that have that much protection, dude. I don't care what anyone's got to say. Everyone knows it.
Oh my God, this
the Mexicans.
Ironically, this is racism. You are just.
You see what I'm saying? See, then you say it because you're like a little.
Oh, dude, that was like the NPC crescendo from Xanac. Just like, you're a racist.
Wait, Zenik, answer this question directly. If I say I don't like the ideology of ethnic supremacy, can you enlighten me how that's racist?
I know what I'm taking in context. Looking at
I don't like any ideology that involves ethnic supremacy.
Right. Okay, so you're talking about Israel. You're talking about Japan, these monolithic societies, focus on intelligence, focus on education. Israel focuses on intelligence, focus on technology advancement. They are per capita. That's one of the. You want to talk about intelligence? The smartest country in the planet.
These are all non sequiturs.
You have such a protected, homogeneous type of ethnic and ethical type of society.
How is any of that relevant to what I said?
Dude, I love Jews.
But the point is, why do you think so much comes out of that little teeny country?
Why are you not addressing what I said?
It is racist, but it's a lot of it's backed up by statistics.
Okay, so what I think is sad is that a lot of quote unquote Jewish people get a bad rap, right?
Like Canadian or anyone that had a small society where they were forced to survive and had to be driven beyond and motivated more than any other society. We are soft in America.
Okay, are you done?
We're so big that it doesn't really matter. Why would
so listen carefully, Zanik. I actually promote nationalism.
You're the smart guy. You should dominate the room.
No, you're just ranting about non sequiturs, though.
I'm not.
You call me racist. What an egregious allegation to throw someone. Like, I hate that a lot of quote unquote Jews get a bad rap because of some of this, and I think that's not fair, and that's why I'm calling it out, because there is an ideology of ethnic supremacy, and I disagree with it. Like, I actually promote nationalism. I think that having in-group preference is not inherently evil. I think it's natural. I think that like wanting to have pride in your people group and like even like reproduce within that, there's nothing bad about that. I think wanting to protect your nation and put your nation first, there's nothing bad with that. Of course, nation's a group of people. Like the Cherokee Nation, that's not a location, right? I'm all for that. What I am not for is any type of worldview that thinks there's an intrinsic, inherent, innate superiority based upon what people group they are. You understand that that is
It's not ethnic.
the opposite of racist, right?
It's not ethnic.
Caucasian.
It's societal. Any human race, any ethnic human race that was in the situation that Israel is probably rise to that level.
No, it's
People
their
don't have that
ideology. They think that they are chosen
They
and that their
don't.
blood
They
literally is
don't. None of them
superior.
do. None of them do. Well,
Okay,
maybe
none of them do. None of them do.
no. Maybe a few of them do. Maybe the religious ones, the Hasidics that couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. It's about the real Jewish nation of Israel that is not religious zealot. Just a normal everyday guy that's driven, that's living under the threat of annihilation every day. They all join the
What?
military.
They run the world.
Are you
Under threat of annihilation, they run the world.
sick? They run the world. Israel runs
Hands down the most powerful group of people.
Dude, you know what I heard?
You
I
just
heard
make-
that Israel. Dude, no, check this out. Check this out. I heard that Israel is actually run by Jews.
See, this is what pisses me off, right? It's like that little victim mentality, virtue signaling nonsense out of one side of your mouth. Like they think they're ethnically superior. Not all of them. That's why I'm saying I hate that this exists, because if it's not called out, it actually builds up all this resentment towards quote unquote Jewish people. And that's sad because all the Jewish people I meet are actually pretty cool people. Like none of them.
I don't either. So what are these people that think they're ethnically superior? Where are they? Show me one of them.
There are lots of them, and lots of them
You
are
what?
very vocal about it, like all the
Show me.
religious leaders in Israel, for
Honestly,
example.
I'm not challenging you like you don't think you're gonna have one. I'm sure you can find one. So show me one. I want to see an example of one.
You can look up almost any Orthodox rabbi in Israel.
No, I didn't count them. Those are just religious zealots. Who cares
Okay,
about
like even the Rothschilds, like I can give you many people that live in the United States that straight up say. So anyway, the point is
What about
that
the
that's
Rothschilds?
bad, right? Like we shouldn't,
What about
like
the
this whole like under threat of annihilation is so annoying. It's like if you were kicked out of 200 countries, is it possible? Is it just slightly possible that maybe you were doing something wrong? Is that not even a possibility?
No, it's not possible. You understand?
Right, exactly.
I think it's this is a very ignorant statement that a very ignorant question to ask. But the reason why they were rounded up in different places and subject to the Spanish Inquisition, stuff like that, was because they kept their culture all throughout. And instead of combining with the traditions of whatever country they were in. So it's not that they were doing something wrong as rabbis or.
Does that culture involve biting baby dicks?
They were literally subverting banking
I'm
systems.
just curious.
Do what you want to do.
I bet
They
Witsit
were
has
subverting
I
banking
guarantee
systems, dude.
Witsit,
This is just objective. They were subverting nationalist
right?
banking systems
he
for
had.
central banks, dude. That's why they kept getting kicked out. Not because people were like, oh, these people want to keep their culture. Oh, man, let's pick on them. No.
Go ahead and show me 200 countries where they did that.
Well, no, I'm not saying that
they got kicked out of.
They did it in a lot of countries.
Yeah, so are you just drawing conclusions there, then saying that they did this in some countries, they got kicked out of some countries, this is why they got kicked out of these countries? Because I don't think that you have.
It's not a holistic thing. Anytime someone tries to make an all or nothing statement, it's ignorant. My actual statement was, if you get kicked out of over 200 countries, is it possible that maybe ever you did something wrong? Instead of just you're the victim, you're the innocent, benevolent victim.
Is it possible that you're the guy who said, "Oh, I got friends that are Jews," and then fucking an hour ago you're claiming that I'm in the Mossad? I'm a member of the Mossad.
My best friends are Jews.
And you're a liar too, Kosho. And I feel bad for your spirit because I never claimed you're a Mossad. I literally made a joke. I literally made a joke that said, "What do you work for Mossad, Kosho?" It was a joke.
Yeah. You said that. This is what you said, and then you came.
You did all the cliches too.
Do you see how these people just like they're you guys?
all the
This is
cliches,
why you
like,
don't have friends in
some
the
of my
real
best
world
friends, some of my
because you
best
guys are
friends are
so
Jews.
disrespectful and
Oh,
impulsive and
I don't
focus
respect some of my best
signaling,
friends are
devoid of
Jews. I
independent
respect my
thought.
country.
Baby
Like
dicks.
all I'm trying to say is I wasn't talking about the fact that you were Jewish. I wasn't even sure if you were or not. I thought you might be. You were
Same thing about me
defending
being Jewish,
the
dude.
Israeli.
I'm done. I'm done speaking with you, man. So continue
See
to
what I'm
talk.
saying? And this is why people don't like the group
I'm done
because
listening to you.
they're always victims, dude. See what I'm saying? Like he was defending the Mossad angle of 9/11, and I said, "Do you work for Mossad?" Like as a joke, and he's trying to now spin it like I was like trying to ethnically attack him. And this is why people get pissed off because they're just tired of hearing stuff like that. It's annoying. We're not even allowed to critique one of the most powerful groups that have power over my country. I'm not even allowed to talk about them. Are you
How
kidding
does it
me?
have power over you? Tell me what it does. Tell me how they do that.
Dude, we give them more money than any other country per capita,
That's
dude.
not an answer. That's a non sequitur.
Yeah, dude, they have geopolitical stranglehold on us, bro.
How?
In many with all of our legislative tendencies and with our
You're just
foreign
making things up
funding.
now again.
Zanuck,
Show me
don't
where
ask
they have
questions. Don't ask questions, Zanuck.
geopolitical power.
All right, dude. Come on, dude. Don't ask questions, and then when he tries to answer, you just talk over him, please.
Yeah, all
Well,
kinds
he's
of
asked the same
legislative
so many times.
bias.
I'm saying, give me examples. He's making a lot of idle
Okay,
claims.
I'll cite that we give them hands down the most money of foreign funding
That's
per
not the
capita.
same thing as having geopolitical power. Money is not hand in hand with power.
Why do we give them more money than all these other countries?
Because they are the only democracy in that part of the region that is under constant threat of battle, conflict.
Dude, they're such a democracy they won't even let you
And
move to their country unless you're Jewish.
hold on. Not only that, they are a technological center. Do you have any idea how many of our companies have facilities there?
I'm the one that first brought that up.
Can I tell you that almost half the technology that comes out of Israel is used, half of our technology that is used in the semiconductor comes out of Israel. The breakthrough, the inventions, the technology. They are gross, they're totally important to us.
So on one hand, Zanuck, on one hand, you're saying that Jews are like super smart and they just invent all the technology and like, they're really good at banking. But then when we're like, yeah, we know, and like
really good at
they're
banking,
dominating,
really.
they're dominating in all of these fields. Like they're dominating in politics. Like if a Jewish person was to come in here and say, yeah, Jews are really great, like look, they're at the head of all these different political, cabinets. It's just funny. You're like, they can't. Is it that they can't control the world, or that they're not?
They're not controlling the world because their accomplishments. Like I said, it's not because of genetics. Because that society has really prided themselves and motivated themselves to push farther than most of us that live in the country, regardless of.
No, I think they got something right? Like
that country was developed to be a homeland for the Jews, and because of that, because of their fear, because of their history, they all were very motivated to do all sorts of things that we aren't forced to do here. Subsequently, they became very intelligent as a group of people, and most of the technological advances in not only technology but medicine and others all came out of Israel.
Dude, most of them live here, Zanuck. Oh, you're just lying.
And the philanthropy on top of it, unbelievable, unmatched by most societies.
Most of them live here, okay? And if you look at the amount of them, and then you look at how much control they have over banks, over Hollywood, over all these major influential sectors of life.
So if you have a Jewish president of a bank,
you are interrupting me every time I talk, bro. It's like, do you work for Mossad? Because if I can't even speak, it's just like you are with the Globe. You have to frantically defend your religious position.
Well, you're still making the same kind of argument you were making with the topic. Am I going to assume that anyone is a president of a bank in this country that they are somehow connected to Israel? They have communications with some kind of Jewish underworld, or they are. Are they obeying the instructions from a?
You can just look it up. The amount of Jews per capita that own tons of banks, that own tons of Hollywood.
I'm still talking. Can I ask the question? If I have these knowledge of 3 or 4 presidents of banks that are Jewish, are they tied? Do you think any one of those is tied to some other master than their boss or the board of directors of that bank?
See, you're just straw manning me now because all
No,
I'm saying.
I really am curious
It's your
of
turn to talk
which
again.
one of these banks has a leader
You're
that actually is working
unbearable
for
to
the
talk to, Zanuck.
Yeah, Zanuck, when
'Cause
you're
it's all
done,
made up.
Not Zanuck, when you're done talking, mute your mic and then don't speak for at least 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So, because what you do is you make a whole rant and then you finish, and the second someone starts talking, you just start screaming. What's
Well,
up
you
with
got to
that?
put a lid on some racism, Gio. This is not good for your server.
Racism? I'm literally speaking out against racism, right?
Baby dicks.
So I'm speaking out against the idea that because someone is born with a certain blood or lineage, that they're in any way intrinsically better than another group. I'm saying I actually hate that it's like misrepresented or misconstrued as if like all of them feel that way, because that's actually not the case. I've met a lot of them, but what they will all tell me is that it is an unspoken thing amongst Jewish people that, well, it's okay to kind of manipulate other people, but you don't use usury against one another. Now, what they will say is because we learned that we had to develop these traits to survive throughout the years because we were persecuted. Okay? And I'm like, okay, cool, fair enough. And then like I'll talk to them about it. I'll talk to them about how like, Israel has like this crazy stronghold on America and stuff. And they agree, bro. So it's like, it's just like whenever I was in Houston and I was talking about the earth and stuff. And then these two virtue signaling little cucks came up to me, this couple wearing like 3 masks, saying I was racist and that I was just in white privilege this, white privilege that, and I was racist, like this like mixed dude. And then this other black dude threw his arm around me and was like, this is a real nigga right here. Right, because it's always someone that isn't actually the person that just sits there and virtue signals. I'm literally trying to make a valid point. We don't have to keep talking about it. The point is that it's sad they get a misrepresentation. It's also sad that they get some protective bubble where we can't critique them because everyone needs to be fairly critiqued. That's what, like, I don't care if white people are critiqued. That's my point. Okay. I don't like the ideology that you think you're born and because of your certain blood, you are actually chosen and superior to other people. So whoever thinks that, regardless of who they are, is drastically wrong, and that cannot be accepted in a society.
Amen. I hate racists. Shit is whack.
You just heard a racist rant right there, by the way.
Oh, really?
All the stereotypes.
Explain that to me, dude. Explain it.
If you can't
No. Wait, hold on. So what's
anyone
racism?
not-
Hold on.
yes.
What's
Does
racism,
anybody-
real quick?
Hey, Kosho,
Zanuck.
do you
Oh,
anything he
yeah,
say
you're not
bother
even going
you?
to answer it.
I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Kosho.
Excuse me, is there a Jewish person here who's offended? I can't argue, so I need help. Dude, you're
It's like
a cuck.
weird because I just don't see why what I'm saying is disagreed with. Like all my friends that are Jewish agree with me. That's why this is so weird.
That's
Jewish
anecdotal.
isn't a race. Jewish
No,
isn't
it's
a
not.
race.
Well, it doubles. It's like a religion and a race or whichever one. But it's like it's. I'm just confused because like literally I know lots of very successful people that just happen to be Jewish, and a lot of them are flat earthers. They're super cool. They have my back. You know what I'm saying? Like my lawyer reached out to me and was like, I got you pro bono and stuff like this. He's like, I have deep conversations with them because I want to hear where they're really coming from before I just get my outside information. They all agree with this critique.
It's all anecdotal.
My point is that
Make
you're
this
trying to
stuff up.
pretend you're virtue signaling and I'm racist.
You are racist. You just
Oh
gave
my
all the
God.
stereotypical, yes, and all the Jews, they own the banks, the Rothschild, they all have this underworld, they're all communicating and fighting for a common goal at the expense of the entire world.
I never
Nobody
said
knows
they
what they're up
all.
to. Oh, some of them do. Sorry, some of them are.
Yeah, that's
some are
objective.
anti them.
It's objective.
Not,
Yeah.
show me the evidence. Go ahead.
Okay, you want me to show you the evidence of powerful Jewish people?
He's in disbelief. He's like, there's no way Jews are powerful. I can't be the real racist. It's just funny, dude. What you'll deny just to avoid
This is
this.
what
And
Hitler
it's just,
did.
I think it's like
How
the
he
double
demonized
standard
the
that
Jews
pisses me
back.
off, right? It's like,
So you know what? You know why fascism took off so quick?
oh
You
my
know,
God.
Yes, I do.
The double standard is what makes me mad, right? It's like, first of all, white's not a race, right? But like, if I'm like, hey, we need to watch out for just major demographic shift because we won't be able to sustain it. We're gonna lose our culture. Like, we have to have some type of national pride where, Like, yeah, America's beautiful because it's a melting pot, but we also have to kind of keep it in check, right? Or we're gonna like cultures will clash and we'll collapse. And then Israel writes papers. They're like Israel Times writes all kinds of stuff. All kinds of like Jewish authors just bash like the white man of America for being bigoted because they won't let our borders just get flooded with all these different cultures. But they literally won't let you in Israel unless you're Jewish. So it's like it's the double standard that I'm talking about. And then if I say, dude, it's not cool to think you're better than other people just because of your blood, the rebuttal is that I'm racist. That's so dumb.
So few of Jewish people that I know about feel like you say they do. They are better, that they are the chosen. That is all biblical. That is all religious extremism. People that are in business, and I've met hundreds, maybe thousands of Jews that are part of these technology companies that I've been a part of. Intel, Fortinet, Checkpoint, Palo Alto Networks. I know the founder too, Nir. Nir is kind of a friend of mine.
Is he Jewish?
Yeah, he's Jew. Of course they're Jewish.
Yeah, he's a powerful, rich, multi-billionaire tech Jew. Okay, so
he's
you're
rich.
literally just you're proving the fucking point that we're just bringing
No,
up. They've got a very
no.
serious in-group preference. A lot of them are super
Oh,
rich.
I do? What am I trying to say then? You maybe since you're
I don't know. What are you trying to say, dude?
why don't you finish my sentence? What was I going to say?
Why would I do that? Why would I finish your sentence?
Why would you interrupt me then while I'm in the middle of a sentence?
I'm triggered.
Or like the ADL just thinks that they call
I
shots for
you talk
us.
and
And like,
15
dude,
minutes of nonstop. So let me just say, Witsit, that I know these people. These are billionaires, and I've known them when they were nothing, almost nothing,
they were
and then
never
they
nothing.
became huge. They're not answering to a higher God. They're not answering to any kind of master.
I know most of them are atheists sunken in depravity.
Money with. Can I finish this? It's such a gamma. So they have tons of money, which gives them that kind of power. Whatever money power buys, they have that. But it's not political, not geopolitical. There's nothing they are answering to for another. They're not answering to their masters in Tel Aviv. Hey, okay, good job, Nir. Way to build that company. Now I want all the technology to spy on the U.S. government and route all the phone traffic to Checkpoint affiliates in Haifa. It's not happening.
I just dropped the freaking facts. Okay? I dropped the facts that Israel has been tapping American citizens' phones since before 9/11.
Okay.
Okay.
That doesn't mean every Jew is on.
I never said that. See, every time you say every and all, you're blatantly straw manning me.
Well, then fine. Then the military is doing things that are anti-U.S. Great.
I have a problem with aggressive Zionism, dude.
What?
Aggressive Zionism. I don't have a problem with anyone that calls themselves a Jew.
Aggressive Zionism.
Yeah. The idea that you get to somehow subvert my country, that my ancestors came here and had to work their ass off to build, and you think that you get to pull us around like puppets, and we have to give you more funding than anyone at
part of building this country. The Jews,
what?
the Italians, the Chinese. These are the people. All the ethnic groups help build this country. Fucking
Okay.
American asshole for saying that they are not. You don't think the Jews are elite?
Didn't say
Most
they
Jews would never go
weren't.
back. Most Jews here would never go back to Israel ever. Why would they want to?
You're just a virtue signaling little cuck, Zanuck. Like,
No, you
dude,
are. Yeah.
No,
Listen,
I'm not
are you
virtue
listening to
signaling.
yourself? Okay, so tell me, you're mad at them for subverting in some group in Israel, so another country that we're partners with, like we are with many other in the NATO and the rest of the world, that they have a group of people in their military or in their government that have been spying on us, because we've been spying on them too, by the way. You know that.
No, we have not.
Oh, we have not. We have not
Okay,
spying on Israel.
drop the proof that for over 3 decades we've been tapping every single Israeli citizen's phone. Please, drop the proof. You made that up.
Why would you give me to prove that they've done the exact same crime that we
Already did.
Why wouldn't it be really coincidental if we did the exact same thing they did to us? We've
See,
done other things.
they didn't though, because they owned all the telecommunication companies. Okay, so
they do?
They
Whoa,
yeah,
he
they
said it.
certainly
So
did.
Nortel is
So
owned
look,
by
you're
Israel.
arguing against like
Wait, no, you're making claims
declassified
you can't back up.
objective facts.
Whoa,
You
whoa,
just
whoa,
said
whoa,
they
whoa,
own
whoa! You just
all the
Zanuck, you just made a claim, a statement, and then Witz had said, "Show that," and then you said something
made
along the
no
lines
sense.
of something along the
It
lines
made no
of,
sense.
"Well, we're accusing them, and you want me to produce my evidence," but Witz said provided as evidence. So show us the
No.
evidence.
That's not, Crypto, that's not what he said. He said, show me where they've tapped all of our phones. Show me where we've tapped all of their phones.
Yeah, because that was your claim.
No, that's what he said.
No.
Oh
Hold
my
on.
God.
You said that we were
Zanuck,
doing the
Zanuck,
same thing to
Zanuck,
them.
Okay, you know
Zanuck,
what?
listen,
Back
listen,
up because
Zanuck,
it's going
Zanuck,
mad.
listen, Zanuck, listen. You said that they have been tapping our phones. You said that
Yes,
literally.
because Witsit validated that with other rumors. I haven't heard. I don't see the hard evidence of that, but I trust him that he's done work on that, and I'll give him that. Yeah, all these governments have done bad things against us. Every single one of them. The Japanese have.
Oh my God.
Israel has. Germany has. France has. Switzerland. Everyone.
Okay, and then you said that we are tapping their phones, and
I
then
never
that's
said
when
that.
yes, you
I
did.
never said that. We have done things against their government. We've
No,
spied
no, no,
against
no,
their
no. Zanuck, I
said
swear,
we have spied.
rewind the
Exactly.
video. Watch it tomorrow when they
No,
upload
rewind
it on YouTube.
I
You
never said
said
they.
that we've been tapping their phones, and
No,
Witset said, "Show me that
never said
evidence."
that. He said, "Show me where we've been tapping that evidence." I
Because
showed you.
you said it.
I never said it. Go watch the video. Shut up now. Go
Janet,
back and
you
watch.
said we were doing the same thing to
Now,
them, by the way. That's what you
Yes,
said.
spying. I was taking it generally as spying.
Okay, we didn't do
Anyway,
the same thing to them because every
the
single
bottom
phone
line
call
is,
made in the United States was routed to Israel.
take it back a bit. Take it all back a bit. So yes, they've been
Full of
they were
shit.
spying on us. We got that. Loud
No,
and
not just about every
said-
phone call
you
made
said
in the
they
U.S.
owned-
was
you said
routed
they
to
owned all
Israel.
You said they owned all the telecommunication companies. You said that.
Yeah,
That's
like they
not
had
true.
control over like 98% of the
No, they
telecommunications
don't.
companies at the time.
Give me proof of that. Go ahead. Give me proof of that.
It's all in the video and it has all the
No,
documents.
just give me name one company that they have control of.
I don't remember the companies off the top of my head.
Nortel,
I don't
Cisco,
care. I'm talking about,
Verizon,
dude, this is
Comcast.
government studies, man. Go argue with the declassified documents, man.
Jesus, Zanuck, go watch the damn video.
It just
Yeah,
like
go watch the
Freedom of
video and then
Information
come
Act
back.
got the dancing
Watch
Israelis
the
information.
YouTube video.
So Zanuck,
It's
from your
got
point of
tons.
view, is this just like a den of Nazis that you're arguing with? Like, do you really think that everybody in here like
Absolutely.
hates Jews or
There's no
something?
difference. There's no difference between this and 1937.
So
Oh,
we're all just like SS officers, like arguing with
Yes,
you.
that's the way you're acting. It's exactly how.
Okay.
So the reason. So someone said they understood how
No further
fascism.
questions, Your Honor.
Hold on.
Oh,
Someone said they
wow.
understood how fascism took over. Do you? So what is the answer to that? Why did fascism? Why was it so attractive?
Zanuck, have you ever looked into World War II without bias?
Yes, of course. I
Right.
look at
So,
everything.
so why were the Germans so upset?
They weren't upset until someone rallied the troops and got them.
See,
They got
no.
their ass kicked in World War I. They were complete. Do I have to go over a history lesson?
No. I'm saying I asked you a simple question, but I should know you can never give honest, straightforward answers. The truth is that the Germans were upset because there was a lot of communism going on in Germany. Okay. And now people represent Hitler as a communist, but he actually ran. I'm obviously not advocating for Hitler. I'm saying the truth of history is that he ran on the idea that he was going to fight the communist regime that was there. Right. And it was nationalism, not communism. That was his whole sales pitch. He was voted in by like 98%. He was on Time Magazine's Person of the Year cover in the United States. I'm all to say, I'm not saying he's a good guy. I literally don't think he was a good guy at all. So please shut the.
He wasn't a good guy. Time didn't put him on the cover for being a good guy.
There were Nazi rallies in America.
And I'm not even trying to promote
Supporting Hitler at
that
the time.
either way, right? What I'm saying is, we weren't told the full story. Like, for example, Germany had their enemies surrounded, right? And then gave Churchill an opportunity to back out. Like, they had him surrounded, and then they left, like a ceasefire. Like, they just left. And they said, we showed you this good faith, basically. Will you just please leave Germany alone? And in the letter it says, we would prefer to have the territories back that you took from Germany, but it's not a requirement. Just leave us alone. And Churchill refused, even after they had him surrounded. You're never told this stuff in history. I'm not saying, my point is that World War II has a lot more information in it than just people regurgitating like 5-year-old level comprehension of what happened. Okay, and they weren't mad for no reason. Okay, they didn't like the idea that people were subverting the banking systems. So that's what actually happened. Nothing that they did or allegedly did or any of that is justifiable. No one's saying that it is. But my point is that just these blanket virtue signaling statements are very like not impressive. I thought this would be an easy middle ground that we could all agree on. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, whatever group of people, no matter who they are, if they think that they're like innately superior to other people just because of like their race or their blood or anything like that, like that's messed up. I think we should all be able to agree on that. I don't see how that.
Hitler promoted that.
I think that Hitler wasn't a great guy, for one. Ironically, he was actually.
You don't think Hitler was promoting the master race? Getting rid of anyone that wasn't blue-eyed, blonde hair.
No, he did not promote getting rid of anyone that wasn't blonde hair, blue.
You don't know your history.
He did. See, you just don't know things. You just know mainstream surface level propaganda. He didn't say he wanted to kill everyone. What he said was he wanted to promote that race in Germany, and he incentivized it by paying the people for men to get German wives and to have German children. And that they were going to have a national bank where they didn't rely on trade from outside. And this was considered an international threat to some of the big bankers.
He said these words. I want
you to cite where he said that we want to kill everyone that isn't blonde hair, blue eyes. You made that up. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's
You
not
never
blonde
said
hair,
that.
blue eyes, but it's of German lineage.
Yeah, I want you to drop where he said that they want to kill everyone except for
He had
that.
like I think he had an eighth Jew in him. I think he had like relative that was Jewish.
Dude, this is just like every single fucking lie I've ever heard about World War II and Hitler all mashed up into one. Zanuck, if he wanted to kill everybody that wasn't of Germanic heritage, how do you explain any of his alliances with like Japan? Like that doesn't even make sense, dude.
Yeah, or as like 30 letters
they weren't in
begging
their
them not to go to
They
war.
wanted a world that was pure Germanic blood.
No,
How do
he
you
didn't.
explain the Jewish SS officers?
Japanese, and any other ally of the Axis powers, they weren't in Germany. People that were
Dude,
in
he was
Germany,
the opposite of an imperialist, Zanuck. You don't know what you're talking about.
the Christians, anyone in.
Actually, the Nazis were 98. They were 98% Christian. So I don't know what you're talking. How many churches did the Nazis burn down? What are you talking about, dude?
Dude, they burned down like libraries that promoted like transgenderism and homosexuality to children. So like the point is I'm not even advocating for them. I'm saying it is objectively different than what you're saying. They weren't imperialists. This is like it's like you're regurgitating like a 7th grade history lesson from a public school or something.
Tell me about the gas chambers and the.
No one's promoting that, and I'm not. This is you're not even allowed to. You're not even allowed to talk about that on YouTube.
Did the Holocaust happen?
I never said it didn't happen.
At the same time.
See, he's imploding now. He's trying his best to like get the channel struck.
I'm
or
not
something.
imploding. I'm very cool and calm right now.
You're not allowed to talk about that.
You're definitely
spiraling.
Okay, so can I just give me just like
Did
30
Dachau
seconds?
kill a million Jews?
All right, we're gonna mod now.
Just give me like 30 seconds. We're not going to talk about what's specifically not allowed to be talked about on YouTube because you're freaking out, okay? But there are drastic misrepresentations of what happened, and this is just objective, okay? What the Germans did was they said, if you have a wife and you have a baby, like when you get married, we'll give you a loan for a house, okay? And then every time, if you have a baby, we'll take 25% of the loan off. If you have 4 babies, then we'll take the whole loan off. 25% of the loan goes away with each baby. They were incentivizing reproduction of German people. He was actually vehemently opposed to imperialism, okay? This is what he said. Now, you can make up whatever you want to, but he said he didn't want to take over countries. He wanted to just represent Germany and make it a stronghold, and that he only went out to start fighting because they were being attacked and subverted from the inside out. This is what he said. I'm not promoting him or not. I'm saying we were lied to about what really happened. And anyone that's actually done any research knows that. right? It's not impressive to just regurgitate like these misnomers that he wanted to kill everyone that didn't have blonde hair, blue eyes. That's literally not true at all, bro. Like literally not true at all. You can't find one time he ever said that he wanted to take over the whole world or that he wanted to kill everyone that wasn't German. Like literally that's just made up. And I
That
don't
was
like Hitler.
that was
You're
the
a sick puppy.
mainstream propaganda going out. That's what was what they in other words they were able to gain nationalism from the people to support this because they were telling them that this is what he wants to do. This is his goal, guys. He wants to kill all of us. Let's go get him. No different than when they wanted to drum up some shit about Saddam Hussein just to take that control and put hundreds of bases in the region. It's propaganda that went out. Now, if you believed it, okay, shame on you. But when you learn the fact and you still believe it, I'm sorry. If you believed it, shame on them. But if you learn the facts and still believe it, well, then shame on you because you are not. I don't know. There's some disconnect, something going on in your head that you have to stick with the narrative, the propaganda that went out to gain the nationalism support. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not like promoting Hitler or anything. Like, he did some pretty crazy stuff, and then his argument would be that he was like forced to or whatever. But either way, I'm not with all of it. Like, I mean, you can actually find that he had financial Zionist agreements, and so it seems like maybe what was going on the surface really wasn't what was going on at all. And like you said, he actually was partially Jewish, and apparently it was illegal to look into his lineage and stuff like that. So it seems like I don't know, like there could be a lot more to it than we know, but I just know that we weren't told the truth. And like there were Nazi symbols on American airplanes in the 1920s, and Coca-Cola had like a Nazi, or well, it's a swastika because that's not the Nazis, that's an ancient symbol. They had that on Coke or bottle openers in like the 1920s, right? It's like what happened was he then started pursuing a national banking system, where he said he wasn't going to continue to trade, like he was going to cut out like 80% of foreign trade, and they were just going to be domestically dependent. And then he was going to create a national bank. And once he did that, he became like the enemy of the world.
You know, it's interesting that when other countries also, either tried to or did cut out everybody and have their own thing and not allow any bank that was backed by the Rothschilds in that system. Ironically, those two countries became enemies of the state, like Iran and North Korea and Venezuela and all these other countries on different continents. When powers that be in those respective countries also don't want to play along with the Western civilization, they're enemies of the state, and then they're demonized, and then they drum up stuff, and there's even reports of false flags that are drummed up to go against them, so that way they can take them out. And then what's the first thing they do when they do take them out? They let all the corporations and all the banking systems come into that land, and then mission accomplished for the Western world. And it's just that's historical facts. So I don't know where Zanuck, I don't know what's wrong with the guy, honestly.
Every bit of documentation, literature, knowledge, insight of the period of time, and every historian, anyone, everyone's wrong except for Witsit. Witsit finds a couple of contra information and promotes that as that's the fact, because everything else can't be right. Because why? Everybody in the world has written and learned about this from historical documents, from actual testimony, videotape. You can hear Hitler even say it in his own.
No, you can't.
And you think, oh, it doesn't count because I know something more than what everyone else
Now
in the world
you're
knows.
just being a
That's your arrogance. No, that is your arrogance level. It's just okay.
Okay, cite
that's
it.
How you are.
Cite it.
I put one of it. 1942, 15 high-ranking officials of Nazi bureaucracy met in a villa in Lake Wanasee on the western edge of Berlin. Nibbles was served, washed down with cognac. There was only one point on the agenda: the organizational logistical material steps for the final solution of the Jewish question in Europe.
Yeah, I actually read it. So
Okay.
this doesn't say that he wants to kill everyone in the world. Time out. He doesn't say he wants to kill everyone in the world that
I
doesn't
didn't.
have
I
blonde hair
didn't
and blue
say
eyes.
that.
You
I
did
didn't
say
say
that.
that.
You said it
No,
4
I
times.
Yeah,
didn't.
you did. Holy fuck, Zanuck.
You
I'm
did
so
say.
glad that
What are
this
you
is being
talking
I didn't
about?
recorded.
say I want to kill everyone in the world. Show me where I said that. Anyway, if
What?
I said anything like it, I didn't mean that at all. My
Wow.
God,
Zanuck,
that's
you're
just
lying.
silly to say.
You just
He
lied.
didn't
That's what I'm
want to
saying.
kill everyone in the world. He wanted to get rid of all the homosexuals, Jews, anyone who is not going to be part of this fascist
In
regime
Germany.
in Germany. Yes, in Germany.
Okay, yeah,
But it
that's
meant
right. He
to
wanted to get
ensure
rid of
their,
communism and
national
homosexuality in
security. They
Germany.
had. Why were they taking over every country they possibly could down to Africa? Why were they trying to go to bring England? Why were they trying to go eastward? Why were they trying to take over Russia? They were trying to take over the entire and all of Asia. And they knew once
No,
the
they
national
started
plan was
fighting the
they were
war to
going
take over.
they were
Look, I'm not
taking over
promoting
land.
Hitler, dude, for like the 50th time. I don't think he was a good guy. They point blank ended up going after Jewish people, like point blank. Okay? But like that's not acceptable. But I will say this. If you actually go back and read the historical documents instead of just mainstream representations, you will see that in New York newspapers before any of this, there were like infamous Jews declaring war on the German people. So it's like, according many Germans that I talk to, this is what their understanding of it is that like it just kept going until they felt like they had to fight back and that they were trying to subvert the country from inside. What I do know is that it's much more nuanced than what we were told. And if you can't even discuss it in detail, that's pretty sketchy. You're not even allowed to discuss this in detail. I mean, if you don't think that's weird, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't think that either side was good or bad. I think that what Hitler ended up doing was definitely not good. From what I found, he did start becoming very extreme, right? But I will say the part that's left out of the story is that he begged people not to go to war with him for years, bro. Like begged people, including Winston Churchill, and there are letters to prove it, dude.
Yeah, I don't know where information from. That was a period of time
On the actual letters.
that country was in a massive depression, no jobs, and they wanted to productivity and a turnaround via this nationalistic psychological approach. They did. People were going to rally together, and I'm going to give you all the. See, this is how fascism. I ask you to answer me. Fascism gives you simple solutions to complex problems. You know what else they do? They give you unrealistic timelines. People love that because they were miserable. They were hungry. They didn't have jobs. They were in bad shape after war. And the Jews were the scapegoat. They were the ones that were running the show. They had successful businesses. They were in banking to a certain extent. That had to stop. We're going to take everything back. The Jews are bad. And it gives people the focus, target. It makes them
They
feel
were
better.
the aggressor,
The haves and the
dude.
have-nots. The haves, hold on. The haves and the have-nots. It's all flight. And so that's how it started.
They were provably the aggressor. Provably.
No, they were
In
not
their own
provably.
words.
You keep
In
on
their
saying
own
you have
words.
proof. You keep on saying knowledge, but you don't. And that's just terrible that you have to actually argue that
Dude,
way.
okay, I can't drop it in here. That's literally how censored this is. There's a 10-hour documentary that shows you all the freaking letters, all
That's
the
why you never
newspapers.
understand the shape of the earth. You'll never understand what happened in World
You see
War
what I'm
II because
saying, dude? You have a problem, bro.
You learn everything on YouTube. That's how you educate yourself. White
You can go
supremacist.
fact check all the documentation,
I
dude.
don't have to. But I've already been through this. I've
No,
been a
you
lot.
haven't.
I've been on this earth a lot longer than you have, and I've learned a hell of a lot more than you ever will. So that's okay.
Dude, you
can think
just said that Hitler said he wanted to kill everyone in the world.
I didn't say kill everyone in the world. You want to
You
kill
literally
all
did.
the Jews, must all be exterminated anywhere in Europe, all throughout Europe.
He
That's
ended
what
up saying that he wanted to get all the Jews out of Europe.
So the
That's right.
death
I
camp
just
is just a
now disavowed
convenience.
that. I said that that's terrible to say. So I don't. What are you talking about? You said he wanted to
You know
kill
what I'm
anyone that didn't have blonde hair or blue eyes in the whole world. He wanted to take over the whole world. It's like a 5-year-old's recollection of history. Like that's not what happened.
You know what? I'm changing this.
Just before you change it, Zanuck, I just want to point something out.
No, I don't want to talk to
Like that's fine. Shut up then. Witsit said something very, very important. I think that you kind of misunderstood. It is said
that he only invaded Western European nations because they had either declared war on him or they were strategically useful positions for what he was trying to accomplish.
No,
He didn't
they declared
set out.
war after he invaded Poland.
Yeah, okay, and okay, so let me ask you this: why did he invade Poland? Do you know that answer?
No,
Let
he
me ask
doesn't
you that
know any of
question.
the
Do you know
answers.
why? I know why, but I'm not going to talk about this anymore.
Okay, well, just
Okay,
just
good,
stop
good,
talking about
good.
stuff you don't really know.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I don't know about the war in Europe. You know, because you looked at a video on YouTube. Great.
No, I researched in depth, bro. I used to love history. I used to be all about dang Hitler so bad. I still think Hitler was a crazy person. I think he was. I literally think he was crazy. They created meth to give to the soldiers. I think that he went crazy, bro. Like at the end of this ordeal, he went crazy. But if you look through it objectively, he begged people not to fight him a lot. You can go read it, including Winston Churchill. When he had his army surrounded, he did a ceasefire and left, right? And then wrote a letter. You can read it. It's very elegant. He begged them not to go to war. He said, Germany does not want to go to war.
Right.
It will
You're
not
right.
be good for
Very good.
Germany. It will not
He
be
was
good
very
for you
good
guys.
at disarming people. Very good at disarming people with his rhetoric. He was very good at motivating people. Very persuasive. He was like like a sales guy. And so he got people like even Winston Churchill to back down and say, "Okay, we don't want to. No one wanted to go to war. Every bunch of pussies back then. Everyone just been through a war. They don't want to go through another war. I mean, millions of people were lost in that war. They didn't want to do that again. They wanted to avoid it at all costs. He did the unthinkable. He just said, you know what? Fuck you guys. You guys fell for my smoke screen. Here we go. On for the push. Boom.
Okay.
Down into Poland, eastward into France, eastward into Russia. They were unstopped. They were machine. And then
Zanuck, did you know that he begged Winston Churchill to not go to war with them?
Yes.
After he had their army surrounded.
Yes.
Okay, so how and then Winston Churchill refused and said, "No, we're still gonna attack you." So why are you pointing out that Hitler was just like started trying to take over the world? He wasn't an imperialist. He was a nationalist. I don't like Hitler. Okay, I've said that 50 times. I don't think that what he did, singling out the Jews, is good. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with doing that to any group of people.
There's so many things that you have no idea of, that you have not studied. Think you know something you don't, but that's okay. What you want.
Well, all I'm saying is that a lot of things are a little bit more than we were told on the surface, and it's just like valuable to understand them. Kind of like how they demonize the swastika with all this, and like that's an ancient symbol that
I know the roots
peace.
of the swastika. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're not like some. Oh my God, Witsy, you're so smart.
I'm
thought the
not
Swiss
claiming
swastika
to
was
be
like
so
devil's
smart,
sign.
Zanuck.
Oh
You're
yeah,
just
it
freaking out.
wasn't anything evil to begin with. I understand. I know about these things. Like I said, I've studied. I've looked at this history stuff back
Only
in the day.
Zanuck knows. I'm gonna make a new bumper
No,
sticker.
a lot of
Only
people know.
Zanuck knows.
Not the person that knows that you know what? Google sometimes is really good. Go do a Google search for the swastika. You'll see the same
I
story.
know they're all over the world. I did a stream
Not a
on
big
it.
like you're so smart. You know how the swastika.
I'm not claiming to be so smart, but watch this. I think this is going to be very eye-opening to the whole room. Now, Zanuck has like impulsively strawmanned me and interrupted me talking about the Nazis this whole time, right? Now watch this. Zanuck, then why is it that you think it's cool that we put an SS officer in charge of space exploration?
Because he had knowledge we needed.
Oh, so so if someone is an SS officer, the Nazis that you just talked about were the worst people ever.
He was a scientist. He was a scientist.
No, he was an SS officer that ran a
I
camp
know.
and
They
tons of people
promoted
died.
people in high ranking, all the disciplines. They were SS officers.
He ran a
And
camp where
was one
tons
of
of people died.
He didn't run a camp where tons of people
He
died.
literally did.
No, he did not.
Yeah, he had a camp with terrible conditions and tons of people died.
He didn't. He was
See
too
what I'm
busy.
saying? So you want to talk about not knowing things.
So now Zanuck is supportive of the SS. Good to
Yeah,
know.
now he's supporting the SS officer.
Good to know. Only because it only has a member
Because I know
that
what
goes
he was
along
working
with
on.
his fake stories of
He was working
space.
on the V2 rocket. He was working on really. Why don't you tell us, Mr. Abdel whatever your name is? Why don't you tell us what he was on?
Oh no, I'm agreeing. He was an SS officer, and
What
he's a
else
piece
did he
of shit. And the only reason why he was kept alive was because he made a very good puppet for the bigger scheme of it all. And
He
look
didn't have
at
any knowledge
he
about
got he
rockets.
got idiots like you to believe their
Did
story.
you
So
know?
congrats.
Do you know anything about the V2 rocket?
Oh yeah, I built it, bro.
Do you know anything
Idiot.
about the V2 rocket? So this
Did
is
you know
why
that he
I know
provably
all
was
rockets
showing fake
now.
propaganda films to the German people?
Right.
Yeah. And he was an SS. So like the talking point, because the Globers don't think for themselves, so they have talking points. So we're like, yeah. So why was NASA founded with Nazis, bro? Like, isn't that kind of sketchy? They were known for lying. Like, why would we do that? Oh well, they were smart. I think it was smart to use them because they were so smart. I'm like, okay. So like, don't you think it's sketchy though to put someone like that was in the Nazi regime in charge of space exploration, like right when you found NASA? No, he was just a scientist. He wasn't doing anything. If he didn't do it, then they would have killed him and his family. Like literally just made that up. Like no, he wasn't just a scientist. He was an SS officer. Oh no, but everything that was high ranking was an SS
Everybody
officer.
that's in charge of a certain discipline, SS officer. He's part of the Nazi Party. Yes, he agrees. He would admit it. We all know that he was. We're not arguing about that. And he was actually, I think he was arrested or something before he was given a reprieve, and we took him to help our
You think
space.
he had nothing to do with concentration camp labor?
Why would he have something with concentration camp?
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay? Why don't you enlighten us?
All right, here I'll cite it.
Would an SS officer be in charge of that operation on their camp that they're in charge of? That's I mean, doesn't that
You're in
go hand in
charge
hand?
at a camp when you're a scientist and you're actually designing rockets, which is the latest and greatest leading edge technology that was in that decade. You're not managing a concentration camp. By the way, he was in the throes of some of the most advanced technological advancements in
All right.
that time. So I don't think at his spare time he was like, hey, turn
No
the
one
gas
cares what you
chambers on
think.
and kill other.
You said you
I
don't
just dropped the evidence. Many critics and survivors of the Mittelbau Dora concentration camp, on the other hand, see him as an unprincipled opportunist or even a convinced Nazi who was directly responsible for the deaths of 20,000 prisoners.
You know what, Zanuck? Maybe you're just so stuck in your narrative that anything that goes against it, you just have to combat it because you just refuse to allow any truth to settle anything that you say at all. You just don't. You just won't allow it. And I think that's pretty arrogant and also stupid because you are denying truth only to fit your narrative, and that's ridiculous. But then again, here we are. That's who you are.
Yeah, like he was in charge of the labor. Like he was employing the labor. And the conditions were so harsh from what the mainstream history you're so proud of says that like a lot of people died and he was in charge of the labor.
So now I know what you're talking about. Yes, that's exactly right. Part of the people had to build these things, and it was a camp to build these. It wasn't like a concentration camp.
It was literally a concentration camp.
It was not literally a concentration camp.
It literally was. Its name was Mittelbau Dora concentration camp.
And they worked to the bone like a labor camp in like China today, right?
I just cited it. It's called Mittelbau Dora concentration camp.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Didn't he have someone killed at the beginning of every shift just to give motivation? Like,
yeah, that's the
he
story.
Literally hung somebody every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a great guy.
And but he knew rocket.
Go team. Go team.
But
this is what globalism does to you, dude.
Everyone was complicit in the Holocaust and in Germany's SS and their military. We knew we were getting a war, all of them, basically. We did that, and we looked the other way because of his technological abilities and knowledge.
You just tried to defend him, though. You just said that he wasn't responsible for people dying. You just said that.
He was part of one of the standard concentration camps where millions of people.
It literally was a concentration camp.
Camp where they were building missiles and rockets, and people died in those factories. They died in factories all over Germany that they were building tanks and airplanes, and rockets, and
Everyone
everything.
here can't see you're being super
Trains.
disingenuous.
Oh my God, this is
Yeah, you've been exposed.
gaslighting.
No, you're gaslighting all of us.
No, not.
Yeah,
You
Zanuck,
are
you're exposed, bro. Just shut up. You're
not
exposed.
exposed.
Yeah, you were.
Emotional damage.
Everybody in charge of any technology, a factory, they were under the most strictest timelines, and they were threatened. They were threatened by death by their superiors. Every one of them for not performing and meeting the demands of
See,
Hitler.
you're a Nazi apologist. You see, this is what
I'm not a
globalism
Nazi
does.
apologist. What are you talking about?
You were just acting like I was a Nazi apologist when I was just trying to speak about the
No,
actual historical.
I know there's a lot of
event.
good people that were in that war, that were Nazis, that were in the SS, that maybe not so much the SS, but at least the foot soldiers that didn't want to be in that war, that they had to, otherwise they would be killed or their families would be. So a lot of people, these were hostile witnesses.
You actually want to inform yourself or not? Because I'm dropping the links. So, well documented. The guy was crazy. It's also well documented he was showing fake rocket propaganda films, lying about the capability of his rockets.
Did he help us or not get to go?
No one went to the moon.
Why you're so stupid.
So, see, I'm stupid because you just now talked about how bad the Nazis are and then turned around for 20 minutes and defended
Because I've
an
actually
SS
been in
officer.
Texas, went to an observatory, and actually did the test where we got these go back from the. Now, unless they were doing some foo magic on me, I was swamboozled, or there is retroflectors on. So I actually did it. Was part of it. I was actually with the team there at the time.
You actually landed on the moon. I know. Go ahead.
I didn't land on the moon. I went to the observatory in Texas, and we did the retroreflector test and got the signal back and blah blah blah. Who cares? You don't think we went to the moon. You don't think there's space. You don't think a lot of things. You think planes can't penetrate the Twin Towers. You think that Hitler was he wasn't as bad as everyone thinks he was. The Germans
No, I never. I said he was terrible.
Part
The
about it,
liar.
Xanax, stop lying, bro.
The Jews must have done something, otherwise they wouldn't have got kicked out of 200.
For former concentration camp prisoner says that he would hang victims from a crane if he wasn't happy with their work on the V2 rockets.
Yep, I would believe that. I don't know much about life before NASA, but I don't doubt any of that because I know how Hitler. And you've heard the stories, you've heard accounts, writings, even the videos of what Hitler was about. They were scared. Everyone on that SS, everyone in that higher level was scared because if they did anything wrong, they were shot. They were killed. They killed thousands of his own people.
What a bunch of bollocks.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think the only reason I brought this up is because I was going to show how, like, when you just blindly believe whatever the mainstream story is, and you have to defend every little part of, like, the official story that you internalize and hold to be true, it requires you double speak and just, like, flip-flop all over the place and frantically be an apologist for no matter
You
what.
just don't understand what you read most of the time. That was
And then
the
you just say
tradition.
stupid stuff like that.
You
Yeah.
say constantly.
Yeah, it comes down to we don't understand, but Zanuck does. That's what it comes down
It's
to.
not a matter of understand. It's a matter of done and crew, and it runs very
There's
strong.
a double speak. You literally just said you don't understand. It's not that you don't understand. Do you realize that's like the definition of double speak, bro?
That's all he does.
And that's all you do every time.
And you just now said you don't. Sorry, he said he didn't know anything about it, right? So first he argued that he knew all about it, and now he's saying, well, he doesn't know much about him.
He was part of
And
a
now-
concentration camp of some sort.
You're wrong. I just cited it.
Factory. They all worked that way, and anyone who slacked off, they killed.
You literally said that he wasn't in a concentration camp.
Well, I wouldn't consider those factories concentration.
Well,
Oh my
You
God.
see what
When
he
I talk
does?
about concentration,
Yeah,
I'm
look
talking
at
about
the
Auschwitz,
guy.
all the concentration camps where actually they were exterminating people by the multiple thousands per day. Ovens, the whole thing. These weren't ovens. These weren't death camps. These were factories. It's basically borderline slave labor, and I would agree. They would kill people if they didn't perform, because they would kill him if he didn't perform. That's how they ruled.
Yeah, you sound like an apologist.
Yeah, let me dumb down his argument. So Witsit says that guy's a McDonald's employee and he works there, and that restaurant is called McDonald's. And then he says, I wouldn't say that's a McDonald's employee. Even though there's sightings and the guy has a uniform, literally the uniform that represents this restaurant, and you're like, nah, that's I don't think so. You that's the way you sound, bro. Like this is how it's like.
The worst analogies and worst comparisons.
You know what? It could be a bad one, but it still proves the point.
You don't
It
make any
still
sense.
proves the point.
I think we've
It's still-
we've elucidated the problem with Zanuck pretty handedly, to be honest.
Yeah. He does what he's always been doing for quite a few years now that I've known him. He always double speaks, and he belittles you that you don't know nothing, but he does, and he is more well read and understanding of the subjects. We aren't. He knows the technologies. We don't. This is a constant. Again, you're either that brainwashed or you get paid good money to come here and do shit like this.
Wait, so watch this. Zanuck, what do you think about the fact that Werner von Braun wrote a science fiction book in the 50s called Project Mars, and the main character's title is Elon, and in the book he founds the first civilization on Mars, and now we have a guy named Elon Musk, 1 out of 8 billion people, the first person ever that's a private citizen that claims he's going to found the first civilization on Mars 50 years later. Or actually 70 years later.
And you think that has any meaning?
You think it's just a coincidence?
I think it's just,
What?
yes, I think.
So what are the odds of the one guy out of billions and billions and billions of people, only one person ever has been in a position as a private citizen to claim that he was going to found the first civilization on Mars? The richest guy in the world. It just happens to be Elon. Elon is going to found the first civilization on Mars, and in the 50s, Werner von Braun wrote a science fiction book saying Elon founds the first civilization.
Great prophet von Braun.
It's insane, bro. The mental gymnastics of these people.
So Zanuck, what do you think about how it's a science fiction writers that actually even like?
You add 6 plus this, I get that. That's the diameter of God. That's
So you don't find it very interesting that people that deal with the imagination and try to sell stories is the same ones that created a space program for you to believe, and they sold you a sci-fi story, and now you believe it? You don't think that's a coincidence?
Coincidence?
do some of the tests. Look at the shape of the Earth.
At what
Look
point
at
did you stop? Hold
the
on. At
moon.
what point did you stop hating the Nazis, and then you started being like, okay, they're pretty cool because they made the rockets?
Never see. There we go again. Another completely unrelated relation.
Unrelated relation.
So wait, hold on. So the Nazis, there were no Nazis that
Never
helped.
said anything about the Nazis. I said, oh, we were talking about von Braun.
Oh, von Braun wasn't a Nazi?
Complete straw man. No, you made a straw. Straw man means? You know what a straw man argument is?
He wasn't a Nazi?
Do you know what a straw man argument is?
So was he not a Nazi?
Yes, it doesn't mean I think all Nazis were good. It doesn't mean I think von Braun was good. I said only one thing. I said he had technology and knowledge we needed, and he helped our space program.
No, you literally started to try to justify everything, saying, "Oh, well, he was forced to, or his family would have died, and he wasn't actually doing anything bad, and he wasn't really in charge of a concentration camp." And
stand up for what was right or wrong, and we're forced to do things that were illegal, that were criminal for sure. Not only on a legal scale, but a humanistic scale.
Sad.
But he had technology we needed. And
you have a problem, dude.
the other way, so that we could take advantage of what he could offer, and he helped us build the station.
You have a problem.
Zanuck, I just want to say this: you failed tonight. You're not going to get your bonus, bro. You really did your department, an injustice. I'm just going to say that. No bonus for you. You suck tonight.
It's okay. I'm on vacation anyway. I'm on
You're doing this on your spare time.
Spare time. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wow. I mean, at least you admit it. Thank you for being honest for once.
Crazy world we live in.
my honest age.
Crazy world we live in.
Hey, what are some Jewish inventions? I'm trying to write a song here. Sometimes when the conversation gets really good, I feel a song coming on, and that's what I've been working on right now. So, what are some Jewish inventions?
You want the
Anybody know?
list?
If you got it, Zanuck, let me hear it. Didn't Jews invent the gas chambers?
I know one thing, they actually do have really fire food. Like I eat I don't eat like unclean food and stuff like that. And dude, like Jewish restaurants are banging, bro. Like my attorney took me to this fire restaurant, like had so much food that was so good, but it's like all clean food. It's pretty impressive.
It's kosher food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It does have a different taste. I know what you mean. It is very, very good.
Yeah, like they managed to pull it off, man. Like I'm incredibly impressed. Like all kinds of things that would be unclean, like substitutes, and dude, it's just fire. Like we were in Baltimore. Baltimore has a lot of really good kosher
I did
food.
I did want to throw this out there earlier. You said something with it about Israel being
I got a
being.
list for you. First, effective treatment of
Oh,
syphilis.
I wasn't talking. Go
They just
on.
disregards everyone.
Yeah, go on, Zanuck.
Structure of DNA, antibiotic, polio vaccine, oral contraceptive, quantum physics, topography, psychology,
Wow, they came up with
biology,
contraceptives and
nanotechnology,
vaccines.
plastic surgery, rhinoplasty, and transplant organs. And I only heard you interrupt me about 6 times.
Because he was in the middle of talking, and you just jumped right over him, like he's not even a human being.
Yeah. So let me talk now. So something in regards to you said earlier, what said about Israel and America. I do want to point out that it seems to me, like in a personal belief, that somewhere along the line, America like vowed to protect Israel because it's God's land. And I guess there's this original idea of Americans very, very, in a strong belief in the Judaic law or religion. And so they kind of vow to it, which is why they have the Iron Dome. That's why we've sent so much money in for their military and because it's, remember the 7-Day War, when they were battling everybody and were victorious, like stuff like that. I think that's why.
Yeah, why did they win that war? Do you know the pilots they had in that war?
Oh,
A lot about
God.
the 7-Day War.
Christ.
Why do you think they won that war? What do you think? The America didn't want any part. They didn't help
It's
them.
exhausting. You're exhausting as a
They didn't
person.
help. They didn't help in the 7-Day War. They didn't get any help.
No.
You
I'm
work
saying
out, man.
because they were getting son of a bitch.
You should do some workouts.
Because Israel was getting attacked from all sides, that there was this vow like that we will protect Israel because that's God's land, God's people. I'm just saying.
They didn't protect.
What?
They weren't.
You're roboting, or maybe I am. I don't know.
No, the ether's breaking him up.
I got muted for a second. No, America didn't want any part. They didn't want. They were surrounded. We had planes that we had given them. A lot of them were pilots that came from World War II in the United States that flew over there and volunteered in a very, very limited aircraft, fleet of aircraft for their Air Force. So it all was them that defended themselves.
Okay.
They had highly skilled pilots and a handful of crappy planes and jets. They were, P-51s and the rudimentary fighters they had at the time. They were, I think the French fighters. We didn't give them any fighters. The French gave them the fighters, Delta Wing. So they used those jets to defend against 7 countries, completely outgunned and outmanned, and they came out of that in 6 days.
Wait, who started? Hold on. Who started that war? The 6-Day War. Who struck first?
There were tanks. It's kind of like what happened with the Ukraine. All the tanks were lined up, ready to come in, and so by the time they realized it was imminent, they say, "You know what? Let's just go after them because we're going to get attacked anyway." They did the first strike.
Wait. You're telling me they attacked first?
He's an apologist.
They attacked.
Nobody. So that's like going to a bar and you throw the first punch, and like your
That's not
friends don't
no.
help you, and they're like, "Oh, dude,
It's
you
like
guys didn't help me. I threw the first punch."
no. It's more like the guy says, "I'm gonna kick your ass," goes out to his car to get his gun, comes back in, and you cold cock him as he walks in the door with the gun in his hand, ready to kill you. That's
Then
what's
he does like a cool Jewish breakdance move, and his little hamaka doesn't even fall off his head. I bet.
wrong with you. Why are you that retarded?
Okay, so I think you're missing the point that I said though, Zanuck. I said because there was a collective, bullying trying to take place to destroy Israel from the Palestinians and all the people around that hate
Palestinians?
Palestinians. Sorry, and all these different groups.
Palestinians weren't even a people back then.
Wait, what?
There's no Palestine. Palestine was
There was Palestinian
Palestine was
guerrillas,
a
bro.
name given to them
There
in
was
mockery.
Palestinian guerrillas, bro.
Philistines, hold on. In the old times,
Oh God.
back in the King David and Goliath and all that, the Philistines. It was like a slur. Call this place Palestine. Kind of like sounds a little like it. Well,
Okay,
you don't know anything. Why are you
dude.
guessing or thinking you know anything about this?
Okay, so are you on record saying there wasn't Palestinian guerrillas back then that were Oh, okay.
There was no Palestine back then. Palestine was invented in the
Okay.
slaves.
Here. Let me. Okay, a series of border disputes were the major spark for the 6-Day War. By the mid 1960s, Syrian-backed Palestinian guerrillas had begun staging attacks across the Israeli border, provoking reprisal raids from the Israel Defense Forces. Okay,
I was
that
talking
is.
about 48. 48, there was no Palestine. Yes, the 60s there was Palestine.
I'm not talking about.
I was giving you a history lesson of what happened up to the point of the 60s.
Oh my God. Okay, so regardless, you get the whole point. So the fact that there's all these countries that were ganging up on Israel, that there's somewhere around along the road of that, America vowed to protect Israel, and there was
They
like a
didn't.
pact.
But they didn't.
There was a yes.
But they didn't.
Oh my
You have a
God.
problem, Zanuck.
Yes, they
No, but they
did.
didn't. They didn't bow. Why do you keep on saying that?
And they still till this day. Here, let me look it up because let me look it up. Let me let
They were not.
CNN say it,
America
and then
was
you'll
not
believe it.
supporting Israel.
Let me
6-Day
submit
War. Period.
the
Turn you
forms to
down, man.
CNN so that way CNN could tell you, and then you'll believe it. Okay? Because apparently that's the only way you believe things if it comes from the squawk box. That's the only way. You don't listen to people here who have looked into it. But let me
You've
just
looked
find it for you.
You've looked into this.
Yes, there's a
That
lot of things
America
we looked
vowed.
into.
Well, if they
Hold
vowed to
on.
protect them, why, when they were surrounded, imminent invasion, why weren't the Americans anywhere to be?
I said after, you son of a bitch. I swear to God, dude. I feel bad for your parents.
After. You said that in the 6-Day War. And
No,
I was
I
talking about
said
48. 48,
because of
their
it.
creation, all the way to the 6-Day.
Still to this day, United States vows to protect Israel because there is not only is it a business thing, but it's also this underlining like we swore to protect God's land, God's people. This goes back before you were even born, bro.
God's land. No, there's nothing that references God in our protect Israel. They're our friends and ally. They are a technological hotspot for us. We have incredibly ties, a huge financial investment in that period, that area of the world, and it's the only democracy in that part.
We are not the only country that has vowed and even they even wrote into like these these pacts, these trees, like that there's multiple countries that will protect Israel, like regardless what, no matter what, they're going to protect them. And it's been even up till this day, we still do it. Biden just fucking here. Let me find it. Biden just fucking signed something. Let me find it. Jesus Christ, this guy. What an idiot.
I'm the idiot. You think the world's flat. Classic.
Good one.
I'm just curious. Actually, never mind.
Did you ever hear that story where Iran vowed to nuke Israel and flatten them and destroy them?
Of course,
Okay.
we all heard that.
Okay, so do you not see how like putting the pieces together where everybody stepped in to stop Iran from doing that? Do you remember that? Were you old enough? Did you have hair on your balls yet when this happened? I'll take that as a no.
Cynic.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just never ceases to amaze me.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody that's been a part of this tonight. It's been really magical. I feel like this was kind of like we were getting back to basics. You know, if you're new to the topic, you probably just learned a lot. You're probably just like, wow, I got to go think about this. It's a lot of information, you know?
Well, I think actually like and everyone kind of informing themselves on some of these things can maybe help fight against like people. Some people go too far, I think, and they actually do like have this like hatred towards an entire group of people, and that's always retarded. Like, I think it just requires research so that you avoid either way, like, you know, being cucked to the mainstream narrative or just kind of, you know, I don't know, becoming consumed with hatred.
Here's the truth. If you look into it, you will find these truths. You will find what we're saying is factual. Just because Zanuck says otherwise doesn't mean that it's not true. When there's so many articles and so much historic evidence that this is what has been for generations now. I don't get how he even has the audacity to counter it when it's facts. It's factual. This is but see, they don't say exactly certain things, so maybe that's why he doesn't understand it. But it's one of those things that are implied, like you can't shift money to Israel just because, you know, like for their military when we have our own military to be funding. But there has to be this I don't know, underlining somewhere for some reason. Why would they do it? Why do it other countries? We're not the only ones, by the way, but why do other countries do it? And it's again, it's to protect them. I'm pretty sure if we get somebody that is from Israel, I'm pretty sure they've heard it in their teachings that they get help from everywhere because they are a very important piece of land out of all the continents in this world for some strange reason. I would relate it to it's more of a religious thing.
Yeah, there's no doubt that you know, Christianity having such a stronghold in the United States, and then what I would call a misinterpretation of the scriptures. They have an entire side of the aisle that's going to rock with Israel until the freaking death. And I don't think that we should consider them an enemy or anything, but like they need to be put in check. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, for sure, like at the least. And I just feel like it's insane because like we can talk about any group of people in the world, right? But like for some reason we can't even discuss like our geopolitical opinion about how we're giving too much foreign aid to a certain place without being called racist. That seems like insane to me.
Yeah.
That was actually my favorite part of tonight when you said that it's bad to have extreme, you know, ethnic in-group preference and thoughts of superiority, and then he called you racist. That was like, it was just nuts.
Yeah, you like made my point though.
Yeah, it was crazy. Great.
It's weird how things are missed. Kosho, you said there's no Palestinian in the 40s. That wasn't even the argument. We're talking about something that happened in the 60s. But whatever. This is again. This maybe you guys don't listen. I don't know. It's a waste of breath at this point.
Well, I mean, I think they have ironically they stereotype us. Like anyone that says anything about this topic, they've already predetermined in their mind like what our position is, and they characterize us as like these Jew hating, racist, bigoted, blah 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 blahs. And so, I mean, they're only hearing everything that we're saying through that lens. So you can't do much of that.
Yeah, and Kotsura, thank you for pointing that out. 1917 letter. Thank you.
This is
Of
why
course, it's
there were no
probably-
Palestinians. Say there wasn't Palestine. There's an area that was designated called Palestine. No Palestinians. No people in that region called Palestine. Fuck.
Okay.
Maybe those people in Palestine would disagree with you, but
No,
I don't
they
know. That's
wouldn't.
that's a first
No,
thought.
they were
The people
all
who were
acknowledged to
living.
be-
Hold on. The people who were living in Palestine would not call themselves Palestinians at that time. What do they call them?
No.
Where were they?
No.
Well, no. What? What did they call themselves? If they didn't call themselves Palestinians in Palestine,
They were
what the fuck did they?
Jordanians, they were Syrians, they were
But they're not in
Egyptians.
Jordan. They're not in Syria. They're not in
They
Egypt.
were not in that. They were not Palestinians. Why are you arguing with me? Go do some research. Go learn something.
Dude, you sound mad and bad.
Because you're saying stupid shit, ignorance and
No,
sorry,
you're saying
stupidity
you're saying that people
stupidity
you're saying
makes
that
me-
people living in Palestine would just call themselves Jordanians, even though they're in Palestine.
No, there was no Palestinians. Who owned that territory before 1948? Palestinian government? Was there a Palestinian government?
It was called Palestine. So what
Yeah,
do you think
who
they
was in
called
charge?
themselves?
Really, was there a
I don't-
government?
I don't know
was
who
there a
was in
government
charge.
managing
I know
it?
that it was
You
called
don't know
Palestine.
anything. You just say shit. You don't even know what you're talking about.
So what do they call themselves?
You tell me. You think you know something. Tell me.
You're the one who said
know.
Dude, you're the one who said that you know. Like I just
So here's something. The term Palestine first appeared in the 5th century BCE when the ancient Greek historian Herodotus wrote of a district of Syria called Palestine between Phoenicia and Egypt in the histories. So let's ask that question again, Zanik. Zanik, when was Palestine first created? Hello?
I think he's refusing to speak to you. You triggered him too hard earlier.
It was never a country. There's
Oh,
never
never
been a Palestine before that period of time. That was something that came well afterward. That region was called Palestine, but it was not a government, didn't have an army, never fought a war. No, they named it that as a slight to the Jews because of the Philistines back in many centuries earlier, thousands of years earlier.
Okay, all Palestine government was established by the Arab League on 22nd of September in 1948 to govern the
There
all
we go. See?
Protectorate in
That's
the
what
Egyptian
started.
occupied Gaza Strip. Okay, but this is
You get it? So
this
now
is
it makes sense now.
Hold on.
I don't have to be
So
mad
in-
at.
so
I don't
in-
have to be
hold
mad
on,
at you being
hold on.
stupid. Good.
So in
You're
5
now
BC,
educated.
hold on. In 5 BCE, there's a place called Palestine. Now,
Yes.
in
It's always been called
1948,
Palestine.
hold on. In 1948, there's this Palestine government now. Your argument, you said there was no Palestinians in this time.
Correct.
Just like someone said, what would they have called themselves then? If
Well,
you're
that's a
from
non sequitur.
Palestine, what? If I'm from America, then would I not call myself American? If I'm from China, would I not call myself Chinese? If you understand? If I'm from Sweden, are those a Swedish?
Do you know what a straw man means? Or a
Do you
non sequitur?
know that you're just trying to not answer the facts
No,
because
I'll
you
answer.
are now being proven
Are
wrong?
you capable of taking the answer? Can you handle the answer?
Can you handle the truth?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I can't handle the truth. Sorry.
You can't. I don't want
Even
to
though I
answer.
pointed out the truth, but whatever.
No, you've not done anything. Told us anything new.
You said there
Which
was
you
no
did.
Palestinians
Yes,
in this
there were
time,
no
even
Palestinians
though there's a
before
recorded
1948.
document.
Correct.
Even though there's a recorded document saying that the
No, and
Palestinian
no.
guerrillas were who were battling with them on their borders. Yeah. Okay.
After 1948, there were Palestinians.
Wait,
Not
so hold on.
before.
I'm confused, Zanuck. Was this term Palestinian invented by some people to slight Jews, or was it the what the Greeks called that area of the time?
Greeks call that area at the time.
Okay, so why did you say that other stuff they said?
That's what it was. It's like the Jews.
All the way back then, they had beef with the Jews. Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, I see what you're saying. All right. I don't remember every single time, that the Jews pissed somebody off. That'd be a lot to remember, I think.
Yeah, I think they have been kicked out of like 118 different countries.
Wow. But remember, they were never the problem. All right, that would be anti-Semitic.
It's just weird. It's like not calling people from Egypt Egyptians. I don't know. I just don't get it. Like maybe the word came along later, but there still were a people from that place, and in common sense, that's what they would have been called. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they call themselves something different. Maybe you're right. Maybe they were called the Palis. I don't know, but it's just referring to that there was a place called Palestine, and there was a people from that place. Now, just because you're saying that they didn't form their government until 1948, that still doesn't mean that they weren't the people before that time that were called that. Like the people from wherever, name any other country, not until they formed their government was it maybe technically put on the books as these are the people from there, but you would still call them that though before
No,
that.
you just more straw man.
Okay, wait, hold on real quick.
No
Zanuck.
Palestinians. They didn't call them Palestinians. They weren't called Palestinians.
What were they
were
called
named
then?
Palestinians.
Okay.
People from
They were
Palestine, what were they
Jordanians. They
called?
were Egyptians. They were Syrians. They were nomads. They were Bedouins, but they were not Palestinians. They didn't call
Okay.
themselves Palestinians.
So then
Get over it.
Palestinians is a war group, a guerrilla group. Then that's what you're saying.
When they formed Palestine in 1948, when they designated it, then those people became the Palestinians. It wasn't before that. It was at that time.
But Palestine was created way back earlier in 5 BCE, way before 1948. Matter of fact, that would be 1,943 years prior.
Okay, I'm done with you. No more conversation with you. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because you sound stupid. I get it. Yeah.
No,
That's
it's you
good
that
advice.
sounds stupid. I've given you every logical explanation. You have denied and ignored. So I'm not going to continue. This is insanity. That's the definition of insanity.
This is the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it? The irony.
Just stop it.
The irony.
Go think the earth is flat again.
Yeah. Okay. Again, I just want to put it out there. I don't believe that we know the true shape of its entirety of the earth. I'm just saying. I don't think we can measure the depths or the heights or the widths. I just want to put that out there. But you can call me a flat earther as just, so that way you can just write everything off that I say, because you will not believe anything that a quote unquote flat earther says. You're a joke. You're such a joke. You've been exposed, and I'm glad everybody on here knows it and heard it.
It's been really enlightening. Glad everybody went along on this journey tonight. Thank you, our wonderful host, Gio, for allowing this to happen.
Daycon, I think, fell asleep like I did the other day. Or maybe just breathing hard in his mic.
Oh, that's a sleepy breath. I can hear it.
Yeah. I was snoring 2 days ago, too. That's why I got muted. I talked to Jeremy, and he's like, you were snoring, so I muted you. Oh, okay, cool. No worries. That happens.
I'm going to just tuck him in, send him a little DM.
I've been there. going to be really interesting, like 10 years from now, when more truth comes out. Because imagine, like 20 years ago, we know so much more today than we did back then, and that's why we're able to argue certain things certain ways, because now there's been truths and findings and evidence and exposed and whistleblowers and all these other things of the truth being hidden way back then. Whatever. It's just interesting what's going to be in 10 years. I wonder if Xanix's still going to be stuck on his we're landing on Mars today with humans.
Either they'll get off Discord or they're gonna go down swinging. I mean, if the government came out and said, "Okay, we lied. The Earth's actually a stationary plane with a firmament," they would just leave Discord. They wouldn't be on here anymore.
Yeah, they'll be like, all right, I'm checking out. I guess this building's closed. I guess we don't have a job no more here. Our job's done. We took as much time of these guys' talks to talk about the truth. That's what I want to say. It seems like they prevent discussions of truth and of realizations and exposing, the falsehoods. So they throw wrenches in the stories and everything else and the facts, and they distort them. So that way it keeps that conversation like almost like you're holding it down, you're keeping it suppressed. And the new people that come in here, they're not able to hear all the amazing, wonderful, awesome, findings of the lies. And it kind of like it muzzles the truth.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Eventually, that will be different. Maybe one day they'll be able to launch Artemis, right? Maybe. Who knows? They just scrubbed it again a couple days ago. Yesterday, I think. They tried again, failed again.
Another fuel leak?
Another one.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh
They
my
said
God.
that they can't figure out why. I think if they put hydrogen in the thing, that it's fine, but then when they put something else in it leaks, and they're like, we can't figure it out. But they scrubbed it again yesterday. Apparently, I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not one of the lab coats that are working on it.
I can't wait for them to fake another moon mission. It's going to be so fun to debunk.
Yo,
Well,
I got
I
a
will.
video. I'll drop. It's hilarious. It's like 2 minutes long of them saying like it could be. It looks like it'll be 2033 before we send people to the moon.
No, okay. So Kosho said they didn't scrub it yesterday. It's not scheduled till 9/29. But I'm sorry. Yesterday they tried again to feel the lines, maybe to get it ready for the 29th. But they tried again yesterday and it failed again. Like they still have leaks, so they're still not ready. Even though they've planned it for the 29th, they're still technically not ready because it's still failing. Yeah.
Yo, trust me, this video is hilarious. It's 2 minutes long.
Check
and
it out.
It has them all chopped up, talking about 2024, 2020, or 2025 at the earliest, 2026, but it should be later, 2027, 2033.
How they just keep pushing it back and back and back.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny. It's gonna be interesting when they finally do get things going, and the CGI is probably gonna be so amazing because Hollywood right now has amazing CGI, and like it looks so real and it's so convincible, but or convincing. But it's gonna be very interesting to see the CGI they do for the moon landing. And people walking on the rock, and yeah, look at us, we're here. It's gonna be awesome to laugh at, for sure.
I don't know if they actually do it. I think it's too risky. I think they shoot it up, like even with the mannequins in there or whatever, and it blows up or something bad happens. So they say it's too dangerous to send people to the moon. And then they may claim they send like artificial intelligence or something. So
I'm gonna
that's
send
interesting.
robots. I'm gonna send robots to land.
And then the Globers will be in here being like, "How's it feel, stupid flat Earth?" You know what I'm saying?
We have our CGI evidence. I mean, I don't know. Might be living in a meta world by then, anyways. It would be cool if somebody put together all the backpedaling over the years, that how they've been changing their argument as things come out, then they change their argument. Then as another thing comes out, then they change their argument. It'd be really cool to document that. Like even through recorded live streams on Discord servers of when someone's like pushing it all the way back to like 2015, 2016. And to look at the arguments then, and then what happened like 2-3 years later, and then what's happening now. That'd be cool to see all the change ups, because there are sure plenty of them.
Dude, that video is so funny, man.
Yeah, I just finished watching it. It was pretty good. There was an interesting little quote in there, something about we have no ability to test the conditions that we're going to be going up against. I want to know who said that, and I want to know what the context was, because if it's the context that I think it is, it's like, well, how the fuck did they know the conditions they were going to go to when they first went up there?
Yeah, like that's one reason I don't think they're gonna fake it. Is like they should be able to go and show like evidence of them being there before, and so they'd have to fake that too. I mean, yeah, it would just be really tricky to fake for many reasons. So I just think it'd be easier to like keep putting it off. I mean, as you see, they've got the Globe Zealots. Like it doesn't matter if they put it off until they die. Like they'll go to their grave, like defending the next date they say, and then defending whatever excuse they make.
Pay you next week.
It's like it's almost impressive how like devoted they are to something that they have nothing to do with. And you notice that they say we a lot. We send radio waves to the moon. We went to the moon. We have all this science. Like they're French, you know what I'm saying? And the truth is that they didn't do anything. Like, they just believe a story.
How dare you?
Well, for the most part of this video, it looks like it's a whole lot of homophobic, or I'm sorry, homosexual, transgender stuff going on. Did I click on the wrong video?
No, there's a lot of that in there.
That's it. Hilarious.
It is interesting.
Yeah, I think the point is like where are their priorities? You know, they seem more prioritized on like hypersexualizing freaking children and stuff than what they claim to be doing, which is going to the. I think the funniest part is where they're like, "We are going, we're going," and then the girl says, "We're not going anywhere."
Yeah, it was good.
Really funny. Gosha, you should watch the video, man. You're so confident with 2027. It seems like your buddies at NASA are not so confident.
I thought that we were supposed to go to the moon 2022 for sure. That's the new deadline, right? Like they're running out of months. It's almost 2023. When did they vow to put man on Mars? What year? Does anybody know?
They've changed a lot.
I know, but going
Oh,
back
on
to like
Mars. Oh, they have no idea. Yeah.
going back to when they first started saying we're gonna put, and then you could put an application, and all the kinds of people got ripped off, and then those companies took all that money and then disappeared, closed shop when you had to pay like $20 per application, and like millions of people fucking applied for it, and then just money went nowhere. It went to the pockets of whoever conned them. Maybe it was even like $50 per application. But there's been several times that they try to gather people to be like a lottery or whatever, selected and then trained to go. But the amount of confidence they have in this program is amazing, to be honest, even with all the nonsense that you can point out about it.
No, yeah, like there's no. The only benefit of talking to people is like strengthening your arguments, maybe. But like, if you go tell like a normal person, like, did you know that Werner von Braun was an SS officer of the Nazi regime who ran a concentration camp where thousands of people died, and then he was known for faking rocket propaganda to the German people? He was put in charge of space exploration program after Operation Paperclip, which is where they put paperclips in different people's folders to pick out the Nazis that they were going to bring over and integrate into our government. That after that, he then wrote a science fiction novel called Project Mars, where the main character's title is Elon, and he founds the first civilization on Mars. And now we have a guy named Elon Musk supposedly about to take us to Mars. Like, they're like, what? Like, they're like, there's no way that's real. That's so weird. It's like, and then you're like, well, I don't get it. And they're like, well, it's like they write a little script and they're just kind of trolling you. It's just like little scripts they say. Just like Jules Verne predicted the moon landing perfectly, exactly what latitude and where it would be shot from and how it would ricochet around the moon, et cetera, et cetera. And that it would be the United States that did it in the late 1800s and then like predicted it perfectly. And the average person's like, wow, that is crazy, bro. And then you tell them about Operation Paperclip in 45, then Operation High Jump in 46. And then Admiral Byrd, after exploring Antarctica and Operation High Jump for years, came back in 54, said there's a ton of land outside of Antarctica that no one knows about. And then he had heart complications a few years later and died, and his son was found dead in a warehouse, and he died in 57. Then in 58, they found a NASA. Then in 59, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. Then in 61, they shot all the missiles at high altitude. Operation Fishbowl, which is part of Operation Dominique, which translates to of the Lord. So in Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, the U.S. government started shooting all kind of missiles up in 62. That was 1 year after JFK in 61 came out and said we were going to go to the moon in 8 years. And their missiles kept blowing up at different altitudes. And then you fast forward a few years, and then in 1968, Gus Grissom, who was an astronaut that was supposed to go to the moon, said there's no way we're going to go to the moon. We can't communicate in our own buildings. We can't even get to low Earth orbit. And then he blew up in a freak accident on NASA facilities. And then they put out 2001 Space Odyssey in 1968, one film of the year, which basically conditioned everyone to get ready for the moon landing. And then 1969, we miraculously went the year after. All the people that were involved with this, so there's no way we can go. If like they hear all that information, they're like, what? Like, they did what? You know what I mean? Like, the average person's like thinks it's crazy that the U.S. government went and explored the Antarctic region the year after they took the Nazis who were obsessed with Antarctica. And then they came back and then they started NASA and signed a treaty that said you can't go there. The average person thinks that's super weird. They're like, you can't privately and freely go to Antarctica? No way. I've never heard of this Antarctic treaty. So I think my whole point was that, like, your energy is much more invested or much more fruitful towards people like that, right? Where I don't know about you guys, but I'm not really hoping to convert people to flat earth. I just want them to hear the information so they can like at least realize how sus it is, like what the government's doing and telling us. And then he's like, well, and then if you look to the moon landing, it's super sketchy. Well, 1972 is the last time they claimed to have a real picture of the Earth in entirety as a globe from space.
How long is this going to go on for?
Yeah, was that Apollo 17?
Yeah, it's great, man. If you don't gotta worry about giving truth to waking people up, I'd be more worried with telling people the truth, because again, I mean, what's it? Not what's it? Zanuck put it in the chat. I already put it. Wernher von Braun didn't work at a concentration camp at all. The rockets that he had built were built at a camp where a lot of people died. He visited there once. Okay, that's just a fact.
Oh, look,
Also,
SSL
there's no characters.
apologist.
There's no characters in his book called Elon either.
Yeah, there
There's
is. I said a title, Kosho.
Yeah, you said that you said there was a character in his book.
I said title. You're lying. I said the main
Then
character's
what's the
title.
significance of that then?
Yeah, the title of the guy that takes everyone to Mars is Elon. Try
No,
again.
it's the title of the person who's in charge of there. It's just the name of the.
What I just said.
Leader. It's
the leader that takes everyone to Mars. Yeah.
No, the position of they're talking about the government. The structure that's there on Mars. They have a political structure that he invents, and he calls the person who's in charge the Eon, and he calls they have
It's Elon. I said the main character's title.
It's not the main character though.
Yeah, he's the guy who founds the civilization. He's the one that runs the civilization on Mars.
First of all, this is a non-fiction story. It's not a fictional story. He's telling
it's a non-fiction story about people living on Mars.
Yeah, he's describing a like a government structure and all this sort of stuff. It's not like a storyline or something like that.
Oh, it's a non-fiction story about people living on Mars.
Yeah,
it sounds like Snopes, where you get to the bottom of the article and it's like it's true, but it says false at the top.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
The other part. I mean, how is it? None. That's not true. If Wernher von Braun didn't work at a concentration camp where he was killing someone every
morning, cited it.
That's just not true.
I just cited
it's
it.
Not true. Yeah.
I cited it.
I mean, I posted where he worked at, and I posted the camp where the people died at. So it's just not the same place. He visited that camp once, and the only relationship they have is that's where they built the rockets that he had designed.
Yeah. So once you came in here all ready to go, and then clearly were proven wrong about the book. Now we're going back to the concentration camp, which he was tied to. I just cited it, and tons of people died there. The fact that you guys want to act like he's some innocent, benevolent character is hysterical.
Yeah, the fact that you have the straw man to make your argument says something. Nobody said he was benevolent. I'm saying that what you guys blatantly said.
Look how emotionally involved you
said
are.
That he had a person killed every morning.
Why are you so emotional?
Every morning you said he had a person killed because you're just plain lying, dude.
I
said you're going to plain lie about what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you what you've actually said.
I cited it. So yeah, one person was killed every single. No, not every. I didn't say that every morning thing. Someone else. A person was cited every time they were killed. Every time that they weren't happy with how they worked on the rockets. I cited it.
Work there.
Every single time that they didn't do good on the rockets, they hung someone from a crane.
He didn't work there.
He was the primary person in charge of that place.
No, he worked at P and Moon or whatever it's called. This is where they test. They would build the testing ones, and they would launch rockets into the sea. Is what it says. Then there's a place down further where they would actually build these rockets that were actually going to war. The place where lots of people died, and they had to build a mass amount of them. He visited that place one time. He wasn't. So
you're saying he wasn't in charge of that?
Place he was in charge from was it wasn't a place where they were building the rockets, the missiles that were going to war. That he was designing missiles that they would then construct somewhere else.
So if he's a top guy and in charge of this operation under him, are you saying he's not responsible?
He wasn't in charge of the operation, dude. He was in charge of the place he was in charge of was like I said, a research place where they were building and designing these rockets. The place where they would mass manufacture them was somewhere else. He was not in charge of that place.
Oh, that's what your argument is.
That's what the claim. That the claim was he worked at this place where they were responsible for 200,000 deaths and this and that. And it's true that that place, there was thousands and thousands of deaths, and it was cruel, working conditions. But he didn't oversee that place, or he went there one time. And he got a tour of it.
So he's not in charge, then you're saying?
Yes. No, he's not. And he got arrested later on soon after that because he himself claimed that the Germans were going to lose the war. He got arrested by the Gestapo.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. I cited that he gave labor commands to the place that tons of people died. I cited it. Educational papers, 2 of them. So I don't care if he was physically present or not. He's the one that gave labor commands to the place where tons of people died.
Kind of like this argument, Kosho. Did you ever hear when the FBI they investigated the Los Angeles County jail system? Did you ever hear about that?
Maybe I'm not sure.
In California. So what happened was when they realized that the gang in blue was doing certain things to all the prisoners or to the jailers, or whatever you want to call them. Then the FBI put a plant in the county, and they without them knowing that this was the FBI, they beat him up, kept transferring him so that way his lawyer couldn't see him. And they kept transferring him from cell to cell and getting him lost in the system because it takes time, I guess, for it to process. And finally, when that FBI agent came out, he exposed it. Then there was a huge, full FBI investigation. They put cameras everywhere in Men's Central Jail in Los Angeles County in California. And then at the end of it, the person that took the fall for it was the sheriff of all of the police. Doesn't mean he even went to the jails and visited him. He wasn't a part of it. He wasn't beating up anybody. But because he was the main guy in charge, this happened on his watch and in his facilities. So he got in trouble.
That makes sense, man. Yeah, because he would have been in the chain of command that would have been responsible for that. In this case, though, Werner von Braun was not in that chain of command. He was not in charge. He was not in charge of the factory that built these things. That's what's being said to you, man.
Wait, hold on. Actually, wasn't there another name being mentioned? The SS general? Who was that other one you were saying earlier?
I didn't say anything about SS general.
No. Somebody else did. That there was SS officer who was also one of the scientist guys that came over to America.
He was an SS officer.
Was there another one though that was mentioned?
I mean, honestly, I don't even think he was. I don't even know if he was an SS, but
yeah, he was. Subjectively, I cited all of this like an hour ago.
Okay, so it is the same guy. I just thought there was another name. I'm tripping though, maybe.
We're talking about Werner von Braun. I wasn't listening. I was actually watching a video. He was an SS officer, and he was in charge of, like, when I say in charge, like, he was the one that called the shots for the labor camp that made the V2 rockets. So, I mean,
I
to
think
pretend
that's
his
along
hands
the lines
weren't
of the
dirty is
sheriff.
ridiculous.
I think that's along the lines of the sheriff getting in trouble for everything that happened in the jail. I think it has its connections.
No, if he knew, dude, if someone's building rockets to go kill tons of people with, and then because like tons of people died from the rockets themselves, and then he's the one that's in charge of telling them how to work the people, and they were working in such conditions based on those guidelines that thousands were dying, right? Then to say that he was some like. He's saying it's a straw man, but that's basically what's implied here, is that he was just he was going against his will. He was forced to do it. He was actually a good guy. And like
say any of that stuff, actually. Yeah. It's not being implied or said, actually. So there's no need to say that.
You're so emotional, man.
No, it's not emotional.
I can hear
laughter is an emotion, I suppose. But no, actually, I'm just correcting you.
Did he give the guidelines for the labor camp?
Those things, and now that you're saying them, I'm telling you they're not true.
Did he give the guidelines for the labor camp? Yes or no? Did he give the guidelines for the labor camp? Yes or no?
If he gave instructions on how to build these things, it's because he designed them. If you're saying he was in charge of the other camp that was run by somebody else, that's just not true.
No, but he was the one that told them. He told them what labor to do and how to facilitate the labor.
Yeah, I don't know why that would even be his responsibility.
Well, how about you read the citations then?
I mean, he's not in charge of that camp. Why would he be like, hey, by the way, not only am I going to design these rockets, you should also make sure that the people
are... Yeah, he called the shots of the camp from up higher up.
Kosho, let me
higher up.
Kosho, let me explain something to you. If
if I'm put in charge of this rocket program, let's say in today's
He
world,
wasn't in charge of the whole program, dude.
of this facility. Let's say there's a building on the corner of Western and Slauson, okay, and I'm the guy who hired to do this, okay, and then in the citation, there's another facility, right, where things are going on with other people. This is the same company though, and now I'm the guy that tells the other company, hey, do it this way, that way. This is the way we're going to get this done. This is where we're going to accomplish this. Like, I understand. I never have to go to that other building, but I'm giving instruction and orders of how that's supposed to be ran, according to the citation, according to what Witset's saying. So what you're saying is, no, he's only in charge of the rockets. But Witset's trying to point out, but he was also telling the other facility that where many people died, that this is the way it's going to be ran. This is what you're going to do as far as the labor. Now, with that being said, if there's people dying and it's under his guidelines, then by proxy, he's responsible because he's the one that's setting those guidelines. And he's still doing his rocket thing. He's still over here on this facility. He's still, showing up every day for work. And maybe he visited that other facility once, or maybe I go to that facility once. And then you're arguing, well, I'm not in charge of over there, but Witset's saying, but I am the one that was telling them how to run it. So maybe there's a disconnect there. Maybe that's what you're not.
There's a disconnect there. That's just obviously what's happening. And I see what's it posted. I'm going to read it right now. What I'm posting to you is clearly stating that he visited there once, and there's no records of him planning or overseeing operations there. So I don't know why it would be claimed that not only did he's responsible for it, but he was the one who laid out the instructions for how these workers should how to get these workers to work. Like, to tell them how to build something is different than telling them how strict the labor work needs to be or whatever. You know what I mean? Those are two different claims. Because if you're only claiming that he designed the rockets and gave the instruction on how those rockets should be built, then that's a benign claim. But it sounds like you're claiming that the instructions on how to, how aggressive their work was, and I forgot how you phrased it exactly. But yeah, so if it's anything beyond that he gave the design on how to do it, then it's just I don't think there's any evidence of that. I'm going to read what this paper says from National Air and Space Museum.
Yeah, I dropped two of them. Like I said, I already admit, I know Globers are very not used to how this works because they can never do this, but I already said maybe I misremembered and misspoke. It's crazy for you guys, I know, but that's what normal, honest people do.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we're agreeing with each other that you were wrong. I got it, but that's all I'm saying to you too. So
I don't like how you were wrong when you jumped in to correct me about the book that he wrote, and you said it was nonfiction, and you said that. About people living on Mars.
Okay, I think maybe you should read it and then make your assessment because it is nonfiction.
Can I read this? It says, although the scholarly community has begun to break with the simplistic dualism, an empirical inquiry into his actual involvement with National Socialist organizations and war crimes, based on all available evidence, is still very much needed, especially in a view of the brief and
You went out. But see, and then you came out with this stupid ass narrative too, which because it says right here that he got arrested because he got drunk at some bar. And he talked about how they may lose.
Yeah.
And that he wanted to build a spaceship instead of rockets.
I mean, I didn't.
So I guess you didn't.
That part's fine, but yeah, that's what I said. He got drunk and said that they were going to lose the war, and that's why he got arrested.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Whoa, what the hell happened? Wait, did I drop off from everything that I was reading?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty interesting. I'm not going to read it all again. It was just a paragraph out of that citation that I wanted Kosho to address.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't hear all of what you said, man. But the part that I did hear you say didn't sound like it was. I don't even know what it was in context of.
It's so crazy because all these people, all these like modern papers want to like, they want to like spin it. They want to spin it like he was actually a good guy stuck in the ranks and all this bullshit. Like, man.
I mean, nobody's saying that he's a good guy. But the truth of it is that it's also not being said that he was one of these Nazi guys killing people for not working hard or whatever it was. When the truth is probably that he's probably a normal person and probably not concerned with being a Nazi or being a good person either. He's just a fucking regular dude who just in the middle of the whole thing, just like everybody else was.
And he actually left and then went back. So they went and asked him. He voluntarily went back to be an SS officer a second time. This whole bullshit narrative about how he was like, they were going to kill his family if he didn't do it and all this shit. Like, so I will say that I've never actually said anything about, I only learned about the camp recently. And so more so just that the camp that what I'm seeing now is it's a camp that built the V2 rockets. Lots of people died. The guy in charge would hang people from a crane because he had certain deadlines that he had to meet for the rockets. And Werner von Braun is the one that gave the the procedure guidelines on how to build them. And of course, I guess how to build them combined with deadlines. I mean, both of those orders have blood on your hands, as far as I can tell. But I will say that the representation that he had people hung, I heard from a flat earther, and that's definitely not the case. It's someone else was running the camp, which I never actually said that. I just said that he was in charge of the camp, and that's me misremembering that. Well, really, he just gave the guidelines on what to do at the camp. He didn't actually run it. But then there's also this narrative, like Zanuck jumped in talking about. He was just a scientist. No, he was an SS officer. And then like, oh, well, he wasn't really bad. He just had to do that or he would have died. Dude, he left and then they came and asked him to rejoin and he did voluntarily.
I'm pretty sure he wanted to join the military. He wanted to be part of the military even when he was in school and stuff. Because that was the natural avenue for his interest.
Once you leave, though, and then you come back, I mean, you lose all plausible deniability that you're, like, morally in moral contention with what they were doing.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Who knows if he was in contention with what they were doing. But
we all know that because he went back there voluntarily to work for them.
I mean,
He had no choice.
Yeah.
And what I will say, I'll just now explain that we were actually lied to about a lot of that narrative.
Wait.
Like,
You
there's some
misrepresented.
truth and some
Misrepresented entirely what I said. You misrepresented what I said. He was a SS officer. They gave SS officer privileges, rights, and that stature to all leaders of all divisions in the Nazi regime. If you don't know that, then I can't help you. And did he care about where the work was coming from? Probably. I don't think he was most ethical. He didn't think about. I don't know him. I don't know him.
He
But
came
I do know
back.
is that he was a scientist. He worked in the factory that made, designed, and built these devices, and there were a lot of them. V2 rocket was not a small task. That was a revolutionary discovery and technological advance when it comes to aerospace. One of the first to ever
He
get into the
admitted in
upper
court that he had first. Well, you're just talking.
He made. Okay, well, let me finish then, so you can. I don't talk over. So he may have known that there were atrocities in the camps that were the work actually came from, or slept, or whatever. I'm not disagreeing because I don't really know, but I would assume that he was, because of the work he did, and I know how humans can do work and how much time it does take, I would be willing to bet that he spent little time thinking about or being involved with anything that happened in the camp. Now, was he
And you're
ultimately
wrong. I'm about to
responsible?
prove you're
Yes.
wrong.
If he's in charge, okay, let me just finish and you can tell me how wrong I am. If he was, if there were things that happened in those camps, he was the highest ranking officer, then yes, militaristically, he would be responsible. But I guarantee that he was not involved.
You guarantee he was not involved. Okay,
Yes.
in court, he admitted that he had.
Possible.
Holy
It wouldn't
shit!
be humanly possible. And
Danik,
yes, if he decided not to do it, he would be hung.
Danik, come on. You said you'd have your bit and then Whitser could go, so don't just jump
But I've
all
already
over
said
it.
this, man. So I already
It doesn't
told him
matter.
this. And he,
But you're wrong.
You had your go. You had your go.
Okay,
Now let
I
it
got
be
it.
repugnant.
Good. Go ahead. Free to talk.
Okay, so he admitted in court that he had firsthand, frequent knowledge of the terrible conditions, and it says right here. It says right here that he also talked as to the commandment of Buchenwald concentration camp about. He personally talked to Buchenwald concentration camp about transferring skilled prisoners to Middle Badora, which is the concentration camp we were talking about earlier, for a laboratory. And then these men were transferred, which would further implicate him in crimes against humanity.
But he said skilled workers.
Yeah, like he
lab?
he demanded like specific workers be taken over to this concentration camp that had terrible conditions, and in court he admitted he knew that they had deadly conditions, and he specifically handpicked people.
They all were terrible conditions. It's like you sweat camps, sweatshops.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The point is that this guy knew that that the conditions were terrible.
We know what they were all about. We know what they did.
Calm down, man. The point is that this guy knew the conditions were terrible. He knew that people were dying there. He admitted in court that he had firsthand witness testimony as to how terrible the conditions were for the prisoners. And then he was hand selecting people out to bring them over to that camp to work for him with specific outlines of things he wanted done there.
That was his job. I'm not sympathizing. I'm saying that's what he was supposed to do.
And he re-entered voluntarily. He chose to go do it.
Yes. What would you have done if they? No, he didn't. Yes, his main mission. His main mission was to get objects in space. Yes, that was his dream. You know, he was. That's all he wanted to do.
Again, he said he didn't care about the rocket program. That's one of the reasons he got fired.
Really?
He chose. Yeah, he said he didn't care about the rocket program and that he thought Germany would lose, and he chose to come back as an SS officer voluntarily.
All he cared about was getting rockets into space. He didn't care about.
He chose to come back voluntarily.
Yes, he was a scientist, and that was his passion. What's wrong with that?
You see what he's doing?
You just double spoke again. You just said no, he didn't, and now you're saying yes, he did. Man,
no,
Zanuck,
you're a walking.
We all heard it. We all heard it.
You're a walking.
It doesn't matter what he
contradiction.
did. Doesn't matter when he was involved with the factory. His mission was to make a rocket, get into space, find that V2 rocket for bombing Britain. That's what he did. And believe me, if he wouldn't have succeeded, if he fell behind schedule, their heads would have rolled, literally. Maybe not his, but maybe people under him.
So now you're
I
agreeing.
got a question for you. So what would you have done in his position?
Probably exactly what he did.
You would have joined up with the Nazis? Okay.
I don't know. I mean, it becomes. He starts saying, "Do you want to die just for the sake of dying, or do I get along?"
He didn't.
Maybe I
Dude, he came voluntarily.
If I could do something to undermine, or maybe make something blow up. If I might do something, I'd probably be.
What are you talking about? Die, dude.
Hold on. I would do something. I would do something to maybe undermine the success, but I wouldn't die. I wouldn't.
Dude, he came back
I don't believe in this.
voluntarily.
People are dying, so I'm gonna do something so I get killed. I'm going to want to get along and try to subvert it from the inside.
No, Zanuck, he had a choice. He had a choice to come back or not. He chose to come back. I asked if you would make the same choice.
I don't know
said yes.
that or not. But I do know is he had a love of the aviation and aerospace, and he wanted to get a rocket into.
And so he gets a pass for being a Nazi because he loves
shut up.
Planes.
Shut up.
Dude.
Shut up.
Zanuck, come on, dude. It's not logical what you're saying.
You
It is
sound
logical.
terrible. And just at least do what Coach would do. Like try to correct where someone misspeaks or be like, I disavow whatever he
Oh,
said.
actually, yeah, that just
Wow.
reminded me, Zanik. I have a little bit of advice for you. Next time somebody shows you the Pentagon video and the missile going into the side, don't try to claim that that's a plane. I would instead just say that the video is fake, because that shit was like, wow, I forgot how insane that was when you
Yeah,
said that.
that's crazy.
If you look at the scale of that object,
No, it's cool. Just
it
I'm
is.
I'm just that was just
Okay,
my
you're gonna
advice.
talk over me again. You just can't help yourself.
You're right. I
Quadruple
can't.
down,
So I was
Zanik.
responding to you, and you got to talk over me. That's how you, and then I get to go ban you. Just give
No
me a
one's gonna
break.
ban you,
Well, if you
dude.
say it again, it'll make it more credible, Zanik. So
Okay.
say it
So
again if you want.
we got this object that looks like, by the scale of things around it, the size of a jet, and it may have wings, may not have wings. We can't see it. So why are we talking about it? Oh, because it only left a hole. Well, if it was at an angle and it took the wing off as it entered, and the other wing was on top, that would really account for what happened. It would break off. It would go into a separate. Wouldn't be wings spread out 140 feet away. I'm just saying, we don't know what it is. There's not enough information, but you draw the conclusion absolutely without any kind of question. It was a rocket. That's a little.
Hey, Zanik, was the Pentagon's building beat up and scruffed and all jacked up to begin with? Or was it perfectly like a new home, untouched, like beautiful, like from the outside looking at it, that building, no scratches, freshly painted, always top notch? If you run a plane's wing into it, just the wing, fuck the rest of the plane, just the wing, it will leave long as the length of the wing, it will leave a long smack on the side of the building. Yeah, and yeah, let it pulverize in the building itself. But it should have left two long, or even one, at least one wing, right? At least one. It would have left.
No, not at all, because we don't know how it hit.
Oh
So
my
everyone's
God,
listening to you, and it
You're
makes
a
no
fucking
sense at all.
idiot.
Krypton,
You're a
all I
fucking
had to say,
You're a
if one wing
fucking
was
idiot.
dipped, if
Oh, come on.
one wing was dipped,
Finish
if one wing was dipped, about, it could have hit the ground first, taken it off, and then the other one would have gone upward, and it would have ran into the building. Who knows how this whole? Remember, it's a reinforced concrete. It's a strong structure.
I
It's not
don't
like a
care about
skyscraper.
that.
And I know you don't care. That's why you're saying the same thing over and over
No,
again.
you're missing what I'm saying.
Okay,
You
I
just
said I was done
hand-waved
with
what
you.
I said.
I'm done with you now. I don't want to
Okay,
talk.
good.
By the way, I would
feel
like to
like
point
you're
out when you
insulting-
said that he only went one time right here. It says that he was there at least 12 to 15. Coach said he saw it
Zanik.
12 to 15 times.
Yeah,
Zanik, I feel
reading
like
this
you're
article now.
insulting.
Yeah,
You're
go ahead.
insulting our intelligence, Zanik.
Well, I mean, that goes without saying. But regardless, no, yeah, I'm reading this one now. So yeah, that fact is different than what I was reading. I mean, I would probably say that's probably the truth. Who knows? I mean, that's two different statements. But I'm going with that one. But in this
I wrote a
article,
book,
though, it
right?
also says that he didn't have much power, if any.
Well, he says we would like to think that. This is the guy that wrote the book, and
No. He said I agree that he didn't have much power.
No, he said that by the time he may have gotten so deep that he was seeing all the concentration camps, it can be argued that he didn't have that much power to do much. It's not like his superiors would have been like, oh, okay, let's stop this since he says so. But he point blank says in this article that he was perfectly fine and supportive of the Nazi regime all the way up until like the last year.
You know, I'm talking specifically about this other camp because he says that when he went to it and saw it like 12 or 15 times, whatever it says, he said he was talking about how bad the underground like sleeping quarters were because they were supposed to build above ground ones, but they're not even sure that those plans were ever going to happen or whatever. And this when the Arthur's talking about him, and he's just saying that. So he talks about the horrific nature of the sleeping quarters. But he says, I agree that he didn't have much, if any, power. And that is to say very much of anything, and that to say very much of anything was dangerous for him personally.
Yeah,
Are you guys talking about Von Braun?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
Okay, cheers.
He point blank says, right? This guy did a ton of research into him and wrote the book about him, right? And he point blank says that, like, yeah, the main argument to defend him is that he was trapped. But he said there's strong evidence that he chose to support the regime and that he was actually very dedicated to it, and that this can even be exemplified by different sayings he said to American interrogators after the war.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't think that. I mean, maybe Zanuck disagrees, or maybe somebody else does, but I don't think there's anything wrong with him being patriotic or being a German.
He was a Nazi SS officer.
Yeah.
He had knowledge. We wanted it.
Now
we
he's
gave
saying
him
he
pardon.
is. Earlier he
We-
said he
we've given
was.
Hey, dumbass! I'm talking.
Bro, Zanuck, I'm gonna mute you if you just keep screaming insults.
Tell him to stop. So
I'm
I
just
agree.
pointing out that earlier you said
Not-
he's not
Yeah,
an
that's
SS officer. He's a scientist. Now you're saying
being
he
mean,
is.
No, I didn't. I said he was. Are you not listening? Are you?
Don't be mean.
For insulting him, but he sounds like a
They just thought that insult,
Krypton.
so you're
I
intelligent
said
enough to do
people,
that.
leaders of these scientific or any kind of engineering part of the SS. That was what was given to them, as I said it 7 or 8 times already. So we know that he was an SS. We know he was in charge of. He might have been responsible for the camps beneath him that he may never even seen. He was part of the rocket program to get the V2 rockets developed, many other technologies along the way. And you know what? He was a dedicated, maybe a nationalistic type of person that probably was going along for the ride. You know, a lot of people didn't even know what was going on in that society and in that regime. So he may have even been someone that thought it was fine. Kill all the Jews. Who knows? What we wanted was the knowledge. It was worth it to us to give. It was worth it to us to give him the pardon, bring him on our team. That's all you need to know. There's nothing else that needs to be said here.
No, but yeah, he was, you know, suppose from what I know, he was a German nationalist. He was a patriot and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think there's any reason to say he wasn't a allegiance. He wasn't, you know, he didn't have an allegiance to his country and his government and stuff. And he did himself say that he wasn't aware of the Holocaust until after the war.
Well, yeah, keep reading that paragraph though, Coach. Come on, man, don't be dishonest. So it says, he said, I didn't know about the Holocaust, which he said, like so many others said, because they all denied it. They were on trial for war crimes, right? And he said he came to the realization that Hitler was an evil person, allegedly, right? But so he certainly distanced himself from that. And you keep reading right here. He says, to me, it's better than nothing, but it's not very good. There's no great sense of guilt there. There always seemed to be, more than anything else, a kind of distancing, that it wasn't really his problem or his responsibility. There wasn't really anything he could do about it, and it wasn't his idea. But there was never any acceptance of personal responsibility for any of it.
Yeah, right. So this,
and it was always something done by the Nazis that he allegedly did not have anything to do with. He went out of his way to conceal this. So he was actually lying. He got caught lying and being dishonest about his true connection to what was going on. So I don't know why I would take
that statement that was said.
You know how many criminals we let off the hook in this country?
That wasn't dishonest to say that he claimed that he didn't know about the Holocaust until after the war, and there's no evidence that he did. So,
no, I'm saying, but there's evidence that he was lying about his actual connection to the Nazis. Like he got caught concealing and lying about it. So
yeah,
to say that since he said he didn't know about something doesn't mean much when he was lying about the whole thing.
All right, so I know you have this thing about. Bottom line is, we don't care. We in this country do this all the time. We interview criminals and we get information and we lessen their sentence scot-free. Information to catch the bigger fish. So it's not unusual in our society, in this world, as humans throughout history, to do this kind of things in our legal systems, however they will be and however modern they are now. We do this all the time. We figured getting him on board was more important than hanging him out for the things he may or may not have known. As long as he wasn't shooting babies in the head, we were probably okay with him. All right? So just move on. It's not a big deal.
This is like Cope the musical on ice. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I agree with overall it doesn't matter, but it's just funny. You were like virtue signal. I was like talking about there's like a real story of World War II. We weren't told the full story. We were actually lied to about a lot of it. And the truth seemed to be somewhere in the middle.
No.
All these Jews must have done something wrong. Otherwise, they would be chased out of. I mean, that's just pure racism.
We're always told the
racist.
truth.
You're
With it.
such a moron.
We're being told the truth at all times.
I don't know.
So, like, yeah, there are
Not
newspapers long
I think you're
before
not being honest.
Hitler said
You're just
anything
being a
about Jews
conspirator, and
that they
it's
declared
ugly,
war
man.
on the Germans. They wanted to eliminate them. So, good try though. Now, again, they obviously don't speak for all Jewish people, just like Hitler doesn't speak for all German people. I'm not saying Hitler was a great guy. He obviously went crazy at the least. I'm just saying there's a lot of details that we weren't really given. Like the historical context of it is a lot different than like people say what you say, which is Hitler wanted to kill everyone in the world that didn't have blonde hair, blue eyes, and wanted to take over the world, creating the master race. And that is patently false. That isn't what actually happened. He wasn't an imperialist. He was a nationalist, right? He did give a decree that he wanted to get rid of Jews in Europe, which is crazy. Of course, you have to look into all the context. He says that they first declared that they were going to get rid of Germans, and that they literally said that they were going to concentrate on like 40-year-old and beneath women so that they couldn't keep reproducing. And they were doing all this crazy stuff. And so, like, that's from his perspective. Obviously, on neither side ever tried
No,
to
the
do
Jews were
anything
not
like wipe
planning
out
to kill 40-year-old women, so they couldn't
anyone under
reproduce.
40. They
You're
said
just
that they had
making
to get
shit
rid.
up now.
No, I'm not making any. Why would I make something up? I'm saying this is what all
That's
the
what you do. You either
documentation says. I
misinterpret
just
or you
said
make.
Hitler. I just said Hitler claimed that. So I'm not saying it's true or not true. My point is that there are objectively newspapers from the United States in the early 1900s, like in the early 20s, I think, or
No.
late 20s. Yes.
Wasn't the early 20s, but continue.
Yeah, late 20s maybe, where the Jews declared war on the Germans. Like,
Yeah,
but it was just
it wasn't then, did it? It was after. It was literally after. It was because of Hitler. It wasn't because of Germany. So it wouldn't have been in the 20s. It wasn't until after he was the dude in charge. It was because of his policies.
Okay, well, either you actually go read the paper or nah, I don't care. I'm not here.
I mean, this is history, dude. This is not. This is.
You don't
like,
know shit
why
about
would the
the
Jews
history
have
of World
declared
War
war on
II.
Germany in the 20s?
No, that's my point. It was like either the late 20s or early 30s. There was a guy. They were saying that they were declaring war against the German people.
Dude, that is an anti-Semitic conspiracy promoted by Nazi propaganda.
It's a freaking
acting as. Let me
newspaper.
finish. Let me read it.
Okay.
Historical actors started World War II and sought the destruction of, alleging that the word it was declared in 1939 by Klaus Weizmann, president of the World Zionist Organization. Nazi used this false notion to justify the persecution of Jews under German control under the grounds that the Holocaust was justified self-defense. And since the end of the War II, the conspiracy theory has been popular among neo-Nazis and Holocaust deniers such as Witzig.
Wow. So I point blank said that I'm neither one of those
I
things.
know. I'm just kidding.
But what's funny is you read your little. You guys are like slaves. You go read Snopes and you think that you're informed.
I'm not reading anything, dude.
Well, since they say that, how about since they just gave you the name? What a real researcher would do was go to DuckDuckGo, go type his name in, and go see what was that guy said that made them run with that narrative. Did they just make it up out of thin air? No, because he literally wrote in a newspaper that there must be a war declared against the German people.
And why?
There it is. Judea declares war on Germany.
Because it was the anti-Jewish business. This was in retaliation. He did write it. This is not even.
And you've never even read this. You've never read it.
I have,
dude.
I read about it. I didn't
It's
know.
right there.
Why did your voice go louder then, Zanuck?
Why does it say Judea declares war on Germany right there?
You might want to read the article to find out, right? Before you
read the article.
based on the title.
So you've read it.
No, the thing I'm talking about was whenever
the
Jew, when the businesses were telling the
they were shutting
people,
down.
They were
all
telling
the
people to
businesses.
boycott. They were telling them to boycott German goods because of the way that the Germans were
Jewish
openly. Yeah, no, the Germans did it in response to the Jews doing it because the Jews were doing it because of the. I forget what the policy was that Hitler had done when he first got into power, but he was basically like.
Do not buy
not
Jewish
allowing
goods.
the police wasn't allowed to
anymore.
protect the Jews.
That's not true. When Hitler first got in power, he didn't do anything regarding.
Yes, he did, dude.
No, cite it, prove it.
All
You
right.
just make stuff up.
Wait a second.
No,
And
that's
so
not
also,
wrong.
there's all
This is
kinds of documentation about how, he did end up going after them. I'm saying I disavow that. I don't think you should ever do anything like that to any group of people. But there's a lot of documentation from what they were saying to the German people about what was going on. And then there was like this communist attempt to take over. There were all kinds of like terrorist attacks domestically. They were burning down all kinds of domestic shops. And then they said they were trying to convince the world to boycott German goods. And they started going bankrupt because they were pulling all their power to do that. And they said we have to get these people out of here. They're gonna bankrupt our country. That's what the German people were told. See, this is what I said. That's what Hitler said, and that's what the German people said. Because we're told. That's why they voted for him 98%. Right? They believed his stories. I'm not condoning or not condoning. My point is, we weren't told any of this. We weren't told what the Germans were told. We weren't told what the stories were. We weren't told about this newspaper. We weren't told about all the stuff that they said. So that's the problem.
But I don't know why you say we weren't told. Cause I learned about this in school, actually.
You learned about this newspaper in school?
Yeah, maybe not this specific newspaper, but about the Jewish businesses in
the Great
US.
Depression. The Great Depression.
No, just stop for a second, please.
What?
The Jewish.
It's related.
That's fine. I don't care if they're related and they get married and make out. I don't care. Okay, I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying though, dude. The Jewish business owners in New York were telling people to boycott German goods in response to the policy that Hitler. I forget. I'm trying to find it right now, but he there's a famous quote that he said where he was basically telling the police to not protect any of the Jewish businesses, which were getting attacked by all sorts of people, in response to the Great Depression, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, he
broke all the windows of all the businesses of all the
and any Jewish businesses.
Yeah, they were. So when did Hitler do something that goes straight at the Jews specifically?
The thing I just said. This is right when he got into power.
What year?
I'll find it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, if we could cite this specific, you said he passed a law to go at the Jews right when he got in power. That's not true.
From his mouth, yeah. Hold on, let me see.
First of all, you don't pass laws from your mouth, but if you would
he's saying to the police directly. This is his quote saying to them as
in what year?
Saying not to protect Jewish people, Jewish businesses. But hold on.
You guys believe that he actually just grew up hating, he just had this random hatred of a certain group of people? That's what you guys actually believe?
That's a great question, man. But just for the sake of this conversation, just use things that are said to you and just go off of that. There's no need to make assumptions about.
Well, that's what you're basically implying.
No, no one's saying that, dude.
Well, the other side of the story is that actually he was trying to defend Germany against subversive attempts to take over the bank, to take over the national banking system.
While he was in power,
the Zionists were trying to incorporate central banks, and they wanted national banks. So then they're like, since they're not going along with it, we're going to boycott them and weed them out. What?
Just makes them up.
No, actually, there's a 10-hour documentary that you can get all the newspapers, all the documents. You can see Winston Churchill's letter. You can see how Hitler begged him not to fight. Again, I'm not defending Hitler. I'm saying there's a bunch of stuff that objectively, I know for a fact these people in here just regurgitate. It is like a Glober telling me, you didn't know the sun's 93 million miles away? Yeah, I did know that's what you think a long time ago. Okay? You telling me what the mainstream told you isn't impressing me.
But you choose not to. These are just... Same thing.
You just choose to believe it over and over.
At least I give you this, would say you're consistent. Austin, you are consistent. You have the same logic in this topic, every other topic you talk about.
All I know is this article was from 33, so can I get some law that was passed against Jews before that or something? Because I read documentation that said that it was retaliatory, and I'm not saying I believe it or not. But my point is that it's so shrouded in propaganda from both sides that it's impossible to really know, in my opinion. So, I'm not. My point is that I'm not just going to sit here and act like people know what they're talking about when they literally don't. So there's a 10-hour documentary that tells you like way more in depth about what happened, about how Hitler wrote Churchill many times saying, we don't want to go to war. We don't want to go to war. We just
that's the greatest story
all
never
doing
told.
that. They were all begging with Hitler to not go to war.
No, Hitler was begging them not to go to war.
Yeah, nice switch there.
Everybody was begging each other. No one wanted to go to war. Nobody wanted to go to war.
So why when Hitler had them surrounded?
Europe was destroyed because of World War.
Hitler had them surrounded
covering it.
and then did a ceasefire and let them go. He had them surrounded from all sides. He let them go. And then, as a good gesture, let them leave, wrote a letter and said, look, we don't want to fight. This won't be good for you, and it won't be good for Germany either. We don't want to fight. We just want Germany to be left alone. We want to be able to have our own bank, have our own economy, and be left alone. It is preferable that we are given back the territory. It is prefer. I'm quoting the letter. Please stop.
What were they? Yeah, what were they? Why did you think Churchill surrounded them?
He surrounded Churchill and then let them go.
Why do you think that happened?
Because they were trying. They were trying to attack Germany.
Germany. And why did they let them go?
Listen, you're not going to get anywhere with Zanuck. Zanuck, just try to find the greatest story never told. The greatest story never told. Okay, just get the information, man.
Are you on board with this also?
Yeah, I wish Hitler was my dad.
You wish Hitler what was what? Wish he was your dad?
What I said.
All right. Yeah. Look, this is the
Hey,
thing.
question, did he go to South America or did he die in a bunker? So what's the deal on that?
Yeah,
Any
he
idea?
definitely didn't die. You
I
guys
heard he
know
was
that,
what,
right?
Disney?
Zanuck, let's see how much Zanuck knows. You know that the CIA has documentation that Hitler was alive long after he allegedly killed himself?
There's conspiracy.
I didn't know that.
CIA
No, he died at that.
Do you have a link?
of the CIA?
Yeah, show me the citation.
I mean,
the
just
FBI
looking,
documents.
I'm not
Those
saying
things are open.
CIA or
Listen,
FBI?
Was he living in Brazil?
Zanuck, there's a book called Hitler in Argentina. Okay, just
I
go.
know.
Stuff's out
I
there.
know. And there's movies been written
You're
about
right.
it too.
No.
They also had kids, test tube babies from Hitler's sperm. How much you guys are
They
so
were tracking him in South
Yeah, but
America.
why wouldn't
dude.
you, Zanuck?
No, he never got out of it. He never got alive. It's a great story, though. Great, makes for a good movie.
Yeah, the FBI investigated Hitler's survival.
Yeah, and what did they determine?
They determined that he was most likely in Argentina as most recently. I think the most recent documents were like 50s.
Yeah.
52 or something.
Funny how nobody ever stood up, witnessed, said something.
It's like you just argue stuff even though it's
there's a bunch of witnesses.
blatantly out of ignorance.
Or conspiracy theory. All you got.
This is the FBI, dude.
What if the FBI? That's not. There's some. Not only is the FBI not the credible, what your source of the FBI testimony is. Where's this document? I have one. Nothing. You got a big nothing burger.
Yeah, I already
Come on,
dropped
Zanuck,
it.
you must have heard. You must have heard that Hitler bailed to South America. This isn't the first time you've heard of that, Zanuck, right?
They wouldn't be able to have the movies of Brazil. That great movie.
Mm-hmm.
Was it true? No.
There's the
It was
document.
There's subterranean tunnels there. They've got bases.
Oh yeah, and all the way in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Hey, Zanuck,
He's
is that a
got
big nothing burger right there? The huge FBI document about it?
You've seen the UFOs, right, Zanuck?
Oh, I
They
bet
look like the
Zanuck
German
says those-
helmet. Right? The Vril Society? No?
The UFOs. There's lizard people and rays too, right?
Yeah,
Breeding with
people.
bugs, cats.
See what he does? So you're so see-through.
Hey, Zanuck, I posted a picture and I humbly asked you to show me the impact of this plane. Where would the wings have hit on this building? That's one of the earliest pictures after it was struck, taken from
It's like you're like a little kid that just. I forgot. We didn't. Johnny's deaf. We didn't know that. Oh, no wonder he's not listening.
Are you making fun of deaf people? Right?
Are you like just having fun? You must
All right.
just be like
Zanuck.
I'm trying to
Zanuck.
get your.
So
Give me the
Zanuck.
answer. You just ignore it.
So Zanuck.
Zanuck's
there's a
out of
picture-
his depth.
So Zanuck. So Zanuck, there's a picture.
So
Zanuck, there's a picture taken across the freeway from there's a picture taken from across the freeway, like of the earliest picture of after the impact.
Yeah.
Before the roof collapsed in on itself. But
Right.
can you show me on that picture where the wings hit the building?
Oh no.
Did I already tell you if at any kind of an angle full?
Zanik, can you just be honest for once?
That is being honest. It has to be. He keeps on thinking the plane just flew level wing right into the. If that was the case,
Okay,
you'd have.
let's say there's an angle. Let's say there's an angle of that
done.
impact.
Before I'm done.
Where's the?
I'm done. I'm
Oh,
not
good.
cowardly.
Okay, you're
I'm
done.
away.
Okay, good. So
I'm
where's
done with
the?
you. You're making me angry, and I'm done with you.
Oh,
Oh,
well, just
no,
answer the
you're the
question.
one
Where's
that's
the wing
angry.
hit on the building?
Don't get angry, Zanik. We love you, bro.
Where's why didn't the wing destroy those windows that are right next to it? Like if I welded wings on a semi and ran it into the side of a warehouse, the chip, the building, the paint, the brick, it would all be chipped where my wings were at. And we could even put them at an angle and still drive it in, but there's still no evidence of a wingspan that great of a plane to have hit the side of the impact. Can you please point out where the wings would have been on this picture?
Oh no.
Yeah. That's good of you to stay silent because you know that you can't. It destroys your argument.
This guy that was talking to the CIA actually said that he had been talking to him once a month, and then he said, "Look, I even got a picture." He showed him a picture of him with Hitler.
And the fact of the matter is that these conversations should not be taking place with this kind of bickering, mean-spirited approach, because you
Yeah.
and I are the same subjects under the same tyrant. We should not be fighting one another. The people who are trying to expose these conspiracies are the ones who actually love you. They're the ones, even if they're wrong, they are demonstrating that they actually do love you. They're trying to warn you of a danger for your well-being. And if they're wrong, that's good that they're wrong. I would rather the conspiracy theorists be wrong. But you respond to quote unquote conspiracy theorists, which are really just investigators, which are doing the same thing that investigators of law enforcement should actually be doing more often than they actually are. And you repay their love with warning you about the danger that is very imminent with vitriol and hostility and mockery and all this other unloving responses. It is ridiculous.
It's funny because the love actually looks a lot like mockery and all that kind of other shit you're talking about for the other side too. So if you think you get off the high horse, man, I think everybody's guilty of that, or not everybody, but both sides are guilty of that.
Dude, the irony of you trying to pretend that it's just like it's the flat earthers mocking the globers.
Is that what I just said? This is what I mean. Just use what I say instead of what you think I say. So what I just said was the last 3 words I said was it's both sides. It's both sides.
You've become
which I don't
grumpier
disagree
though.
with, which I would agree adds to my point.
You're a grumpy bum, Kosher.
Do you think that Gregor, do you think the globers are trying to help us out?
No.
The vast majority of them, especially in these intellectual communities, not really.
Yeah. Do you agree that sure it goes both ways or whatever, but do you agree that flat earthers actually obsessively talk about the earth to try to help people out?
The vast majority of them that I have seen, yes.
Right. So there's a stark difference in generalized terms here.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you have a biased idea of what's going on, then it's going to be a biased response. But in my opinion, there's both of those, both those types on both sides. There's people here that are doing both those things on both sides, and there's not one side that looks more favorable than the other, because some days it's really only one side, your side, that is doing the mockery, and some days it's the other side.
Wow.
Just depends on the day.
That's what I'm saying. If you ask all the flat earthers, if you sat them down, you asked them, so why do you do this? Why do you talk about the earth so much? Why are you on here so much? Why are you constantly looking into it? Like, why do you do this? They're going to give you this heartfelt reason about, it seems like we were lied to on a crazy scale. And I was lied to from 5 up. And I don't want my children or grandchildren growing up in a world where they're being propagandized and lied to. We deserve to know the truth. We're fighting all these different lies and propaganda and stuff like that. That's going to be their answer. They think they're trying to fight. Now, if you ask the globers, you're going to get a few answers. You're going to get, I just come here for entertainment purposes to laugh at how stupid flat earthers are. Or 2, they pretend that they're here to fight the misinformation of flat earth because they have some virtuous high ground. Right? But it's normally the first one, that they come here for entertainment purposes solely in attempt to mock
Yeah,
the flat earthers.
that's a beautiful picture you're trying to paint, but in reality, which I'm not sure you're familiar with, what happens is both sides. You can ask any person, and you're not going to be able to tell what that person's going to say before they're going to say it if you don't know who that person is. Meaning that every person is going to have a different response. A lot of them could be similar, and maybe there's a group of people have a very similar response. But it's not true that you can just ask a flat earther and going to have a heartfelt response. There's flat earthers that are here just to be vitriolic trolls.
Can I say something?
You just criticized something else earlier from misconstruing what you said earlier, but then you erroneously absolutized what Austin just said to you, even though he made it very plain and clear that it was just his general statement, not an absolute statement.
He said you can ask any flat earther.
I said almost all would say something like, and then you said that I claimed that all of them would say a very specific thing.
You can ask any flat earther, and that's what they would say.
I said almost all.
What about what he just told you that he said? Why do y'all do that? When someone goes out of their way to clarify what they mean, you're going to still stick with the misinterpretation rather than the clarification that was just given to you so that the conversation can be understood.
Because what's being argued is what I said based on what he said. And so I'm going to argue what he said, not what he meant. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you? Because it makes sense to me. I don't want to talk about what he meant or what he meant. If someone's criticizing me based on something I said, based on what he said, then what I'm going to do is repeat what he said.
I'll play it.
So you're going to try to justify forsaking the clarification. Great, because that'll help.
Hey, Kosho.
This is a logic battle.
Hey, Kosho, do you believe that a plane hit the Pentagon?
You guys need help. Just saying.
Kosho, do you believe that a plane? You don't? Okay.
No, not really. Not.
Does anybody believe?
Not with Discord.
Does anybody in here believe that? Besides Zanuck, does anybody believe that a plane hit the Pentagon?
I do not.
Anybody, speak up.
Honestly, if there was a gun,
debunked.
I have to say no. That sounds like all bullshit on that.
I just, if there was anyone that believes so, I just want to once again redirect your attention to the picture that I took. I mean, that I posted, and please show me where the wings hit the building.
Did you just say you took that picture?
No, I just corrected myself.
Just kidding, dude. Come on, I'm just kidding.
Okay,
that was too convincing. You can't do that.
That was a low hanging fruit. I know, I get it. That was a good one.
You really got me. No, seriously, you tricked me. You got me.
My bad.
Another important question would be: do you think that jet fuel can burn and melt steel beams to make a building collapse?
Yes,
absolutely not.
So the narrative is
about it. Said
I mean, of course it can, because why hire a controlled demolition team? You just set a couple floors on fire. That's much cheaper.
They all said that it was objective, that it would have happened exactly like it did.
What's the highest temperature that the jet fuel can hit when burned as a fireball?
1,500 degrees.
And what temperature does steel melt?
1,000 above that.
Thank you.
2,500. Over 2,000 degrees. Do you know how blast?
You said 1,000 above that.
But hang on.
Always wrong, Zanuck.
Guys, no, something I do know about. Again, it's not not more than high school physics. You have a fire, you have a fuel that ignites at a certain temperature. But if you oxidize, add air to it, like a bellows, which is you can use it in a fireplace, you can make it white hot and it can melt any kind of metal. So yes, the heat that's generated would actually create a pressure differential, which would get a flow of air in there that would make that area blow like hell and act like a blast furnace. So the temperatures would be extremely high, much higher than the flashpoint flammability points of any of these Jet 1A.
Did anyone else understand what he just condescendingly explained?
Wrong again. You continue to be wrong. At least you're consistent.
It's Zanuck.
Did anyone else
just
understand
go
what
with
he
it.
condescendingly explained?
He said that the wind would blow in there
because I've said it
into a
before,
furnace.
and you know this.
He just
Fuel
says
just
shit.
doesn't ignite, and it just sits there.
Can you cite it for us?
No, I'm not gonna. Them
You
citing.
cite wind will turn things into furnaces, and they'll get hot enough to burn steel.
So
Blast furnace. It becomes a blast furnace. You have a whole
2022,
floor.
Xanax. Come on, bro.
It's weird that you're still defending it.
Get with it. Come on, you're falling way behind the curve.
You can do this.
You guys are in the short bus right now.
Self-projection, what?
Do you
So-
really like? Do you? Hang on. Do you like really care about your fellow man and yourself, or do you just care about masturbating your ego?
This is getting deep now. Well done, Gregory. So,
Yeah,
Xanax, how do you feel?
I think that we should really drive that part home. What we were talking about a second ago, like this is pretty objective, right? Like, but it gets toxic on both sides, right? But what Gregory just said elucidates what I was saying, which is, speaking generally, like the motivation for the flat earthers is, like, generally speaking, is like they think that we've been lied to on a massive scale, and we're trying to like uncover the truth and wake people up so they can at least see all the information and make up their own mind, because it's super censored and it's hard to get out there. And so we become infatuated with it. We want to learn all about it because there's so much things that we don't know now because we found out all these crafted answers for us are wrong, etc. So a lot of flat earthers are actually just really trying to figure out the truth, and they want to get the truth out there to other people. Now, there's a whole spectrum of people, of course, but the Globers, generally speaking, I guess, that is not why they're here, right? Of course, because they think we know exactly what the Earth is. So you ask them why they're here. Like, why? If you think flat Earth's so dumb, why would you be here all day, every day? It doesn't really make sense, right? Oh, I come here for entertainment. So you have to admit, right, there's like a huge difference in the motivation of the sides, generally speaking, like a huge difference.
I mean, one side wants to criticize the other side for being idiotic, but that side A that criticizes side B for being idiotic, is a side that demonstrates that they are only engaging in this bickering match because it's fun, as opposed to side B, which is engaging in this what they perceived initially to be a rational debate, so that they can ascertain the full knowledge of the truth for their sake and for the sake of their fellow man and woman. Who's really the fool here?
I guess the imaginary people you guys are talking about. There's Globers in this room right now. Me, Xanax. I think Nate was here. Regardless, I mean, have you heard any of us say that? What you're saying that the Globers will say?
You guys know it's super distasteful and see-through. So you guys say that you enjoy the conversations about physics and stuff. And Xanax says he's here to teach us and correct us, as if it's some virtuous motivation.
Thanks, Xanax. Thanks, Xanax.
I give you some advice, man, because you would almost be tolerable if you stopped fucking assuming what people are thinking internally.
Xanax
act as if it's the truth.
Xanax literally,
because I'm telling you point blank that we've never said those things that you said all Globers would say generally. And then whenever I say that, you say, "Oh, yeah, that's because you guys think this," and there's no need to do that, dude. There's no need to assume what people are thinking.
You've told me
I never give you that impression.
You're just being so lame right now. You've actually told me the answer to that question, and I just said it, which is that you said you enjoy some of the conversation about physics and stuff that goes on.
What you just said. Said that you guys. You said what we think. No, you said what we think about the other statement, and so we don't say that.
No,
because
he
we
did
think about the other
just say
statement.
what
But no,
he
the
just
reason
said
I
he
don't say the
said.
other statement is because that's not my thoughts on it. That's the reason.
Okay, so I just explained what your answer is, and then I explained what Xanax's answer is, because I've asked both of you. And that's also Nate's answer is the same as yours, which is that he enjoys some of the conversations about physics and stuff, but he doesn't care about the Earth at all. Xanax says he comes in here because we need to be taught. He comes in here to teach us. So that's all your guys' answer. I actually know your answers because I've asked you more than once.
Well, there's probably some reason why you didn't use that whenever you claimed the answer that everybody has. And probably the reason you didn't say that is because if you would have said that, you'd have said that you guys are all here because you think that there's something,
Coach,
that everyone should know. Everyone should know the truth about this. There's no need to talk, Gregory. If you would have stopped talking, I'm making a point right now, dude. There's no need for you to speak up while I'm making a point, dude.
Gregory, shut the hell up.
Yeah, I'm making a fucking point, dude.
Greg,
because if you would have said that, what you just said Xanix's motivation would have been almost exactly
determined to
like
argue.
the opposite side.
What? No, Zanuck. Okay, so this is the point. Zanuck comes in here and says that we're all just like basically inept, and that he has to correct our ways because we're so ignorant and inept. And you and Nate have a more politically acceptable answer, but I actually ask Glovers this question all the time because it's really weird. Like, if you thought for sure the Earth was a globe, like, why would you obsessively talk about it all day, every day? That doesn't make like really any logical sense. And for Nate's answer to be, I don't really care about this subject of the Earth at all, then it's really weird to be in here all the time, right? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. And yeah, you have the answer of, well, you enjoy the conversations about physics and stuff. But most of the Glover's answers is not that. So that's the actual point.
People are individuals and they have individual answers. Same with
I'm talking about a generalized sentiment.
Yeah, but there isn't a generalized sentiment. That's the problem. There isn't one.
Okay,
Everyone's got
said.
different motivations, and some of the motivations are not unlike y'all's.
Name
You
any
just
other
think you're
Glovers
right
in
about
here.
something, and you think that it's your duty to tell other people about it. And
Name any other Glovers in
he's
here.
right about something, and it's his duty to tell you guys about it.
Okay, what I said is just objective, right? Which is that, generally speaking, flat earthers feel like there's been a huge lie propagated onto the world and that they've started to uncover it and they become obsessed with it because they're trying to piece the puzzle together. Okay? Glovers don't think there has been a lie. They think they already know all the answers and that what they were told is true. Okay? So there is a fundamental difference of motivation on the surface across the board. Fundamentally. Okay? Now, generally speaking, as to why they talk about it so much, the Glovers, I ask like almost every Glover that frequents this place, and I asked all the people in Gym Pandas, I ask all the anti-flat earthers, and I said you get one of a few answers, generally speaking, which is that it's for entertainment, and it's because there's some like virtuous motivation that it's their moral obligation to combat this misinformation, right? And then that's basically what Zanuck's saying. So those are the two primary ones. And then the third, much, much less common answer is, I just am interested in the subjects that are covered here. So I'm just saying objective things. Like I've asked all the people. I'm not saying everyone has the same answer. That's not really the point. The point is that, fundamentally there's a huge difference here. One side's like, wow, there's a huge lie we have to uncover. The other side's like, oh, we know all the answers.
It's entirely obvious why you, Kosho, were so determined to bicker with Austin about this, because the critique is obviously cutting to the heart, and it's obviously a very disreputable thing for a person to be guilty of, and so you want to resist it, but you want to give, again, these sophistic responses with your passive-aggressive tone, even though what everyone heard Austin say was loud and clear. If you're actually trying to follow and understand the entirety of what he said, not pluck out a fraction of the sentences that he said and just attack that alone.
Yeah, it's very nice. Passive aggressive, huh? So what Whitsitt had just said is not what Whitsitt had said that I criticized. The reason why I criticized it, him correcting it now is not the same thing as him saying it in the first place. So when you learn that people say different things after they're criticized about something, that's the reason why I'm criticizing was not what he said after I criticized him. It was for what he said before I criticized him.
He did.
What I said was,
he did not say that. He said he made a general statement about Globers, who none of which are in this room right now. Which, if he wanted to, he could have just talked about the Globers that are here, because there would have been people he could have asked about it. But he didn't do that. He just talked about the Globers as if they all have this motivation, and the flat earthers that all have this other motivation.
No, I literally once again erroneously absolutized what he just said. Exactly. After 3 or 4 times, he clarified and refuted your misinterpretation as you talked through me.
Damn, dude.
You just absolutized what he said again. After the 3rd or 4th time, he's already refuted your erroneous reconception of what he actually said to you. Hard head.
Yeah, Kosho, be
not
honest.
actually listening.
Kosho, I never said that every single person
was in response to what he said originally.
Kosho, I never said that everyone on both sides has a monolith of motivation. I never, ever said that.
Not once. His mic is very good, and he speaks very clearly and slowly and concisely. You're just hard-headed. You want him to say something false,
Listen,
but you have a straw man to knock down.
Gregory, shush.
No,
Listen,
Gregory, shush nothing.
Dude, Greg,
this needs to be resisted.
Dude,
This is a ridiculous-ass sophistry.
Yeah, Whitson, I
He's
understand.
speaking very clear. His mic is top-notch, and he speaks articulately. He said it plain and clear. You just want him to say what you want him to say, but you didn't actually say.
Finish, dude.
So that you have a reason to criticize him and resist his critiques of you, with people like you. That's the only reason. It's obvious.
And even so, even if I did say that, which I didn't, like I clarified it, right? So
and that's what I'm saying.
Socratic method, what it is you want to know the actual point the other person's making.
Right, yes.
Well, but then address the merit of the point, because it's been 20 minutes and you still haven't addressed the actual merit of what I was actually saying yet.
Yeah, because I wasn't asked about that. I was asked about why I said something originally. And the reason I said something originally is because it was in response to what you said originally. So I don't have a problem with what you said afterward.
Are you going to address it, though?
What about it?
Like, what do you think about what I said?
That you said the same thing that I said. That there's different people with different answers. Yes, I mean, I agree.
Generally speaking, there's a huge fundamental difference. One side,
I already said
a massive lie, and they're trying to uncover the truth, and they feel like they have some type of moral obligation to actually do that. And
I don't think that there is an overarching motivation on either side that encompasses the group as a whole. I think there's people with different motivations, different reasons. I do think that there are flat earthers that have the goal of being the saviors of the truth and uncovering this thing. And there's globers that think the same thing. They want to show the truth to flat earthers. But I don't think that's in any way the ethos of either side or anything like that.
Because it's so inconceivable and irrational to say that there's an average answer from both sides of the controversy. Because that's ridiculous. Because that never happens, right?
Can I make my point?
Because it's so difficult to discern the thrust of what Austin is saying to you, right?
Well, Kosho, you've got to admit it's been a certain band of people, the same people, for years. It's a niche community made up of probably about 100 core people.
Sure, yeah.
I also want to say that Globus don't have any girls.
Globus don't have a what?
Very few.
I mean, it's fair for the flat earthers at this stage to question, like, what's really going on here? Because you can see, even with Travis, it's like he writes a paper, he puts it out, he's got support. Then there's like Globers trying to mess with that. At every turn, there's an obstacle put in our way. And a lot of the flat earth community has are questions. I mean, there are definitive things we could bring forward. They won't let us on TV. We can't talk to anybody in the schools. We're just cut off.
Why won't they let you guys on TV? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, this is a real question. Like, it's a generational thing. And the people born in the 70s and all the millennials, it concerns them greatly. And the coming generations. Humans deserve to know what the fuck's going on Earth. Who's in charge, how the place works. Someone's got to know something. We're all trying to figure it out. You got to take your hat off to Flat Earth for that, where it's at with electromagnetics, the sun, the moon, the star system we're in, the study of that.
The cosmogony of the universe, the cosmology of the universe.
That
the
you guys are learning
teleology of
about
the
it?
universe.
I mean, there's students in universities all over the country who are learning this stuff as well. I mean, I would applaud that, I guess, if you're asking me to do that. But it's cool to learn about it, if that's what you're saying. But I don't think that anyone needs a pat in the back for learning about this stuff. It's cool stuff.
Can I make my point?
Please.
No.
I think
No,
that,
you have no right to speak whatsoever. Go ahead.
Hey, I think that Globers come in here and defend are terrified possibility that the world may not be round as they were taught, and that the flat earthers may be onto something, and that they're equally terrified that the fact that they may have been duped or fooled, and that really gets them angry. I think that's the motivation.
You might be right about that.
Yeah, there are plenty of persons that are scared, profoundly scared, terrified of the consequences, the ramifications, and the implications of certain theories, paradigms, doctrines, worldviews being true. Of course.
My personal
say-
opinion is that they actually are very interested in it. This is just my opinion. This is another generalization, so calm down. But generally speaking, I think a lot of them like think there's a lot more to it than they let on, and like there's a lot of stuff that does seem weird, and that it's possible we were maybe misled, and as opposed to having to go the tough route, which is ever publicly state that and then get the kickback from it, they're able to be on the front row. Have a front row seat and be involved in this like process vicariously, like living vicariously through it, where we come in here, we're like, dude, you hear about this? We're trying to figure this out. We critique the moon missions that are supposedly going on, right? And they get to be a part of it and keep up to date with it. So they get to have their subconscious like curiosity appeased without having to deal with the societal ramifications of publicly stating that they may not be 100% sure, or there could be something to it. Mm-hmm. And so it's like a win-win from them, for their perspective.
What would happen if it came out tomorrow that there was a great deceiving that went on, and that it isn't what we've been taught? And what does that do to a baller's mind? Like, does that?
It's how it would be how it was done, like a public service announcement or something. You know, every channel was intercepted somehow. Like, you know, it would have to be all at once. I think it's like it would bring the Earth literally to a standstill.
I mean, it totally depends on. I mean, that's a very vague question, but that has a lot of very nuanced and specific answers depending on the context. Like, for example, if it's something that that has no consequence to almost nobody, and people maybe know almost nothing about. Like recently there was a thing where James Webb saw that dark matter. There's some galaxies that are farther away that have a lot less dark matter or whatever. This is something that almost affects nobody, and nobody is really that concerned with. But some articles were presenting it as the Big Bang is wrong, or they just found the Big Bang's wrong, but that's obviously misleading or whatever. But that's only because they have to make it, so people, it's actually personal to people. So it just depends on how that lie or whatever, and how the thing that they just found out was they were wrong about or lied about, how much it affects people.
So like Kafan's question wasn't vague. The question was about the expose of a great deception.
Yeah, I'm not saying the question was vague. I'm saying that the top, like the whatever that deception was, would be very contextual based on whatever that was. Because if that thing was that people were intimate with it, like people had intimate understandings of it and stuff like that, then it would totally change their paradigm of a whole bunch of shit. So,
well, sure, that's a truism that goes without saying. His question was a great deception, which implies that it is within its context very much profoundly relevant to the average worldview of the whole human race at most. Go ahead, Abakafan.
I was going to say, here's a direct question, very, very direct. Would you say that once upon a time, when they said the sun was 3 million miles away, in today's worldview and quote unquote understanding, was that a flat out lie?
No, it wasn't a flat out lie at all. That was that measurement that Aristarchus had taken was actually a valid measurement. It just was crude, and so the margin of error for it was like a couple of degrees or whatever. It turns out to be a big difference. between
Okay.
19 and 400. So,
Okay.
but so it's
hold on.
not that it was dishonest. It was correct. It just was 2,500 years ago. So
Okay. So again, let me ask it again. In today's view and quote unquote understanding, would that statement back then, today, right, hindsight 2020, would that have been a lie? We could record it as a lie
no,
because that was not
you could
the
say it was
truth.
wrong, but to say it's a lie would be incorrect.
Okay, so when I say something wrong, it's not necessarily a lie, you're saying?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so if I was, if I saw a robber go to the left, and a cop says, "Hey, where did that guy go?" and I go, "He went to the right." Now I'm saying something wrong. Is that a lie that I just told the cop?
I mean, it depends on how sure or unsure you are of it. If you're telling them you're sure you saw
back then
something
they
and
were
you're
very
saying it
sure of
wrong and
themselves.
you're just lazily telling them the wrong answer, I mean,
Okay.
you call that a lie, I suppose.
Okay, so then now fast forward, instead of 3 million, now someone says, no, it's 9 million miles now. And then it jumps up to 13, then it jumps up to 27, and now we're in today's world, then 55, and now we're in today's world of 93 million miles. How about 500 years from now, if they go, it's not 93 million miles, would that make everybody today saying it's 93 million miles a liar?
They can say it tomorrow. They can change the speed tomorrow, the distance. They can change it tomorrow. We'll have to believe whatever they say.
I don't think you're understanding the difference between being wrong and lying. And the reason why he was wrong, as I just said, was because of the crudeness of his measuring tools. Like I did the same exact measurement, the same idea of his measurement, I suppose, because I used very much more accurate data. But I used the same measurement that he used, and I got almost exactly the right answer. But based on what he was using, which is just like fucking ropes to take angles of the celestial bodies, he got like a 2-degree difference of what the answer was, and that
No.
turned out to be a big deal.
Okay,
It isn't
so now
that.
let's
It
say
isn't
tomorrow.
that. Hang on. It
What?
isn't that they're misunderstanding the difference between an accidental error versus deliberate fabrication. It's that you're refusing to acknowledge, because I know you do acknowledge it. I know you do recognize it because you demonstrated a level of intellect given the things that you say and the way that you articulate yourself. I know you have the intellect to recognize the thrust of his question rhetorically, but you refuse to acknowledge it because you don't like the implications of what he's asking.
Listen, Gregory, the way I communicate is I talk to people and I use the words that people understand. And so if he's using words like dishonest, and I've just said that's not dishonest for this reason, but he keeps using the word dishonest, I'm going to have the same answer. That's not a dishonest thing. That's not a dishonest measurement. He thought it was correct because of the crudeness of the tools that he was using, and the technique he used was not an incorrect technique. Just the crudeness of his tools was wrong, and the confidence level on that measurement was was appropriate. They weren't like saying they were absolutely confident about it.
Coach, if you say it's the crudeness of his tools, when you have to know what tools he used and the method he used to get to the figure that he used, when you have to know all that.
Yeah, he used ropes and shit. He used ropes to take angles to the.
But wouldn't you have to? So you're saying you can take these ropes and get the same number he got? Is what you're saying?
A wrong? Yeah, you can take anything and get a wrong number. What are you
You're saying you said crude. You would have to know exactly what he used.
Yes, he used ropes to take the angle to the sun and the moon. This is what he
and
used.
you would get the same.
This is a terrible
you
argument.
use the same system, you would get the number that he got.
You would also get a wrong answer, about the same wrong answer he got. Some 2-degree off answer. Yeah.
Okay, so then if
That
he
never
starts,
happened.
okay, so then if he starts going around and telling everybody, "Hey, everybody, the sun's this many miles away," and then everyone believes him, but then later on, fast forward, it's a different distance, and then fast forward, it's a different distance. What I'm saying is, if tomorrow they said, "Guess what, everybody? It is the local sun. We've had this plan, right? In this theoretical world." And it's not 93 million miles, but you have the data, you have the instruments, you have the measurements that would say otherwise. So would that make tomorrow's headlines a lie? Or would you have to say, well, based on my measurements and data, I got this number, but they're telling you it's not that far away?
Yeah, Apocryphon, with all due respect, do you know the difference between a lie and a mistake?
Yes.
What's the difference?
A lie would be intentional, and a mistake would be, I'm just repeating what the guy told me, and I believe him.
So in all of these different instances where they got a specific distance, did they intentionally deceive? Did they know that they got the wrong distance and intentionally say otherwise?
Well, here's the thing. I'm purporting that what if it is a lie, and because it fits with the model that they're trying to create and push for the agenda, and you may not be saying it's a lie, but you're believing someone that lied, and it's a mistake on you. I get what you're saying. I apologize if I always call you guys liars, because you're right. You guys aren't lying. You're only saying what you've been told, and you believe that to be true. But I'm saying somewhere down the road, I do think that there's lies being pushed out.
I got a question. If they faked the documentation and that secondary documentation of this happening was entirely fabricated, would that be a lie?
Then it's a fucking lie.
Yeah, that would be a lie, yeah. That's an
And
example of
again,
a lie, by the way.
Apocryphon does not misunderstand the difference between an accidental error versus deliberate fabrication. Anyone who keeps interpreting his question to be a demonstration that he is misconstruing those things is not paying attention, either is accidentally, erroneously failing to ascertain the thrust of his question, or they are deliberately refusing to acknowledge the thrust of his question.
He
It's very obvious
absolutely
where
was
he's getting with his
misconstruing the
question.
two.
He
He
wasn't.
absolutely was. Because he
wasn't.
didn't give any sort of implication that it was done out of malice. And lying requires that deceiving intent, the mens rea of the crime. So if he didn't mention that whatsoever, then you can't, it's a non sequitur to assume it's a lie.
He didn't finish the thrust of what he was trying to explain because people kept interrupting him to try and critique him for a misunderstanding that he didn't actually have.
So did you prematurely ejaculate, Apocryphon?
I have never had that problem, but here's what I'm saying. Hey,
good for you, brother.
If there's a agenda to be had, and the powers that be are now saying this is what it is, guys. We did the measurements. Here's how you do it. Here's the formulas. We're going to tell you how to do it. But they can be lying. And now all the people underneath that lie, the umbrella of it, you go out and start saying, oh, hey, guys, check it out. I did the measurements. I followed the instructions. This is what I came up with using those instructions. And now this is what it is. But then let's say 500 years from now, they're like, oh, no, it is 250 million miles away. That means you guys were believing the mistake or lie, however you want to word that, the wrongdoing. And now you're proven wrong. Now, 500 years from now, those people would look back and be like, wow, those people were lying to their kids because they were telling the kids it is this many miles. But we know today for a fact it's 250 million miles away. This is what I'm... All right.
I understand, but they're not lying to their kids if they genuinely believe it, right? They're just mistaken.
Yeah.
They're
But
only lying to their kids if they're doing it
exactly.
maliciously.
You're mistaken. Yeah, you're mistaken. But I'm saying there could be the powers that be who push this model.
Of course, they could be lying to us. The ones that came up with the value or what have you.
Yeah. Okay, good. At least you acknowledge that. That's
a made up story. So
that's what I'm trying to get you to a point where at least you can agree that it could be a lie that's being pushed out as truth. And if I construct, and I said this many times, I'll say it many times more. If I constructed a box with certain measurements, you're right. You can't argue with those measurements, but that's a model, because then when you look at the reality of things and start doing these measurements and it doesn't line up, then obviously there's some foul play somewhere.
You guys ever
Even
hear
with
that?
Sorry, I was just gonna say, The only way that they could be lying to us if we have to trust in them the methodology by which they got this value, right? But if it was in our hands, if it was freely accessible and independently verifiable for anyone to do whatever method they're claiming to figure out the value, then they would no longer be lying to us because we'd be getting the same thing, doing it the same way that they claim it, right?
Well,
No, that's not correct. Wait a minute.
rewind
That's not correct.
rewind 1,000 years ago when those numbers weren't matching up till today. It's like the same thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, I get what you're saying, and you're right about that. But again, you're using what they are telling you to use. This is how we figure it out. This is how we're getting these greater distances than we once knew it to be. It used to be factual back then that this is just as it is today. If I went out and asked a college student that was, taking these courses, hey, how far is the moon? This many miles. How far is the sun? This many miles. Why? Because they've been, in education, they've been told this. And they've even been given the tools and the calculations and the formulas of how to come up with that distance. But 1,000 years ago, it's totally different. They didn't have those same, calculations, and even they didn't even equate it to that. So just trying to say there's a chance that there's lies being had, but
yeah, definitely. And there's actually a chance that they're lying about the method, right? It might be that they have a different method altogether and they with a different value, and they're just telling us that they did it with this method and this value, right? And then when we check that, that's correct, but in reality it's something else that they're lying about. It's possible.
Yeah.
The second to last remark Percentage said, I don't know if you probably misspoke, but given what I did hear you say, it isn't the audience's failure to adequately scrutinize the assertion the speaker said that constitutes what the speaker said to be a lie. It's the deliberate intent and content of what the speaker said in his or her assertion that constitutes the assertion to be a lie.
Exactly.
Yeah, I never said that it wasn't. I said that they could be giving us a value, and then if we have to trust in them for that value, then they could be lying about how they're ascertaining that value according to that method.
Yes.
But if it's in our hands, if it's in our hands to validate what they're saying, and we come to the same value by doing the same methodology, then they clearly aren't lying about that methodology and the value therein, right? It's still possible,
that doesn't
however.
follow either.
It's still possible.
Because that methodology that we repeated that the initial speaker did could also be deliberately fabricated by the initial speaker, which we genuinely credulously
That's what I said. Yeah.
to.
So it's possible that they're lying about a different, they're giving us this methodology which is actually a lie, and they have a different methodology with a different value. But within that method, with that value, if it's independently verifiable, they can't be lying about that specific method.
Yeah. Well, no. The concluding premise from that argument, just because we repeat the method that they have given us, whether the method be truly valid or not, does not therefore indicate that they are not lying when we repeat the method that they gave us so as to supposedly verify their concluding premise. It is a lie when they deliberately intend to unjustifiably tell falsehood to our detriment.
Yeah, I believe I commented on it twice now.
No, Gregory. I appreciate his honesty, and in a sense that's quite humbling that he can at least put himself on that hot plate and even maybe be ridiculed by his own, by the baller's way of thinking. But
be twisted.
No, I know. I'm just saying if you were, under that belief, because I would never hear Zanuck say that, or even Kosho. I don't think even Kosho would agree to that. But I think that
I wasn't listening.
No, I'm sure he would.
Oh, okay. So Kosho, everything we just said, do you agree? Yes or no? Or you weren't
I wasn't listening. I didn't hear what the percentage just said last.
Kosho agrees.
Yeah.
Okay,
I probably do agree then. But percentages is usually pretty reasonable.
All right.
I'll agree. I'll agree arbitrarily. Okay.
Oh, so it's flat. Great. That's what we're saying. Thank you.
You know who's really not reasonable? Is Hitler.
Depends on who you ask, man.
Before we segue to that, just
super
to make sure we
unreasonable
don't
guy.
miss the thrust of what Apocryphon was explaining. At the very
This
least,
guy really likes
the
thrusting.
thrust of his point is directed to the initial promulgator of the lie, let alone everyone subsequently believing him or her or them after.
And Hitler's twin brother's still alive. He's still going.
Yikes.
Didn't mean to say that.
Hey, so Hitler had a twin like the astronauts that died on the Challenger.
Exactly. How can
There you go.
How can you not believe that?
What's up, Jazza?
Yo, Jazza, you're coming in low. Can you get closer to your mic?
Are you taking the piss, or are you?
No, I'm serious.
He's not taking the piss, Jazza.
That's some hilarious English slang right there. I at first thought, why would he guess that he's urinating? Oh wait, no, that's a figure of speech.
Jazza says all of his slang backwards. What do you always say? You always say this one thing. You always say it backwards. It's so funny. I'm trying to remember it.
Science and rockets.
Yeah, that's what he says. Yeah.
Instead of it's not rocket science, I say it's not science and rockets.
Yeah.
I think I coined that phrase. I may not have, but I hope so.
I'm sure you have, man.
We'll go with that. You coined it. There you go.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because I know I've said multiple times that if the science in rockets and trajectories and all these things were based on the absolute numbers, right, the whole numbers, the values of taking the measurements and circumferences and gravity, pull and push and everything else. But once the Earth became pear-shaped in knowledge, before way back when, they weren't calculating it based off of pear shape. So wouldn't that throw off all trajectories of these rockets that they've been launching for all those years? Not today. I mean, yesterday. I mean, back then, before they knew the pear shape. Because if you took now a pear shape, that would change the values. So it would you would have to it negates all the calculations. Yet they prove, or say they proved, that these are the calculations that got them to the moon and back, and everything else that they send out. And I'm just saying, it throws everything away. It throws it out to the trash. Like it's null and void at that point.
Yo,
Am I wrong about
Apocryphon.
that?
Well, no, it doesn't.
That was very eloquent. Where are you reading it from?
I'm just saying it, bro. I'm not reading that. That's just a thought in my head that's popped up many times, and I've said it many times because it makes me. I've thought about it when they first said it's pear shaped. The first thing I thought was, well, then that throws off all the math. They can't. You can't come back from that.
Okay, but as long as we're clear that
Apocryphon
science
is
and rockets
evolving.
is Jazz's thing, okay? He phrased the coin on that one.
but the first thing you thought of is if the Earth's a sphere, it's shaped like a pear. That's not the case.
Is that how you really say the word pear? Did you kind of put some twang in it to make it rhyme?
He made it.
I was just saying, like kiwi, like because it's sort of Boston. It's not the shape as a pear.
If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Yeah. O.J. Simpson for life.
Hickory dickory dock. Quit lying and wasting my time until the timer's off the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's just one of my many questions that I've sat and pondered in my drunken stupors. Just saying.
It's a good place for those thoughts, man.
Yeah, dude. But like when because I've always heard you guys use Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the Earth's the shape of a sphere. It's a little bit fatter at the bottom than it is at the top, and so it's the shape of a pear. Which it's not the shape of a pear, it's still a sphere, but it's cherry picking, like the same thing is when he says, oh, you can't see the whole Earth from 120,000 feet. It looks flat.
Hey,
Wait, so you actually do say pear like that?
Yeah, I told you he's unintentionally funny, man. He wasn't doing that on purpose.
It's a fucking cherry picking farm.
The pear.
Flat Earth cherry picking farm, right?
What about What about when Bill Nye said that it's an enclosed system? What
Same thing, dog. Same thing.
Yeah.
Close dynamic. Hey, Apocryphon. I've been listening
Yeah.
on the live stream. I've never spoken here before, but people know who I am.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Mo.
The Kiwi invasion.
Who's this guy?
Platypus and Percentage. You shut up.
Yo, what's up?
Good to
Yeah,
see you
bro.
too. But I was just gonna say, like, you know, you talk about a lot of deception, and as Gregory put it, you know, and Percentage, it's about intent, right? But there's also knowing the fact we can't lie to ourselves, and I think that you're also up against people who have been, you're trying to shatter an entire worldview, and there's something that you present to them that doesn't sit right with them, and they can lie to you and tell you that it's great, but you've also got to realize that there's no answer for it yet, and that's going to create doubt and leave that doubt. So rather than say, oh, they're just brainwashed, don't believe this and that, they're still looking into things, you know.
Yeah.
So you always have to allow that little bit of room, you know. I mean, don't shut the door completely. Don't be a non-believer and forget about God, you know, that type of mentality. You know, always leave the light able to shine in just a little bit.
You know what?
I really hate being called an agent. I really hate being called, you know, things like that, because like I don't even know why I'm still alive. I survived a car. I survived a car crash that the doctor said I should have just gone boom. I should have been dead on impact, along with my partner. You know, we both survived. You know, real miracle shit, and that doesn't fit in the paradigm of the globe world. You know,
Yeah.
I've got observations in New Zealand where we look from the North Island across the gap between the islands to mountain ranges 114 miles away. You know,
Yeah.
and there's 2,000 meters of mountain missing, and this community has so many good people in it. I didn't want to bring that observation here, but if you really want to address everything, then we have to address everything. You know,
Yeah.
and so lying to myself is something I never do. That's why I don't deny God, because of everything I've been through and the miracles I've witnessed. So I'm not
I will
gonna
contest that one premise.
Sorry,
I
what?
will contest that one premise because people, especially the disbeliever, lie to themselves all the time. Humans are well within their capabilities to deceive themselves. It happens far more frequently than humans are willing to acknowledge and admit, because it's extremely despicable, but
Well,
nevertheless
I will
true.
give you this. I will
That's
give
what
you this.
cognitive dissonance is a lot of time.
Agreed,
Hey,
Gregory. But hold on, let me just touch on it before we move past it. That's true, Gregory. But in that, when that it's all said and done at the end of the day mentality, when you've been through the this and the rah this, that, and the other, and you've got that moment where you're alone with your thoughts, that's when the truth hits you. And you can deny and create a, you know, something to stand on and get above that feeling that's kind of come up, but that's all just going to lead to a bigger fall in the end. So I really don't feel that you can lie to yourself without adding a notch, you know, a little cross on the wall. Okay, another time I lied to myself, another time I lied to myself. It will add up, is what I'm
I
saying.
do know what you're referring to right there, that utterly persuasive moment when you hit the quote unquote crossroads.
I will give you this. It took me 38 years to see the nonsense of what I believed in when I loved science and space exploration. It took me 38 years. I will give you that. It does. Maybe it's not the year yet for a baller to snap out of it and see the truth as I, you know, think that I have finally found and been, you know, shown by that wool pull over from my eyes, and finally truth, knowledge, understanding, and wisdom hit. And maybe some are just so stuck in it still, but maybe it's just not their time. So I'll give you that. I can't call everybody a liar, or, you know, I can't call everybody brainwashed. I mean, I do, but I shouldn't, because I too once was that person until it finally hit like a ton of bricks. Maybe you weren't such a believer until that miracle happened and it hit you like a ton of bricks. And then all of a sudden your whole reality changed, because you have now a new a new view, a new outlook on life and the way things are happening and not happening per se. Get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, and I agree, and that falls in the same category as, you know, you keep stacking up all those lies and deception. I'm fine, I'm totally fine. I'm the greatest person ever. You know, I'm not an asshole. And then one day you face yourself, you're like, oh, that's what
I'm
they all
pathetic,
say.
I'm poor, I'm weak, I'm wretched.
Exactly. All those things that you denied, and in that embrace, you know, is actually that peace you were searching for in those moments when you're lying to yourself. It's a strange thing, and that's where I feel the creator steps in. Like all those things, those people you meet all along the way, and those moments of I'm so sure that God doesn't exist, and then you get a full on, you know, believer experience. You know,
knocking
Which is a
off the
tremendous
horse.
knowledge claim to try and justify, because if that was true, then lo and behold, wow, you're the one who's God and you didn't even know it. Wow.
exactly,
There really is a
exactly,
God.
exactly,
It's
exactly.
one of those
You
it's one of those being
perfect.
knocked off your horse moments, right?
Oh, exactly. But I mean, if I was trying to, explain what I believe happened to me, the next thing the doctor would say is, "Here is some medication," you
Hmm.
know, and
When they're the ones that should be getting off that medication and get onto that
exactly,
bread of life.
exactly, and so rather than going that path, I seek to share that with those of like mind or understanding who would take the time to listen, and the words they write, oh, that was fantastic, and they test me on it too, So there's that real honesty, guards down moment as well, and so you do have to be careful. But linear time to me is a joke. Linear time doesn't make sense to me anymore. So life is about moments. Like this moment, I decided to join or not join, and I just think that if it's not all a lie, there was deception along the way. I mean, I'm just going to use the word medical because I don't want to get into any trouble for the server. But like the medical information we've heard over the last couple of years, I mean, it was so absolutely sure of it, and now what is it? Nothing. Absolutely ridiculous. Waste of time, danger, all the rest of it. But they were so sure in the beginning. So the idea about you know something's being real, something's being fake. Almost fake it till you make it. Like faked it in the past till you made it now. Who knows? But I agree. If there's nothing to hide, then it should be transparent. There should be nobody stopping you. There should be nobody attacking you, slandering you. Physically making actions in their life to make sure that your path and your truth search doesn't happen. That's weird. That's a red flag for me. So yeah.
To supplement what you said, as we talk about lies, as we talk about deception, I can anticipate the critique of some petulant person who despises wisdom telling me you're being unnecessarily technical and highfalutin. But in spite of that, the necessary antecedent or the precondition to deception or lies is truth. It is truth, which is a precondition for lies. Why? Because how could it be a lie if there is no truth? It can't be a lie if there is no truth. And furthermore, the precondition of truth is the eternal personal supreme being, aka the God, Elohim, Theos, whom is the present essence of all knowledge, all abstracta, especially truth and knowledge and goodness and love.
On a beauty without description. Oh, 8 years, I still don't have words. But the thing that I captured from that is that almost they discovered the truth and then kept it secret for their own gain, right? Deception or profit. The idea that we're not ready to know certain things is insulting. If they're stopping the
That
natural
value
course of
judgment is
things.
unjustified because it's contrary to the word of the Lord, who has said the antithesis of that.
I just think there's nothing, when you intentionally hinder, that's just adding. It's just adding up to that thing that you never thought was coming. You know what I mean? It's just the way I look at it,
Yes.
and I just and it's never when you're ready for it.
Very
It's never when.
frequently, these epiphanies and these realizations and these profound truths come at moments that we say are, this is rather inconvenient right now. I'm not in the
Exactly.
mood to learn this information.
Exactly. Like I remember,
I was really comfortable in that deception. I want to go
Exactly.
to sleep
Exactly.
now.
Exactly. Or like, I absolutely believe in you, God. I'm going to spread it from the rooftop. Meet up with a friend. Someone randomly asks you on the street, "Do you believe in God?" Right.
Right.
What were
You know what?
What were you saying last night in prayer?
Right.
It's interesting because when Gregory first came on, by the way, good to hear from you again, brother. Like I haven't talked to you in a minute.
God bless you too. I love you too.
Amen. I was gonna say this. It reminded me because he started saying like how we're coming from a place of love to try to share this truth, right? As opposed to just coming here to argue. But it reminds me where it says, like, if I speak in tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy
I am a
gong or a
noisy
clanging
gong, a
cymbal.
clanging cymbal.
Yeah, or prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and I have all faith as so to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing.
I am nothing.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that definitely correlates with when we come to these discussions in these servers. Like, if we're not doing it, from that, point or viewpoint, then that's all we're going to sound like to the ballers, if you will. We have nothing.
Clanging
I'm
cymbals.
nothing, and I'm just clanging cymbals.
Bunch
So
of
yeah,
nothing.
What is the
Bunch of
greatest love?
nothing burger clanging cymbals and noisy gongs.
What
yeah.
is the greatest love?
1 Corinthians from the Apostle Paul.
Yeah.
And it is.
So I don't know, that stands very true, man.
To lay down your life, right?
Oh
For a
yeah.
friend. And that's exactly what I had to decide in the car crash when it was out of control. I called on God in that moment. And I didn't say, "Save me, I'm gonna die." I said, looked at my partner. She's holding her knees. I looked at her, had a vision of her in a wheelchair and with the words "best case scenario," and I said, "She's the good that needs to go on in this world, not me." She's the she's a passenger by mandatory free will. She couldn't drive. It's not her fault. And then there was this pause, like almost like waiting, like words left on the wind type thing. Like, would you change?